Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 113, The First Task. The day of the first task. Eric woke up to see the faces of Luna and Daphne in his arms as they slept peacefully. Luna was the first to wake up. She smiled and gave him a kiss. They just lay there as Eric stroked Luna's back, waiting for Daphne to wake. Daphne stirred about a minute later and smiled as she saw Eric looking at her. She kissed his cheek. "Good luck for the task," she said. They left after some time as Luna opened portals for Daphne and herself. Later that day, all 4 champions were gathered in a tent near the arena as Ludo Bagman briefed them about the task. The champions were presented with a bag and drew their dragons. Eric got the horntail and smirked as the dragon model curled in his palm, the number 4 visible on its back. "You have to get past your dragons and get the golden eggs," Ludo explained as they glanced at each other and nodded. It was at that moment Rita Skeeter entered with a large smile on her face and magenta robes. She started asking the champions random questions as Ludo tried to usher her out. "There is protocol and time for these things," Luna said, only to be waved away. "Just one question each. These are our champions going into battle, after all," Rita said, waving her hand dismissively. "You don't learn, do you?" Eric asked her with a frown. "Leave, and make sure not to be seen by me again," he said, his voice neutral. Rita glanced at Fleur. "Just one question." "Leave," Eric interrupted her, and Fleur nodded and ignored her as well. Rita clenched her fist and left in a huff. The champions looked at Eric and nodded as Cedric was called for his turn. He took a deep breath and entered the arena to cheers and applause. Fleur seemed nervous, so Eric went up to her and stroked her back to comfort her. She relaxed a little after that. Cedric transfigured a stone into a dog and distracted the dragon as he ran for the egg. He successfully retrieved it but got minor burns on his face and was sent to the infirmary for a checkup. There were 4 judges. Madame Maxime gave him 8 points, Dumbledore 8, Ludo 9, and Karkaroff 6, not even trying to hide his bias. A total of 31 points. Next was Fleur, who cast a sleeping charm to subdue the dragon. The dragon became drowsy as she went to get the egg. The dragon snorted in its sleep, sending a little burst of fire toward Fleur that was blocked by a barrier formed by the bracelet Eric had given her. Fleur smiled as she saw that and was awarded 33 points by the judges. "Merci," she said softly, hugging Eric and kissing him on the cheek when she returned from her task. The third was Crumb, who used the conjunctivitis curse to induce madness in the dragon. The dragon thrashed and roared as Crumb dodged its random attacks. He transfigured the ground to block the dragon's tail and got the golden egg. The dragon was about to crush some of its own eggs, but the handlers formed a magical barrier to prevent that and subdued the dragon as soon as Victor left the ring. Due to the possible breakage of the eggs, Victor should have gotten fewer points, but the spectacle excited Ludo Bagman, who gave 9 points to Victor. Karkaroff didn't try to hide his bias and gave 10 points with a smug smile. The total came out to 36 points. Victor returned to the tent and nodded at Eric, who was entering for his turn. The dragon handlers changed the dragon to the horntail as Eric entered to the applause of the students around him. The dragon was large, with black scales giving her an armored appearance. She had yellow eyes with vertical pupils, and a long, spiked tail that could crush stone. The dragon looked at Eric and leaned down, making the curved horns more prominent. Just as Eric approached, the dragon roared to warn him, but he didn't stop. The dragon did not attack and curled protectively around the eggs, watching him closely. Eric did not approach the eggs first but the dragon instead. He patted the dragon's snout, much to the shock and gasps of the crowd. "I won't be taking your eggs, just the golden one." "It's not real, you know," Eric said. The dragon looked at the golden egg and tilted her head before smelling it. She then turned her face toward Eric again and licked his hand in response. Eric smiled and gave the dragon some treats Norberta liked. He then calmly moved toward the golden egg, careful not to disturb the real ones, and waved at the dragon before leaving. The crowd cheered and shouted as Eric waved at them. A thrashing dragon was as much a spectacle as a subdued one. Ludo smiled broadly and clapped, while Maxime nodded at Eric with a smile. He was given 9 points by Dumbledore, 9 by Maxime, and 10 by Ludo. Karkaroff gritted his teeth and scoffed before giving him 6 points, not wanting to be labeled too shameless. The total came out to 34 points as Eric returned to the tent. "Are you a dragon whisperer now?" Fleur said with a raised brow, smirking. "Or maybe Zae just like your face, non." Eric chuckled as Luna and Daphne also came up to him and congratulated him. After the first task, the students warmed up to Eric again as they saw he was in real danger as a champion. "I heard the handlers were from your father, Eric," Hagrid said with a smile. Good people, they were. Weren't cruel, and I got some pointers from Hagrid added, happy and excited. We have a sanctuary in America. Visit anytime, Hagrid. You'll be welcomed, Eric told the giant, getting a wide grin in return. Later that night, a party was held in the Great Hall with Dumbledore's permission. All houses celebrated, with the students from the delegations joining in as well. The alchemy sect students instructed their salamanders to throw fire at the ceiling as the champions entered the hall. McGonagall was furious at that but was stopped by Dumbledore. They have tremendous control over their flames, Minerva, Dumbledore said, and she reluctantly sat down. She did, however, pull Fred and George from the table when they were dancing on it. She held them by the ears as she dragged them away, earning laughter from the students. Draco and a handful of Slytherin students also joined in the celebration, while the others didn't join but didn't grumble either. Eric put an arm around Draco as he danced with him. Some students had sneaked in barrels of butterbeer and served it to everyone, thinking they were being clever. But the teachers knew and ignored it when they saw how happy the students were. A/N, get your parents, get your neighbors, and get your friends. Give me all the power stones they have if you want more chapters. Chapter 114, the 13th Litany. A/N, I think this chapter will be the last mention of Thanquol. I was having writer's block with Eric, so I wrote this. In a certain rat island in the Dreamlands. A hollowed cathedral of madness lay beneath Skavenblight, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls pulsing with warpstone veins like arteries. A large circle was built in the middle of the chamber, with Skaven body parts scattered all about it. New Skaven were brought in one after another to be sacrificed, their bodies butchered and their parts thrown into the circle. Scree. Bring. My brave Skaven, come and die. Be reborn in the image of the great horned rat, shouted the large Skaven who was butchering his fellows. Thanquol stood in a smaller circle connected to the larger one, as did the other Grey Seers, 21 in total, their robes billowing. They chanted the 13th litany, their voices cracking, tails twitching, eyes bleeding green from prolonged use of warpstone. They chanted madly, making gestures with their paws and swinging their staffs wildly. Suddenly, the body parts in the circle stirred and began moving toward the center of the ritual as if pulled by an invisible force. The sacrifices stopped as the Skaven watched in awe and knelt all at once, witnessing their god taking form before them. The body parts twisted and merged, forming a massive figure. Black smoke rose from the circle as the parts melted into a black sludge. The sludge was sucked into a portal that opened beneath the larger circle. For an hour the ritual continued, until at last something emerged, a torso the size of a fortress, arms like siege towers, claws dragging across the stone and carving trenches with every twitch. Its fur was patchy, matted with rot and warp oil. Bones jutted through its skin like broken spears. Its head was a nightmare with 3 eyes stacked vertically, each blinking out of sync, and a mouth that stretched from jaw to chest, packed with teeth like rusted blades. It didn't roar. It didn't speak. It laughed. The Skaven felt true fear as their god formed before them, spreading his hands and laughing as they all did. And just as suddenly as the god emerged, he collapsed. Mid-laugh, the great horned rat leaned forward and fell to the ground, his mouth open, tongue lolling out. The Skaven murmured among themselves as Thanquol and the Grey Seers stopped their chanting, staring at one another in confusion. The vessel must not have been adequate, no, one muttered. Did you make a mistake in the chanting? Another accused his fellow Grey Seer, pointing his paw in accusation. Check the form. It was inhabited by the great horned rat. The body must have some divinity in it, another said, madness in his EY. That broke the dam. Skaven rushed toward the body, searching for anything of use. Grey Seers fought each other in front of the mouth, while Thanquol stood in a corner, grinding his teeth. Incompetent. Useless. Every single one of them, Thanquol muttered. I should kill all of them, he hissed, crushing a shard of warpstone and snorting a line. Suddenly, the massive tongue flicked and the jaw snapped shut, devouring every Skaven in between. Every Grey Seer except Thanquol was eaten with just one chump, they could not resist as if they were powerless. Screams filled the chamber as the survivors tried to flee, but they were caught in the paws of the great horned rat as they ran. The god rose and laughed as he ate his worshippers. He skewered Skaven with his claws and devoured them, blood pouring from his mouth as bodies hung from his teeth. He spread his hands wide. The running Skaven were dragged toward him, sucked in by an unseen force. Even more were pulled in from the open doors of the cathedral, forming a cluster before their god. The great horned rat lunged forward, arms outstretched, clawing at the pile of Skaven as he scooped up as many as he could. He stood again, clutching a writhing mass of screaming and praying Skaven in his arms. Thanquol had fallen on his backside the moment he saw his god take the first bite of the unsuspecting horde. He watched in horror as the great horned rat continued to feast, skewering more with his claws. He dropped to his knees as his god piled up enough Skaven to fill an army in his arms. The great horned rat laughed again, gazing at the squirming mass. He leaned down, opened his mouth, and bit into them, blood dripping from his arms and jaws. Then he glanced at the kneeling Thankful, chewing as he turned. He swallowed and grinned. "Oh. The funny one. What is the reason for the summons?" he asked. Thankful looked up at his god, hearing him speak as Skaven dangled from the god's teeth. There was an indignity. "A slight on the Skaven, great one. Someone ugly came to us as I was leading our troops for glorious battle, in your name." Thankful shouted, spreading his arms. The more he spoke, the more his fear seemed to fade. "I fought him, great one. Yes, yes. The battle was colossal, and I fought bravely. But I was betrayed by traitors among our ranks." Thankful cried, glaring with indignation, his eyes bloodshot only to see his god nibbling on the Skaven clutched in his arms. Thankful pointed outside. "He made a barrier that covers our lands. We cannot battle in your name, great one. No, no. Tragic," he said, heaving for breath. The great horned rat chuckled, then bit into another cluster of Skaven. He laughed mid-bite, body parts and blood spilling from his mouth. "You wish my help in taking down that barrier?" the god asked after swallowing. Thankful knelt and nodded with hope in his eyes. "No," the god said simply. Thankful slumped, despair filling his eyes, as the great horned rat chuckled. "I break that barrier and Vasuki will kill me the next instant," the god muttered, low, before eating the last of the Skaven in his arms. "Va," Thankful began, but the god cut him off. "Don't speak that name," he roared. Thankful shut his mouth and pressed his head to the ground. The god waved his paw. "Just stay here and worship me, I will protect you," he said. Thankful nodded, trembling in fear. "Well, I appreciate the feast," the great horned rat said before he left with a laugh. A/N, I just wrote this chapter because of writer's block. I hope you found it entertaining. I don't think I will continue the Thankful storyline, as I only gave him some chapters because I find the character funny. Power stones please, yes, yes. All of them. Chapter 115, The Horizon's Vessel. In the Dreamlands. Daphne, Luna, and Eric were having a feast with the Olympian gods as Hestia and Luna danced, and Daphne was talking to Hera. Hera was telling Daphne about how she met Eric. "He just came up to me and peered into the chaos as if it was nothing," Hera commented. Daphne raised an eyebrow at that. "Can you tell me where that portal is?" she asked, and Hera shrugged and told her. "Where are Eric and Hades?" Hera asked suddenly, and they heard Luna behind them. "They said they were going out to explore," Luna said. Persephone scoffed at that. "They must be bothering some nymphs for a song," she said. Luna and Daphne looked at each other before smirking. "We can use this to make him dance on our fingers for a week," Daphne said, and Luna nodded. "I do that as well. Hades will pamper me for years now," Persephone said, matching Luna and Daphne's smiles. Daphne excused herself after a bit. "Can I explore the area as well?" she asked. "Yes, you will be safe here. I think Prometheus is building a city, you can explore that," Hera said and patted Daphne's cheek as she waved and left. Daphne looked at the scenery of Olympia before clenching her fist in determination and moving towards the area Hera had told her about. Daphne took a breath as she saw the portal Hera had told her about. She looked around and tilted her head as she saw a giant flower just under the place Hera told her she was chained up. The flower was as if petals were forged from molten gold, each one shaped like a flame mid-flicker. She looked around the flower but did not pay it much thought as she was not here for the flower. She looked at the portal and saw a giant castle on a winged boat floating in space. The boat had some threads extending from it, connected to a sun that was dragged through space. The sun moved around 7 planets, flat and facing the sun. She saw the boat move in awe before she took a step and entered the portal. She appeared in the boat, in front of the castle, as she saw a god with a falcon head looking out from the boat, holding an ornate staff topped with a sun disk. "I didn't mean to intrude," Daphne started with a bow before she was interrupted. "You did," the god said simply and glanced at her before tilting his head. "You wish for me to choose you and bless you. And you just entered the portal without a thought, just so you could feel useful to your boyfriend," the god said and scoffed before looking out again. Daphne looked at the ground, her hands cupped in front of her. There were an uncountable number of possibilities that could have happened when you entered the portal. "I could have just killed you with a glance," the god said before fully turning to her. "So, why do you think yourself worthy of my blessing?" he asked, and she clenched her fist before looking up at the god. "I talked to Hera about you." Daphne started. The god nodded with a hum, indicating he knew who she was talking about. "You protect them every night, from the monster." "I wish to be able to protect him as well," she said with determination. The god scoffed. "Why would I care? He is not one of my children," he said before turning away from her, ready to leave. "Do not be so rude to the child, R.A." A feminine voice interrupted them as a goddess with the face of a hippopotamus, with lion limbs and a crocodile tail, exited from the castle and came up to Daphne. Do not mind him, child, she said as she patted Daphne's head. Come, you are the first visitor we have had. Let us eat. You can call me Tauret, she said and welcomed the stunned Daphne to the castle. Thank you, Daphne said with a bow as she entered the castle and was led to a table where she was given some food and juice. Are you two alone here? She asked Tauret, who nodded with a small sigh. Yes, child. We have been here since the beginning, she said and glanced at Ra, who just sat near them and said nothing. We created everything you just saw, together, she said, and Daphne nodded before taking a sip of her drink. I see you have been in contact with an infant flame spark. Bring it to me and I will bless you. Let us be done with it, Ra said, waving his hand dismissively. Daphne frowned in thought, and the little flames she saw in the volcano came to her mind. I can only bring one that may choose to be with you. And I need to know you will not harm them, Daphne said as she saw Ra glance at her and noted, almost as if in approval. You have my word I will not harm them. On the contrary, I will nurture the spark, Ra said solemnly. He then raised his finger, and a drop of blood exited his finger before forming a red jar. Take this with you. The flames will be able to sense me through it and choose me, Ra said, putting the jar in front of her. Tauret then raised her hand, and two transparent beads formed in front of her. Use one to go where you wish to and the other to return, she said gently. Daphne took the jar and the beads before bowing in thanks and breaking one bead near her feet. She was then teleported to the volcano with a puff of white smoke. She then smiled as little wisps of colorful flame came up to her and started dancing around her and climbing on her body. She then opened the jar and placed it on the ground as some wisps came up to the jar and started dancing around it. A white wisp stopped in front of the jar and climbed on it. After a moment, it entered the jar and gently settled inside. Daphne picked up the jar and smiled before breaking the second bead, and a moment later she was in front of Ra and Tauret. That was quick, Ra muttered before getting up and extending his hand as Daphne handed him the jar. Ra gently opened the jar and then extended his hand as the white wisp jumped out of the jar and rested on his palm. Greetings, little one. I thank you for choosing me, Ra said as the wisp danced around his palm before climbing on his shoulder. I guess I have to bless you now, Ra said with his usual dismissive tone, looking at Daphne. The wisp nudged his face before landing on his beak and dancing in front of his eyes. I get it, stop grumbling, Ra said to the wisp before it rested on his shoulder again. Come with me, Ra told Daphne and started moving deeper into the castle. He then led her to an open area with pillars all around it and two thrones on one side. Ra waved his hand and conjured a white chair in the middle and gestured for Daphne to sit. He then sat on his throne and extended his palm. You as well, he suddenly asked as he saw Tauret sitting on her throne as well and doing the same as Ra. Tauret nodded her head. She is a good and loving girl, she said gently. The gods then made cuts in their palms and two streams of blood extended towards her chest. First was the molten gold running through Ra, and the other was the deep blue-green blood of Tauret, flowing like the river Nile. As Ra's blood was infused with Daphne, I proclaim you bearer of the solar current, he declared. I proclaim you guardian of the living waters, Tauret added. And they together named her the Horizon's vessel. As a golden crown formed on her head, with a scarab in the middle, and a cloak with the color of starlit water formed around her. Pics of crown and cloak. After the transformation was complete, Tauret gave her a gentle hug. I will not ask anything of you, as I trust you will be true to yourself and protect and nurture, she said. Ra nodded at her and patted her head gently. You are welcome here when you wish. Just be careful when I am sailing through the underworld, as that is when Apophis rears its head, Ra said, not gently but not as gruff as he was previously. Daphne smiled at them both and bowed. Thank you, I will carry your names with me, she said softly before she vanished with a soft blue glow. She undid her transformation and appeared behind Eric and Hades, who were laughing and chatting as some river nymphs sang and danced in front of them. Daphne smirked and went behind Eric and held him by the ear. I expected this from Lord Hades. But not from you, she said as Eric looked scared and Hades looked hurt. The river nymphs giggled and waved as Hades muttered, it was his idea. A/N, please leave your thoughts on the chapter. Gimme power stones, all of them. Chapter 116, Side Story, 3, King's Justice. It had been 7 days since Ra and Elia departed for Winterfell again, and to the surprise of Jon Arryn and the King's Guard, Robert Baratheon sat the Iron Throne and held court. In those 7 days Robert had slowed his drinking, and on this morning he was entirely sober. The hall felt different for it. At Robert's right hand stood Ser Barristan Selmy, white cloak falling straight, his back rigid, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. At the foot of the throne, Jon Arryn held a roll of parchment, his expression grave but hopeful. Jaime Lannister lingered a little apart, golden hair catching the torchlight, standing near the place where Queen Cersei sat with her ladies. Robert sat upright, one hand gripping the armrest of the throne, the other wrapped firmly around the handle of his massive spiked iron warhammer. The weapon rested against the steel steps, a reminder of the men he had been on the battlefield. He glanced at John Aaron. Any petitions today? He asked. The old man gave a proud, almost relieved smile, and nodded. John looked down at the parchment, frowning at the first entry. He hesitated, his eyes flicking toward Robert as if to pass it over. Trust me, my lord, Robert said from the throne, nodding at his foster father. John inclined his head and announced in a clear voice, Your Grace, the small folk of Sowshorn have laid complaint against their liege lord, Harwin Longsword. They accuse him of reviving the outlawed custom of the first night. Robert's jaw tightened. He looked ahead and nodded at a gold cloak. Bring in the small folk and their lord, and I will hear what they have to say. The gold cloak bowed and departed. Moments later, the great doors groaned open. A handful of peasants were ushered in, heads bowed, a septon at their side. Behind them came Lord Harwin, armor polished but plain, his face set in a mask of forced humility. The small folk were pressed to their knees before the throne. Harwin bent low in a deep bow, holding it long enough to show respect, though his eyes flicked upward. He seemed almost relieved to see Robert seated there, as if expecting to win just by Robert being there. Robert caught the flicker of relief and raised an eyebrow. John Aaron's voice carried again, the petition states that Lord Harwin has taken brides from their beds on their wedding eve, against law and honor. They beg the Iron Throne for justice. Robert fixed his eyes on Harwin. You've heard the charge. What say you? The Lord bowed again, forcing a smile. The first night is an ancient rite, older than the Undulls. My grandsire claimed it, and so do I. As I understand, your grace may agree with such a custom. For a heartbeat Robert's face betrayed realization. John Aaron's hesitation, Harwin's confidence, it all stemmed from one fact. They know me as a womanizer. They think I'll go soft on him for it. Robert thought. Robert's eyes flicked toward Cersei. She looked bored, as if she already knew the outcome. The practice has been outlawed, Robert said, looking at Harwin. Harwin blinked, confused, then nodded quickly. It is, your grace. But I feed these people and protect them. I beg your pardon, but in the laws of gods and men, I deserve this. Robert looked down at the kneeling small folk. They trembled, eyes hollow, hope already gone. They knew who Robert was, and they believed themselves doomed. Robert gestured to the septon. Arise, septon. What say you? The old man stood, bowed once, and spoke with conviction, Your Grace, the first night is no right but a sin. The father judges it theft, the mother weeps for the bride defiled, and the maiden is shamed. The faith has long held it accursed, and the law of King Jaehaerys struck it down. To revive it is to spit upon gods and king alike. Some goldcloaks frowned at the septon's boldness, hands drifting to sword hilts. Robert waved a hand, and they relaxed. He turned back to Harwin. You hear the men of the gods. Do you spit upon me and the gods both? Harwin shook his head vigorously. It is these peasants who waste your time and strength, your grace, he said, pointing at the kneeling folk. Robert leaned back, wincing as the throne's steel lightly bit into him. He muttered under his breath, fucking Targaryens. He gripped his hammer in one hand, rested his face in the other, his elbow on the arm rest and drew a long breath. Ancient rite, you call it. I'll tell you of rites, Harwin. During the rebellion, I marched with men from every village in the Stormlands. They left wives and daughters behind, trusting their lords to keep them safe. A smile flickered across his face, but it soured into a frown. They bled for me, died for me. And what would they have thought, if they'd come home to find their daughters stolen in the night by the very men sworn to guard them? His voice rose, echoing off the hall. He glared down at Harwin. Cersei's eyes widened in surprise. John Aaron's face showed the same, though only briefly. Harwin dropped to both knees, hands clasped. See reason, your grace. These people are not worth your consideration. Robert scoffed. Reason. You dare speak of reason. You are a rapist who betrayed his own folk. His roar filled the chamber, and Harwin flinched, stumbling back. This is reason. Were this the battlefield, I'd smash your skull myself. But this is the king's hall, and you'll die by the king's justice. He raised his hammer slightly, then lowered it with finality. Take him to the headsman. Let the crows have what's left. The goldcloak seized Harwin. He kicked and screamed as they dragged him away. The peasants wept, pressing their faces to the stone. John Aaron rolled the parchment closed and bowed his head. Robert settled back onto the throne, his judgment delivered. The small folk were granted compensation from Harwin's coffers and dismissed. This is who I am. Robert thought. Had I not forgotten myself, I might have made a firmer decision with Elia and the dragon spawn. Hatred burned in his eyes. I will make the golden cunt look up at me the next we meet, he muttered low, glancing at John Aaron's proud expression and thinking of the golden warrior who had made him coward just 7 days ago. A/N, please leave your thoughts on the chapter. And Power Stones. Chapter 117, The Lecture That Broke a God. After Daphne dragged Eric back to Hades' castle, Luna and Daphne were giving Eric a lecture as he sat on the couch with them standing in front of him, their arms crossed. I would have expected these things from Lord Hades. Not you, Luna said with a small pout. Yes, you cannot meet with him any longer, Daphne said, nodding at Luna. They were insulting Hades more than they were chiding Eric. After 15 minutes of insulting Hades, disguised as lecturing Eric, Luna could be seen sitting on Eric's lap as Eric held Daphne by the waist to his other side, coaxing them both with kisses and promises. To the side, Hades sat with sunken cheeks as if he had not eaten in days, his eyes dead and expression lifeless. It was his idea, Hades muttered to himself again and again. Persephone giggled as she saw his state and held his face, giving him a kiss. It seems I will be the one pampering you instead of the one receiving the coaxing, Persephone said as Hades hugged her tightly. He tricked me, and now are chosen, these sweet girls think I am a pervert, Hades lamented as Persephone hugged him and gave him kisses and love to bring him out of despair. It started to work, and Hades got a little color back in his cheeks as he hugged his wife. You both are right. I should have stood my ground and not let him drag me with him, Hades heard Eric's words and he lost it. Hades stood up and pointed at Eric. How shameless can you be? It was your idea, he shouted with bloodshot eyes. Eric just held his girls and smirked. Don't listen to him, he is just sad he got caught, Eric said to Daphne and Luna, giving them a kiss on their cheeks. Daphne and Luna nodded and turned their heads to Eric. We believe you, they said together. An almost skeletal-looking Hades was dragged away by the giggling Persephone after those words were spoken. Eric, Luna, and Daphne laughed as they saw Hades' face before he was taken away. Now, tell me, love, where were you? Eric asked Daphne, who was resting her head on his shoulder. Daphne smiled and stood up before standing in front of Eric and Luna. She spread her hands, and her crown formed on her head as if molten gold reshaping itself. Her cloak formed around her as if rippling water. Eric and Luna looked at the transformation with grins on their faces. Now both my girls are angels, Eric said after the transformation was complete and kissed Daphne and Luna. Well, what pantheon was it? Luna asked after Daphne sat beside Eric again, with Luna once more in Eric's lap. Daphne grinned, still in her transformation, and explained the whole story to Eric and Luna. Eric frowned after Daphne told the whole thing. Did I ever make you feel inadequate? Eric asked her. Daphne shook her head and held his face in her hands. No, never. I just wanted to stand beside you, Daphne said and gave Eric a deep kiss to show her feelings to him. Eric locked eyes with her after the kiss was over. I am proud of you, he said with a smile. They stayed there for some time, enjoying each other's company and sharing their recent adventures. Should we apologize to Lord Hades? I think we went a little too far with the joke, Luna asked. He can take care of himself, Eric said with a shrug and waved his hand dismissively. Daphne and Luna looked at each other and giggled before giving Eric a kiss and going to console the half-dead and depressed Hades. Eric watched them go and got up. Let's see that flower Daphne mentioned, Eric muttered and went out. He stumbled into Hera along the way and greeted her with a polite smile. Lady Hera, it seems there is something in the place we met first. Would you like to check with me? Eric asked Hera. Hera frowned and reluctantly nodded after a minute. Hera snapped her fingers and they reappeared in the place she was punished at. Hera looked around and immediately saw what Eric was talking about and went up to the flower as if captivated by it. This. Hephaestus, she whispered and touched the flower gently. Eric was standing beside her and heard her whisper. My lady, he asked with a tilt of his head. My blood and tears. They reformed a part of his divinity, she said with hope in her eyes. All we need are his memories, she said and produced a portal beside her and plunged her hand into it, producing another flower from it. What is this? Eric asked, and she smiled, looking at the flower. You know what divine seeds are, right? She asked, and Eric nodded. These flowers are formed when a divine seed is nurtured. I made an avatar in a world in the waking world that worships Hephaestus and where everyone knows his full story, Hera said and glanced at Eric, who nodded at her to say he understood what she was talking about. They formed the divine seed that bloomed into this flower. However, they were not able to form him fully, Hera added. This flower has his memory and a part of his divinity. Eric asked, and Hera nodded. Eric smiled as he saw her nod. This is great. I hope you will be happy after this, Eric said. Hera patted Eric's head gently as she heard that. Thank you, child, she said. I saw Daphne has been blessed by them, Hera mentioned, gesturing to the portal to their side. Eric nodded and told her the story with a proud smile. If it were anyone not connected to you who had done that, they would be in grave danger, Hera said with a frown. Eric sighed. I thought the same thing as well. But I cannot chide her for this. She did this for me after all, he said. Hera smiled as she heard that. Aren't you dissatisfied with me? I am in love with 2 girls and you are the goddess of marriage, Eric asked her, more out of curiosity. Hera shook her head. The things I did, although inexcusable, were because my divinity was fundamentally broken because of what Zeus did to me to make me marry him, Hera said with a look of disgust. They love you and you love them. That is all that matters, Hera added. Are you better now? Eric asked her. Yes, I have healed with his death and the help of Prometheus, Hera said with a soft smile. I am happy for you, Eric said with a genuine smile. Thank you, Eric. You and the girls will always have my blessings for that, Hera said and patted Eric's cheek softly. Eric then glanced at the bigger flower. What do we need to do? He asked. Hera just merged the 2 flowers before stepping back. Wait. For about a year. She said. A/N, please leave your thoughts on the chapter. And leave those tasty power stones as well. Chapter 118, the one where Rimuru says, yo. The kids were told about the prom on Christmas Eve, and excitement and anticipation filled Hogwarts. However, as Eric and the group sat beside the Black Lake, Eric was getting looks from both his girls. Draco, who are you going with? Eric asked Draco. Draco glanced at Daphne. I asked Astoria, and she agreed, Draco said. Daphne just nodded with a smile. Good. I know you will take good care of my sister, she said. Draco gave a beaming smile at that. Always, he said with conviction. Calm down, Draco. You don't have a ring to show her after prom, do you? Eric teased, and Draco just smirked. Eric, who are you going to take? Draco asked Eric with the smile of a devil. Eric scowled at Draco. I will take both, of course. If they wish to. Eric said, looking at his girls. Daphne and Luna looked at each other and shrugged. I guess, Daphne said dismissively. I don't mind either, Luna said with the same expression. Eric looked at them. Please, don't force yourselves on my behalf. I can ask Harry or Ron. I am certain they are both available, Eric said. I am not interested in going with you. I just did not have time to sort out all those letters I got from girls to choose one, Ron said with a smug expression. That's because you just woke up, Eric retorted, earning a scowl from Ron and chuckles from their group. Eric then glanced at Harry, who was looking away from the hopeful gaze of Ginny and glancing at Ron with worry. Ron, what would you think if Harry asks Ginny? Eric asked directly. Harry and Ginny blushed at the question, and Ron shrugged. I trust him, Ron said, glancing at Harry. I guess you both are unavailable. Ars, my brother, you are my only hope, Eric muttered before looking at Ars and spreading his arms as if to give him a hug. Ars dodged the hug and gave a smug smile. I have asked Padma Patil, and she agreed, Ars said, his nose pointed up. Luna and Daphne giggled when they saw the sulking Eric return to his seat between them. They then leaned in and kissed his cheeks. I would be happy to go with you, Daphne said, and Luna nodded as well. I guess I don't need you guys anymore, Eric said smugly as he glanced at Ron, Harry, and Ars. Ron flipped him off, earning a slap on the head from Hermione, while Harry was busy exchanging glances with Ginny. If you will excuse me, I promised my date I would be meeting with her, Ars said, waving at the group. I think she is tolerating you because she wishes to spend time with Grub, Eric said with a smirk. Ars scoffed and kissed Grub's head after holding the spirit in his palm. Grub is the best wingman then, Ars said as he walked away. The group then scattered, while Harry and Ginny gave some excuses so they could stay and get some privacy. Harry turned to Ginny. Will, you go to the prom with me? He asked shyly. Ginny beamed and hugged Harry. Yes, she said and kissed his cheek before letting go and taking Pyra in her arms and holding her tight. Are you sure you don't just want to spend time with Pyra? Harry asked with a teasing expression. Do you want the truth? Ginny asked, holding Pyra close and giving Harry a smirk. Harry pretended to think for a moment before shaking his head. Ginny giggled and held his hand as they sat beside the lake and chatted for a bit. Meanwhile, with Eric. How about we go on that date I promised you? Eric asked Luna and Daphne as he held them by the waist. Luna and Daphne smiled. Where to? Daphne asked. How about a world under the Olympians or RA? Eric asked. Daphne shook her head. RA only has 7 worlds that are in the Dreamlands, she said. Luna had sprinkled some of the golden sand on Daphne in the waking world. So, now she had her full powers in the waking world as well. Well, there are a million worlds and countless universes under the Olympians. Which one should we go to? Luna asked. She placed a finger on Eric's forehead as images and information of different worlds passed through Eric's mind. I have a world. Can you ask Lord Hades to manipulate time in the world so we are not gone for days in our world? Eric asked Luna with a grin. Luna's eyes glowed for a second, and she nodded. Think of the world and location, Luna said and held Eric's hands. Eric did as he was told, and a few moments later, a portal was formed beside them. Chaya peeked from Eric's sleeve, and Noctel landed on Luna's shoulder. I think you should stay here, girl, Eric told Chaya, giving her a kiss on the head. Luna was doing the same with Noctel as well. The two protested a little but agreed after some time and sat in Eric's room as if sulking. Eric and Luna gave their companions one last kiss before the three entered the portal. In the world of that time I got reincarnated as a slime, after Rimuru basically gets the powers of Veldanava. The three exited the portal and appeared in a secluded area in a bustling town at night. The girls looked in surprise at the different kinds of species living together in harmony with each other. Why don't you both book a room in that inn over there? I will join you in a moment, Eric asked the girls as he sensed something. Do we have the money of this world? Daphne asked, and Luna extended her hand, and 3 pouches appeared in front of them. Hades is called the wealthy one as well, Luna said as she distributed the pouches between the 3. These pouches are basically endless, and you just need to think of the amount you want, Luna said and took out some gold coins from her pouch. You mean I won't need to work, ever? Eric asked Luna, giving her a kiss. I will take care of you, Luna said with a giggle. Luna and Daphne went to book the room, and Eric looked back. Come out, he said towards the darkness. An androgynous-looking person with silvery blue hair and deep sapphire eyes emerged from the shadows. Yo, I'm Rimuru, he said, extending his hand with a smile. Eric smiled back and shook his hand. I'm Eric, he said. So, what are 2 powerful gods and someone I cannot sense the strength of doing in my part of town? Rimuru asked directly. I just brought my girls for a date, Eric said with a shrug. Rimuru inclined his head towards Eric and nodded with a smile. Would you and the girls like to have dinner with me at the palace? Shuna made some grilled wyvern skewers today, Rimuru asked. Not today. I was thinking of exploring the town and the dungeon with the girls first, Eric shook his head. Rimuru shrugged. Give me a call when you wish, he said and walked away with a wave. Eric smiled and went to the inn and found their room. Luna and Daphne had booked their best room for a week, it was basically a luxurious house. He saw them enjoying some tea and cake as he entered the room. Let's go shopping for clothes after we eat, Daphne said. Eric and Luna nodded at that. A/N, let's set some chapters in the Tenshura world, I hope you like them. Leave your thoughts please. And before you go, leave the power stones behind. Chapter 119, Side Story, 4, White Harbor at Dawn. A long, narrow ship built for speed and grace, with polished cedar woodwork and deep orange and crimson sails emblazoned with the martel sun and spear sigil, docked at White Harbor in the early hours of the day. The longship had another vessel tied to it that looked ironborn in design, tethered for some reason. The ship was welcomed by Wyman Manderley and his eldest son Wylis Manderley, with important members of their household present, including Ser Marlon Manderley. After the docking process was complete, a colossal warrior in complete golden armor, carrying a halberd as big as himself, descended from the ship first. Despite having met R.A. before, Wylis still could not stop himself from taking a half-step back in sheer admiration of the warrior and the feats he had accomplished. Wyman Manderley saw his son reacting and placed a comforting but firm hand on his shoulder, whispering to him, "Stand straight, son." Wylis nodded and stood straight the next moment. After R.A., they saw a beautiful Dornish woman descend the ship. Wyman Manderley smiled as he heard someone mutter, "The Flower of Dorn" epithet was made for her. With Elia, her children descended as well, the 6-year-old Rhaenys and 4-year-old Aegon. The children had smiles on their faces as they took in the beautiful sight of White Harbor in the early morning. R.A. stood in front of Wyman and nodded his head. "It is a pleasure to see you again, my lord. It is a pleasant sight to see your city, made better by your presence," R.A. said as Wyman smiled jovially. "The pleasure is ours, friend." "It is a pleasant sight to see you return north," Wyman said with a hearty laugh and bowed slightly to Elia as she neared him and R.A. "Welcome to White Harbor, my lady." "It is a pleasure to see you walking our shores," Wyman greeted Elia, receiving a smile and a curtsy from her in return. "The pleasure is ours, my lord." "Thank you for such a warm welcome," Elia said. "Newcastle stands ready to offer you comfort. Rest here and let the sea wind soothe the weariness from the long journey," Wyman offered, smiling at the children as well and placing his hand briefly on their heads. R.A. and the family were welcomed to the castle, their arrival treated with happiness and courtesy. A feast was prepared for their arrival, with Wyman laughing and exchanging stories with R.A. and the family. "The easiest 14 ships and 1 war galley we ever got," Wyman said with a laugh as they talked about the time R.A. had helped with the Ironborn raid on Bear Island. They had taken a total of 21 ships and 1 war galley from the Ironborn. Ned had sold his share of the ships to the Manderleys at a low price and Ra's share at a fair price, giving Ra's share of the gold to R.A. With their own share for their contribution to the defense, the Manderleys had procured 14 ships and 1 war galley while Bear Island was given 7 ships. We couldn't do shit and just stood there as he did all the work, Wyla said with a laugh, gesturing to Ra. What's shit? Aegon asked Elia suddenly, making her glare at Marlon lightly. It's a bad word, little one. I am going to teach my son not to use it again, Wyman said with a laugh and slapped Marlon's back. Aegon giggled and went back to being fed by Ra in his lap while Rhaenys was pouting as she had to eat herself because she was big now, according to Elia. How about you get more comfortable, Sir Ra? You have my word you and yours are honored guests under my roof, Wyman asked Ra, who had not removed his helmet yet. Wyman dismissed the people who were not part of his family or Ra's, except his close servants and trustworthy men. Ra nodded and took off his helmet, placing it in Aegon's lap. The boy smiled and held the helmet by the horns as he was being fed by Ra. As I told you at the feast after the Ironborn raid, you should take your helmet off more, Wylis said with a chuckle. He had been part of the troops the Manderleys had provided as aid to Ned Stark alongside the ships. My son told me of your prowess at the raid. I admit it is still unbelievable and out of the realm of reality for me, Wyman Manderley said with a shake of his head. Ra shrugged at that and fed some food to the waiting Aegon. It was my duty, my lord, Ra said simply. Was it? Pardon me, but you are not from the Seven Kingdoms, are you? Wyman said. Marlon, Wylis and the men who had fought with Ra paused as they heard that question and seemed dissatisfied but did not voice or show their dissatisfaction. It was my duty to protect the innocent, my lord. I would not have interfered if it was a war of two armies and none of my loved ones were involved in it, Ra said simply. And he is my husband now, my lord. Am I not of the Seven Kingdoms? Elia said. She did not hide her dissatisfaction at Wyman's question. I apologize, sir, and my princess. I merely wish to ask of Ser Ra's convictions. Forgive me for any offense as it was the farthest from my intentions, Wyman said, and to his credit, Ra and Elia could sense he was truly apologetic. Ra and Elia accepted the apology with a nod and were shown to their rooms after the feast. They were given 2 rooms in the family wing, one for the kids and one for them, with guards and servants 1 call away. After escorting Ra and the family to their rooms, Marlon returned to Wyman and saw him sitting with Wylis and some of their trusted men. The room was silent and contemplative and the people in the room seemed to be in their own thoughts. They were brought out of them when they heard Marlon enter and shut the door behind him. Ah, Marlon. I hope our guests were satisfied with their accommodations. Wyman asked and Marlon nodded. The little boy gave me this as thanks for helping his father when he heard I had been with him during the defense of Bear Island, Marlon said, showing everyone a little wooden sword he had gotten from Aegon as a gift. The people in the room chuckled, their moods lifted and Marlon carefully tucked the little sword in his pocket. So the little ones see him as a father, Wyman muttered to himself in a low voice. No one heard his muttering. Father. Wylis said. He did not ask a question but there was one in his tone. I did not lie. I wish to ask of his convictions, Wyman said. You could have asked us, father. We fought with him. Well, he did most of the fighting, Wylis said, getting nods and hums from some men in the room. Wyman waved his hand. What's done is done. I have apologized and they accepted it, he said. It seems they were attacked by an Ironborn vessel on their way. The crew seems eager to join the watch and the ship is for us, Marlon said. We should offer gold for the ship anyway, Wyman said. A/N, a bonus chapter is thanks for all the support on this FIC by every one of the readers. The Power Stones though. Now. Chapter 120, Hades Warriors. Eric woke up in his room at the inn with Luna and Daphne in his arms and a pile of bags full of newly bought clothes in the room. The clothes in the Tanshura world were modern style, made with monster parts to give them their desired properties. Luna stirred in his arms and opened her eyes. She smiled at Eric and leaned in to give him a kiss. The time in the Tanshura universe had a different flow because of the request they made to Hades, so they did not visit the Dreamlands in their sleep. What should we do today? I just want to get more clothes for you. It was fun dressing you up last night, Luna whispered mischievously, kissing Eric's lips and neck. I don't think I will need more clothes for a few lifetimes, Eric whispered back as he stroked Luna's back. Let's go to the labyrinth today, Eric added. Daphne stirred lazily on Eric's other side and gave him a kiss before resting her head on his chest. What labyrinth? Daphne asked in a morning voice, still half asleep. Oh, the ruler of the city made a labyrinth in the city. It's pretty cool with monsters and treasures, Eric said. Luna and Daphne agreed, and the 3 got ready to go to the labyrinth after a bath. They were dressed more for a date than an expedition in the labyrinth, but they were powerful enough to justify that. They looked around the town and sampled some food before going to the labyrinth. Hello, we would like to explore the labyrinth, Eric said to the female hobgoblin receptionist politely, gesturing to him and the girls. Certainly, would you like to form an official party or are you already registered in the Adventurers Guild? The receptionist asked with a bow. We would like to form a new one, Eric said and was given a form to fill. What should the party name be? Eric asked as the three sat down and were filling up the forms. Let's go with Hades warriors as Lord Hades is the one who facilitated our trip here, Daphne suggested, and Luna nodded at that. Eric put in the party name and put himself as the warrior while Luna as the wizard and Daphne as the warrior mage. Thank you. I would recommend you all resurrection bracelets, they are free for the first time, and you would need to buy a new one for subsequent use, the receptionist said. I would like 3 of those. Do you have a permanent option? Eric asked, and the girl nodded and presented him with 3 beautiful bracelets. These are made from Magisteel and give you unlimited revivals, and you can teleport to safe zones with them as well, she said with a smile. Eric nodded and bought the bracelets for the 3 of them. He then gave some extra fee for the labyrinth exploration cards. They were given the bracelets and a steel card with the information of their party. You can sell any loot and monster cores to the merchants over there. I guarantee they will provide you with the best prices, the receptionist said as she pointed at some merchants. Yes, thank you for your help, Eric said, and the receptionist bowed with a smile. Shall we? Eric asked, looking at Luna and Daphne. Shouldn't we buy some weapons for you and me as you did put us as warriors? Daphne suggested. Eric shrugged and bought a Magisteel sword while Daphne got a Magisteel spear. They then nodded and entered the labyrinth. The first floor was a forest area with weak ogres and goblins in it. It seems the goblins formed in the labyrinth were different from the ones they had met in the town. Eric just waved his hand and cut the monsters by manipulating the air while Daphne collected the monster cores using a space-type magic. The 3 met some other adventurers who would nod at them and let them pass as they walked, thinking them an advance party. They found some treasure chests along the way that contained some silver or bronze coins. They did not take the coins and let them be. Should I just fight them with my spear to get some skill? Daphne asked. These monsters are weak anyway, go for it, Eric said, giving Daphne a kiss as she went in front to fight the monsters. Luna hugged Eric's arm as Daphne fought the monsters with her spear, and Luna and Eric followed her. Don't you want to fight, Angel? Eric asked Luna, and she just shook her head. I will just be using spells, and I can't get any practice on these weak monsters, Luna said. It took them 3 hours at most to reach the 10th floor and find the first boss room. You are learning fast, love. You are a natural with a spear, Eric complimented Daphne. Daphne beamed and kissed Eric. I think I hear a voice in my head that said, you have gained the spear skill and spatial manipulation skill. After I hear that, some spear moves and space-based spells just entered my mind, Daphne said. That is the voice of the world. It can grant you skills and spells and even abilities like parallel thinking, Eric explained with a nod. The spear moves and skills are helpful. I did get a lot of spells and knowledge about all sorts of spells and weapons when I was blessed, so the space abilities are not really helpful, Daphne said. Of course, love. All 3 of us were blessed by very powerful gods and full pantheons. I think there are things the voice of the world can learn from us, Eric said with a chuckle. And with Luna's golden sand, you both can use those abilities at full strength. I think we 3 can easily defeat avatars of some gods or even full gods in the waking world, Eric added. Luna and Daphne looked at each other as they heard that. I should go defeat the first boss, Daphne said after a minute, not knowing what to say. They entered the boss room and found an ogre lord there, wielding a massive sword and some lesser ogres standing around it. Daphne went ahead and took her time fighting the ogre. She only used her spear for defense and concentrated on defending herself from the strikes of the ogres and ogre lord she was getting from all angles. You have gained the extra skill, Spear of Light. You have gained the extra skill, Sage. Daphne heard in her head, and her spear tip glowed with a light golden as she concentrated on her first skill. She channeled some of her magical energy to her brain and found the movement of the ogres felt like slow motion to her. The next instant Daphne became a blur and the heads of the ogre lord and his minions were severed with a clean cut. She then waved her hand and collected the magic core of the monsters. Daphne smiled and went over to Eric with her hands behind her back. Eric cupped her face and gave her a kiss. Remind me not to piss you off when you have a spear in hand, Eric said, making Daphne giggle and give him another passionate kiss. The party saw a door open after the boss was defeated and entered it to find a small town on the other side. They saw their bracelets that had, "First Safe Zone" added, written on it. It seems we can now enter this safe zone whenever we want, Eric said. Let's have some food there and enjoy ourselves for a bit, Eric added and led the party to a restaurant area in the safe zone. Would you like a private sitting area? A waiter asked and led them to a curtained room after Eric nodded. The 3 sat in the private room with Luna on Eric's lap and Daphne being held by Eric as they fed each other and exchanged stories and jokes. A/N, give me some suggestions of characters and places you want Eric and the girls to interact with. And power stones, now. Hand 'em over. Chapter 121, Side Story, 5, The Father They Have. The following morning, R.A. and his family joined the Manderleys for a shared breakfast. Lord Wyman Manderley, having reduced the serving staff to only the most trustworthy individuals, ensured that only his family and the people who had fought with R.A. were present. "You did not have to inconvenience yourself on my behalf, my lord," R.A. said to Wyman with a slight nod. "Consider it an apology for my crude words last night," Wyman replied with a chuckle and a characteristic wave of his hand. R.A. accepted the apology gracefully. The seating arrangement at the table was a source of great amusement. Rhaenys, with her usual determination, had secured her seat on Ra's lap before Elia could even notice, and she was now molding his face into different shapes. Aegon, meanwhile, had to sit with the smiling Elia, who was feeding him while trying to contain her amusement at the situation. "Sir R.A., it seems some friends from Bear Island will be coming to give you a visit," Marlon Manderley said, with a letter in his hand. R.A. tilted his head curiously, but then simply nodded, as he could see for himself who would be arriving. After breaking their fast, R.A. carried Aegon on his shoulders and Rhaenys in his arms, as they both wanted to get a better view of the exquisite sculptures of mermaids and mermen carved into the walls of the castle. "You spoil them too much," Elia said with a soft smile as she walked beside R.A. "Not much time before we start training them, then they will hate me," R.A. said with a chuckle. "No, I will never hate Papa," Rhaenys protested immediately, and Aegon nodded his vigorous support as well. R.A. and Elia chuckled together as they stood by the harbor, awaiting the arrival of their friends from Bear Island. R.A. put the children down just as they saw a ship bearing the proud sigil of a black bear in a green wood approaching the dock. R.A. smiled under his helmet when he saw Midge and Daisy Mormont descending the ship. Midge had a one-handed battle-axe on her belt, while Daisy wore a long sword. The mother and daughter smiled and approached Ra's family as soon as they saw them. "Could see you shining gold from Bear Island," Midge said with a laugh. "It is a pleasure to see you, Princess Elia," Midge then greeted Elia with a formal bow. Daisy did the same and offered a warm smile to R.A. "We heard you would be arriving at White Harbor and came here to thank you for the gifts," Daisy explained, gesturing to the sword and the axe she and her mother carried. "You could have sent a letter instead of making such a long trip and inconveniencing yourselves," R.A. said with a shake of his head. "We also wish to thank you for the help you gave our island. The ships and steel have truly changed our lives," Midge said, her expression sincere as she raised her hand to pat Ra's chest plate. "This ship was on its way for trade some fur and timber, and that is entirely because of your aid," Midge added, pointing at the vessel they had arrived in. "Did you help Papa when he was fighting the bad people?" Aegon asked innocently, looking up at the women. "Your Papa here did most of the work himself, little one," Daisy said as she crouched to Aegon's level and smiled at the boy. Aegon nodded as if this information was now obvious, drawing a chuckle from the women. "Welcome, my ladies. I hope the journey was not of much inconvenience," they heard Wyman's voice boom. Daisy got up to give Wyman a bow and greeted him alongside her mother. "Not at all, my lord." "It is a pleasure to see you," Midge said. "The honor is all mine, my lady. My son tells me of your character and prowess. I hope to host you at the new castle," Wyman said, with unconcealed admiration in his eyes. Midge and Daisy looked at each other before they accepted the generous offer with a shrug. They were then led to Wyman's solar, where R.A. took off his helmet so they could have a more intimate talk. "It is good to see your lands prospering," Wyman said with a jovial smile to Midge. "It would have not been possible without your help, my lord," Midge said. "We are all loyal vassals of the Starks, my lady." "It was my duty to help," Wyman said with a familiar wave of his hand. Wyman then gestured to some wine. "Please, help yourselves. Princess Elia brought this wine from Dorne." "Don't blame me if I finish all of it," Midge said, drawing a chuckle from Wyman. "We have more wine, please take some with you to Bear Island as a gift," Elia offered as she and Daisy chatted. "Thank you, Princess. I hope the North does not cause you discomfort," Daisy said. "I find the North has its own beauty, and the children will learn much from Lord Stark," Elia said with a soft smile as she watched the kids playing nearby with R.A. "He is good with the children," Daisy said, matching Elia's gentle smile. "Yes, he is the father they have. And I thank the gods for that," Elia replied, and Daisy ignored the deeper implication of her words with a small, knowing chuckle. They chatted and drank for a little longer while R.A. entertained the kids. R.A. and Elia agreed to stay another night as they genuinely liked the company of the Mormonts. They explored White Harbor for the rest of the day, as Elia shopped for some gifts to give Robb and baby Sansa. At night, R.A. tucked the kids in the bed and kissed their foreheads before returning to his room. "Did they ask you for a story today?" Elia asked R.A. as he entered the room. "They did, and fell asleep just as I started," R.A. said with a chuckle as he began to get ready for bed. "Don't get your clothes for bed yet. You have work to do," Elia said with a seductive smile. "As my lady commands," R.A. said before giving Elia a passionate kiss. A/N, how about you give me your thoughts on the chapter while they break the bed? And power stones, all of them, right here right now, no excuses, gimme. Chapter 122, A Little Glimpse. A/N, I updated the images of Hera, Hades, Persephone, Hestia, R.A., Luna, and Fleur. Check them out. After the first checkpoint, Hades' warriors moved to the deeper floors. The environment was a cavern with large trees that seemed to touch the sky and thick foliage. Bioluminescent fungi gave the environment a green glow that would have made some things hard to notice for other individuals. Daphne became a blur, and the body of an insect-type monster fell on the ground. Luna made a disgusted expression and climbed on Eric's back. "You have to carry me from here, until these insects go away," Luna said, hugging Eric's neck. "Daphne will be doing the fighting this floor anyway," Eric said with a shrug and smile as he felt Luna kiss his cheek. They heard a buzzing sound as they moved a little deeper into the floor. A swarm of wasps could be seen approaching them from a distance. Daphne grinned and glanced at Eric, getting a thumbs up from him. Daphne crouched and concentrated on the wasps. She moved the spear tip to her side, and with a powerful leap, she launched herself at the wasps. She did not use her technique to cover the spear tip with light, she was concentrating on honing her movements this round. The magisteel spear became a blur. She spun the spear in tight, overlapping arcs, creating a whirlwind that deflected the wasps' bodies and snapped their stingers. It was pure, instinctual defense, a dazzling dance of offense and evasion. She had to move her body in sync with the weapon, twisting, pivoting, and stepping with impossible grace as she used her sage skill that the wasps were trying to interfere with by creating a sonic pressure from their wings that would have disrupted the magical energy in her body and in the environment. "You have gained the extra skill, Nile Water Spear Dance." Daphne smirked as she heard the voice of the world in her mind, and spear techniques and body movements flooded her mind. Her form and demeanor changed as she swiped and thrust her spear in precise arcs that killed a greater amount of wasps with every swipe and thrust as her body moved at an impossible angle and flowed like water. It did not take much time for her to kill all the wasps, and she waved her hand lightly to store all the monster cores in the pouch. "I love the grin on your face." It was equal parts bloodthirsty and pretty, Eric said with a grin of his own. Daphne blushed as she heard Eric and swatted his chest lightly. She then moved near Eric and gave him a kiss. "I think a spear is a good weapon for me," she said, breaking the kiss but still just an inch away from Eric's face, and kissed him again. They broke their kiss after some time. "Am I going to get this treatment every time you improve?" Eric asked with a grin. He would have held her by the waist and kissed her deeper if he were not holding Luna right now. "No, you just have to move closer," Daphne said with a giggle, and started moving again. The labyrinth floors had some traps, but the party just used an advanced version of the Aberto spell periodically to avoid them. "You could have just asked," Eric whispered to Luna as they moved. "Asked what?" Luna asked innocently, burying her face in Eric's neck. "I know you are not scared of insects, Angel," Eric whispered with a grin. "You should just pick me up all the time so I don't have to ask," Luna whispered in Eric's ear, and started kissing his cheek and neck. Eric chuckled and shook his head as they moved lower through the labyrinth levels. "Can these skills and the voice of the world even help us? I did improve my spear technique faster, but I could have just destroyed the monsters with a wave of my hand," Daphne asked. As if to prove that, she waved her hand, and a swarm of giant bees were killed and their cores collected. "As you said, it will help you improve your spear skills. This world has a class of higher skills that are called unique, ultimate, and origin skills," Eric started explaining, and even Luna leaned in to listen. "In the end, we can use someone's help to assort all our magics and divine powers into skills. I am sure we all can get at least one origin-level skill. And if we all get sage-type skills and evolve them, we will be able to harness all our powers at near-perfect efficiency and control," Eric added. "How powerful are these origin skills?" Daphne asked after digesting the information. "Simply godlike. And we have actual divine energy as well, so I think our skills will basically make us gods in the waking world," Eric replied with a shrug. "Then we can use divine seeds to be able to contend with the gods in the dreamlands as well," Eric added. "Why do we even need such power?" Daphne asked as she stopped and faced Eric. "I told you, we will live long lives, longer than even some gods. No matter what we do, if we stay mortal, we will not be able to handle immortality. Gods are fundamentally different, they can sense their followers, grant them miracles, or just look at a rock for an eternity as they think of how the cosmos works. They can love forever as if on the first day," Eric explained and leaned in to kiss her forehead gently. Daphne thought about it for a bit as Eric waited patiently. She then leaned in and cupped Eric's face. "As long as I can love you forever," she whispered to him before giving him a peck on the lips. "For eternity," Luna echoed as well and got down from Eric's back to give him a kiss as well. "How about we go explore this world outside the labyrinth for a little bit? We can come back to this floor whenever we want," Daphne asked, and Eric and Luna nodded. They appeared in a secluded area on the first floor and exited the labyrinth through the door so the managers of the labyrinth don't presume them lost in the labyrinth, as death is not really an option in the labyrinth. The receptionist greeted them with a bow. "May I see your party panel, please?" she asked. Eric shrugged and handed her the steel panel. 11 floors in such a short time. Impressive. Would you be comfortable with us broadcasting your progression of the labyrinth? You will get a cut of the earnings and a celebrity party status if people like your progress, which I am sure they will, the girl asked with enthusiasm in her eyes. Eric glanced at Luna and Daphne, who shook their heads. Thank you for the offer. But we must decline, Eric said, and the girl handed him the panel back and bowed. I understand. I hope I did not inconvenience you, she said, and the party just chuckled and thanked her before leaving. A/N, gimme reviews and your thoughts on the chapters please. Oh. And. You got any power stone? Leave them here before you go, now. Chapter 123, Guides of Tempest. Just as the party exited the labyrinth area, a man flickered into existence in front of them. He had blue hair tied in a ponytail, calm black eyes, and a curved horn protruding from his forehead. He stood in front of them calmly and respectfully, and gave them a bow. I am Sui. Lord Rimuru has asked me to act as your guide during your stay. If you require anything, speak, and I will see it done, he said directly and calmly, almost bordering on indifferent. Eric raised an eyebrow at the sudden greeting but nodded after a second. Now that I think about it, he is like an ideal guide, Eric thought. Thank you, Sui. I am Eric. Do you have any recommendations for places to visit? Eric asked. Luna and Daphne shrugged. Yes, I see you are exploring the city and labyrinth at your own pace, so I will go broader in for the options, Sui started with a nod. El Dorado, it's a city of brilliance where everything feels deliberate. Leon Cromwell rules there, and every stone in the city is placed according to his plan. If you want refinement, that's where you'll find it, Sui said, gesturing southwest. To the east lies the beast kingdom of Eurasania, where strength and tradition define daily life. The ice continent has a beauty of its own, it is harsh but quiet in the best way, Sui added with a shrug. And then there is the central world, mostly humans, crowded cities, old kingdoms, and interesting customs. There you can find a little bit of everything, Sui finished. Eric nodded and glanced at Luna and Daphne. Both shrugged and left the decision to Eric. There are different realms here as well, right? Eric asked, and Sui nodded. Yes, the demon realm, the spirit realm, the elemental realms, Sui counted some of them and glanced at Eric. Is there a way to visit the demon realm? Eric asked Sui. Luna and Daphne also seemed interested in that realm. Give me a moment, Sui said and flickered away. He is moving through the shadows, as if every shadow in this world had a connected dimension, Daphne commented. Yes, this world has magic in every aspect of it, Eric said, gesturing around him. He waved his hand and the air shimmered with blue particles, showing the magical energy flowing in the air. There is a way. I apologize if you find it annoying, Sui said with genuine guilt in his eyes as he flickered in front of them again. Lord Rimuru has commanded me to help his new friends and I will not disappoint, came a smooth voice beside Sui, as Diablo appeared beside him with a laugh. Diablo tilted his head as he saw Eric in the group. How fascinating, he muttered. He leaned in towards Eric and started examining him from every angle. You are different. I cannot gauge the strength of any of you. And this magic, it's golden, Diablo started muttering to himself. Sui sighed and held Diablo by the collar, and pried him away from Eric. You step out of line again, and I will tell Lord Rimuru, Sui said in his usual bored tone. But, they. As expected of Lord Rimuru, only he can have such fascinating friends, Diablo started to argue but nodded with a smile on his face. He did warn us, Luna giggled and hugged Eric's arm. Please, follow me. I will open a rift to the demon realm and serve as your guide, Diablo said with a laugh and a bow. Can you just give me a sense of the energy of the place? Daphne asked Diablo. Diablo scratched his head but then nodded with a shrug, and did as was told. Daphne sensed the energy and moved her hand in an arc, forming a portal beside them. Thank you for your help, we can go on from here, she said and held Eric's hand with a smirk as they moved towards the portal. Please take this thread with you. Say my name if you wish to communicate with me. I will not be able to see or hear anything you do not wish me to, Sui said and handed Eric a thread. Eric shrugged and tied the thread on his wrist before thanking Diablo and Sui, and entering the portal with Luna and Daphne. They saw a sky full of violet-black clouds in a realm of demonic and chaotic energy as they entered the portal. Eric looked around and saw he was standing in a ruin made of black stone. How are you going to thank me for saving you? Daphne asked with a giggle as she closed the portal behind her. Eric went up to Daphne and held her tightly by the waist before giving her a deep and passionate kiss. Their tongues intertwined as Eric placed one hand behind her neck and moved his fingers in a circle, and his other hand was placed on her waist, holding her firmly. Daphne became breathless after Eric broke the kiss, but not from a lack of oxygen. Is that thanks enough? Eric asked. Daphne just held him closer. No, but I will manage for now, she said, stealing more kisses from him. Meanwhile, with Sui and Diablo. Sui let out a deep sigh and glared at Diablo, who was still in his own world and inspecting the place where Daphne had created the portal. "Come on, Diablo, we should tell Lord Rimuru of the great job you have done," Sui said with a twitching lip, still glaring. "Yes, we did as he told, and I did not even need to part with them for long. I do regret not getting an opportunity to see their magic further, but I can just ask our lord how it works," Diablo said with a laugh and a smug expression. "You did what?" Rimuru asked in utter shock as a kneeling Sui told him what had happened, with a still smug Diablo beside him. "We did as you told, my lord, and with pure efficiency," Diablo said, oblivious to the depressed face of Rimuru and the darkening smile of Shuna, who was standing behind Rimuru. "How could I have been so short-sighted? I should have sent Testarossa or literally any other demon," Rimuru started muttering to himself and stared drawing circles on the ground. "Sir Diablo," Shuna said in a sweet voice. Diablo tilted his head at her, glancing at the depressed Rimuru. "Do you think leaving Lord Rimuru's friends alone in a completely different dimension is efficient?" she asked in her sweet tone, but her eyes were devoid of any emotion. "They told me I do not need to go with them," Diablo said in confusion. "Because you acted like a creep, you fool," Rimuru shouted, getting up and pointing at Diablo. Diablo took half a step back and put a hand on his chest as if he was hurt. "My lord," he asked in a shaky voice. "Sit," Rimuru commanded, and Diablo immediately sat in a Dajiza position. "Why are you such a weirdo? Do you know what personal space is? How will I look them in the eye and talk to them after what you did?" Rimuru started lecturing Diablo, who got more and more depressed at every word and clutched his chest tighter as if every word Rimuru spoke was like a dagger piercing his heart. Cheyenne and Benimaru entered the room and heard the lecture as it was going on. "I am clearly the better secretary, so he should have sent me," Cheyenne said smugly as Benimaru looked at her with a neutral expression and shook his head. After the lecture was over, Rimuru stood there huffing for air, even though he did not need to breathe. While Diablo lay sprawled on the ground with sunken cheeks and dead eyes looking at the sky. "Should I go as a guide for your new friends?" Shuna asked, and Benimaru offered himself as well. "No, they can handle themselves," Rimuru said, shaking his head. Diablo gritted his teeth and started getting up from the ground with effort. His form still seemed skeletal, though. "Don't follow me for at least 2 days," Rimuru ordered and walked away with the others. Behind Rimuru, a stone statue could be seen with a horrified expression and a hand outstretched, reaching for his lord. A/N, please leave your thought and reviews. Power Stones, leave now. Please, because I love you. Chapter 124, Figuring Out the Fold. The three looked around the demon realm and saw conflicts and fights breaking out all around them. The demons would manipulate the energy of the realms with mere gestures and hurl spells at each other with the ease of breathing. "Magic is like a part of them, and they control it as if moving a limb," Daphne commented as she saw the demons. "They are spiritual life forms, after all," Eric said with a nod, and drew some runes in the air in front of him, Daphne, and Luna. The runes shimmered and formed a barrier around the three of them. "Now they won't be able to see or sense us," Eric said, and the three started flying in a random direction to explore the realm. Just as they started flying, some things became clear to them. The rules of existence were fundamentally different in the demon realm. There were spires, structures, and full cities in the demon realm, but they made no sense. The geometry of the structures was not even connected. They defied their own positioning, coming in and out of the dimension as if they were in flux at all times. Mid-flight, Daphne held Eric and Luna's hands and stopped concentrating on flight, relying on them both to carry her. Eric and Luna stopped and looked at Daphne as she moved her eyes in all directions, her brows furrowed in confusion. "What is it, love?" Eric asked her. Daphne did not answer and just started muttering to herself and making calculations as she looked at the structures in the realm. Eric frowned and moved closer to her. He extended his hand and covered her eyes. A rune formed in his other hand that he used to hold her. The rune on his other hand stopped her magic perception and blocked all her magic-based senses. "Better?" Eric asked her, holding her tightly. Daphne nodded. "I was using the sage skill to figure out the working of this realm," Daphne said, chewing on her bottom lip. "Figuring out this realm is like holding water in a fist," Eric said, caressing her back soothingly. "We cannot figure out this realm yet because we have an idea of how reality works and how things should be," Eric started explaining gently as Luna also held Eric and listened carefully. "We know if we take a step forward, we will move towards the direction we are stepping towards. And this realm scoffs at that notion," Eric explained and removed his hand from Daphne's eyes, allowing her to see. Daphne blinked, just looking at Eric for some time before slowly wandering her eyes over the dimension. "So, I just don't try to make sense of this place and it will make sense?" Daphne asked. Eric tilted his head before just shrugging. "Pretty much. Just walk where the ground feels solid and don't look back," Eric said. Daphne and Luna giggled before nodding. Daphne then looked to the side and saw a city floating in the distance. She held Eric and Luna's hands. "Just follow my lead for a minute," she said, and they nodded. Daphne then led Eric and Luna towards a direction to her right and led them at a certain angle. A moment later, they found themselves in the city, standing on a street with buildings and spirals all around them. Daphne raised her hands and cheered lightly. "You figured out the fold of space?" Eric asked, and Daphne nodded. "You can praise me and bow to me now," she said smugly. "Your lucky smugness looks good on you," Eric said, making Daphne blush and hit his arm. Eric and Luna looked around the city and just sighed and looked at Daphne. "Lead the way," Eric said, giving up as soon as he started. They gave up because as they looked ahead, a building leaned inward, yet its shadows stretched away. And to the side, a tower loomed above, though its base was nowhere to be found. Nothing made fucking sense. "Where do you wish to see?" Daphne asked as she held their hands with a smile. "Let's explore that spiral building over there. I see there is fighting going on there," Eric said, pointing ahead. Daphne nodded and took 2 steps back and 1 to the right, followed by Luna and Eric. Just at that moment, their vision changed and they were in front of a spiral where 2 archdemons were fighting. One of them looked like a woman with pale skin, red hair, and horns protruding from her shoulders. The other was a male-looking demon with red skin, a bulky physique, black hair, and horns protruding from his chest and back, bending towards the ground. They seemed to be working together as they attacked a silver, shining fox that was starting to disperse in silver particles. Luna and Daphne glanced at Eric, who nodded at them. They both transformed just as Eric nodded. Luna grew 6 wings formed on her back. Her middle wings glowed in starlight as she raised her hand. The male demon took a step back and let out a scream as his own horns turned into skeletal hands with black energy covering them. The hands wrapped themselves around the throat and hands of the demon, restraining him and blocking his spells. To Luna's side, Daphne transformed as well. Her crown and cloak covered her as she raised her hand. The female demon was Daphne's target, and she yelped and stepped back as her hair turned molten gold and extended around her body. The demon flailed her hands in all directions, trying to fight her own hair, but they wrapped themselves around her and bound her hands and feet, blocking her magic. Eric moved to protect the silver fox, covering her in his energy and trying to heal her. It was too late, as even before they had reached the location, the fox was disintegrating away into motes of silver light. Eric took out a vial from his pouch and bit his finger as some blood seeped from his finger and covered the vial, forming a rune around it. Eric held the little tail of the fox that had still not disintegrated, and held it in his palm as a force was created from his palm, attracting the energy that had dispersed and covering itself around the tail and forming a sphere around it. Eric chanted spells and whispered in parcel tongue as the sphere was stored in the vial. Eric sighed and got up. He saw Luna and Daphne looking to him with worry, and Eric shook his head. "We were too late." "I did what I could," Eric said and showed them the vial. "We can find a way to reform it when we go back," Eric assured the girls, and they nodded at him. Luna and Daphne made a pulling motion, and the demons were moved to face them and forced onto their knees. "Explain," Eric said simply as he stood in front of the demons. "What is there to explain? All the primordials have left this realm, and that was a new one that was in its initial stage of formation." "Were we supposed to let that happen?" the female demon said as if it was obvious. Eric tilted his head. He had read the Tenshura light novel in his previous life, so he had some idea of how they worked. "Sui, please tell Diablo to come find us," Eric said, forming a connection through the thread Sui gave him and temporarily made himself visible to just Diablo so he could sense and find him. It did not even take a second, and a disheveled-looking Diablo appeared in front of them. "Finally, I have been trying to find you for all this time," Diablo said, adjusting his gloves and clothes to at least look a little presentable. "Never mind, found him," Eric said, forming the connection again. A/N, give me your thoughts on the chapter and reviews on the FIC please. And Power Stone, now. Chapter 125, Observer, the first step. "And why have you been looking for us?" Eric asked. He glanced at the other 2 demons and saw them trying to make themselves as small as possible with looks of despair in their eyes. "I thought you may need help and requested leave from my lord for 2 days, Diablo said with a laugh and a grin. Eric looked at Diablo with thinned lips and a deadpan look. "Right," Eric said and shrugged, already having a guess of what had happened. Eric then showed Diablo the vial and gestured to the archdemons. "Guess," Eric said. Diablo looked at the demons and then inspected the vial closely before snarling. Such great potential, and it was snuffed out by 2 lowly archdemons. "After maturation, it would have made a good servant for my lord," Diablo said, glaring at the 2 demons. "I heard you demons regenerate after death. Do I let the energy disperse so it may reform again?" Eric suggested. "No, it will not help. This one seems different," Diablo said with a shake of his head. "To think one of my own line was responsible for this," Diablo muttered, glancing at the black-haired demon. "Well, what can we do now?" Eric asked. "I will give these 2 an appropriate punishment, and I am sure my lord can do something with this," Diablo said, glancing at the demons then gesturing to the vial. I have my own methods for this. Just deal with the demons as you see fit, Eric said, putting the vial in his pouch before taking some energy from both the archdemons and storing it. I trust you will give a fitting rebirth to Argent, Diablo muttered before picking up the demons by the collar and vanishing. Argent? Daphne asked. Their names are based on their colors in French. So, the silver one should be called Argent, Eric explained. Diablo returned after Eric finished his sentence, and no one asked what happened to the demons. What would you like to explore now? Diablo asked after returning. Well, I have the magical energy of two of the color types, red and black. I wish to collect samples of others as well, and then we will return to explore the labyrinth a little more, Eric said. Why do you wish to collect the 7 demonic energies? Diablo asked, tilting his head. I will research them to help Argent, Eric said with a shrug. Diablo nodded and snapped his fingers. 7 lesser demons appeared in front of them. They looked like hounds and did not seem to have much intelligence. These are lesser demons of each kind. You can use them as a replenishing source of energy instead of taking samples from each type, Diablo said and formed 7 transparent spheres in front of him to store the 7 demons. I based these spheres on the core of Charybdis my lord acquired. They should suffice in storing these demons alive, Diablo explained. Thank you, Eric thanked Diablo and stored the spheres, which were glowing in 7 different colors now. Just, spare a word on my behalf when you talk to my lord, please, Diablo said with a rare, nervous smile. Deal, Eric said with a smile. If you may, love, Eric asked Daphne, and she formed a portal beside her, leading to the 11th floor of the labyrinth. The 3 then entered the portal, giving Diablo a wave. Well, let's explore further, Daphne commented before killing some monsters with her spear just as they appeared in the labyrinth. The further floors were a breeze, as expected. Daphne would charge at any monster she came across and either kill it in one shot or take her time if she had a technique in mind she wanted to perfect. Eric also joined in after a little, cutting down giant wolves, rock golems, shadow bats, and poison spiders with a swing of his sword at first. But then he started making runic circles around the monsters and began experimenting with performing complex rituals mid-battle. The magic in the air gets thicker the deeper we go, and there is even a magical signature to it, Luna commented. Yes, all this magic is formed from the aura of a true dragon, Veldora, Eric answered with a nod. Would this dragon be a challenge to us? Daphne asked, she seemed a little bored by this point. I don't know about a challenge, but he will certainly be interesting to fight, Eric said with a chuckle, poking Daphne's nose. The party then moved to the boss room on the 20th floor to find an evil centipede guarding the floor. All yours, Daphne said, nudging Eric. Eric moved towards the centipede and took out his wand, for the first time in this world. He made a circle with his wand as the ground around the centipede was transfigured and formed a ritual circle around it. The circle glowed, and the centipede disintegrated in a moment, leaving behind some materials. A magic core and a scroll were left behind in the ritual circle. The core was stored in their pouch while Eric picked up the scroll. See. This monster is known for its poison and regeneration. I isolated the regeneration factor and formed it into a skill scroll, Eric commented, showing the scroll to Luna and Daphne. Will this scroll work in our world if we give it to a friend? We have better regeneration than this, so I don't think we will need it, Luna asked. Yes, this scroll will change their bodies in a way they will be able to regenerate from wounds. Eric nodded. Floor 20 save point added, their bracelets showed the message as they entered the door that had appeared after they defeated the Floor 20 Guardian and emerged on Floor 21. From Floor 21, Eric took the lead to practice his ritual magic. You have gained the extra skill, Quick Inscription. You have gained the extra skill, Circle Stabilization. Eric heard the voice of the world in his mind, and some information regarding the formation of ritual circles entered his mind. Quick Inscription has the function of forming the ritual circles, and Circle Stabilization has the function of repairing any flaws when forming a ritual circle. Eric shook his head. These levels of skills are not really giving me anything new, he thought. The Floor 30 boss was a group of ogre lords led by an ogre mage. How about after I defeat them we come back for when they respawn and you can get some training with them as well? Eric asked Daphne. I am sure we will get groups like this in the lower floors, Daphne said with a shrug. Eric nodded and waved his wand in a circle, as he did before. He was not really fighting the bosses, he would just form the ritual circles outside their range and defeat them before they even got ready to fight him. So we got Ogre Strength, Minion Summoning, and Observer, Eric said, looking at the various skill scrolls he got. Observer seems to be a sage-type skill. I think we all should integrate this scroll, Eric added, looking at Daphne and Luna. The girls nodded, and Eric used the scroll on all 3 of them. These skills are what we really want, Eric said with a grin. A/N, please give me your thoughts and reviews on the chapter. If you go on my profile or search Game of Thrones, Raw's Journey on web novel you will see I have compiled all the GOT chapters in that separate FIC. This is because someone told me when I upload a side chapter in a completely different world it can be jarring, which I understand. So, I will be uploading side story chapters here as usual, but you don't need to read them here if you find the shift to be confusing, and you can just read the chapters there all as once when we reach the GOT world in the main story as well. Power stones, though. I'ma need them now. Chapter 126, Inside Architect. Floor 31 was eerie and dark, with low lighting and a cold environment. I can detect traps all around us, Eric muttered and waved his hand, transfiguring the ground around the triggers of the traps so they did not get triggered when they stepped on them. They saw a pack of shadow wolves stalking them in the distance. They are supposed to roam in packs of 6 at the highest, but here we have a pack double that size, Eric observed and shrugged. Let's try something new, love. You fight these monsters while I form rituals around them. I will try and perform rituals on them as you are in combat with them, Eric said to Daphne. Daphne nodded and stepped forward, her spear in hand. Her spear tip lit up in a golden light as she charged at the wolves. The shadow wolves had the ability to sink into the shadows and turn intangible briefly to avoid attacks and execute sneak attacks. Daphne activated the observer skill and sage skill at full strength. She then sent out periodic bursts of magic from her body to sense the environment around her. She used both those skills to filter the large amount of information she was getting. Just behind her, Eric took out his wand and formed complex magic circles in the area. As Daphne damaged any wolf, the blood was soaked by the magic circle. No matter what the wolves did, Daphne made short work of them, as she would just appear in front of a wolf whenever it exited the shadows, her spear ready to impale it. It took mere minutes to kill the whole pack even as Daphne was taking her time to improve her spear skills. Stay there, love, Eric told her after she killed all the wolves. Daphne tilted her head but then shrugged and stood in the middle of the ritual circle littered with monster cores and skill scrolls. Request to merge, sage, and observe received. Daphne heard the voice of the world in her mind and smiled as she realized what Eric was doing. Denied. Shadow merge skill sacrificed. As Daphne heard that, she saw several skill scrolls that were around her disappear. Thought communication skill sacrificed. Another batch of skill scrolls disappeared. Request granted. Unique skill, Inside Architect formed from the fusion. Daphne heard in her mind, and she could feel her perception and mental capacity increase by a large margin as the world around her seemed to slow down. She could see the world in great detail as if every secret in every corner of it lay bare before her. During this process, a large amount of magical energy escaped the ritual circle and entered her body to facilitate the formation of the skill. A skill scroll floated in front of Daphne and opened, the runes and words written on it dissolving and turning into magical energy to facilitate the next step. Think of the ability you just gained, love, as if you wish to write it on this scroll. Daphne heard Eric's voice and thought of the information she had gained about the new skill, Inside Architect. Slowly, words and runes started forming on the scroll as Daphne used the skill itself to make a copy of it. Some other skill scrolls scattered around also opened and merged with the one floating in front of her, as the monster cores also dissolved into pure energy to facilitate the process. It took half an hour, and the skill scroll was formed, shining blue in color and floating in front of her. Daphne broke her concentration and let out a breath. You did great. She looked ahead and saw Eric looking at her with affection, holding her cheek. Daphne smiled and leaned in to place a tender kiss on Eric's lips. Eric took the scroll after the kiss ended and saw Luna standing beside him. Come, Angel, Eric said, holding Luna's hand and making the skill scroll float between them. They both put their magic into the skill scroll as it glowed a bright blue. Unique skill, Inside Architect acquired. They both heard in their minds and felt the world around them in a vastly different way, as if it was much larger than before but also in the palm of their hands. Let's move to the lower floors, Eric suggested, and the girls agreed with smiles on their faces. Now it feels like there is a separate consciousness in my mind, constantly performing calculations and studying all my magic and skills, Daphne said as they walked toward the lower floors. That is what we want. These skills are a part of us, so there is no danger in that, and as we learn more about our abilities through the skill, we will be able to use them at their full potential, Eric said, smiling at Daphne, who was walking beside him as she hugged his arm, Luna doing the same on the other side. They moved through the floors at great speed now as Eric used his ritual magic to turn the monsters into skills and mana cores. The treasure chests on these floors gave them some things that actually intrigued them. There were some swords and weapons with different properties or superior quality that would make good gifts to give in their home world. The boss on the 40th level was the Tempest Serpent, which gave them poison breath and lightning attack skill scrolls, as well as an A-ranked monster core. The treasure chest gave them the amulet of magic channeling. It was a brown-colored amulet that acted as a magical focus and increased the ease and output of magic. Floor 40 save point added, they saw on their bracelets as they entered the door that led them to the 41st floor. The traps on these floors were even more numerous than the previous ones. These monster ambush triggers are great. We can trigger them to have a large number of monsters attack us all at once, Eric muttered and scanned the area around him to check if there were any other parties present. Looks like there is one party here that is about to enter the next floor. We can trigger all these at the same time then, Eric added and glanced at Luna and Daphne, who just shrugged. They waited about 5 minutes as the other party moved to the next floor. Eric triggered the traps all at once, and a large number of Frost WYRMS flooded the floor, and because they were the only party in the whole floor, the WYRMS rushed at them together. Frost WYRMS were S-ranked snake-type monsters that could rival young ice dragons. They were being led by an S+ ranked alpha as they charged at Hades warriors. How about we create a funnel or dome for them first, so we can fight them in a controlled area and not when they are on all sides of us? Daphne suggested. Eric nodded and took out his wand, starting to transfigure the ground around him to restrict and direct the flow of the monsters. He then signaled to the girls, and the three of them started flying in circles around the WYRMS as the WYRMS followed them in the direction Eric wanted. It took Eric 15 minutes, and after that, they were standing with a wall behind them and a dome in front of them, with all the WYRMS stuck there, hissing. Eric glanced at Daphne, and she nodded. Daphne then made an opening in the dome and entered it to perform a massacre on the WYRMS. She has improved a lot. It's like she is dancing around them now, Eric commented as he saw Daphne moving around the WYRMS with the grace and agility as if she had been using the spear all her life. The alpha hissed and formed ice spikes around Daphne as she dodged with grace while the large WYRM let out a great ice breath toward her. Daphne crouched and locked eyes with the alpha. The sound of wind tearing was heard, and Daphne appeared midair, just below the neck of the alpha. She spun, slashing sideways as the spear's edge glowed in a golden light. The spear's edge sheared through frozen scales, cutting one WYRM clean in half, its body collapsing in a spray of white blood. The lesser WYRMS did not take much longer to fall, as Daphne killed more than one with every swipe or thrust of her spear. One S+ ranked and about 100 S- ranked monsters' core were littered in the area as Daphne returned to Eric's side. Her clothes were the same as when she entered, not a single drop of blood on them. Skill scrolls of Absolute Zero, Command, Ice Bite, Cone of Cold Breath, and Death Throws were littered around the dome as well. Daphne snapped her fingers as she walked, and everything was stored in the pouch. You were beautiful out there, my light, Eric whispered in her ear as she returned, earning a blush from her. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the novel. And power stones please. If you want bonus chapters. Chapter 127, The Twin Guardians of Floor 50. The next few floors were more focused on traps instead of monsters. Illusion traps, magic suppression fields, and collapsing floors were scattered everywhere. But traps were not really a problem for the party because of their spells. The designers of this labyrinth are sadistic, Eric muttered as he saw what the traps were meant to do while they walked leisurely through the floors. Floor 49 was slime hell. It was littered with different types of slimes, each designed to perform one kind of attack with frightening proficiency. Our heroes obtained skill scrolls like golem creation and corrosion from this floor. They entered the 50th floor boss room and found themselves in a grassy field with a centaur archer standing solemnly ahead, a bow on his back and his gaze fixed on the party. Welcome, challengers. I am Equix, as named by the great demon lord Rimuru. If you wish to go further, it will be through me, the centaur said, his tone solemn and commanding. Rimuru must have told them to act like this to make the boss fights feel more dignified, Eric thought, glancing at Daphne and Luna, who were holding his arm and smiling behind his shoulder. It is an honor, Eric said, playing along. I am Eric Hawthorne. And I mean no offense, but I wish to battle you and Bovix together. The girls tightened their grip on him and giggled behind his back. Are you mocking me? The centaur growled with narrowed eyes. That is the furthest from my intentions. I genuinely wish to test myself against both of you. And if I fail, I will gladly accept my foolishness, Eric replied with calm sincerity. Equix paused and looked at Eric before tilting his head though for a moment before nodding. Very well. And if you win? Equix stepped aside and brought something forward. You will receive this, the full set of minus series armor and sword, 200 gold coins from the labyrinth management, and whatever appears in the reward chest when you defeat us. He gave Eric a final glance before leaving to bring Bovix. Eric brought his hands to the backs of Luna and Daphne and spanked them lightly. You two really can't control yourselves, can you? He asked as they puffed up their cheeks in protest. Daphne hit his chest while Luna bit his shoulder as they teased each other until Equix returned with the minotaur named Bovix. I hope you do not disappoint us, Bovix muttered with a snort as he brandished his bardiche and made a slashing motion, forming a gust of wind that made a deep cut in the ground a little distance away. The girls released his hands, and Eric took a step forward as he took out his sword. Can I join? Luna asked. Eric turned back to look at her and nodded with a smile. Of course, Angel, Eric said. Eric and Luna stood at the front. He took the position of the warrior while Luna stayed behind to support. In front of them, Bovix gripped his bardiche while Equix stood behind him, arrow nocked and ready. "Do not hold back," Eric said with a grin, and in the next instant, the air cracked as he appeared before Bovix and slashed. Bovix's eyes widened, and he took a swift step back, blocking the sword slash with his bardiche. Bovix winced as a shockwave ripped through his arms, and his ultra regeneration worked overtime just to keep him bones from breaking. Limiter release. Bovix and Equix shouted together as their auras flared, releasing a vast amount of magicules into the air. Equix released his arrow, and it moved beyond the speed of sound, creating a shockwave. Bovix moved back as the arrow hit Eric and caused an explosion, scattering dust in the area. The bosses looked around to see magic circles forming all around them, but they could not do anything about them as the dust cleared and Eric stood there, entirely unharmed. Luna raised her wand with a calm smile. "So you don't feel pain," she said softly as her spell took effect. Eric blurred forward, sword poised to strike. Bovix and Equix were elite monsters that could destroy nations, yet they could do nothing as their bodies were cut, their torsos separated from their lower bodies in one swift motion. It was a mercy that they did not feel any pain because of Luna's spell. Eric looked at the mina set after the bodies of the bosses dissolved into motes of light, ready to be resurrected in some time. "This is cool," he said, showing it to Daphne and Luna. The armor was made of mithril and shaped in the image of a minotaur. It came with a great sword with runes carved in it. "Image here." The girls nodded with a giggle, and Eric moved on to inspecting the skill scrolls after storing the armor in his pouch. Limiter release, ultra regeneration, lightning charge, explosion arrow, and magic jamming, Eric muttered as he read. "This is a good one," he said, showing the scroll to the girls. "Good skill, but with the ultimate and unique skills in this world, I don't think it'll do much," Daphne said with a shrug. "It will when used with Insight Architect," Eric replied with a grin. They stood in a circle as the skill scroll floated in front of them, granting them the magic jamming skill. Magic jamming analyzed. Initiating structural analysis. Analysis complete. The magic jamming skill has evolved into disturb magic and internalized with Insight Architect. All three heard the voice in their minds and exchanged glances. "You were saying?" Eric asked, wiggling his eyebrows at Daphne. Daphne giggled and shook her head. "Let's go further," she said. "Let's come back tomorrow. We can enjoy the city a bit," Eric said, and Luna nodded in agreement. "Well, I want to explore a little more, love," Daphne said and held Eric's face, giving him a deep and passionate kiss. "We'll meet you at the inn," Eric said, holding her by the waist after they broke apart. Daphne nodded and entered the door for floor 51 after storing the magic cores in her pouch along with the orichalcum spear they got from the reward chest. Eric and Luna returned to their room at the inn. "How about a bath before we explore the city?" Luna suggested, swinging his arm playfully. "Why not? Do you want to go first?" Eric asked, smiling at Luna. Luna paused and wrapped her hands around Eric's neck and stood on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear. "I was thinking we go together," she whispered. Eric paused, his hands holding Luna by the waist tightly as there was no distance between their bodies. "Are you sure?" he asked, running a hand down her back. Luna nodded with a blush on her cheeks. "I love you, and I want to show it to you," Luna whispered. Eric smiled and held Luna's butt, lifting her up as she wrapped her legs around his waist. "I won't be holding back then," Eric said with a grin, and they entered the bathroom as Luna nibbled on his ear. An hour later, Daphne returned to the room only to hear moans and grunts coming from the bathroom. She considered joining but shook her head. "Our first time should be just the two of us," she whispered, blushing, before leaving to explore the labyrinth further. A/N. "I know many of you are outraged that I did not give you a lemon again, but I'll take my time with that and write one properly once I'm confident I can do it right. But for lemons, you need me to keep writing, and for that, I need your power stones and reviews." Chapter 128, Venti the Dragon. The next day, Eric woke up with a naked Luna resting in his arms. She had her face on his chest and was clinging to him. Eric smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist gently, caressing her softly as he watched her. Luna smiled at that moment, her eyes still closed. She moved herself to be closer to Eric and laid there like that for some time. When she finally opened her eyes, she found him watching her. "Good morning," she murmured, her voice still heavy with sleep. She shifted to sit astride his stomach, her legs on either side of him, hair cascading down like pale silk as she leaned forward to kiss him. "You make this the best kind of morning," Eric said, grinning against her lips making her giggle. Eric grinned and flipped her over, with him being on top of her. Eric flipped her over, his weight pinning her playfully as he trailed kisses from her mouth down her neck and stomach, until she gasped and arched beneath him, looking at Eric with anticipation. Moans were heard in the room for an hour. After the best morning they had, they took a bath and got ready to leave for the labyrinth. Luna raised her hand and created a portal, using Daphne as an anchor. They entered the portal to see Daphne talking and playing with a girl with silver hair and curved-up horns. She wore a long black coat and a light-colored skirt. The girl's eyes widened at the sudden arrival but relaxed when Daphne ran straight into Eric's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist and kissing him deeply. "You missed me this much?" "It was just one night, love," Eric said with a teasing tone after he broke the kiss as he held Daphne by the butt to support her. Daphne hummed and started nibbling on Eric's neck. "Who is your new friend?" Eric asked with a chuckle as he saw how clingy Daphne was being. Daphne paused and looked at Eric stiffly before glancing at the girl who was giggling with Luna. Daphne got down from Eric hurriedly and swatted his chest. "This is all your fault," she said with a blush and went to greet Luna as well. "This is Venti, I met her here," Daphne introduced Venti to Luna as she completely ignored Eric. "You were the one who assaulted me," Eric muttered with a smirk and a hand on his chest as if to protect himself from her. Daphne heard his words and just stomped her feet on the ground, glaring at Eric. "Hello, I am Eric." "Nice to meet you," Eric introduced himself to Venti. Venti smiled and shook Eric's hand excitedly. "Hello, I am Venti, Daphne told me about you, a lot," Venti said with a smile. "All good things, I hope," Eric said with a chuckle. Venti tilted her head innocently. Not sure." She used the word pervert quite a lot. Eric's expression went blank. Did she now? He glanced toward Daphne, who suddenly found the floor fascinating. "She's the real pervert here, as you just saw. Don't you agree?" Eric said to Venti. "I agree," Venti said cheerfully as Daphne stood there devastated, unable to say anything as Eric, Venti, and Luna laughed. "So, are you an adventurer?" Luna asked Venti, glancing at her scythe. "No, I am the pet of Lord Adelman, the boss of this floor," Venti said casually. Eric was holding Daphne from behind and consoling her as he heard that. "Did she say pet?" Eric asked in shock, still holding Daphne by the waist, his face just beside Daphne's neck. "I think she did," Daphne said, also in shock, as it seemed she had not known about the pet part. They glanced at Luna, who was also shocked, and Daphne removed Eric's hands from her waist before moving over to Venti. "Why don't we go over to this Adelman?" Daphne said with anger, wanting to meet this guy who calls her new friend his pet. Venti smiled and held Daphne's hand to lead her to the boss room. "Come, I want to introduce you to him as well," Venti said. Eric and Luna followed behind as she led them to a towering white door made of bones. Venti opened the door as a majestic throne room became visible on the other side. The throne room was like a giant cathedral made of black marble with colored windows depicting Rimuru in his slime and human form as a god. A skeleton sat on the throne, with a sword-wielding blonde young man by his side. "Welcome, challengers. I am Adelman, a devoted priest of the great god Rim, ha." The skeleton named Adelman started his speech but paused as he saw Venti standing with the challengers, who were glaring at him. "Is he the one?" Daphne asked Venti, who nodded with a smile. In an instant, Daphne's crown and cloak materialized. She vanished from sight and reappeared before the throne, her spear's tip pressing against Adelman's skull. "Do you call my friend a pet?" Daphne asked Adelman coldly. The blonde swordsman, who was about to attack, paused as he heard those words and gained a look of understanding. "Huh." Venti stood there, stunned, as she seemed confused about what was even going on. "Please, my lady," he said quickly, stepping forward with calmly. "Allow me to explain. I am Albert, and I believe this is a misunderstanding." Adelman nodded so vigorously his skull almost rattled loose. "Venti, please transform into your true form," Albert asked the still confused girl. Venti nodded and transformed on instinct, turning into a colossal undead dragon, her wings brushing the ceiling. Albert smiled faintly. She has considered herself Lord Adelman's pet for centuries, ever since her resurrection. Lord Rimuru recently granted her a name, and with it, a human form. "We've been trying to help her see herself as more than a beast," he explained. Venti has been the undead dragon pet of Adelman for 1,000 years and was given a name by Rimuru just some years ago that gave her a humanoid form. After gaining her humanoid form, Adelman and Albert were trying to change her perception of herself, as a humanoid pet is just another word for a slave, and Adelman did not wish to be seen as having a slave. They explained the whole thing to the party, which decreased their anger as they understood what was going on. "See. You worried your friend by calling yourself a pet," Albert started talking to Venti and explained to her the reason for Daphne's anger. Venti turned back to her human form and bowed to Adelman and Daphne after she understood the situation. "I'm sorry," Venti said. Adelman and Daphne waved away the apology awkwardly. Daphne turned to Adelman to apologize, but he stopped her. "Please do not apologize. I understand your reasons, and it pleases me to know she has a friend who worries for her," Adelman said, waving his skeleton hand. They talked about their stories for a little bit after that and got to know each other. "Forgive me, but I cannot allow you to pass to the next floor without defeating us, as I have a divine mandate from my god to guard the entrance to the next floor," Adelman said after the group expressed they wished to explore the labyrinth further. Daphne glanced at Venti and gained a little frown. We can fight, just as two if you do not wish to fight Venti, Albert said as he understood the reason for Daphne's frown. Well, it will be a 2-on-2 then, to make it fair, Eric said and glanced at Luna, who nodded as well. A/N, please give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. Oh. And where are you going? Leave the Power Stones. Punk. Chapter 129, Side Story, 6, Farewell at White Harbor. The next day. The children were pouting as they had to eat their food by themselves because RA was a little late, and Elia chided had them gently that being fed every time was not good for them. You are late, Rainey said when she saw RA entering, her lips pushed forward in a pout as she looked at him. I was training Lady Mormont's, dear, RA replied with a chuckle as he caressed her cheek with his finger before leaning down to kiss Elia's cheek and then sitting on his chair to eat as well. I would call that tormenting instead of training, Daisy remarked as she joined them at the table, rubbing her shoulder while glaring lightly at RA. It is not his fault you acted with haste while handling a long sword, Meech chided her daughter firmly. Daisy nodded and looked apologetic, but RA simply waved his hand with a smile, knowing she was only jesting. You both were a challenge today, my ladies. I commend your skill, RA said, complimenting the two women with sincerity. High praise coming from you, sir, Daisy answered respectfully, for she knew a compliment like this was worth much when spoken by someone like RA. Even Meech nodded with a happy smile at the words. How fared my son, sir? Wyman asked, glancing at his son while he ate his food jovially. You have a talented and disciplined son, my lord, RA replied with a nod, earning a hearty laugh from Wyman Manderley. I am proud of him, Wyman said, patting Wylas on the back while he ate. Wylas smiled and nodded at the praise but did not let it swell his pride, for even as RA was complimenting them, he had defeated all three of them easily and soundly. I wonder who taught you, sir, Wylas asked RA with curiosity, and his question drew the attention of almost everyone seated around them. My father did. All that I am now is because of him, RA said with a smile as he glanced at Aegon, who had a look of wonder on his face. Is grandfather more powerful than you? Aegon asked innocently. Yes, he can defeat me with his eyes closed, RA replied with a chuckle, ruffling the boy's hair. The Manderleys and Mormonts looked at each other with expressions of wonder on their faces but did not press further questions. My Alysanne is near 10, quick with a blade and quicker with her tongue. She needs tempering, and she respects you. Would you be willing to foster her for a few years? Please excuse my bluntness, and I will not take offense if you turn me down, Meech said sincerely but with a little hesitation as it was in poor taste to bring up these topics like that. I will be staying with the Starks for about 4 years, my lady, RA answered with a raised eyebrow. A year or 2 will suffice. Let her learn your ways, let her see the world past Bear Island. She will not be a burden to you, I give you my word on that, Meech added with a nod, as she heard no rejection in Ra's voice nor reluctance on his face. RA nodded and looked at Elia. Alysanne is a disciplined and kind girl. Our spirited girl here will learn a thing or two from her, Elia said, pinching Rainey's cheek. If she agrees as well, I will not fail her, my lady. She will have my guidance for as long as I remain in the north, RA said with a nod, drawing smiles from both Daisy and Meej. Thank you, sir. I will send a raven to Lord Stark to ask his permission as well, Meech said happily and continued eating with a smile on her face. Well thought, my lady. I wish I had thought to ask him the same for my son Wendell, Wylas said with genuine regret, though he shrugged it off when desert came around. The family packed to depart in the afternoon, and the Manderleys and the Mormonts stood at the eastern gate of White Harbor to bid farewell to the Drakensars. The carriages and horses were ready to depart while Elia embraced Daisy and Meej warmly. The Unbowed will be guarded and maintained by my house, my lady, Wylas promised. Speaking of the Unbowed, the ship RA and his family had arrived on. You have my gratitude, my lord, for the hospitality, Elia said, while RA offered his farewells to the Mormonts. Sir RA, it was an honor to host you. I know you will not need them, but I have added some of my own men to guard you on your journey, Wylas said to RA once his farewells with the Mormonts were complete. Thank you, my lord, RA replied and nodded to Wylas before shaking hands with Wyman and Marlin as well. After bidding his farewells, RA helped Elia and Aegon into the carriage before turning to his horse. He chuckled as he saw Rhaenys already seated on the horse with a grin on her face. RA mounted the horse gently so that his armor would not hurt Rhaenys, and he waved toward the Manderleys and Mormonts before they departed toward Winterfell. Rhaenys smiled and leaned against RA as they rode along the King's Road. How come the horse can hold your weight? She asked RA, glancing at him with curiosity. Are you calling me fat? RA asked, pinching her cheek. He had removed his gloves and hung them from his belt as he held the reins. Yes, Rhaenys said with a giggle. I feed him special food to help with that, RA replied, poking the girl's nose. Aegon should be fuming, since I sat on the horse before him, Rhaenys said with a grin, changing subjects and topics like the child she was. I will give him time to ride with me as well, R.A. said with a chuckle, making Rainey's pout. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 130, 1,000 Years of Skill. Eric and Luna chose to fight Adelman and Albert while Daphne and Venti watched and chatted from the sidelines. It feels weird watching from the side and not participating myself, Venti muttered. Do you wish to fight? Daphne asked with a raised eyebrow. No, this is a fair fight so I don't mind, Venti said with a shrug as she looked ahead to observe the fight, missing the smirk on Daphne's face. This is definitely not a fair fight, Daphne thought to herself but did not voice the thought. Eric took out his sword and glanced at Albert, who was shaking his head. This sword is simple magisteel, it will shatter against the grade of weapon I have. Give me a moment, and I will get a sword of similar grade, Albert said and turned to leave. No, I don't want you to hold back, Eric said to stop him. Albert scratched his head and opened his mouth to protest, but Eric just nodded at him confidently, and he just shrugged with a sigh. On the other side, Luna was facing Adelman. Luna had her wand in hand, which she pointed at Adelman, and raised an eyebrow as she saw a book manifest in front of the skeleton, increasing his aura as magicules surged in the area. What is that? Luna asked with a tilt of her head, interrupting Adelman, who was doing dramatic poses he thought would be intimidating. This is the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead. The ultimate gift given to me by my god. It gives me supreme authority over death, Adelman said as he spread his arms and laughed. Luna smirked, and 2 wings formed on her back, the color of the night sky with little stars sprinkled around them. Adelman spread his arms further, and legions of skeletal undead formed around Luna, who just formed some black fire around her to keep them at bay and kill the ones who came near her. She then heard Adelman shout, "Tempest Meteor," and looked up to see a rain of meteors descending towards her. The meteors disrupted the magicules around her and seemed to have a regeneration disruption quality. She snapped her finger and the meteors stopped in the air. While Eric's battle was a pure show of strength and skill. No magic was used as Albert and Eric clashed swords with each other. Eric started with a draw cut as he rushed Albert at full speed, creating a gust of wind behind him. Albert executed a swift, masterful parry and riposte in the blink of an eye, making Eric step back hastily. I am surprised your sword is still not shattered. The battle aura covering your sword is on a different level, even compared to me, Albert observed as they stood in a bind, their swords touched and sent out enough energy to disrupt the magicules around them. Eric slid his sword down as the bind went on to slash Albert's wrist, but Albert took a quick step back and kicked Eric away. Eric only took half a step back and responded with a lunge, creating a shockwave around him. Albert dodged entirely as he sensed the force in the attack and held up his sword with both his hands to block as Eric changed the direction of his sword to perform a slash. The sword fight turned into a training session as time went on. Eric had the advantage in raw strength and speed while Albert had 1,000 years of skill. Eric adjusted his strength and speed to match Albert, which he noticed and recognized Eric's intentions. Albert did not hold back after that and gave it his all, executing every technique and trick he had learned in the 1,000 years he had trained with the sword. He even stopped using his energy to heal his flesh if Eric managed to cut him and used every bit of his strength to fight with a grin on his face. He was an undead and did not need the flesh anyways, it was just a waste of magicules and concentration at this point for him if he tried healing the cuts. Luna was not really having any trouble with Adelman, as the death aura and vitality draining spells Adelman used did not affect her even a bit. She just let Adelman continue to see the different ways the skeleton used his undead magic. I pray to you, my god, disintegration, Adelman shouted, and a radiant beam of white light was launched towards Luna. Luna raised her wand and bent space around her to redirect the beam towards Adelman himself, catching the skeleton off guard and leaving him with one less hand. Luna then smiled. Let us see if you are better at dealing death than Lord Hades himself, Luna whispered to herself and raised her hand, clenching it into a fist slowly. Adelman felt overwhelmed as his regeneration stopped working, and the death magic he relied on stopped obeying him. Adelman's own magic started leaving him as the Necronomicon shut itself, not allowing Adelman to use its power. Eric saw that and muttered, that fight is about to end, let's conclude our battle as well. Thank you for your guidance, Eric muttered, getting a nod from Albert. Steel rang once more as Albert lunged, his blade flashing with a divine light. Eric sidestepped, letting the strike whistle past, then dropped low, dragging his sword across the ground in a sweeping arc and letting out a magical shockwave, forcing Albert to adjust. Albert's blade came down to intercept, but Eric reversed his grip mid-motion. His sword rose in a clean, rising slash from hip to shoulder, his blade was covered in a silver flame that stopped Albert's regeneration and disintegrated him in mere moments. Eric watched Albert disintegrate and gave a little bow and a thanks before glancing to the other side to see Luna standing beside him with her hands behind her back, Adelman nowhere to be found. Eric smiled and saw the skill scrolls and magic cores disappear with a snap of Daphne's finger. Eric held Luna by the waist and gave her a deep kiss before they moved towards Daphne and Venti. "Take this, it will help us keep in touch," Daphne said, giving Venti a nice black and blue jacket before giving her a little hug. "It was nice to meet you, Venti." Eric and Luna shook hands with her as well before the party walked towards the entrance to the next floor. Floor 70 added as a safe zone, they saw on their bracelets as they entered the next floor. "You went through 19 floors in the night?" Eric asked Daphne with a raised eyebrow, getting a nod from her. Eric then looked at Luna and crouched for her to get on his back, which she did with a giggle and started kissing his neck and cheeks as she clung to him from behind. "Are you both going to act horny all the time now?" Daphne asked with a pout. "Yes, you have no idea what I think of all the time now when I see Eric," Luna said as she giggled beside Eric's neck. "I think I know what you think about. I miss the innocent girl I found on the train, whom I vowed to protect," Daphne said with a deadpan expression before ending her words dramatically. Eric chuckled and gave her a kiss as well. "You won't have to wait long, love," Eric whispered to her, and they moved forward with a blushing Daphne. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 131, The Ascent to the Absolute. Why don't we check what skills we got from these bosses? Eric suggested and took out the skill scrolls he had gotten. Luna was still clinging to him, seemingly in her own world, while Daphne was red as a tomato. Eric got no reply. "Let's see, oh. Ultimate skills, Necronomicon and Immortality," Eric exclaimed as he inspected the skill scrolls. Eric tilted his head to the side a little and was met with Luna's face just beside his. "Come down, Angel, these skills seem useful," Eric whispered, and she complied with a smile. Eric then went to Daphne and lifted her chin with his finger. "Come on, love," he said and held her hand. Luna joined in as well, and they formed a circle with the skill scrolls between them. Analyzing. The three of them heard in their heads when they activated the skill scrolls. Necronomicon identified, necromancy spells and knowledge are integrated with Insight Architect. Thought acceleration, universal perception, mental crush, all of creation, multilayer barrier have been analyzed and integrated with Insight Architect. Requirement to evolve Insight Architect have been met. The three looked at each other when they heard this notification in their heads. Dimensional isolation recommended. They heard, and Luna closed her eyes before all 6 of her wings manifested on her back and formed a dark barrier around them. Daphne's cloak manifested on her as well and added a green sheen to the barrier to help further. Achieved. Eric was about to add his touch as well, but it seemed it was not necessary, and they were away from prying eyes. Requirement, a large amount of divine energy, pertaining to the divine nature of the host. Permission required for use of host's energy. Will my energy be enough? Eric asked out loud after a little bit of thought. Affirmative, energy required is minuscule compared to the host's reserve. The energy will be replenished by the host's energy regeneration before the evolution completes. Eric nodded. You two ask the same question as well, he told Daphne and Luna, assuming they had gotten the same request and they did as he asked. It says it will be more than enough, Daphne asked, and Luna nodded as well, indicating she got a similar answer. Proceed, Eric said out loud, followed by Luna and Daphne. All three of them felt a reserve of energy in their bodies that was more dense and powerful than any magic they had ever conceived in their minds. They felt a river of energy being taken from the ocean that started replenishing itself just as the energy was taken. Evolving. Accessing data from the voice of the world. Bypassing permission requirements with divine authority. Analyzing and gaining information from divine energy itself and the divine authorities of the host. Information gathering complete. Evolution into ultimate skill, Mani Bindu, Lord of the Jewel complete. Eric heard in his mind, and he noticed the voice in his mind became more refined and human-like. Tell me what this skill can do, Eric asked in his mind. The ultimate skill, Mani Bindu, Lord of the Jewel, is the apex of the wisdom-type skills category. It represents absolute conceptual authority over essence, the cosmic ledger, the universe's record of existence, and the perfect execution of law. With the addition of divine energy, the physical realm will bend to your will. Evolution into a god recommended to gain authority over higher dimensions like the Dreamlands. I don't have authority in the Dreamlands. Eric asked in his mind again. Not complete authority. Eric smiled wryly at that, it seemed his new skill dealt in complete absolutes. I ask for permission to help with the use of divine energy as I do with magical type energies. Do you have a will? Even a seed of one? Eric asked. No, the request was made to facilitate maximum efficiency. Eric heard in his mind and accepted the request after a moment of thought. My skill is asking me for permission to help with the use of divine energy. Luna asked suddenly. Mine as well, Daphne added. Ask the skill if it has a will or even a seed of a will, and if it denies, accept the request, Eric told them, squeezing their hands. What do you have a lower authority over the Dreamlands? Eric asked in his mind. The Dreamlands are a higher plane with more dimensions than the waking realm. The host needs to become a higher form of existence like a god for authority over the Dreamlands. To continue with my abilities, I have the sub-skills called Cosmic Ledger Audit. It allows for the records of all realms below and dream realms and partial record authority over the dream realms as well. The sub-skill Essence Sovereignty grants me absolute efficiency over the flow, conversion, and consumption of essence, magicules, and your divine energy as you have just given me permission. This will allow for the most efficient use of all your energies for the best effect. Law Synthesis, Naga Culpa. Utilizing the authority of the Cosmic Ledger, the user can instantly synthesize and enforce temporary, localized conceptual laws. This ability allows the user to dictate the rules within a specific area, such as declaring an absolute mandate like, temporal acceleration is forbidden here, or, all spiritual defense layers are temporarily inverted. This sovereignty bypasses all beings in the material realms and weaker beings in the dream realms. Holy shit, Eric muttered out loud and heard 3 voices. It seems the other 2 had their holy shit moment the same time as him. The second ultimate skill, Immortality, has been used for information as you have a higher level of immortality than this skill can provide. Mani Bindu added, and Eric stated, at this point, I am just going to sit and think for a little bit. The girls mirrored his expression and hugged his arms on both sides before a couch was created in the isolated dimension. Luna buried her face in Eric's neck, and Daphne rested her head on his chest and held him tight. The 3 of them just sat and thought as Eric held them by the waist. What is your skill's name? Eric asked, looking ahead as the question was for both of them. Moira Kratos, Lord of Sovereignty, Luna said, tickling Eric a little as her face was buried in his neck. Kemet Maat, King of Perfect Structure, Daphne added and adjusted her face for better comfort on Eric's chest. They then explained what the skills could do, and it was basically the same as what Eric's skill could do. It seems we got skills on the level of origin skills because of the use of divine energy, Eric said, still holding them. Makes sense, Daphne said. How about we stop the labyrinth exploration for now and go somewhere for a real date, she asked suddenly, looking up and holding Eric's face. Eric ran his hand above her waist in a comforting manner. Let's go then, Eric said, and the 3 of them appeared in their room. Let's bathe and change before we go out, Eric said. Yes, come then, Luna said and started tugging Eric to the bath with her. Not now, Angel, Eric said and slapped her butt, making her pout as she went to the bath alone. What have you done to her? Daphne asked Eric in accusation after Luna entered the bath. Oh. How about I demonstrate what I did, Eric said mischievously, holding her by the thighs and picking her up. Daphne yelped and wrapped her legs around Eric's waist and hit his chest as he kissed her deeply. I hate you, she muttered and hugged Eric after the kiss ended. I love you too, Eric said, holding and caressing her. A/N, well, give me your thoughts on the chapter. And Power Stones, all of them. Chapter 132, Side Story, 7, The Deceptive Fruit. The journey from White Harbor to Winterfell was going smoothly and faster than the guards expected. Wagons are known to slow down journeys, but the wagons they were using did not break down even once and were so comfortable that they allowed them to ride a little faster without causing discomfort to the passengers. They had taken the route by the White Knife. The road was less maintained and crude, but it was well traveled and not in such a condition that it would make wagon travel impossible. How much longer? Aegon asked, tilting his head back to look up at R.A., as it was his turn to ride with R.A. Still a few more days, son, like the last time you asked, a few moments ago, R.A. said with a wry smile under his helmet. Father? Aegon asked in a low voice, as if debating whether he should ask something or not. Yes. R.A. replied with a gentle voice. Are dragons real? Aegon asked after a little bit of silence. You did meet your grandfather not long ago, son, R.A. mentioned with confusion. I meant the dragons that Aegon the Conqueror had. I don't think grandfather is the type of dragon, Aegon clarified, standing on the horse's back by using R.A. as support and fully turning towards R.A. We will talk about that after we visit Nightshade. I promise, R.A. said, brushing some hair from Aegon's forehead and caressing his head gently. Aegon nodded and held R.A. for balance, and stuck his tongue out towards the wagon Elia was in when he saw a jealous Rhaenys sticking her head out from the wagon and looking at them. Rhaenys pouted and stuck her head back into the carriage. Aegon laughed and raised his chin at that before it fell when he heard Elia's voice from the wagon. You tease your sister again and I will not allow you to ride with your father, Elia said from her wagon, her voice carrying to R.A. and Aegon because they were riding just beside the wagon. She is the master of whispers for mother, Aegon muttered under his breath, earning a chuckle from R.A. It took them 3 more days to arrive at Winterfell, where they were welcomed by the Stark family as they were the first time. In the middle stood Ned and Catelyn, who was holding baby Sansa in her arms, while on Ned's right side stood Robb looking up at R.A. with admiration. R.A. greeted Ned first as they shook hands and nodded at each other. While Elia hugged Catelyn lightly, as baby Sansa was in her arms. I truly missed you, Caitlin said and smiled as Elia nudged Sansa's cheek with her finger. R.A. moved to help the soldiers with unloading the luggage and the gifts they had brought, but he was stopped by them. Please, sir. We will do this, one of the soldiers said firmly with a respectful tone. On their journey, R.A. had helped the soldiers with guarding the wagons and killed a lot of bandits they encountered on the way, earning genuine respect from the soldiers who were escorting them. R.A. raised a hand to insist, but the soldier shook his head before R.A. could speak, indicating he would not budge. Thank you, R.A. said. Rather than insisting, R.A. just thanked them before returning to his family, who were walking with the Starks to the castle. We have a grand feast prepared for your arrival, Caitlin said excitedly, holding Elia's arm with one hand and Sansa in the other. It is good to see you, R.A., truly, Ned said when R.A. returned and walked by his side. It is good to be back at Winterfell, R.A. replied, smiling under his helmet. Where is Little John? R.A. asked, looking around. He must be causing some mischief somewhere. I brought him with me to welcome you, and he seems to have run away when I was not looking. Ned looked around at first before shaking his head with a wry smile. R.A. chuckled and glanced at Robb, who was having trouble keeping up with the adults because of his tiny legs. R.A. bent down and picked the boy up and placed him on his shoulder, getting a giggle and huge smile from Robb. Whoa, I'm big, giant. Robb shouted with a giggle and his arms outstretched. Aegon saw that and was about to run to R.A. before Elia stopped him by holding his hand, with Rhaenys in the same position of being held by her other hand. The kids pouted and whined, but Elia ignored them and just kept walking. I am happy for your marriage with R.A. He is honorable and worthy, Caitlin mentioned when she noticed Robb on Ra's shoulder and the kids almost running towards R.A. Thank you. He has made me the happiest I have been in my life, Elia said with a smile, glancing at R.A. I wonder what gods he follows. Do Nightshade have their own gods as well? Caitlin asked. She knew to call it Nightshade and not Goldmere because they had lived with her for a year. I have never seen him pray, Elia said after a pause. To Elia, Ra's father was basically as powerful as a god walking the earth, and R.A. had told her what he knew about the rulers of Nightshade as well. She did not mention all that to Caitlin and just gave a vague answer. Good, that makes it your duty to show your husband the light of the Seven, Caitlin said with a nod. Caitlin was very devoted to the Seven and knew Elia was a follower of the Seven. So, she considered it natural that Elia would show R.A. the light of the Seven if he did not follow any other gods already. Elia just nodded and moved along. She did not mention she was not a follower of the Seven anymore and had found gods who walk the world. The feast was grand and jovial, as the Starks were happy to have Elia and the family back. Dornish wine and fruits were gifted by Elia to the Starks and were served during the feast as well. R.A. had ensured the soldiers got the same food as well after they turned down the gold R.A. had offered them. Ned and Caitlin raised their eyebrows in astonishment when they squeezed a touch of a lime in the smoked fish and got a much better taste and aroma. I told you, Elia said with a chuckle, getting nods from the Starks. Robb also liked the touch of lime on his food and calculated in his mind that raw lime would taste much better, leading him to squeeze a little bit of lime directly into his mouth. Eek! Robb let out, sticking his tongue out and started to drink water as if his life depended on it. Ned chuckled when he saw that, and Caitlin just shook her head and gave Robb a bite of plain bread. Eat this, it will take away the taste of the lime, Caitlin instructed gently and fed Robb the bread. I had a similar incident when I was your age. This thing is deceptive, Aegon said, patting Robb's back and gesturing towards the lime. Tonguey hot. But Robb said, sticking his tongue out and showing it to Aegon. It's not burnt. I thought that the first time as well, Aegon said with a shake of his head, as if he was guiding a junior about life. The adults chuckled at the interaction and went back to enjoying their conversation and food. A/N, give me your thoughts on the chapter and please leave reviews on the FIC. Oh. Don't go before leaving the Power Stones behind. Chapter 133, The Dragon's Trade, Scales for a Galaxy. After their bath and change of clothes, the three went out to explore the markets and city hand in hand. Best fried skewers in the word, ha 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 ha, they heard a boisterous voice with a loud laugh. It was Veldora. Eric glanced in the direction and saw a bronze-skinned man with blonde hair laughing loudly with his hands on his hips as he sold fried skewers. Eric grinned and moved towards the direction of the skewer stall with the girls clinging to his arm. The stall was an open kitchen with a bar-like dining area with places to sit and eat. 3 of your best, please, Eric said after they sat down, getting a loud laugh and a nod from Veldora. Eric noticed a blonde pixie flying around Veldora. She had a grin on her face as if she was the one doing all the work. You are the new guy Rimuru was talking about, aren't you? Ramiris asked with her hands on her hips when she noticed Eric. I'm just a guy on a date, Eric said with a shrug. Oh. Well met. Enjoy the skewers, they are the best in town, Veldora said as he served the skewers on 3 plates. Thank you, the 3 thanked Veldora and started feeding each other. Veldora gave Eric a thumbs up and a sly smirk. Eric noticed that and smirked back, getting a pinch on the thigh from Daphne. So, you're from another universe, huh? Veldora asked, leaning in as if he was asking for some secret information. Eric played along by leaning in and looking around before answering. What's it to you? Eric asked with a raised eyebrow. Luna and Daphne looked at each other and shared wry smiles. Nothing, Veldora said, leaning back before looking around and leaning back in. Well, there's word in town that someone is searching for ways to another universe, Veldora added in a low voice. Is that someone's reason, boredom? Eric asked, matching Veldora's tone. Veldora scratched his cheek in embarrassment before shaking his head. Maybe, they wish to help around, Veldora said with a fist on his palm, as if he had found the perfect response. I wonder what would happen if a certain slime found out, Eric muttered and ate a bite of food with a smirk on his face. Why are you guys whispering? There is no one around, Ramiris suddenly asked, floating between their faces. This is how important discussions take place. I read it in some sacred texts of wisdom, Veldora said with a cough before swatted Ramiris away lightly. He was going to say manga, wasn't he? Luna asked Daphne, who nodded and sighed with her hand on her head. She could not hide the little shake of her shoulder when she tried to control her laughter, though. And, about Rimuru. We are doing it for him. Yes, to make more allies in different worlds, Veldora said with a nod but not looking Eric in the eye. Don't you have a certain dimensional gate? Eric asked, remembering the side story, Visit to the Unknown. Well, that is, let's say not an option after our last trip, Veldora said, rubbing the back of his head. If I give you the means to enter a different world, how can I be sure you will help the people there? Eric asked seriously. You have my word, Veldora said sincerely and directly, without the flair he was using before. I am being serious right now. I will send you to a full universe that has a lot of suffering and death. And I expect you to help with your full strength, Eric said, getting nods and salutes from Veldora and Ramiris. Why? Eric asked directly. Because I am a true dragon. The most powerful species in this world, and with the help of my best friend Rimuru, I am more powerful than I ever was, and I wish to do something with it, Veldora said with a frustrated expression. Can I? Eric asked in his mind, even though he knew the answer. It is the law, was the reply from his skill, making him smile. Eric raised 2 fingers and flipped them to show a card between his fingers. He presented the card to Veldora, who accepted it and read something that was written on it. Warhammer 40k. Veldora asked with a tilt of his head. Yes, a galaxy full of cruelty and mad gods. And I am sending you there as a ray of hope and not some game, Eric said with a nod. Veldora nodded and put the card in his pocket. How much are we talking? Veldora asked, leaning in, with a raised eyebrow and his usual grin. A drop of blood, Eric said, raising 1 finger. I'll do you one better, Veldora said with a grin before forming a spatial rift beside him and taking out a bag from it. It has the scales I have separated from myself. I wish to make a cool weapon with them. But I can always make more, Veldora said with his signature loud laugh. Eric accepted it, and a cowboy hat appeared on his head, which he tipped with a smile. Pleasure doing business with you, Eric said and got up from his seat. He then took a step back, and he and the girls were gone with a gust of wind, as if they were never there. I think I found a new way to make my exits, Veldora said with a grin. Will you and Beretta be coming with me? He asked, looking at Ramiris, who shrugged as if it was obvious. Meanwhile, Eric was looking proud of himself while his girls cringed beside him. They had teleported to a lake in Tempest and were standing in front of a bench. That was fun, Eric said with a grin. Your exit was utterly mortifying and pompous, if you ask me, Daphne said, casually brushing away Eric's devastated expression. So that is how Dad felt. Forgive me, Father, Eric muttered under his breath and looked at the ground in guilt. Luna giggled at his expression and lifted his face before giving him a hug. There. My love. I am here for you, she said, and Eric just hugged her tighter. Eric stopped his skit and sat on the bench with Luna sitting on his lap and hugging his neck. Daphne rolled her eyes before sitting beside Eric as well and placing her head on his shoulder as he held her by the waist. Why don't we just enjoy time with the new friend I made and get back to our world? Eric suggested, and the girls nodded at the suggestion. Eric concentrated and formed a mental link with Rimuru. About that invitation, it is still on. Eric asked Rimuru in his mind. Wah, how did you, came Rimuru's reply. Well, yes. Just come along when you wish, Rimuru added after some time, probably after a chat with Seal. The 3 enjoyed the view of the lake for some time before going to Rimuru's palace. Welcome, I am happy you accepted my request. They found Rimuru standing there with open arms and some people standing around him. Diablo, you can leave, Rimuru added as he glanced at Diablo after the 3 shook his hand. And my lord. Such cruelty, Diablo whispered, slumping on the ground, utterly devastated. Rimuru nodded to Cheyenne, who dragged Diablo out with a grin on her face. I was waiting for a chat with you, man, Rimuru said as the party started and Eric was sitting beside Rimuru. Yeah. About what? By the way, Miss Shuna, the food is delicious, thank you, Eric asked before thanking Shuna for the delicious food. That pleases me, please enjoy, Shuna said, smiling politely and giving Eric a bow. Well, you are from a different universe and all three of you are so powerful I cannot even sense your strength. Of course, I wanted to talk to you. Is there a possibility more people may arrive here from your world and, not for a date? Rimuru asked seriously. Rimuru's words made Benimaru, Cheyenne, Shuna, and the other powerful monsters around them pause. The monsters and beings around Rimuru were the pinnacle of the world and would be worshipped as deities if they wished to. But, Rimuru was absolute strength in their eyes, and if someone could challenge Rimuru, 3 people, in fact. That was a cause of concern for them. Well, we are special cases and not everyone in our world is as powerful as us, Eric said, patting Rimuru's shoulder in assurance. And I don't think anyone else will be coming here, Eric added, leading Rimuru to let out a visible sigh of relief, even though he did not breathe. Just as Rimuru relaxed, so did everyone else in the room, and they started enjoying again. Eric, Luna, and Daphne talked to Rimuru about this world and his story as they enjoyed the party. Well, thank you for everything, man, Eric said and shook Rimuru's hand as they were ready to depart. The 3 bid farewell to Rimuru and his people before Eric made a portal and the 3 entered it. They arrived back in their world, in Eric's room, and looked out of the window. Well, it seems exactly like the moment we left, Eric said, getting shrugs from the girls. After the 3 went to sleep. Why did you bring us here? Daphne asked Eric, because he had brought them to the realm of the Olympian gods when they entered the Dreamlands. I am here to get a gift for a friend. I will go see Lord Hades for a bit, Eric told the girls before giving each a kiss and going to see Hades. A/N, well, give me your thoughts on the chapter. And Power Stones, all of them. Chapter 134, A Gift and Back to the Wizarding World. Eric found Hades at the edge of the castle, sitting there and looking at the ocean with Cerberus sitting beside him. How was the trip, Eric? Hades asked Eric when he noticed him. It was great. I have a question, though. That was one of your universes, right? How come no one worshipped you there? Eric sat beside Hades and asked. Well, there are many different ways we make universes in the waking realm, Hades started as Cerberus moved over to Eric to get some pats. I started that universe by just manifesting someone called All One in the universe. I gave him restricted omniscience and omnipotence, confined to that universe, Hades added, and Eric nodded while patting Cerberus's snout. All One then grew bored and abandoned his omniscience and omnipotence, forming 2 beings, Veldanava and Evarge, Hades concluded and shrugged. So, you just made All One and waited to see what he would do? Eric asked, and Hades nodded to that. I remember you telling me gods don't need worship and all that. But my dad has been visiting another universe and establishing a foothold so we can gain worshippers to ascend on Makara's suggestion. What's up with that? Eric asked Hades. You know about divine flowers, right? They are 1 step above divine seeds and give full godhood instead of the demigodhood you may get from the seed, Hades said when he saw Eric nod. However, divine flowers contain the memories of the god they were meant to be. Hades stopped speaking when he heard gears turning in Eric's head. So, we need divine flowers that are formed by being worshipped in our own names and our own stories. That way it won't impose another personality and memories on us. Eric said with a fist in his palm. Hades nodded with a hum. I don't think me and Mom will need that with the plan I have in mind, Eric thought to himself. How powerful does that method make someone? By Dreamland standards, Eric asked and added the last part for clarity. Well, it gets you a foot in the godhood door if the flower is formed in the waking world. And you can just train and comprehend all sorts of elements and divinities to get more powerful. If the flower is formed in the Dreamlands, you become as powerful as the worshippers thought you to be, with some limits, Hades said with a shrug. The divine seeds and divine flowers formed in the waking world were weaker than those formed in the dream realms. Yeah, I'll find a much better way for Dad. My dad won't start as a weak god, Eric thought to himself with conviction. Request received, gaining data from the Dreamlands, divine energy, and your ritual talent to find the best way. Eric smiled as he heard the message in his mind. Where do the souls of the people who die there go? Eric asked Hades after pulling himself out of his thoughts. In the world you just visited? Hades asked, and Eric nodded. Well, in my underworld. That universe is still under me after all, he concluded. Can I get someone from your underworld? Eric asked, hesitantly. You wish to revive someone in that world? Hades asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, if they agree, and if you agree first, Eric said, scratching his cheek. Go ahead, enter through this door, and you will be face to face with the person you wish to meet, Hades said with a shrug, and a door formed beside him. I thought you would be angry at my suggestion, Eric muttered, getting a chuckle from Hades, who extended his hand to pat his head. Well, can I get a little gift for them? I don't know what a soul would want, Eric said cheekily. Hades shrugged before forming a portal beside him and taking out a wooden trunk from it. Hades opened the wooden trunk, and Eric leaned in to see what was inside. Wow, Eric whispered when he saw the contents of the trunk. It was full of divine seeds and divine flowers, giving off different colored lights. You can have all of them, Hades said with a shrug and chuckled at how comically wide Eric's mouth became as he heard that. But, why? Eric asked. There was more than one question there. Because you asked, Hades said with a grin, but Eric did not speak and just looked at Hades. Hades sighed and gave Eric a side hug. You and your family are good people, son, Hades started as Cerberus sniffed the contents of the trunk and tilted his head. I have an infinite number of souls, and I always get more of these seeds and flowers because I have a lot of worlds in the dreamlands as well, and we can't have too many gods running around, Hades said, getting a nod from Eric. And if all this leads to your family becoming a pantheon of their own, that is what I want, Hades finished, letting out a breath. Thank you, Eric whispered. I have always had the best people around me, Eric thought to himself with a smile and looked up as he did when he wished to thank Vasuki and God. Leave now and let me enjoy the scenery in peace, Hades said, pushing Eric away. Eric got up and placed the trunk in a spatial storage after taking out one seed from it. He then waved at Hades before entering the door Hades had conjured. Eric entered the door and found a beautiful garden with a small cabin and a lake. Eric saw a beautiful girl standing by the lake and looking at it intently. Hi, I am Eric, Eric said, standing beside the girl. I'm Shizu, the girl said, looking at Eric before looking back to the lake. The lake water did not give them their own reflection but the reflection of Rimuru and what he was doing. I saw you with him, just some time ago. How did you? Shizu asked with a little hesitation. I did not die. I am just friends with the manager of this place, Eric said with a chuckle. It seems Shizu thought he had died and came there. Do you wish to return to him? Eric asked Shizu, who was just looking at him in confusion. Yes, but, that world. Shizu's face fell as she thought about the world where she had arrived unwillingly and had only suffered. That world has changed. I think he did it for you, so no one else suffers as you did, Eric said. He knew she had seen the world change and it was just the bad memories that were holding her back. He is so far above now, how could I stand beside him? Shizu whispered, gazing at Rimuru, who had a face just like hers. This might help, Eric said and held out a divine seed. It was formed in the waking world and was weak, but she would still be a demigod with it and would be able to stand beside Rimuru with its help. Shizu did not know what the seed was, but she could sense the power inside the seed. Thank you, she whispered to Eric, who held out his hand to her, and she took it with a smile. Eric placed the seed on her forehead and saw a portal forming beside them. Eric led Shizu to the portal. I wish you good luck for your new life, Eric said to her as she entered the portal after giving him a wave and a smile. A/N. I added an auxiliary to explain the cosmology of the gods in my FIC. How about you guys show some love by giving me those sweet power stones? Chapter 135, A Drop from the Divine Source. Eric returned to Hades after his chat with Shizu and gave him a thumbs up, getting a nod from Hades. Well, I'll go see my island. Thanks for the help, Eric thanked Hades and waved at him before going to find the girls. He found them chatting and giggling with Hera as they whispered to each other as if sharing some great secret. Girls, Eric said out loud with a shake of his head, letting his presence be known and getting raised eyebrows from two girls and one goddess. It is nice to see you, Lady Hera, Eric said and gave a bow to Hera. Is your gift thing done? Daphne asked him, getting a nod and a thumbs up from him. Are your gossips done? Eric asked with a grin. Hera chuckled and got up before pinching Eric's cheek. You should be congratulating me right now, Hera said. Lady Hera is getting married to Prometheus, Luna said when she saw Eric tilt his head. Oh! Eric exclaimed. Congratulations, my lady, he said, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Thank you, dear, Hera said and kissed Eric's forehead before leaving. When is the wedding? Eric asked the girls as they got up and walked with him. Are you interested in the gossip of girls now? Daphne asked him, giving him a side eye and a scoff. Eric went behind her and picked her up like a princess, getting a yelp from her as she hugged his neck instinctively. I am always interested in what my girls have to say, Eric said with a chuckle. Well, she told us it will be after Hephaestus is reborn, Daphne told him with a smile. Eric nodded and smiled at Luna before they both started flying toward their island with Daphne still in Eric's arms. They paused when the island became visible and just stood midair, looking at how grand and beautiful it had become. The golden tree could be seen even from such a distance, and the island had more than doubled in size. They saw that the desolate-looking metal sphere was now like a flat metal city floating high above the golden tree, with web-like tendrils leaving the structure and going down to the land. A protective dome shimmered above the whole island and flickered before forming an opening for them as they stood in front of it. They entered the dome and saw life all around the island. Small animals, mythical beasts, and little fairies were everywhere, mingling with each other. Luna smiled and giggled as a little dragon and a giant nightingale tackled her as soon as she appeared. The guardian stag they had made also appeared and nuzzled against Eric to get some affection. Eric smiled and placed Daphne on the stag. He then sat behind her and snaked his hands around her waist before holding her tight, making Daphne blush. "I'll join you in a little bit. My cherry here wants some love," Luna told them with a giggle as she scratched the little dragon under the chin and gave her kisses. They nodded, and the stag took off into the sky, flying slowly toward the golden tree. Eric and Daphne were in their own world above the stag. Daphne was completely facing Eric now with her legs locked behind him as they kissed passionately. When they reached the tree, the stag floated midair as Daphne was completely on Eric's lap, kissing his neck and face. Eric reluctantly pulled her away. "A little longer, my light," Eric whispered to Daphne, making her sigh. They got down from the stag after a bit and looked around to see different types of phoenixes and dryads roaming nearby. The phoenixes were different from the ones in their world, bigger and with a hint of divinity. They had different colors and elements like fire, ice, water, and others. The dryads were of short stature and had green skin with golden patches on them. Eric petted the phoenixes and greeted the dryads before he noticed something beside the tree. He saw 2 tree trunks beside the golden tree, each with a pool of blue water floating above it. He looked up and saw the fruits were gone. Eric tilted his head and moved to touch the golden tree. "Hello, how have you been?" Eric asked the tree after placing his hand on it. The tree rustled and happy feelings flowed through his mind. "Can you tell me what these are?" Eric asked, gesturing toward the spheres of water. "Blanks," the tree said simply, and some information entered Eric's mind. It seemed the spheres of water were the most malleable form of life. If one gave them a type of energy, they would adapt to it and form into a being based on that energy. "This is exactly what I needed." "Thank you," Eric said, thanking the golden tree with a smile, making it rustle in happiness. "I'll bring those things the next time I come to the Dreamlands," Eric muttered to himself and moved toward Daphne, who was petting some phoenixes and talking to Velka, who had appeared at some point. "How are you doing, Velka?" Eric asked the giant spider with a smile. "Great, great. I did a lot of things and you should visit more." "Well, time works different in the waking world so it can't be helped," Velka started blabbering happily as usual. "Well, I think the preparations for the dimensional isolation are complete. We just need some divine energy now." "The AI has some divine energy but not enough as it is just a demigod," Velka said after a tirade of new things she had discovered. "I think the Olympians will be happy to help. Or maybe even my gods," Daphne suggested. "I'm sure they will, but I think it's time we get our own gods for the protection of this island," Eric muttered with a grin. "How?" Daphne asked with a raised eyebrow. "Well, I'll show you, but it will be the next time we come here," Eric said, poking Daphne's nose. Luna arrived at that moment with Cherry and Noctel flying beside her. She greeted Velka and listened patiently as Velka told her about the things she had done since they last met. Suggestion: a drop of water from the divine source required for inspection. Eric heard in his mind and glanced toward the well. Caution: contact with the water is not advised. Place it in an isolated space and grant me access to it. Eric heard as he moved toward the well. He nodded and raised his hand above the water as a drop started floating toward him. A portal then formed beside him and he guided the drop of water into it. Analyzing. Eric nodded as he heard that, and he and the girls went to their cabin on the island and relaxed there for the rest of their time until they woke up. A/N. Well, give me your thoughts on the chapter. And power stones, all of them. Chapter 136, Essence Replication and the Family's Evolution. The Christmas holidays started on the 20th of December and students were given a choice. If they wished to attend the ball they would have to stay in the school for the holidays and if they wished to spend time with their families they would not be able to attend the ball. Most students accepted this as there was no way for them to go to their homes and come back on Christmas Eve and attend the ball. However, Eric was a little different. Eric teleported to his house on the day the holidays started and was greeted warmly by his parents. "Ah, you are getting cuter and cuter by the day. I bet you got a lot of girls asking you for the ball," Edwina doted on him and gave him kisses on his cheek when he appeared. Chaya was also getting lots of kisses and love. Eric was not even a little bit embarrassed and did not try to push her away. Elder Hua and Simon just waited for their turns patiently while Edwina doted on Eric. After a long time Edwina separated from Eric, allowing Simon to give him a hug and a pat on the back. "You look stronger. You will grow up to be a heartthrob just like your dad here," Simon said with a laugh. They had met in the Dreamlands recently, and even then they were acting as if they last met months ago, which did not bother Eric, and he just basked in the love. "I will ready the sofas for you to have a comfortable sleep," Edwina whispered to Simon sweetly as he stepped back. Elder Hu patted Eric's head. "You made me proud, disciple," the old man said with a smile. Eric then spent his time telling them about how he was doing with his studies and school. He had an AI in his head to help with his studies, so he was not really worried. "Oh, that reminds me," Eric said, and took out a whole lot of skill scrolls from his pouch. "I have lots of gifts for you," Eric said, and snapped his fingers. The space they were in was isolated, with them still sitting on their seats. The isolated space was pitch black and somehow filled with a lot of magical energy. "These are skill scrolls. Most of them are no use to us, but they can help us with the management and control of the powers we already have." Eric started explaining what the scrolls did and how he obtained them. "I had no idea how powerful we are before I used these scrolls. We have the blood of the gods after all," Eric concluded after explaining what he did in the Tensura world. "Can't we just train and find out all these powers ourselves?" Simon mentioned with a shrug. "We can. But have you even thought that your words can literally change the laws of the whole universe if you wish?" Eric asked Simon with a raised eyebrow. "Well, you can. So can Mom and me. But we never thought we could do it, and that limited us," Eric said after he saw Simon shake his head. "Dad, I understand you wish to train and earn the powers you get. But we are worthy of it in the eyes of the gods who gave us these powers, and you can always train more even at the top," Eric added firmly. Simon looked around at the space they were in, the space Eric had formed with a snap of his fingers, before looking at Eric and nodded with a smile. "Elder Huai," Eric started. He wished to give the elder a scale of Vasuki so he could be chosen by a god as well, but the elder interrupted him. "I have met some good gods in the dream realms last I was there. Let us see what I can earn for myself first," Elder Hu said gently, and Eric nodded before the scrolls started floating in front of them. They integrated the Observer and the Sage skill first, allowing it to form the Insight Architect skill. Eric had formed a magic circle with the 7 orbs containing the lesser demons in all directions to facilitate the energy required for the skills to form. He was using his own magic energy to replenish the reserves of the demons just as their energies were being taken. He did not use his own energy because when the signatures of the energies of the 7 colored demons converged, it formed a very pure and malleable form of energy that helped with the skill integration. The demons in the spheres were in a suspended state, so they did not feel anything and even benefited from the experience. Eric then used the Necronomicon and Immortality Ultimate Skill Scrolls to give them the ultimate skills they required. Edwina acquired the same skill as Eric himself because they both had the blood of Vasuki in them. Simon gained the ultimate skill Celestial Vahana Flow of the Deep. Simon and Edwina's ultimate skills were on the level of Eric's, just without the ritual talent he had. They used the second skill Immortality for information, and it did not help them much as it did not do much for Eric as well. Elder Hu was a different case, however. Elder Hu influenced the formation of his ultimate skill by his wishes and helped in formation of the ultimate skill, Sage of Transmutation, Grand Alchemist. It was a skill on the level of Raphael that Rimuru had and was more geared towards alchemy and potion making and absolute transmutation. He used the ultimate skill Immortality to gain the sub-skill Essence Replication. The sub-skill allowed for the complete regeneration of his body and healing of any wound he may sustain. It did not take Edwina and Simon much time to get used to their skills and new powers. Just like Eric, they had also gained awareness of the sea of divine energy within them that had the power to command reality and reshape it according to their wishes. They now understood they were now beyond even the level of the gods of the material realms, because those gods had limits on their powers and authorities based on the creator of the universe they were formed in or the ruler of their pantheon on the material realm. Eric and the family did not have any such limitations or authorities over them and could do as they wished. They could make or unmake worlds and universes on their whims and make the infinite material dance on their fingers. After the skill gaining was done, Eric dispelled the isolated realm and they appeared in their mansion again. Elder Hu was still sitting on his chair, finding out about his new skills, still in a trance. The energy and space around Elder Hu changed and curved as different phenomenon happened all around him. Water flowed around him, changing colors and states as it moved. Fire formed around him, going from scorching hot to freezing cold in a matter of seconds. He was manipulating fire to burn and even to freeze. Space bent around him. Lightning flashed and Eric made sure no damage was done to anything in the area. "It seems he is testing the limits of matter to see how it works," Eric muttered, and his parents nodded as they observed the same thing. Elder Hu's skill was doing as Eric had just said. The skill was manipulating space and matter to its limits so it could gain all information it wanted and help with anything Elder Hu would want. Elder Hu opened his eyes after a moment and let out a breath. His understanding towards the universe around him had transformed into something completely above most mortals. He even looked a little younger. "Well, I never thought existence could feel this fragile in my hands," the old man muttered and chuckled with a shake of his head. "I am sorry about that. I did not do that on purpose," Elder Hu added and tried to bow in apology, but Simon did not let him. It's fine. No harm done, Simon said, holding the old man's shoulders to stop him from bowing. Thank you, disciple, Elder Wu said sincerely and patted Eric's head like a grandfather. For Elder Wu, comprehension of the universe was what he strives for, and in his culture the more you comprehend the closer you are to true enlightenment. So Elder Wu was profoundly thankful towards Eric for giving him such knowledge and comprehension. Elder Wu had not even given voice to his skill and did not allow it to talk to him like an AI. He used it like an upgrade to his mind as an added body part. You are welcome. I will always do what I can for you, Eric said with a smile, getting a chuckle from the old man as he gazed at the family he had gained in Eric, Simon, and Edwina. Eric then took out some ingots of a new metal he had made. He had used the orichalcum he had gotten from the Tensura world and had even added gold to magisteel to make more of it. He had then bathed the metal with the energies of all 7 demon signatures, forming a new metal he called septem orichalcum. The metal looked golden but darker. More stronger than gold, with less luster and more power. Dad, can you give me your sword? I can have it reforged with this metal, Eric said, showing Simon the new metal. Simon shrugged and gave Eric his sword, and he stored it in his pouch. Well, I think I have stalled enough. I have one more thing to tell you all, Eric said and took a deep breath. I am with Luna and Daphne and I love them both and they love me, Eric said and held his breath, more worried about his mom's reaction. Well, yeah. We have eyes, Simon said with a shrug, and surprisingly Edwina shrugged as well. I raised you, son. And any girl will be lucky to have your love. I know you will cherish them, Edwina said and kissed his forehead. She then went to the kitchen to help Nibbin with the dinner as she wanted to help make food for Eric. Elder Wu shrugged it off as well and picked up a parchment and quill to write a letter to someone. Eric stood dumbfounded for a moment before going to his room stiffly to process what had just happened. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the novel. And power stones, please. All of them. If you like this fanfic, please help it with moving up the ranks. Chapter 137, Side Story, 8, Bastards and High Tables. After their grand welcome to Winterfell, the Drakensar family found their familiar rhythms again. Aegon would be following around Ned and sit in meetings when he would talk to the lords or hold court. While Elia spent her time teaching Rhaenys about the customs of the 7 kingdoms when people were around her and magic when no one was around. Elia herself had improved her magic a lot. Because of the blessing she had gotten from her good father, fire and light magic came naturally to her. A/N, in Asoyaf lingo, good father, good brother, good sister, and all that are basically how they say in-laws, like good father means father-in-law and all that. It would have been hard to practice fire and light magic and making sure no one noticed, so she had started with learning runes that would help in the isolation of a room from the outside world. Ra spent his time in the barracks, training the guards in the castle if they would ask and practicing rune magic himself in secret. Little Lord Robb started following him around like a duckling when he would notice Ra and ask for rides on his shoulder or training, which Ra would refuse as he was too young. It was one of those days, not long after their arrival in Winterfell, when Ra met Jon Snow in the training area. The little 3-year-old boy was swinging a thin stick around and hitting a rock again and again. Ra was not wearing his armor, so he went behind the boy and gently picked him up in his arms. Jon was surprised and stopped swinging the stick when Ra rested him on his arm. I am certain you will be a great knight when you grow up. However, for now it is your age of play and have fun, little one, Ra said to the boy gently and brushed some hair from his face as the stick he was holding fell from his hand. No knights in the north. I will be the best warrior, Jon said, holding the smock Ra was wearing for support. Well, great warrior. Why were you not at the feast? Ra asked the kid as he walked around the training area to soothe him. Bastards should not sit on high tables, Jon said in a small voice as if he had rehearsed the line as he rested his forehead and Ra's chest and held him tighter. Who taught you to say that? Ra asked the boy gently, holding him tight to provide him with comfort. Jon did not speak for some time and just held Ra tight as Ra walked and patted his back to comfort Jon. Lady Stark, he whispered after some time, his voice small and breath even as if he was fully comfortable on Ra's chest. Ra hummed and did not speak after that. He just walked and swayed Jon in his arms before moving to Jon's room so the boy could have some rest, as it seemed he had not slept much in the night. Sir Ra. Is he hurt? Ned spotted Ra walking towards Jon's room and asked in worry. Ra shook his head before entering Jon's room to lay him on his head. Outside the room Ned stood like a statue. When Ra had looked at Ned a moment ago there was a coldness in his expression, so cold it made the blood of kings of winter run cold. Ra exited the room and stood in front of Ned. His towering form sent a chill down Ned's spine. Did you know why he was not with us during the feast? Ra asked in a voice so cold Ned took half a step back on instinct. I asked him to join, but he must have been up to some mischief, Ned said with a shake of his head. Ra's eyes softened when he used his magic subtly to sense the honesty of Ned's words and found that Ned seemed to be speaking the truth. It seems Lady Stark has been sharing wisdom with your son. If I remember her words were bastards should not sit on high tables as he told me with such sorrow it broke my heart. R.A. spoke with sarcasm at first, but in the end his voice trembled with rage and sorrow. She would not, Ned whispered to himself with a shake of his head. I do not care for your thoughts in this matter. I do not wish to see a 3-year-old child in such pain again. I understand if she is not capable of caring for him, ask her to stay away then. R.A. spoke in a firm voice and left to bring some food for John. Ned stood in the same place for what seemed like an eternity. He trembled where he stood when he glanced at John's room. The warden of the north straightened his back and hardened his eyes before moving to find his wife with a purpose in his steps. Ned found Caitlin in their room with Sansa in her arms. She cooed over Sansa and swayed her gently with a soft smile with so much love Ned thought he had imagined his chat with R.A. for a moment. Cat, Ned called out and entered the room to have a chat with his wife. Meanwhile, R.A. was trying to feed some soup to a sleepy John. Later, John muttered, his eyes still closed when R.A. nudged him to feed him the soup. R.A. chuckled and picked John up in his arms before placing the boy on his lap. Huh. John muttered and looked around, fully awake before looking at R.A. with wide eyes. Here, R.A. said and placed a spoonful in front of John's mouth. John let out a breath and ate silently as R.A. fed him silently as well. After the soup was finished R.A. placed him on the bed again and caressed John's head once before leaving. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 138, A Realm Named Pandora. A certain cylindrical house near Ottery St. Catchpole. Luna arrived at her house with a huge smile on her face as she greeted her father with a hug. Oh, my Luna. You are back. I thought you would be staying at school for Christmas, Xenophilius said, clearly happy to see his daughter. Yes, I will be going back to school for the ball as Eric's date, Luna said calmly, and her lips thinned as she saw the frown on Xenophilius's face. I heard rumors about that boy. Someone told me he is dating the Greengrass girl as well. Didn't you tell me she is your good friend? Xenophilius said with a shake of his head. He is dating her as well. I allowed him to, Luna said gently. Luna, my lovely girl. You don't deserve that. You are a precious gem, and if he cannot love you alone, he does not deserve you, Xenophilius said, holding Luna's face. Xenophilius thought Eric was playing his precious daughter and manipulating her into doing his bidding. I know you love him, my girl, but I must tell you if he does this to you, he does not love you, Xenophilius added in a whisper and kissed Luna's forehead. Dad, I love Daphne like a sister and I am truly fine with that, and I want you to accept that, Luna said with a shake of her head as she held her father's hands. Xenophilius shook his head with pity in his eyes as he looked at Luna as if she was the most naive girl in the world. We will talk of that later. Come, I prepared some tea and snacks for you. Let's have them before Plimpy steal your appetite, Xenophilius said with an indulgent smile. Luna chewed on her lip as if contemplating something. She closed her eyes and took a breath as she thought before opening them with resolve. Dad, I will show you something, and I want you to stay calm and let me explain, Luna said and held her father's hand. Of course, my girl. Anything it is, I will listen to you always, Xenophilius said in his usual indulgent way. One moment Luna and Xenophilius were in their house, and the next they were in the void of space with nothing around them. The space was not cold to them but beautiful, with stars gathering into rivers that curled and coiled. Xenophilius looked at his daughter and saw her with 6 pairs of beautiful wings, like the angel he always thought of her as. Luna, he whispered and touched her head as if to check if she was real. I once dreamt of that day, Luna said. Xenophilius knew the day Luna was talking about, and his lips trembled as he looked at Luna. He held me tight in my dream and took all that darkness away, turning it into light, Luna added, giving Xenophilius glimpses of what had happened. Luna glanced at the emptiness, and an asteroid appeared in the space, exiting a portal she had created. She turned to the asteroid, and it flattened and formed solid ground for them to step on. Luna's wings glowed, and life birthed itself on the new, flat planet. Plants, small animals, lakes, even some magical beings appeared as the rock was saturated with endless magic, making the impossible possible. I will name this place after Mother. Pandora, Luna whispered the last part. How? What? This is the grace of a god, Xenophilius muttered as he saw his daughter play God with life and create a whole planet in front of him. God, huh? Luna mused out loud. I have met them too. I call them friends, she added with a fond smile. How is this possible? Xenophilius whispered, looking at Luna. Luna explained everything to Xenophilius, who sat on the ground with her and listened without interrupting. Noctel appeared beside them in the middle of the story and sat on Xenophilius's shoulder as if to corroborate the story and comfort the men. Your mother would be proud of you. I am proud of you, Xenophilius said with a smile, accepting everything Luna had told him after taking some time to digest all the information. Dad, she is always watching us, Luna said and waved her hand to form a beautiful silver door in the middle of the field. Xenophilius looked at the door and could not look away. His heart stopped for a moment, and somehow he knew what was behind that door. Go, meet her. She asked of you when we met, Luna said gently. Xenophilius got up and, as if in a trance, he moved to the door before taking a deep breath and entering. Their universe was not in Hades' jurisdiction or under that of any god they knew. However, when Luna told Persephone about her life during a conversation, the goddess had pulled some strings to get Pandora's soul in their domain. Because Luna was the chosen one of their whole pantheon, she had the authority and power to exert their divinities in any way she wished, allowing her to meet Pandora. Luna even had the authority to revive Pandora, but Pandora had asked for some time to think about it. The universe they were in did have some planets with life and divine sources. She had even met some of the gods from other planets in their universe. To her surprise, the gods born from the divine sources in material realms were not as powerful as her and had a lot of restrictions placed on them. She had helped some of them and gained some divine seeds of the material realms. She intended to give one to Pandora if she chose to be revived and one to Xenophilius so they could stay together forever. And if Pandora chose not to be revived, she would just take his soul and place it with Pandora's after his death, and she would be able to meet them whenever she may choose to, and they would be together forever as well. Just as she was thinking of these things while she looked at different colored seeds in her hands, Xenophilius exited the door and stumbled as if he was pushed out of the door. What happened? Luna asked her father with a little surprise. Can't I stay with her? Xenophilius asked with hope in his eyes. It seems Xenophilius had been stubborn and refused to leave Pandora's side, leading her to push him out of the door as he was not dead and Luna still needed Xenophilius. It is not your time yet, Dad. And you can meet her whenever you wish to. I will form a path for you to come here whenever you may wish, Luna told Xenophilius with a hand on his shoulder. Xenophilius let out a breath and composed himself after the display he had just shown. Father and daughter sat there for some time after that and talked about all the changes in Luna's life Xenophilius had missed in the past few years. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 139, The Grass Must Not Be Disturbed. That night, the Hawthorns had invited Eric's friends and their families for dinner together. The first to arrive were Sirius and Harry, with Pyra on his shoulder. Sirius exited the floor with a laugh and a bottle of wine in his hand as he gave Simon a hug and ruffled Eric's hair. Eric and Harry fist bumped before Sirius ruffled Eric's hair again, making Harry laugh. What's so funny? Eric asked with a raised eyebrow and heard Simon laugh as well. He was even pointing at Eric as he laughed. Eric conjured a mirror in front of him and saw his hair had turned pink. Eric smirked and shook his head, his hair turning back to its previous color. Impressive, Sirius muttered at the masterful use of magic. Eric tilted his head and glanced at Sirius' hand with a smirk. I know, he said with a laugh. Sirius frowned and looked at his hand to see he had 7 fingers and 2 thumbs now. A. Sirius shouted and shook his hand around as if shaking it hard enough would detach the added fingers. The fingers did not come off and Sirius grew more fascinated and tried getting used to the extra limbs, making a game out of it. Harry, Simon, and Eric laughed at that as Edwina just shook her head and muttered something about boys, waiting for the other guests to arrive. Daphne and her family were the next to arrive, leading to a smile blooming on Edwina's face. Edwina got up and hugged Celine before patting Daphne and Astoria's cheeks with a smile. Finally, Edwina muttered, letting out a breath. Now I can have a respite from these childish boys, she said and sat with Celine, ignoring the looks from Simon. Celine giggled and joined Edwina as Daphne greeted Eric and Harry and sat on their side. Daphne sat beside Eric and held his hand as they started chatting about the upcoming Yule Ball. Ignatius and Celine noticed that and glanced at each other before going back to their own conversations. Daphne had told them about her relationship with Eric, to which they had naturally given a negative response. However, they did not think of Eric as a manipulator but as greedy. Daphne had shown them her new powers as well. That was a shock to the three. She had casually teleported them onto a sun without causing them any damage or discomfort and given life to some planets near that sun with just a glance. After that display, they could not say anything. They just spent a week on a planet Daphne had created and got another surprise when they returned and no time had passed in their own world. Their daughter and Astoria's sister had gained the powers of a god in their eyes, and she had stated Eric as the sole cause of that. It was not like the girls were with Eric because of the powers he had given them, but they needed to show that to their families to make them accept their unconventional relationship. Luna and Xenophilius arrived next. Luna was given a hug from Edwina as soon as she arrived, while Simon awkwardly shook Xenophilius' hand. To their surprise, Xenophilius was much better put together and a little toned down from his usual self as well, allowing for normal conversation. Edwina kissed Luna's cheek before Luna went and greeted Daphne with a hug and sat on Eric's other side, holding his hand as she greeted the others as well. Simon glanced at Xenophilius to see his reaction. Xenophilius glanced at the scene before shaking his head with a little sigh and continued his conversation with Simon and Ignatius. Half an hour later, Edwina and Celine were chatting and giggling while Simon, Ignatius, and Xenophilius were having a debate on how useless a minister of magic can be, with Fudge being proven as the paragon of being useless. Harry was on his stomach with the others pinning him down as Astoria smudged her fingers in some ink and neared them to Harry's face with a grin on her face. "I will remember this. I will have my revenge when you are the happiest and turn it into despair," Harry threatened all of them, getting only mocking laughter in return. "Please, please not the face. You are so sweet, Astoria, you won't do this to me." When threats did not work, Harry tried flattery. He glanced at his loyal companion, Pyra, for help, but she just tilted her head and watched the scene with anticipation as well, wanting to see what art Astoria would make on Harry's face. At that moment, the floor flashed green again with 4 people exiting the fireplace. It was the Delacour family who exited elegantly and with smiles on their faces. They tried not to laugh when they saw Harry in the state he was in. Well, the adults tried not to laugh. Gabrielle did not even try to hold back and held her stomach as she pointed at Harry and laughed out loud. Apollon picked the little girl up in her arms and closed her mouth with an apologetic expression. "She is more behaved usually," Apollon said with a wry smile as Gabrielle wriggled in her arms. Edwina just waved her hand with a smile and gave Apollon a hug after she put Gabrielle back down. "It's good to see you," Apollon said to Edwina, and a gracious la-bise was exchanged as Simon was greeting Monsieur with a handshake like the old friends they were. Fleur and Gabrielle greeted Eric and his group as well. Fleur had a smile on her face, and Gabrielle was still giggling a little. Eric removed his knee from Harry's back and got up like nothing had happened to greet the girls. He pinched Gabrielle's nose before looking at Fleur with a raised eyebrow. "You've come to spy on me, have you, rival?" Eric said. Fleur scoffed and gave Eric a hug before hugging the others as well. Harry was still on the couch with his face buried in it. "Traitors, what face do I have left now?" he was muttering to himself as Pyra nudged his face to comfort him. "He will recover," Eric said with a nod as they sat together and did not disturb Harry, waiting for him to recover himself. "Eric, would you mind if I dug a hole in your yard to bury myself?" Harry asked with dead eyes after he got up. "Of course I mind. Who knows what your clumsy magic will do to the grass," Eric replied with a frown. "Oh. I almost forgot. Hermione and her parents must be ready. I should send Dobby to bring them as well," Harry muttered, and Dobby appeared beside him and tilted his head at Harry. "Dobby, go to Hermione's house and bring her and her family. Don't appear in front of them, go to their front door first and ring the bell," Harry instructed. Dobby nodded and gave a salute before leaving with a pop. Harry had helped Hermione reach her home by using Dobby as a transport, the same method he used for himself. The Grangers arrived at the front door of the house with a pop and rang the doorbell moments after Harry had sent Dobby to bring them. Edwina was the one who opened the door and greeted Hermione and her nervous-looking parents warmly. "Welcome, please. Make yourselves at home," Edwina said and gestured for them to enter. Simon nodded at Wendell and got up to greet the family with a smile. Ignatius and Monsieur also greeted Wendell, wanting to help the nervous man and welcome him to the group. Meanwhile, Celine and Apollon greeted Monica with a hug as well. Hermione joined Eric and the group, marveling at the magical objects and the look of the mansion. "Didn't you guys invite Ron?" she asked with a raised eyebrow when she noticed a lack of redheads in the mansion. "Ron and his brothers are still in Hogwarts," Harry mentioned, getting a tilt of the head from Hermione. She shrugged it off after a bit and confiscated Pyra from Harry before joining in the conversation. "A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then." Chapter 140, High Stakes Gathering. Most wizards and witches in the room knew Sirius' identity and reputation. But, they were given proof of Sirius' innocence in private meeting as they were allies of the Hawthorns. Harry had told Ron and Hermione the truth about Sirius as well. Fleur and Gabrielle did not know much about Sirius, so they did not ask any questions either. After about an hour from the start of the gathering, Monsieur and Apollon Delacour got up to leave. They had talked about it before arriving at the mansion, as they had some work to do. Elder who arrived just as they were about to leave, giving everyone an apologetic smile. "I lose track of time when practicing magic. I wish we could have had some time to talk," Elder was said as they were saying their farewells. "Oh. We wished for some time with you as well. We have heard much about you," Apollon said with a shake of her head and an elegant smile. Monsieur gave Elder a polite bow. "I hope you will visit us when you stay in France," he said, and Elder returned the bow as they both left. "You will be going to France?" Eric asked Elder with a tilt of his head. "Yes. The Flammels and I have been exchanging letters regarding alchemy, and I have been invited to stay with them for some time," Elder said with a nod. "Aren't they?" Harry began but did not complete his sentence. They have some time, and they wish to dedicate it to alchemy and travel, Elder was said, giving a gentle pat on Harry's head. Elder would then join the conversation with the adults after greeting everyone. Eric, can you introduce me to him later? I have been reading his books, and there are a million things I wish to ask him, Hermione whispered to Eric in excitement. No, I wouldn't do that to him, Eric said directly with a shake of his head. Hermione opened her mouth in shock, then her lips thinned as she nodded with a sigh, making a pitiful expression. I understand. Why would you introduce us? I am just a know-it-all after all, Hermione whispered in a sad voice. Eric looked at her and scratched his cheek, guilt written on his face. Everyone at the table knew what was about to happen next, and they were right. I will introduce you too. I am sure he will find you, brilliant, Eric said with a nod. No, you don't have to, Hermione said and looked away, hiding her smirk from Eric. Luna looked at Daphne with accusation, while Fleur found her glass of juice very interesting, her shoulder shaking from hidden laughter. I insist. You are very smart, Hermione, and he will love to talk to you, Eric said with a guilty look. Well, thank you then, Hermione said and gave Eric a small smile. Eric smiled back and sighed in relief before taking a sip of his juice. The adults were not far from them, so they had heard the exchange. The men in the group gave Simon raised eyebrows, while Edwina received smiles and giggles from the women. Don't look at me. It's all the doing of his mother. You just need a trembling lip and half-decent acting skills to make my boy bend to your will, Simon whispered and shook his head. I raised that boy, Edwina said proudly, raising her chin and earning appreciative nods from the women. You know, your girl is not without blame either. She knows what she is doing, Simon added, jabbing an accusatory finger at Wendell. My angel will never do that, Wendell said in defense of Hermione, though his words lacked conviction. We can all see the smirk on her face, Simon said with a deadpan look. Wendell avoided his gaze and ignored his words completely. Anyways, that is a beautiful painting, Wendell said, pointing at a random painting on the wall to change the subject. Oh. Yes, I bought it at. Simon smiled and started a tirade about the history of the painting. Wendell breathed a secret sigh of relief and gave Hermione a proud smile. On the other side, the women debated making offers to adopt Eric from the Hawthorns and keep him with them forever. On the children's side, Daphne held Eric's arm and patted his back with a guilty look. It's all my fault, I'm sorry, she said and hugged Eric tighter by the arm. Huh? What is your fault? Eric asked, only to get a shake of the head and a kiss on the cheek from her. Eric shrugged and kissed her back before smiling. Eric? Harry suddenly asked with an uncertain look. Eric inclined his head towards Harry, waiting for him to continue. Well, would you mind if I bring Aunt Petunia and Dudley for dinner as well? Harry asked, scratching his head. Yeah, why would I mind? Eric said with a shrug. Harry sighed in relief and called Dobby again. Dobby went to fetch Dudley with a happy smile on his face. Meanwhile, Eric was in bliss as Daphne and Luna comforted him about something he did not understand, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Eric sent a telepathic message to Edwina and Simon about Dudley and Petunia and got confirmation that they did not mind their arrival. It did not take much time for an excited Dudley and a nervous Petunia to arrive. They were welcomed by Edwina with a smile. Petunia glanced at Simon once and gave a small nod, nervousness radiating from her. Simon nodded back with a smile and discreetly used magic to reduce her nervousness so she wouldn't start shivering and shaking. Dudley went over to Simon without fear and smiled at the men. Thank you, sir. Harry told me you helped him get the computer for me, Dudley said sincerely and politely, earning a pat on the head from Simon. Harry told me you are almost magical with that thing. Keep it up, Simon said, and Dudley nodded before greeting Eric and the group. Eric had to use some magic on Dudley because he was becoming infatuated with Fleur just by looking at her. He had no magical resistance, so it wasn't his fault. Harry introduced Dudley to everyone in the group, and because he was the odd one out, he made sure Dudley felt part of the conversation. The dinner is ready, Nibbin announced and snapped his fingers as a feast was laid out neatly on the dining table. By this point, the women were playing a card game with high stakes. The winner would get to adopt Eric. Edwina would be allowed to choose the next game if she won. Edwina played nervously, chewing her lower lip with everything on the line. Oh. Dinner is ready. Sorry, ladies, we will have to stop the game, Edwina said, not even trying to hide her grin as she threw her cards on the table. The ladies got up and went to the dining area. They gave Eric apologetic looks and pats on the cheek as they sat on the table, making him even more confused. The men had to stop their drinking competition as well. Their game was just as high stakes, if not more, than the ladies. The loser would have to drink microwave tea, and everyone present was British, so it was like blasphemy to them. They would not be able to show their faces in sophisticated society with that blemish on their names. Elder Huo was not playing the game, so he did not count. Wendell smiled at the announcement, relieved, as he was losing badly due to his low drinking capacity. "Wait," Wendell said as all of them were about to get up. "We need to get up slowly so the ladies don't know we were drinking heavily," Wendell whispered, and the men looked at him as if he were their savior. "You are a genius," Sirius said with a nod. "Well, he is a doctor, so it makes sense," Simon said with a shrug. "Let's not go that far." "He is a dentist," Sirius said, raising a finger. "What do you mean? You look homeless. Do you even have a wife?" Wendell shot back, going straight for Sirius' weak point. Sirius placed a hand on his heart and went limp on the couch, staring at the sky with dead eyes. "Huh. Let's not consider the opinions of maidenless people and find a solution to our previous problem," Wendell added, emphasizing the word maidenless as he looked directly at Sirius. "I feel a metallic taste in my mouth," Sirius commented, but he was ignored. Simon grinned and took out some potion vials from his pocket. "Drink these. They don't taste good, but better than sleeping on sofas," Simon said, and the men drank the potion with nods. Ignatius poured a potion into Sirius' open mouth, making him gag and cough. Everyone joined the dinner table, and the house elves served the food like experts. The Grangers were uncomfortable at first but relaxed when they learned Dobby was getting a salary. They did not comment on the others, as they were guests in the house and in the magical world as a whole. During dinner, Petunia mustered up the courage and scooped up a spoonful of food before placing it in front of Harry's mouth with a nervous look. "Thank you, Aunt. But I think I am too old for that," Harry said with a little embarrassment. A loud scoff was heard as Harry made that statement. Everyone turned to look at Eric, who was the source of the scoff. Eric opened his mouth, and Edwina placed a spoonful of food in it, cleaning his face with a napkin when he started chewing. Edwina was in her own world as she fed Eric with a doting smile, as if no one else existed in the world. Eric looked directly at Harry and raised his chin arrogantly. Petunia looked at Harry after this exchange. No one commented on it and went back to their own food. Harry glanced at Petunia, who was looking at him hopefully, and opened his mouth. Petunia smiled and fed Harry, whose face turned red as she fed him, Dudley, and Pyra the whole dinner. "Well, it's a blessing Ginny is not here. How is this guy so shameless?" Harry thought, looking from Eric to Luna and Daphne. Unbeknownst to Harry, Luna and Daphne's only concern was that they were not the ones feeding Eric right now. A/N, a little bizarre chapter, I hope you guys liked it though. And, you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 141, The Rebirth of Hephaestus. At night, Eric was preparing the things he wanted to bring with him to the Dreamlands. He was in an isolated room in the mansion with a bottomless pouch lying in front of him. "Find me a better way. I don't want a repeat of the time I brought something out of the Dreamlands," Eric muttered to himself. Affirmative. He heard in his mind, and a method, along with its explanation, entered his consciousness. "Good, let's do that," he nodded to himself and sat on the ground with the pouch in his hands. "Ready," he said out loud. The skin of his chest area stretched and bulged before it formed a bloodless opening, where Eric entered the pouch a second later. "That was something," Eric said with a grimace before shrugging and going back to his room. He went to sleep and gathered the people he wanted to enter the Dreamlands with. Elder Will waved before he took off on the winged stag. Edwina and Simon flew away as usual. They would go around exploring the Dreamlands, meeting gods, seeing worlds, and helping people if needed. Eric, Luna, and Daphne were the only ones left, and they started flying toward the golden tree. "Mom asked to meet you the last time we talked," Luna mentioned as they were flying. "Take me with you next time then, Angel." "I would love to meet her as well," Eric answered as he smiled lovingly at her. Luna smiled back and held his hand as they neared the golden tree. The three landed in front of the blanks that the golden tree had formed, and Eric held out his pouch with a grin. The first thing he took out were the scales of Veldora he was given. He placed one of the scales in one blank. The water rippled and accepted the scale before it dissolved, and purple lightning patterns started moving within the water. Next, he produced the silver primordial demon he had rescued from the demon realm. He placed the whole vial in the water and watched it dissolve, and the body of the fox regenerated inside the water bubble. The fox coiled itself in the water as it gained a silver sheen. Eric stepped back and observed the process for a little bit before nodding. "This may take some time. How about we visit Olympia in the meantime?" Eric asked, and Luna created a portal beside her with a wave of her hand. Eric held Luna and Daphne by the waist as they entered the portal and appeared at the edge of the castle of the gods. "You arrive at the right time," they heard the voice of Hestia behind them and looked back. "Hephaestus has been reborn," Hestia added with a happy smile on her face. "Come, dears. Join in the celebration," Hestia said, giving them a hug each before bringing them inside. In the castle, they were met with a scene of grand celebrations. A massive coliseum had been formed, with the gods seated in the observer seats and an uncountable number of people in the viewing area as warriors faced off against each other. Are we watching people kill each other now? Luna asked as they entered the viewing area of the gods while hugging Eric's arm. She tried her best for it not to sound like an accusation, as she thought there must be a good explanation for that. They all are already dead. And the warriors participating in the matches volunteered themselves as they love fighting and glory, Hades explained gently. The three nodded and looked toward Hades as left to see a new god among them. He seemed to be in his 20s, with black hair and red eyes. He had a toned and muscular body, but one of his legs was a metal prosthetic. He wore a simple exomus and pilos as he looked at them as well. It is good to finally meet you, Lord Hephaestus, Eric said and gave Hephaestus a bow. I was told you helped in my resurrection by freeing Mother. Thank you, Hephaestus replied with a gruff but genuinely thankful voice. He did seem to have a little trouble with saying the word mother but did not seem completely opposed to it. It was her who did everything she could, Eric said, getting a smile from Hera, who was sitting with Prometheus. Hephaestus nodded and looked back at the games in the Colosseum. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Hera gestured to the seats beside her for Eric and the girls to sit. They greeted Hades and Persephone before moving toward Hera, who gave the three a hug and a kiss on the cheek before they sat in their seats. There are not ordinary people, Daphne muttered as she saw the scale of the fight in front of them. A tall man with a shield and a spear was fighting a winged serpent in an epic duel of speed and strength. He is a half-giant, Hera told them. They nodded and watched the fight with more interest. The man crouched with his spear in front of him and, with a powerful leap, soared to the sky, right above the serpent. Mid-air, he created a platform and kicked it, propelling himself down with a shockwave. He became a blur as he fell on the serpent with his spear and shield in front of him. The serpent flapped its wings and moved its body around the attack, dexterously. The man moved the spear parallel to the ground, wanting to make a cut in the serpent's body from top to bottom. However, with a swift movement of the serpent's tail, the man was flung away and fell on the ground with his body bent unnaturally. Don't these serpents guard the castle? Eric asked Hades. He remembered seeing them when he first met Hades. Yes, they're the spawn of Typhon. We raised them to be protectors, Hades said with a nod. How does he even, know? Eric asked with a tilt of his head. They just appear near the place he is imprisoned, not born, Hades explained with a shrug. The games continued the whole day after that, with feasts and drinks going all around. Eric and the girls exited the Colosseum long before the celebrations came to an end, specifically when Eric noticed the people had lost themselves and were having orgies in the spectator stands. Well, they are Greek after all, Eric muttered and removed his hands from Luna and Daphne's eyes. What's that supposed to mean? They heard and saw Hephaestus leaning on a pillar beside them. You know what I mean, Eric said with a shrug. Hephaestus scratched his head before shrugging. Eric was not wrong, after all. And it's not like the gods, the ones who were left were participating anyway. Can I have a moment with you? Hephaestus asked Eric and glanced at Luna and Daphne. Eric shrugged and gave Luna and Daphne a kiss before they entered a portal made by Daphne and left. Hephaestus started walking with Eric beside him. However, even after they walked for about 5 minutes, Hephaestus had not spoken, as if he did not know how to start. How did you die? I mean, what happened then? Eric asked Hephaestus the hard question to begin with. Well, I was helping Zeus, Hephaestus said with a grimace. It's not like even Zeus wanted to hurt you, but he took the order not to as a slight on his pride, Hephaestus added after a bit and sighed. There were so many gods present. Enough to fill worlds with just gods. Every god who disagreed stepped forward and charged at once. We did not wish to fight, but we had to charge with our king, Hephaestus paused after he said that and shook his head, not wanting to continue. Why aren't you or the other dissatisfied with me? You all have even helped me, Eric asked. It was not your fault. You were not even there, Hephaestus said with a shrug. We gods have our flaws and hubris. I know that. But we have the sense to realize that in front of Vasuki we are not even ants, the ones who are alive understand at least, Hephaestus added and patted Eric's shoulder. Hephaestus stopped walking after that and stood face to face with Eric. Can you help me with reviving Aphrodite? He asked Eric. It seemed that was what he wanted to ask since the beginning. Why would you want that? Lady Hera and Lady Hestia told me how she treated you, Eric asked with a tilt of his head. She was my wife, Hephaestus whispered. Eric looked at Hephaestus for a long moment. I suggest you explore more options until the next time we meet. And if by then you still want to revive her, I will help you, Eric promised, getting a deep nod from Hephaestus. Thank you for considering. Do you need my help with something till then? Hephaestus asked. Eric nodded and gave Hephaestus Simon's sword and the septem orichalcum metal he had made. Can you reforge this sword with this metal and make one spear and one more sword as well? Eric asked Hephaestus as he inspected the sword and metal. Good metal. Shouldn't be a problem, Hephaestus muttered, and the things disappeared with a wave of his hand. You should join the celebrations. They are for you after all, Eric suggested. Hephaestus nodded and went back, his prosthetic leg causing a metallic sound as he walked. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 142, Side Story, 9, Heart's Mirror. The next day. Very good, now extend the scale and imagine them turning into a shield that looks like a wing, Elia was instructing Rhaenys in magical training. Rhaenys concentrated on her hand, which had dragon-like scales on it. The scales started rippling and morphing as spikes protruded from them. After about a minute, the scales dissipated, and Rhaenys sat on the ground in exhaustion. Her and Aegon's magic seemed different from yours, R.A. observed, receiving a nod from Elia. Their magic seems to be coming from a connection they have made with something recently, Elia said with a sigh. By the looks of the scales, that something must be a wyvern, R.A. speculated and picked Rhaenys up in his arms when she spread her arms toward him. Rhaenys wrapped her arms around R.A. and placed her head on his shoulder as she rested on him. How is that possible? Elia muttered, more to herself. Well, there are a lot of wyverns in Nightshade, and now that they have a connection to Nightshade through me, they must have bonded with one through a dream, or maybe it hatched the same time as the connection was formed, R.A. speculated as he gently swayed Rhaenys. Wouldn't that mean previously other Targaryens may have formed bonds with wyverns from Nightshade as well? Elia asked, getting a shake of the head from R.A. No, the magic of Nightshade is completely isolated from the rest of the world, and you need an anchor or connection to use it, R.A. said, suddenly receiving a kiss on the cheek from Rhaenys. That means I am now truly your daughter, Rhaenys said and hugged R.A. tighter. R.A. did not know what logic she used there, but he just hummed and caressed her back at those words. Elia smiled at the exchange, and R.A. extended an arm to engulf her in a hug as well. Oh. I think I found a solution to the Caitlyn problem. Elia said with a mischievous smile on her face as she rested in Ra's arms as well. What is it? R.A. asked before placing a hand on Rhaenys' head gently and using magic so she could not hear the next part. Rhaenys placed her hands on Ra's chest and pushed herself back so R.A. could see her pout clearly. R.A. just shook his head at her, and she rested her head on his shoulder again, her pout getting wider. I created 2 spells I call Agony Touch and Heart's Mirror. They are not that powerful, but Caitlyn doesn't know magic, so they were easy to cast on her without her knowing, Elia said with a grin. That is her evil smile, Rhaenys muttered and pretended to be scared and hugged R.A. tighter. R.A. chuckled while Elia's lips thinned, and she tickled Rhaenys in retaliation. These spells will cause her a stinging pain if she thinks of hurting Jon in any way, and she will feel his emotions when she shows him a negative emotion without any reason. Like the scathing glare she always gives him, Elia added the last part in a whisper. Good, she deserves this and more, R.A. said with a nod and removed the spell on Rhaenys. Finally, Rhaenys muttered and wrinkled her nose at R.A., who responded by kissing her nose. Will we go to Nightshade after we leave here? Rhaenys asked R.A., do you wish for us to? R.A. asked her back with a smile, getting a nod from her. As the princess commands then, R.A. said, getting a giggle in response. R.A. and Elia knew Caitlyn was not an evil person. On the contrary, she was very kind to them and their children. However, Jon was her weak point, because to her, he was nothing but proof of Ned's infidelity, and Jon looked like a true Stark, just like Ned. Deep in her heart, Caitlyn knew Jon was innocent, but she just could not stop her hatred when she would look at him. And that was the reason of her grimace as everyone had dinner together. Ned had made sure Jon was with them during the dinner after his argument with Caitlyn. Calling it an argument was generous, as just after Ned was able to say a couple of words, Caitlyn just started hurling accusations at him and stormed out of the room. Jon was sitting beside R.A. as he ate small bites of food and occasionally glanced at Caitlyn, expecting the glare she always gave him. However, he noticed her glares were not as frequent this time, and she would even grimace from time to time. Jon did not think much of it and shrugged before eating his food with a little less tension in his shoulders. Am I old enough to train now, Sir R.A.? Robb asked R.A. hopefully, as he did every time they would be in one room. Not yet, but you are getting there, R.A. said with a chuckle, getting a disappointed nod from Robb. Why do you wish to train anyways? You should spend your time having fun with Jon, Ned asked with a smile on his face as he caressed Robb's cheek with a finger. Because father is the best warrior, Robb replied as he poked his food with a spoon. Robb thought Ned killed Arthur Dayne in single combat, making him the best warrior in Westeros as he killed the previous one. Ned sighed and took the spoon from Robb before showing him how to hold it properly, indicating him to eat with the spoon and not poke it. Aegon raised an eyebrow at Robb and opened his mouth, clearly intending to set straight whose father was the best warrior, but a light glare from Elia was enough to stop him. I got a raven from Gior. It stated Alysanne Mormont will be arriving in Winterfell shortly, Ned mentioned, looking at R.A. I look forward to it, R.A. said with a nod. Ned and Caitlyn had agreed to foster Alysanne with R.A. in Winterfell for some years. They actually welcomed it. Bear Island was prospering, and the Mormonts were one of the most loyal houses. It was a good way to strengthen ties. Caitlin liked Meej and would welcome her daughter with open arms. She had enough wits to recognize that the women of Bear Island had no choice except the path of the warrior if they wished to survive. She would never allow her daughter to play with weapons, however, she thought as she looked at Sansa, who was in Elia's arms at the moment. She did curse in her mind because of the headache she was having, as if a constant stinging pain. And why was she feeling melancholic all of a sudden? A/N, Elia's magic system is based on the D&D world. As is the Gold Dragon. I wish to have all the power stones in the world. Chapter 143, Fleur in the Dreams. After his chat with Hephaestus, Eric returned to the girls by forming a portal directly to them. They were with Hestia, who had also left the Colosseum once the orgy began, choosing quiet company over the chaos. My lady, Eric greeted her with a warm smile, receiving a gentle, welcoming hug from her in return. Come, child. The girls have made some food for you. Hestia took Eric's hand and guided him toward a kitchen they had arranged beside a glowing hearth that radiated gentle heat and comfort. Luna and Daphne had prepared several pies for Eric, which they placed before him with bright, eager smiles lighting up their faces. Eric settled at the table with Luna and Daphne seated at either side, while Hestia sat across from them, watching the scene with soft fondness in her eyes. Luna and Daphne fed him bite by bite, laughing quietly as they chatted with Hestia. The goddess shared stories from her about her life and small tales from the world she had birthed. I know what Hephaestus asked of you, Hestia said at last, her voice gentle, carrying a sigh. Eric nodded slowly while Luna and Daphne clung to his arms, their heads resting comfortably on his shoulders after he finished the pies. Will you? Hestia asked quietly. Well, we have time until the next time I visit here, Eric answered, his tone had a suggestion in it, and Hestia nodded with a contemplative expression. I will take him with me to visit some mortal worlds as avatars, and a few places in the Dreamlands, to help him change his mind, Hestia said as she reached out, caressing Eric's cheek before offering him a soft, knowing smile. Thank you, dear. She whispered the words tenderly and leaned in to kiss his forehead before leaving them. Eric wrapped his arms around the girls as they rested beside the soothing warmth and comforting glow of the hearth Hestia had personally shaped. Can I bring Fleur with me and show her the Dreamlands? Daphne asked quietly, her head still nestled against his shoulder. Of course, Eric replied with an easy nod. Daphne rose, leaned down, and gave him a quick kiss before leaving with a wide, genuinely happy smile on her face. Well, it seems it is just us two now, Luna murmured, placing her hand on Eric's chest as she shifted from his shoulder to the crook of his neck, nibbling softly with clear intent. She created a portal behind them, and the two fell into it together, landing in their bed in the cabin on their private island. Meanwhile with Daphne. Daphne went straight to the golden tree on the island and laid her hand on its trunk. You are connected to the dreams of Eric's friends, right? She asked the tree politely after greeting it. Yes, the tree replied with a happy rustle, its branches shaking as it formed an opening for Daphne to enter. Thank you, she said before stepping through the shimmering portal. She arrived in a beautiful garden in front of a mansion, where Fleur stood watching a younger version of herself playing joyfully with a group of friends. Little versions of herself, Eric, Luna, and other students ran through the garden alongside the child Fleur, the scene filled with innocent laughter. The real Fleur sighed at the memory-like vision before jolting slightly when Daphne placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. She turned and found Daphne smiling at her with an unmistakably playful grin. Fleur reached out to poke Daphne, then pinched her own arm lightly. Quoi? What? She whispered in French, confused when she felt real, unmistakable sensations. Come on now, Daphne said mischievously as she tugged Fleur along. Explain, Fleur demanded as they walked across the soft grass toward wherever Daphne was guiding her. Daphne nodded and began explaining everything about the Dreamlands as they moved, describing the way it functioned and how one traversed it. What? Fleur muttered, stopping abruptly as the information sank in. Daphne halted too and turned to face her. Daphne, this, higher realms. You know what that means, right? Fleur asked, her frown deep with concern. Fleur had read enough about dimensions and realms to understand the implications. She knew how overwhelmingly powerful even a lesser being from a higher dimension could be. She knew that even the strongest individual in a lower realm would be nothing more than an ant before some from a higher realm. She speculated as least, the books did not have concrete information and were more philosophy and not a guide. She explained the danger to Daphne, who listened patiently and nodded since she already understood perfectly. She had experienced it firsthand. She was not at the top of the Dreamlands, and yet in the waking world she had met gods and found out they were far weaker compared to her. You will be safe. We have allies in our own lands there, Daphne reassured, explaining the gods and the island's protection to Fleur. Fleur nodded after a moment of careful thought. She understood Daphne's intentions, understood also that Daphne had no desire to put either of them in danger. They walked back toward the portal Daphne had used earlier and stepped onto the beautiful island again, the massive golden tree standing behind them like a pillar. Wow. Fleur whispered as she took in the phoenixes soaring gracefully and the small animals darting through the forest with bursts of gentle magic. Daphne glanced toward a familiar direction, her lips pressing into a thin line as she released a quiet sigh. What happened? Fleur asked. Well, I was thinking we would explore with Luna and Eric, but... Daphne sighed again. Horny rabbits. I leave them alone for one moment, she muttered under her breath. Are they all right? Fleur asked, unable to catch the muttering. Yes, they are just idiots. We are better off without them, Daphne said with a small nod. Fleur raised an eyebrow but let the comment pass. Daphne spotted a silver phoenix perched nearby and beckoned it toward her. Would you be willing to give her a ride? Daphne asked softly, stroking the phoenix's head and gesturing toward Fleur. The phoenix approached Fleur and lowered its body in clear invitation. Fleur stroked the phoenix's neck, hesitating slightly as she glanced back at Daphne. She is fine with you riding her, Daphne assured her and helped Fleur mount the phoenix. What is that? Fleur asked, looking back toward the shimmering metal city atop the golden tree as they lifted into the sky. What does it look like? Daphne replied with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. Fleur looked back at the city once more before letting the question go as they crossed beyond the island's boundary and soared over the vast ocean. Where are we going? Fleur asked, stretching her arms wide and enjoying the pure, intoxicating magic in the air. We can go to the Olympians or to the Egyptian pantheons. Daphne suggested. Fleur knew about pantheons and their gods well enough. Well. She had an idea from the mythology she had read. Which one are you connected to? Fleur asked after a brief pause. The Egyptian pantheon. I was blessed by them, and I have full access to their worlds, Daphne explained simply. Well, let us go there, then, Fleur murmured. She looked at Daphne as she wondered what it felt like to be chosen by an entire pantheon, what she herself might achieve if she ever gained such a connection. Daphne recognized the thought instantly. She waved her hand and opened a portal before them. I will show her in the waking world, Daphne thought as the two of them entered the portal. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 144, Side Story, 10, Cruelty, the First Lesson. 7 days later, the Starks and the Drakensars stood before the gates of Winterfell to officially welcome Alysanne Mormont. The little lady's entourage consisted of a single wagon and 5 mounted guards, all of them women. The wagon, however, appeared to be of no use except carrying provisions and clothing, as Alysanne Mormont rode a sturdy pony herself. She was a girl of 10 named days, possessing dark brown hair and black eyes. She wore a practical wool tunic paired with breeches and knee-high, mud-splattered leather boots. A good quality fur cloak was draped over her shoulders as she rode at the front of the column. Upon nearing the welcoming party, she dismounted her pony with practiced ease and knelt before Ned Stark. I am truly grateful for your approval of my arrival, my lord, she spoke sincerely, earning warm smiles from both Catelyn and Ned. Ned bent down and helped her rise, holding her by the shoulders. It is a joy to host you as well, my lady, Ned spoke gently. He had no intention of speaking firmly to a child unless absolutely necessary. Catelyn smiled at the girl and patted her cheek lightly as Alysanne bowed to her. It is good to see you, child. I have great respect for your mother, and I find it a delight to have you here. Come along now, eat and rest for the day after such a long journey, Catelyn said kindly, taking Alysanne's hand to lead her into the castle. Alysanne's guards bowed respectfully to Ra before walking alongside him toward the keep. Inside, Alysanne was welcomed into the great hall and seated beside Ra for the meal, as she was to be fostered under his specific care. The girl possessed a fierce fire in her eyes, yet that intensity softened noticeably whenever she glanced at Ra. Mother and my guards told me of you, Sir Ra. I find it a great honor to be warded by you, she said politely, her eyes shining with undisguised admiration. Alysanne was not tame by any means. The people she admired most in the world were her mother, Meege, and her uncle, Lord Geor Mormont. Both of them had sung the praises of the legendary warrior Ra, the men who had single-handedly defended Princess Elia against a whole Lannister army and even broke the Ironborn enough that they joined the Night's Watch instead of choosing death as they mostly did. Ra smiled at her earnest words and patted her head lightly. They ate in comfortable silence, asking little of Alysanne, for they could clearly see the signs of exhaustion etched on her face, even as she tried her valiant best to hide it. After the meal, Ra led her to her chambers. Her room was situated close to Ra's own quarters in the family wing of the castle. Rest, little one. You must be tired from the journey, Ra told her gently. Her luggage had already been brought up, and her nightclothes were laid out on the bed, placed there by one of her guards. I am not tired yet, sir. There is still light, and I wish to start learning from you immediately, she insisted, looking up at Ra stubbornly. Here is the first lesson then, rest when you are tired, R.A. said gently, patting her cheek before he left the room to let her sleep. Alisane's training began the very next day. However, R.A. did not begin by teaching her how to fight. Instead, he began by teaching her patience in the art of meditation. He would sit with her every morning, guiding her through meditation before they broke their fast. For half a moon, he taught her mental discipline, while Elia took over her academic education alongside Rainey's. Alisane grumbled frequently about wanting to train with weapons at the beginning, but R.A. would simply respond with a gentle smile and a pat on her head every time she complained. You are younger and weaker than almost everyone. How would you win against someone even with these disadvantages? R.A. asked her one day. Alisane frowned deeply at being called weak, though her expression softened a moment later. I will fight with all I have. I am a she-bear, after all, she declared in a heartbeat with a proud smile. That, you are. There is no doubt in that. However, even bears are children at the beginning, R.A. told her with a chuckle. I don't know then, she admitted with a nod after trying to think of a better answer. Good. The first step is to recognize and accept what you don't know, R.A. praised her, sitting down beside her to explain further. You were right when you said you will have to fight with all you have. R.A. began, and she leaned against the wall, listening intently. But that will not be enough. You will have to be the crueler one. You block their attack and use a dagger to cut your opponent's wrist. You stab their ankle if they manage to knock you to the ground. R.A. elaborated, and she nodded along, vividly imagining every scenario R.A. described and planning what she would do in those moments. That is why we started with meditation. I never wish for you to lose your mind to anger and make a bad decision during combat. Remember, you must win first to have a chance to show mercy, R.A. said as he stood up, and she followed suit. He gestured to her guards, instructing all 5 of them to stand beside Alisane. You all will charge at me together, R.A. commanded. He knelt to Alisane's level and caressed her cheek. Do not hold back, he whispered gently before standing up again. R.A. held a wooden spear in his hand, he was not wearing any armor. Alisane gripped a small, wooden 2-handed battle axe, while the taller guards wielded blunt swords and the shorter ones held 1-handed blunt axes. Charge, R.A. instructed. None of them hesitated, rushing toward him from all angles. Alisane gave a fierce battle cry as she followed them with her axe. Don't shout before you charge at a short distance, it will just make you breathless, R.A. instructed her calmly, swatting her attack away with his bare hand. He blocked 2 attackers with the shaft of his spear while twisting his body to dodge a third. He then thrust his spear, flinging the first 2 away, before using his free hand to catch another woman's sword arm and pushing her into her own comrade. Get up and charge again, R.A. instructed, and they did exactly as they were told. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 145, Where the Sun Sails. Fleur sat on her phoenix, watching the scene unfolding before her in silent awe. Daphne did not disturb her. She simply watched alongside her, sharing the same quiet reverence. Even after seeing this sight many times, its beauty never faded for her. Before them glided a magnificent boat with golden wings sweeping along both its sides. Upon the boat stood a majestic blue and gold castle, regal and shimmering, befitting a home for gods. Behind the vessel stretched luminous golden threads that coiled around the sun it was pulling behind it. Encircling the sun were 7 flat planets, each angled so every surface faced the blazing sphere as though worshipping it. I guess that castle is where Ze gods live, Fleur said eventually, her voice soft and full of wonder. Daphne nodded and gestured to the orbiting planets. Choose one, and we will explore that one. Not Ze castle first? Fleur asked, eyebrows raised. R.A. is grumpy all the time. We will meet him, but later, Daphne said with a shrug. Fleur stared at her, waiting for clarification. I'm not joking. If we go right now, he will probably say something like. Daphne planted her hands on her hips and deepened her voice. You are always disturbing me. Then he will order us to leave. She wrinkled her nose and puffed herself up in imitation of R.A. Fleur covered her mouth, giggling at Daphne's performance. Mon Dieu, that sounded quite real. Lady Torrid is great, though. She makes the best Amali, Daphne added with a fond smile before nudging Fleur again to choose. Well, I do not know what to expect from any of them, so how am I supposed to choose? Fleur asked, mirroring Daphne's posture with her hands on her hips. Just point at one, Daphne insisted. Fleur sighed dramatically, didn't even look, and pointed in a random direction. Good choice, Daphne said brightly and snapped her fingers, teleporting them to whichever planet Fleur had unknowingly selected. They appeared near a grand entrance leading into a city, standing behind a long line of people waiting to get inside. None of the people noticed them because Daphne had used her authority to stay invisible. The people in the line were not entirely human. They had skin with a faint blue tint, were taller than ordinary humans, and their hair glowed like molten gold threaded with green. Their ears were pointed. So, perhaps you explain who they are first, Fleur whispered. They can't hear us, Daphne said, raising a finger like a teacher beginning a lecture. They are elves. And that is all I know. We will find out the rest together. Are you not the chosen one or something? How do you not know? Fleur asked, shaking her shoulders in disbelief. Even the phoenix she rode turned its head to give Daphne a suspicious side glance. Well, I could just find everything out instantly, but where is the fun in that? Daphne asked, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. I think Eric has corrupted you with his carefree nature, Fleur muttered. Not enough, Daphne whispered under her breath. Fleur leaned in, trying to hear. And nothing. Let's introduce ourselves, Daphne said quickly, shaking her head to hide her blush. She flew forward, and Fleur followed her into the city. They soared above the streets, marveling at the architecture. Sun discs decorated many buildings, and stylized hippos marked others. The inhabitants appeared highly skilled in magic. They watched a group of elves crafting a statue. 3 elves moved their hands in synchronized patterns, gathering light until it condensed into a molten, liquid substance. They handed the glowing mass to another group, who shaped it with precise, graceful movements and placed it into the correct position. Finally, a lone elf with darker blue skin hardened the construct and breathed shimmering color into it. Fleur sighed in admiration atop her phoenix. Magic like this would change our world, she murmured. Daphne nodded and headed toward the massive temple rising at the city center. What is in the temple? Fleur asked, following closely behind. We need to introduce ourselves to someone. As their gods chosen, the temple is the most logical place. We can find a priest and explain everything to them. Daphne replied casually. At that moment, something caught Daphne's attention. She stopped mid-flight. She pointed toward a courtyard inside the temple. It seems someone is expecting us. In the courtyard stood an elf with obsidian skin, pacing anxiously as he stared up at the sky, clearly waiting. Daphne gestured for Fleur to remain in the air and wait before descending alone. Are you looking for me? Daphne asked as she landed and allowed herself to be seen. The elf froze, her red eyes widened, then she bowed deeply. The chosen of the first radiant. It is an honor to be in your presence. Our god told us you would be arriving, she said before straightening with visible nerves. It's good to meet you as well. I am Daphne, she replied with a warm smile and a little wave. Call me Nisera. Forgive me, but the first radiant said you had a friend with you. Nisera added, tilting her head. Yes, I'll bring her too, Daphne said. Fleur and the phoenix, who had been waiting a short distance away, became visible to Nisera as Daphne lowered the veil. Daphne beckoned Fleur over, and Fleur nodded, guiding her phoenix closer. Meanwhile, with Ra and Tauret. Is she averse to planning? I had to send a divine message to my priest for her. Ra muttered, rubbing his temples, earning a soft chuckle from Tauret. We would never have met her at all if she weren't such a free spirit, Tauret said in a gentle tone. Ra folded his arms, unimpressed. You know this is exactly why she did not visit us first, Tauret chided lightly. What have I done? Ra demanded, offended. Perhaps try speaking gently for once. I know you approve of her, which is why you chose her, Tauret added, still calm. Ra said nothing and only shrugged defensively. I am going to prepare some amali for 3, then, Tauret said, shaking her head affectionately as she walked away. Great, now I don't even get dessert. Ra muttered to himself before peering down again as if he could see Daphne from there. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 146, Through the Mouth of Madness. Luna hung onto Eric's back when they were done and sighed in content. How long were we? She asked with a little blush on her face, already imagining what Daphne must be thinking of them by now. A day or 2. In all fairness, we used most of that time watching over different worlds as we cuddled. Eric said in a teasing voice, making Luna bury her face in his neck as her face grew hot. Let us just go to Daphne. Luna muttered and bit Eric's shoulder. Eric nodded and sent a signal to Daphne so she could make a portal to them. Eric could have created a portal himself, but he did not wish to impose on Ra's domain the first time he would be entering it. A golden portal appeared in front of them and they stepped through, Luna still clinging to his back. They arrived in a lush garden on top of a building that seemed like a temple. Ahead of them were Daphne and Fleur, sitting and having tea with several people wearing priest robes that depicted a sun resting across the horizon of a river. Luna slid off Eric's back and both of them greeted everyone politely. Eric stuck his tongue out at Fleur before kissing Daphne on the cheek and sitting beside her with Luna on his other side. Very mature Eric. Fleur said with thinned lips. Eric only nodded with complete seriousness. It is good to make your acquaintance. I am Nisera. An elf woman introduced herself to Eric and Luna after they sat down. It is a pleasure. Eric said with a polite nod. He had already introduced himself. Daphne and Fleur had already explored the city and were now simply chatting with the priests. How was the city? Eric asked Daphne with a smile, holding her hand under the table. The priests were still chatting with Fleur, who was asking them about their magic and important customs. It was great. Daphne said with a shrug and leaned in toward Eric. I am sorry I missed it, love. Eric whispered, and Daphne squeezed his hand. It is fine. I had Fleur with me. Daphne whispered back with a smile before they looked ahead again and joined the priest's conversation. Luna was asking Nisera about something she had mentioned earlier called an eclipse. Well, eclipses represent the victory of the serpent over the Radiant One. Nisera explained. Would that not mean? Luna asked with a little hesitation. We are always prepared for that. There are 6 more worlds we have contact with. We perform rituals every 7th day that store solar energy in our temples. And as the All-Mother keeps the serpent at bay, we release that energy to help her. Nisera said, gesturing to the structures around them. It seems they called Ra the Radiant One and Taurit the All-Mother, and they were connected to 6 other planets. Thank you for your hospitality, Nisera. Daphne said and gave Nisera a little hug as they prepared to leave. Nisera smiled and hugged her back before Daphne created a portal for them to enter. Oh, and here is a gift for you. Daphne said, and a sliver of divine energy entered Nisera before they stepped through the portal. The silver phoenix remained in the city and had bonded with Fleur. It would return to her with a thought whenever she may need it. The 4 arrived in the winged boat with Taurit standing in front of them. Taurit hugged Daphne at once and then gave everyone else a warm, motherly hug. We should enter the castle. Taurit said with a slight urgency in her voice. What happened? Daphne asked with a frown as they walked. We will be sailing through the underworld soon. The voice belonged to Ra as he emerged from the castle with his staff in hand, his manner as gruff as ever. Ra placed his hand on Daphne's head and gave Eric a small nod before moving to the edge of the ship and standing there like a silent protector. I will be there with you in a moment. Eric said and kissed Daphne and Luna before heading toward Ra. Where are you going? You can talk to him in the morning. Daphne said with a frown. Luna nodded and tugged on Eric's arm. Just trust me. Eric whispered to both of them. After a moment they reluctantly released him. Eric walked toward Ra and looked back to see the girls entering the castle just as he reached Ra. What do you want? Ra asked without looking at him. I want to help you. Eric said, turning to face him. I have been fighting that serpent ever since I created my first creation. I do not need your help. Ra replied and gestured for Eric to enter the castle. I have a plan. Would you at least hear me out? Eric asked. Ra turned and sighed. The only night I did not have to deal with him was when Vasuki called for every god to meet in Azathoth's court. And she did it for you, so you have 5 minutes to say your plan and I will decide what we do after I hear it. Ra said. 5 minutes later Ra nodded. Go to the castle and assure everyone you will be safe. I do not want my chosen to worry for you. Ra said and turned forward. Eric nodded and walked back. The light dimmed around him as he moved. Chaos was approaching. Eric entered the castle and was immediately dragged to a chair by Luna and Daphne. Stay there now. Daphne said with her hands on her hips. Eric sighed and raised his hands as if surrendering. Just give me a moment to explain. Eric said and explained the plan to everyone. By the end both Luna and Daphne were seated on his lap, listening with matching frowns. Can we not help you? Luna asked, her voice small. Of course you can, Angel. But Ra is already there to help me and he has more experience fighting Apophis. Eric said gently, stroking her back. Luna and Daphne kissed his cheek together before standing and walking to the dining table. Just know you will be missing dessert. Daphne said as she sat down. Eric chuckled and Fleur came over to hug him tightly. I do not understand half of what you said. Just stay safe, we. Fleur sighed and kissed his cheek before letting go. Thank you, child. Taurit said kindly. Eric bowed before opening the door and stepping outside. The moment he left he was met by a cold and suffocating darkness. Even the sun being dragged behind the ship was not strong enough to push back the darkness of the underworld. Eric stood beside Ra as they stared ahead at a swirling vortex of pure chaos and consumption. You will stay behind me until I weaken him. Ra commanded, leaving no room for argument. Eric opened his mouth but Ra cut him off instantly. I will not have her worried. Ra said firmly, he was referring to Daphne. Eric shut his mouth and nodded. He could not hide the smile growing on his face. I am grateful she was chosen by you. Eric murmured. Ra scoffed loudly. She simply appeared before me with no regard for herself because she wanted to stand beside you. Be grateful she loves you. Ra said and struck the boat with his staff, signaling Eric to move back. The vortex writhed violently. Space bent at impossible angles, every edge wrong and trembling. Even the surrounding air stretched as if it wanted to flee. A layered vibration crawled out of the tear as the vortex spasmed and Apophis forced himself into the underworld with a hiss that rippled through the entire realm. He was long and wrong, covered in eyes and mouths and teeth with no true beginning or end. A beam of golden light cut reality apart and struck Apophis. It had emerged from Ra's staff. Ra's falcon-headed humanoid body was now covered in golden winged armor. His size increased, turning him into a titan of war and light. The wings on his back opened in a brilliant sweep. Every feather was a sharpened plate of molten sunlight. His armor shone like a living sun forged into battle. He surged forward in a blur of blinding radiance, his golden armor igniting the darkness in a streak as he neared Apophis, and slammed into Apophis. The collision shook the underworld. Apophis reeled and a hissing sound tore the air apart. His head snapped back before whipping forward again in a strike aimed to tear Ra in half. Ra answered by extending his wings and sweeping them across the serpent's form, carving a long gash into his body. Black blood poured out as Apophis hissed in fury. A new opening formed in the serpent's path, filled with countless teeth as venom surged forward. Ra drove his staff into Apophis to stop the momentum and created a shockwave that pushed him back. Ra escaped the worst of the venom. Still, some droplets landed on his wings and the metal sizzled before disintegrating entirely. Ra created distance and fired beams of sunlight from his staff to keep Apophis at bay while he regenerated his wings. Fucking analyze, use divine energy. Do whatever you want. Eric shouted in his mind as he watched, his eyes wide and bleeding. Analyzing. Masterful use of divine energy. The material realms would have been disintegrated with just the residual energy from this fight. Eric struggled to even remain conscious as Apophis twisted across the underworld. Please activate Oculi Viridiflora. Eric did so the next moment. The strain eased. A flower pattern formed in his eyes and the bleeding stopped. Surging divine energy towards Oculi Viridiflora. The pattern glowed gold and began to spin. I am ready. Eric whispered and Ra heard. Ra lunged again and stood before Apophis, his wings blazing gold. On the 7 planets created by Ra the temples opened and all the solar energy stored from their rituals shot upward in beams of light. Portals formed in the sky and the beams vanished into them. All that power flowed into Ra as he readied his staff and pointed it at the serpent. A golden beam erupted and tore through the open mouth of Apophis, burning him from within. Channel all the energy towards Oculi Viridiflora, Eric commanded. A/N, yes, I ended the chapter on a cliffhanger. Anywho, I was just curious if you want the next chapter. Oh well, I love Power Stone. You see, they have an effect on me that helps me write. I can't explain what it is. It just is. Chapter 147, 7 Worlds and 1 Dawn. Eric's brain felt as though it was melting out of his ears, a searing, viscous agony that threatened to consume him entirely. He was pouring every ounce of his willpower into Oculi Viridiflora, enforcing it with potent divine energy and the ether veil to wrestle control of Apophis. Eric stared into the abyss of eyes that adorned the serpent of chaos, and the abyss stared back. He saw visions of creation and destruction, birth and death, the glorious rise of civilizations and their crumbling collapse into mad darkness. In front of his mind's eye, he watched a god mold his creation with infinite love and meticulous order, only for Apophis's very existence to unmake it. Apophis was not simply a monster, he was the conceptual embodiment of pure evil, a force that despised life and abhorred order. He did not unmake to create space for new life. He unmade because he loathed the very notion of existence. Eric was channeling an ocean of divine energy to impose his will on the serpent, yet against the creature's primordial resistance, that ocean felt like a single drop of rain falling into a volcano. Ra approached Eric, placing a heavy, grounding hand on his shoulder to anchor his fraying soul. Your spirit. Call her. She can help you, Ra said, repeating the words like a mantra, pouring his own immense strength into Eric to keep him standing, to keep his mind from fracturing under the strain. Eric heard Ra's voice as a faint echo, the words distorted as if spoken through deep water. Chaya, Eric whispered, focusing desperately on the tether that bound his soul to his spirit. A vision of an enormous winged snake flooded his mind, its scales glistening, one wing a vibrant, ethereal blue and the other black as the void. Come to me, Chaya. I need you, Eric whispered to the image. The snake in his mind neared him at incredible speed, surging through the connection of their souls to manifest in the realm Eric was in. By this point, Apophis had mostly healed from the grievous wounds inflicted by Ra and was turning his full, terrifying strength to shatter the control Eric was attempting to exert. The serpent hissed, and darkness writhed along its colossal body, shaking the very foundations of the underworld with its fury. Suddenly, a winged serpent ascended from the shadows beneath Apophis. Chaya struck, sinking her fangs deep into Apophis's flesh, infecting the primordial chaos with her unique, spiritual poison. After delivering the strike, Chaya made a hasty retreat towards Eric, dissolving into motes of radiant light that flowed into his body. Eric's hair darkened to the deepest shade of midnight, while swirling blue joined the gold in his eyes. From his back, two magnificent wings erupted, one of blue energy, the other of solid shadow. His silver flame flared to life, forming a protective ring and circle behind him, shielding his mind from the crushing psychic weight of the Chaos Serpent. However, Eric now had a firm grip on reality. His divine energy was being converted into pure, unadulterated order, a force that directly counteracted Apophis's chaos. R.A., seeing the shift, was finally able to pour his own divine energy directly into Eric to bolster the process. Slowly, the hissing ceased. The violent twitching of the massive serpent stilled. One by one, the countless eyes of Apophis turned a dull, docile green, isolating Apophis to the oculi viridiflora dimension. The voice of his skill rang in Eric's mind, and Apophis vanished from the underworld, transported instantly to Eric's personal dimension. Permission required to use the fused state you are in to stabilize Apophis's energy. Eric granted the permission without hesitation. The power of his fused form was used to tame the wild chaos Apophis represented, wrestling and changing the snake's energy into a stable state. Do you wish to use Apophis as fuel to ascend to godhood of the highest level in the Dreamlands? You tell me. Is there a better option? I wish to ascend to the top with my parents at my side and eventually the women I love, when they are ready, Eric asked in his mind, feeding the skill his deepest desires so it could calculate the optimal path. You have plans for the subject Typhon. He will be absorbed by Mum's oculi viridiflora, Eric answered. Analyzing. A way has been found. I suggest you use Apophis and Typhon for the dimensional isolation of the island for now. When you wish, your loved ones can ascend. His skill seemed to have found a way. Recommendation: procurement of divine flowers at the level of Apophis and Typhon. I may have some already from the large chest full of flowers and seeds Lord Hades gave me, Eric thought. While this conversation took place in the sanctity of his mind, his physical body finally succumbed to exhaustion. He collapsed and was carried gently into the castle by R.A. Chaya separated from him, coiling around his unconscious form in her normal size. What happened? Is he okay? Daphne, Luna, and Fleur crowded around as R.A. carried Eric inside. He's fine. He just strained his mind too much. He should wake up in an hour or so, R.A. assured them, his voice surprisingly gentle as he placed a comforting hand on Daphne's head. R.A., is he? Torrit asked, hope trembling in her voice. Yes. The snake will not terrorize your creations anymore, R.A. spoke solemnly, his shoulders feeling lighter than they had since the beginning of creation. Torrit sighed in relief and approached Eric. She touched his hair, her hands glowing with a soft blue light for a second before she nodded. Eric was taken to a quiet room in the castle and laid on a soft bed. R.A. and Torrit left to give them privacy, leaving the girls with him. I will leave you with him, Fleur said hesitantly, turning to the door. You can stay, Daphne said softly, glancing at Luna, who shrugged and climbed onto the bed to lie beside Eric, holding his arm possessively. Really? Fleur asked, surprised. Daphne nodded. Fleur sat on a nearby chair while Daphne hugged Eric's other arm and lay beside him as well. Chaya simply coiled herself on his stomach, resting her head on his chest. It did not take long for Eric to wake. He kept his eyes closed for a moment, just lying there in the warmth, thinking. Do I just pretend for the rest of my life? The girls are going to scold me for hours now, Eric thought with a heavy sigh in his heart. I know you are awake, Daphne said after a moment. Eric stopped pretending and opened his eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line. Well. Good morning. Eric offered with a wry, apologetic smile. Daphne and Luna sighed in unison and hugged him tighter, burying their faces in his neck, seeking his warmth. Just make this up to us by staying like this, Daphne murmured, inhaling his scent deeply. I am happy you are fine, Fleur said after a moment of silence. She approached the bed, leaned in, and kissed his cheek softly. She gave him a small, genuine smile before turning to leave. Thank you, Fleur, Eric called out softly, he was thanking her because she cared. Fleur nodded and left the room. She walked towards the main hall of the castle and was greeted by Torrit on the way. Has he woken up? The goddess inquired. Yes, my lady, Fleur answered respectfully. Come, sit with me, child, Torrit offered kindly. Fleur nodded and sat beside the goddess. Thank you, Fleur said with a smile when Torrit offered her some tea. What troubles you, child? The goddess asked, her voice tender and knowing. Fleur chewed on her bottom lip, struggling with how to articulate the storm of feelings inside her. Ah. I understand, Torrit said suddenly with a knowing chuckle, eliciting a blush from the villa. Well, all I can do is advise you patience, child, and offer my blessing, Tauret added. Her hand glowed blue for a moment as she placed it on Fleur's head, soothing her worries. Thank you, my lady, Fleur whispered as she felt the blessing wash over her. Tauret had given her a basic blessing, yet even that was potent enough to make her formidable her own world and the waking realm as a whole. However, raw power was not truly what Fleur sought. She did not want strength for the sake of strength, she needed it to feel worthy. Tauret seemed to sense this. I recommend you explore the dreamlands then. There are infinite possibilities here. You have my protection, she said. Fleur hugged her in gratitude. The Vila and the goddess were joined by Luna, Daphne, and Chaya, who was coiled around Daphne after a short while. Where is Eric? Fleur asked them. He is with Ra, Luna said, and everyone settled in to enjoy tea and relax after the chaos of the night. Meanwhile, Eric and Ra walked through the castle corridors, Ra leading the way. You know why I only govern over these 7 planets and there is just me and Tauret here? Ra asked him as they walked. Eric shook his head. Well, there were more. Many more I created when I was younger, Ra started with a small sigh. I was much more involved in the development of my people as well. Every world I created had an avatar of me, guiding and helping them. He gestured to the planets now visible through a tall window in the castle. They then gave me Tauret, the personification of the river of life. I was happy to have a fellow god to cherish, Ra added, a hint of a smile touching his eyes. The next, however, was that snake. You see, they considered me all-powerful. And someone all-powerful must defeat the personification of power and chaos every night to give way to every new day. Ra shook his head. His creations, in their infinite love and devotion, had given Ra his greatest enemy simply because of their blind faith in his strength and dedication. I lost some fights against him, and he ate most of the worlds. Leaving me with these 7. I isolated them in this dimension and created an opening for it in Olympia. You see, I had helped Zeus once, Ra explained as he opened the door to a large chamber. Inside was a trove of artifacts, fangs, and scales. There was a large glass container full of black blood, piles of divine seeds, and an abundance of divine flowers. Every time my creations imagine another god, I take the seeds or flowers and snuff out the religion before the god can be birthed into existence, Ra said, gesturing to the pile. Some of these flowers are of gods even powerful than me, never to be birthed. He pointed to the container. Those are the fangs and blood of Apophis. And you can have all you want. Ra stood by the door, arms folded, waiting for Eric to take his pick. Eric did not truly need most of the items. He already possessed all the divine seeds and flowers he could ever need. So, he selected only the flowers Ra indicated were of immense power, and took the blood and fangs of the chaos serpent. He stored them in his separate space and nodded to Ra. If I may ask, what will you do now? Eric asked Ra. Ra nodded and led him to an adjoining room. Inside was a glass tube containing a metallic skeleton, several divine flowers, and a white wisp of flame submerged in a pool of purple liquid. I am creating my son. He will guide and help my people while I give them the certainty of the morning to come, Ra said, gesturing to the tube. You don't wish to guide your creations? Eric asked with a tilt of his head. I wish to pass on my throne to him and live among them, not above them, Ra stated, looking off in a specific direction. I met a woman some years ago. I may go to her, kill any suitor or husband she may have, and live with her for the rest of eternity. Well, I don't think she will appreciate the killing part, Eric said, scratching his head with a look of utter bewilderment. She will not? Ra asked, genuinely surprised. Doesn't that prove I can provide for her better than whomever she is with at the moment? I don't think so. She may just hate you on top of that, Eric said with a firm nod. What should I do then? Ra asked, leaning in towards Eric. First, you don't kill the husband of the woman you wish to spend eternity with. Second, I recommend you just stay with your people for a bit, just see their customs and values. And third, do not break the first rule, Eric stated, speaking slowly and emphasizing every word. Huh, Ra expressed, surprised. I will do that then. Who knows, I may even find a woman more worthy, he said with a nod and a shrug. Good, good, Eric sighed in relief. And let's not see it as her being worthy of you. You both being worthy of each other would lead to a better eternity, but we can work on that. Eric added with a raised finger, getting another shrug from Ra. There is still time for that. My son will need to grow up and take my throne when I deem him worthy. I will observe my people and live with them in disguise for some time then, Ra mused aloud. No killing people? Eric asked. Yes, not until they are a threat to innocence, Ra nodded. Eric nodded and shook hands with Ra firmly, his wry smile twitching slightly at the god's logic. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 148, The Prisoner of Etna. After their chat, Eric and RA moved from the private chambers to the dining hall where the others were waiting. The atmosphere in the castle was lighter now that the weight of the eternal war had been lifted from the sun god's shoulders. I noticed something back there. You had some divine flowers in that incubator of yours, did you not? Don't they possess memories as well? Eric asked on the way down the corridor. That is precisely what the white flame wisp is for. RA answered with a nonchalant shrug. They reached the dining hall just as the girls and Tauret were chatting and pampering Chaya. It seems what you were here for is done. You all can leave my domain now, RA stated with a dismissive wave of his hand, though there was no real heat in his voice. Grumpy old men, Daphne muttered under her breath as they all got up. The group bowed respectfully to RA except for Daphne, who simply crossed her arms. They were then given gentle motherly pats on their cheeks by Tauret as she bade them goodbye. RA ignored the lack of a bow from the blonde Ravenclaw and beckoned Daphne over. He reached into his robes and handed her a pouch filled with high-quality divine seeds and flowers as a gift. He then flicked her forehead hard enough to leave a red mark and told her to get out in the very next sentence. Let's go, guys. That old guy is definitely bipolar, Daphne muttered, rubbing her forehead as they exited the castle and moved to the deck of the solar ship they had arrived on. Well, where to next? Luna asked Eric, looking up at him. I will contact Mom and Dad before we go to Olympia, Eric said. He felt a weight around his neck and reached up to find Chaya coiled there. Were you acting grumpy with me earlier because I was coming to the Dreamlands without you? Eric whispered to Chaya as she nuzzled against him, being affectionate for the first time in a while. Chaya just hissed softly and nudged his cheek with her snout, getting a chuckle and a kiss on the head from Eric. Meanwhile, Fleur had walked to the edge of the deck and called her Phoenix. The silver bird materialized in a flash of wild flames and she mounted it with grace. I will be exploring on my own for a little bit, Fleur announced, getting confused looks from everyone. Well, wear this and call out to me if you need me, Eric said and tossed a small silver earring to Fleur. The Vila caught the jewelry out of the air and accepted the earring with a gentle smile. She nodded once before she and the Phoenix vanished in a burst of white flames, heading off into the vast unknown of the Dreamlands to find her own path. Eric concentrated and contacted his parents in his mind, sending a mental signal across the dimensions. Once he felt their acknowledgement, he waved a hand and ripped open a portal to Olympia. Shall we? Eric asked, offering his arms. The girls hugged his arms tightly before they stepped through the portal together. They arrived in the pristine white courtyards in front of the castle of the Olympian gods. Almost immediately another portal swirled open beside them, from which Simon and Edwina exited hand in hand. Do you remember the time I told you I have a plan for my mum's ascension? Eric asked them after the initial greetings and hugs were exchanged, getting a nod from both of them. Well, I have done some little changes in the plan and I need your help to execute it, Eric added, looking specifically at Edwina. Of course, dear, what should I do? Edwina asked Eric as she reached out and patted his cheek lightly. Let's go to Lord Hades first and I will explain on the way, Eric said with a smile of his own. He took his mother's hand and swung it back and forth as they walked, with Simon and the girls following behind them. They found Hades and Persephone in a grand hall. The two deities were chatting about the marriage preparations for Hera. Well, it was mostly Persephone who did most of the talking and planning, while Hades just nodded along and hummed from time to time, looking for any excuse to escape the logistical nightmare. Sorry to interrupt, but may I have a moment? Eric started speaking as he scratched his cheek a little. Of course, Hades answered in a heartbeat with a firm nod and a look of desperate hope in his eyes. Sorry, my love. I will be with you as soon as I can be, Hades added quickly and kissed Persephone's cheek before practically running towards Eric. Persephone shook her head with a wry, knowing smile and waved at Edwina as Hades and Eric chatted. Well, do you remember Typhon? Eric asked Hades, getting a serious nod from the god. I just need to visit him with Mum, and when we return he won't be your problem anymore, Eric added casually, as if giving Hades a deal of a lifetime. I need a detailed explanation, Hades asked him seriously, his demeanor more curious now. Eric nodded and told Hades what he was up to the previous day in detail. However, he highly toned down the danger involved and did not mention himself passing out or bleeding from his eyes to avoid worrying his parents or the girls again. And that is how I have Apophis in my pocket, Eric ended the explanation with a grin. Luna and Daphne just looked at each other, knowing the full truth, while Simon, Edwina, and Hades took a moment to digest the information. So you have absorbed Apophis, Simon started speaking while pointing a finger at Eric. While you will be absorbing Typhon, Simon added, looking at Edwina. Well, that's good. I can just train and catch up to you with time, Simon concluded with a grin, showing no jealousy, only pride. I told you I have a change of plans, Eric said with a shake of his head. And we need your permission first, Eric added, and looked at Hades, who seemed to be deep in thought. Well, I have no problem with the plan. Typhon is like a calamity waiting to be unleashed, and if your plan makes him useful, that will be the best of both worlds, Hades said after a moment of contemplation. He turned and started leading them towards a certain direction. Are you 100% certain, Eric? Simon asked him quietly on the way. Yes. Mum, you should summon Sylvena into the dreamlands. She will be of help to you, Eric said and gestured to Chaya around his neck. Edwina nodded and concentrated for a moment. A pulse of green energy manifested and a beautiful two-tailed fox appeared seated on Edwina's shoulder. They reached the base of a volcanic mountain that Hades introduced as Mount Etna. He is imprisoned here and Hephaestus also forges below this mountain, Hades said. He waved his hand and a massive crevice formed in the side of the mountain revealing a dark path. Well, would you mind if only me, Mom and Dad entered? Eric asked Hades, getting a shrug in response. Just stay safe, Hades said. He waved his hand again and formed a table and comfortable chairs for himself and the girls to sit on while they waited. Eric nodded and kissed Luna and Daphne on the cheeks before he moved towards the crevice, followed closely by Simon and Edwina. Mum, you can merge with Sylvena. Please do that now, Eric instructed Edwina on the way down. Edwina looked at Sylvena and they seemed to be having a silent conversation. Sylvena then turned into motes of emerald light and merged with Edwina. Her eyes turned a darker shade of green while her hair turned a shimmering silver as the transformation took place. They arrived at a massive cavern deep within the roots of the mountain when the transformation was completed. They were greeted by the sight of a winged giant with a snake-like lower half chained with heavy silver chains and impaled by massive golden stakes. The giant was covered with his own dried blood and was currently unconscious, his breathing shallow and ragged. Eric signaled to Chaya, who slithered down from his neck and moved towards the giant. She bit him, sinking her fangs deep and poisoning the giant with her spiritual venom to suppress his consciousness further. Mom, you should add your own poison to the mix, something that will dull his mind further, Eric instructed. Edwina nodded and let out a soft breath. A thick green gas exited her mouth and drifted towards the giant, coiling around him like a living shroud. Connect me with Apophis. I want to use his divine energy, Eric commanded in his mind and sensed a connection forming instantly. He then waved his hand and his silver flame exited his palm. It moved to the giant's face and pried his massive eyelids open. Eric glanced at Edwina and nodded, placing his hand on her shoulder to channel the divine energy of Apophis into her to overpower Typhon. The process was underwhelming to say the least. Even though Typhon was theoretically on Apophis's level, he had given up in the million years he was imprisoned. His will had been eroded by eons of confinement. It did not take much time for his eyes to turn a dull green and he was sucked away, stored safely in Edwina's personal dimension. Eric collected the spilled blood and the massive golden stakes that were left clattering on the floor after the giant disappeared. Well? Hades asked them when they exited the mountain and returned to the daylight. Piece of cake, Eric said with a grin and a thumbs up. He then placed a large quantity of Typhon's blood and the golden stakes in front of Hades. Do you need any of them? Eric asked him. Hades had told him the golden stakes were the stakes of law that had gained strength by feeding on Typhon, allowing for his continued imprisonment even as Typhon's strength increased every moment he lived. Thank you, Eric, Hades said and took some stakes and a vial of the blood. Eric nodded and placed the rest in his separate space, satisfied with the day's work. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 149, The Moon Saw Everything. Eric looked back when he heard a thick, metallic voice. It was Hephaestus, walking towards them from another crevice in the mountain that housed his workshop. About what we discussed last time, Hephaestus said, getting directly to the point with characteristic brusqueness. He took a brief breath. Does the offer stand till we meet next? You can ask me whenever you want, Eric replied with an easy shrug and a smile, earning a firm nod from the god. Thank you. Well, here are the weapons you asked for. I have somewhere to be, Hephaestus added, handing Eric a small, spatial pouch before nodding briefly to the rest of the family and departing swiftly back toward the volcanic depths. Eric waved as the god left and then bowed deeply to Hades. He turned to his family. I think it is time now, he said, getting nods from everyone. Portals formed beside each person, prepared to carry them back to their true Dram's places before they would wake. Eric's portal dissolved as it took him to Fleur, who stood in a moonlit glade. Her phoenix rested beside her. She was gazing up at the moon, her silvery blonde hair shining under the light that seemed to be actively seeking her out. The moon reflected clearly in her dark blue eyes. Eric stood quietly beside her. Fleur noticed him from the corner of her eye and turned towards him with a soft smile. Good location you found for yourself, Eric commented, gesturing around the quiet, pristine glade. Yes. I just felt a pull towards here, Fleur said, casting another glance at the luminous silver moon above. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you for opening up such a vast and beautiful world for me. Well, thank Daphne for that, Eric said with a shrug. He then formed a portal of soft light just for Fleur. Can I come and go from here whenever I am asleep? Fleur asked Eric. She gave her phoenix a gentle caress as she prepared to leave. Yes, she can help with that, Eric confirmed, gesturing to the phoenix. Fleur nodded and stepped into the portal. Eric was left alone in the glade. He turned to the moon himself as the phoenix vanished in a burst of white flame. "I hope you do not wish her harm," Eric said, his gaze fixed upward as if expecting an answer from the night. "I do not," came a beautiful, melodious voice from behind Eric, rich with celestial power. Eric nodded once and then stepped into his own portal, to experience his dream before he wakes up. Eric woke up and sighed when he felt himself alone in bed. He was used to having Daphne and Luna with him when he would first awaken. His frown quickly turned to a genuine smile when he saw Edwina and Simon already seated in the sunlit dining area, waiting for him. "Good morning, Mum, Dad," Eric greeted them, receiving a kiss on the cheek from Edwina and a warm nod from Simon. "Oh. Dad, here is your sword," Eric said, retrieving the weapon and handing it over. It was not structurally changed, but the formerly golden components had taken on a darker hue mixed with an ethereal blue sheen. Simon accepted the sword and placed it at his hip with a smile. "Good. I was missing it," he said. Edwina rolled her eyes affectionately at Simon as Eric finally sat down and the house elf, Nibbin, served the food. "When will Elder Huo return?" Eric asked them as they began to eat. "I do not know. I guess he will return after thoroughly researching the sliver of divinity we got from the Gutslang," Simon said. Elder Huo was currently in France with the Flammels, using their combined knowledge to research alchemy and the shard of divinity from the beast. Simon had no use for it now due to his awakening. "Any update on the snake face?" Eric asked, referring to Voldemort. "Yes. He is recruiting every dark wizard and creature he can. I have formed an alliance with most magical governments and his Death Eaters have not been able to hurt innocents anymore," Simon said with a dismissive shrug. "That just allows for a more thorough and easy cleanup when the time comes," Edwina added, taking a sip of her tea. Dordogne, France. A sleek black sedan pulled up the gravel driveway. It interrupted the quiet of the Dordogne Valley. The car was entirely alien against the soft light fading over the stone farmhouse and the simple, weathered fields. Alain Valois, a middle-aged man, was already wiping his hands on a rag stepping out the front door as the car engine died. He saw the official government plates and the flash of blue on the dashboard. His posture stiffened immediately, his expression moving from hope to sudden, chilling dread. A man exited the sedan wearing the crisp uniform of a high-ranking gendarme. The fabric looked too expensive, the cut too sharp. He held a kepi hat under his arm, his posture stiff as a rod. "Monsieur Valois." "Mr. Valois," the man asked. His voice was smooth and cultured. "Oui." "Yes." Alain answered, instinctively straightening up. "Je suis l'inspecteur Malfoy, I am Inspector Malfoy," the man with pale blonde hair and grey eyes said. He showed a badge that shimmered slightly too brightly before tucking it away. "Pousse je entrez. C'est la concerne votre fille Elodie." "May I come in?" "This concerns your daughter Elodie." "Elodie. Un mise à jour de deployment. Elle ne nous pas contacts. S'il vous plaît entrez." "Elodie. A deployment update. She had not contacted us. Please come in." Alain Valois said, speaking quickly as he invited Lucius Malfoy into his house. Lucius was given a seat in the dining area where he sat solemnly with a respectful nod. "Vous me donner un instant. Je dois appeler ma femme. Please give me a moment. I must call my wife." Alain said hurriedly and went to a room behind Lucius. Lucius heard the muffled voice of the man. "Solange viens. Il de nouvelles d'Elodie. Solange, come. There is news of Elodie." Alain returned with his wife and introduced Lucius hurriedly, who was already standing respectfully. He greeted the woman with a small nod. The husband and wife sat on their chairs and gestured for Lucius to sit as well. They clasped each other's hands on the table and looked at Lucius in anticipation. These were the parents of the woman Lucius had killed during his recent meeting with Voldemort. Now he was here to give them closure about their daughter, who was stationed in Marseille training as a medic before she was captured by the Death Eaters. Lucius hated the lie, but it had to be done. Ilyaeu an incident. There was an incident, Lucius started and took a difficult breath. Pendant on exercise d'entraînement conjoint Ilya un semaine. Un brèche de sécurité. Des hostels ont fait exploser un engin instable. During a joint training exercise near the coast a week ago. A security breach. Hostiles detonated an unstable device. Alain wrapped an arm around his wife. Elle est blessée. On la transfer à l'hôpital militaire. She is hurt? Are they transferring her to the military hospital? He asked as his wife whimpered on his shoulder, unable to form words. Elle n'est pas à l'hôpital, monsieur. She is not in the hospital, monsieur, Lucius said with a voice devoid of inflection. Elle est morte au combat. She was killed in action. Solange slid down from her chair to the floor, her hand covering her mouth. Alain sat paralyzed, staring at the silver buttons on Lucius's uniform, unable to process the words. Mais elle était infirmière, but she was a medic, Alan whispered, his voice cracking. Elle n'était pas au combat. Elle soigne les gens. She was not combat. She fixes people. Elle s'occupe d'un officier blessé lorsque la deuxième explosion s'est produite. Votre fille n'a pas abandonné son poste. L'officier a survécu grâce à elle. She was attending to a wounded officer when the second blast occurred. Your daughter did not abandon her post. The officer survived thanks to her actions. Lucius whispered, his head slightly bowed. Lucius felt deeply disappointed with himself. He could not even procure a body to give to her parents. The young woman's body was being profaned even after death, being used as a necromancer's toy. Then came the hardest part. He sat there listening to the dry sobs of the father and looked at the eyes of the mother who had died with her daughter. It was her body that did not know it yet. Every moment he stayed was a mirror to his past. The destruction and grief Voldemort and his supporters left behind. He was not devoid of guilt either. He had caused such destruction and even helped others who had done the same using his money and influence. It was 15 agonizing minutes before he left the house, his head down and his steps hurried as he took large gulps of the cool evening air. He placed a hand on a nearby tree trunk and kept his head down. A high piercing sound just kept ringing in his ears, a terrible sound that was not entirely physical. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 150, Sample Chapter. A/N, hey guys, please check out this chapter and give me your thoughts in detail if you can. In A Fiend in the Desert, two figures walked on the golden sand. One was a child of about 12 with an innocent smile on his face, holding the hand of a man with dark skin and closed eyes. Thank you for choosing me, sir. I never thought I would be adopted, the child chirped, swinging their joined hands. The man gave no reply. Mother Superior always said no one wanted me because I didn't believe in the real God. Still, the man walked in silence. The boy ducked his head. Sorry. I talk too much. Only the wind answered. After some time of walking they reached a stone platform where the man led the child to sit and sat in front of the child himself. The platform had a sun disk with 42 golden shimmering rays carved into it. The man then took out a wooden box with the face of a jackal carved into it and placed it beside himself. He then took out a weighing scale and placed it beside the box. The man extended his hand and gently stroked the child's hair. Forgive me. I promise it won't hurt. The man whispered and moved his hand towards the child's chest. When the man pulled his hand back there was a little beating heart in his palm. The child looked at the sight, his mouth agape as he patted his chest and saw no wound, neither feeling any pain. See. I told you. The man said and opened his eyes for the first time since he had met the child. A single tear fell from the dark eyes of the man, sorrow for an innocent life cut too short. Please, don't cry, sir. The child said and wiped away the tear with his little hand. Anubis. Call me Anubis, child. The man said and held the child's hand tenderly before gently leading the child to sit again. It was his burden to carry souls to their ultimate destinies. Whenever he would meet the soul of an innocent child, his heart wept. He would close his eyes to stop the tears and walk in silence so his voice does not tremble with the sorrow in his heart. Anubis carried out his burden and opened the wooden box and took out a white feather from it. He gently placed the heart on one side of the scale and the feather on the other side of the scale. The scales tilted and the heart came out to be lighter than the feather. The result formed a smile of Anubis's face. Anubis stood up and gently held up the child by his hand, helping him get up again. He looked at the direction ahead and a golden door appeared in front of them. Anubis knelt to the child's level and brushed his hair with his hand. Rest there, little one. I promise there will be no pain and no sadness there. Anubis said and gently kissed the child's forehead before leading him towards the door. Just as they started walking, a tremor passed through the desert realm, kicking up sand and causing the earth to shake. Anubis held the child to protect him and looked around to see what had caused the tremor. The sky split open at that moment and two giant figures appeared in the sky. One was a golden dragon with a long, slender tail and wings with platinum tips. The other was a five-headed dragon that snarled as the two dragons fought in the sky. The five-headed dragon bit the golden dragon with its vicious jaw, causing blood to flood from the wood. The golden dragon used its platinum-tipped claws to wound the five-headed dragon as well, making the dragon bleed. The blood of the two mixed and fell all around the desert, painting the sand red. Anubis shielded the child, but some blood still fell on the child, making the soul glow a radiant golden and red light. The soul glowed and, like a shooting star plucked from the night sky, the soul was shot into another rift in the sky. Anubis tried to stop the soul, but the energy was too powerful even for him. The soul's destiny had been rewritten and he was powerless against it. What did you do? Where is he? Anubis roared and his face transformed into that of a jackal as he jumped and launched himself at the two dragons. However, the jackal-headed god was too late and the fighting dragons were sucked into another rift and disappeared from the realm. Farron, near the Sword Mountains. The collapse had left the cavern raw and open to the night. A ragged hole yawned in the foothills of the Sword Mountains, its edges scorched with golden sigils that still glimmered faintly in the dark. A bronze dragon came tumbling out of the sky in a half-glide, half-crash, wings clipping a ridge before he righted himself with a sheepish roar. The dragon had not meant to land there, so he stood up and shook the dust off of his body and moved to soar through the sky again. He paused as his superior hearing caught a sound coming from the hole a little distance away. It was the sound of an infant's cry. The dragon pared his head into the hold and found an underground cavern. The cavern had housed a village that laid in ruins with bodies of drow scattered in the area. The bronze dragon padded forward, claws scraping stone as he entered the cavern and bowed once. "Ah, poor folk," he murmured, in a heavy voice, too many voices silenced before their time, he whispered before moving towards where he was hearing the voice from. They saw a drow infant laying in a rubble of a hut with the body of a drow woman covering the infant's body in a protective manner. The infant had a red ankh symbol on his chest that gleamed when the dragon neared the infant. "Greeting, little one. I am Felgalos." The dragon greeted the infant, expecting no response as he used magic to scoop up the infant and placed him on his head. "Well, let's find a drow settlement for you to live at," Felgalos muttered and moved to exit the cavern. "Pardon my intrusion, little one." Felgalos flinched and looked around as he heard those words in his head. "Who are you?" Felgalos shouted as he looked around and moved the child down to protect him. "You see, this child had his fate altered because of me," the voice continued. Felgalos suddenly found himself transported to a dark space with a gold dragon standing in front of him. Felgalos was not weak, in fact he was as powerful as ancient dragons when he was just 40 years old, but this gold dragon was no mere mortal and he even induced a sense of awe in the normally fearless Felgalos. "You want me to raise him?" Felgalos asked, getting a nod from the gold dragon. "He is a drow child, I don't know how to raise children," Felgalos stated firmly. "I am certain you can get help," the gold dragon said. "Well, I do know someone," Felgalos muttered, getting a chuckle from the gold dragon. A scroll appeared in front of Felgalos after a moment. "Use this and he will help you," the gold dragon stated as if he knew who Felgalos was talking about. "I have some things for when the child grows up as well. Now, what is it that you want?" the gold dragon added. Felgalos would have helped the kid for free, but he wasn't going to let this opportunity pass by. "Well, I want..." Felgalos started but ended up stretching his head. What would he want? Nothing really came to mind in that moment. "Well, just keep my parents safe," Felgalos said with the draconic equivalent of a shrug. "You three have my blessing. And here is a gift from me," the gold dragon said, and Felgalos could feel his magical strength and control increase. "What is this?" Felgalos asked, looking at the ring the gold dragon had gifted him. "It is called the Ring of Controlled Descent," the gold dragon said, and Felgalos returned to where he was previously. Felgalos looked at the ring, before putting it on his finger with a nod. "You are a special one, aren't you?" Felgalos said, nudging the baby with his snout lightly, earning a giggle from the baby. Chapter 151, Side Story, 11, The Owl at Dusk. Lady Alysain Mormont possessed a spirit of steel that belied her tender age. She never uttered a word of complaint whenever she trained with R.A., and neither did she repeat her mistakes once they were pointed out to her. R.A. had begun adding physical conditioning and light spars to her regimen from time to time, though he never pushed her beyond what her young body could endure, and he would always tend to her with the utmost care after they trained. After one such grueling session, Alysain was sitting on her bed with R.A. kneeling in front of her as he applied herbs to a scraped wound on her knee. "I will tell you again that the broth will help you heal faster and strengthen your bones," R.A. said, a touch of exasperation in his voice. "No. I will not drink that foul sludge unless it is a matter of life or death," Alysain said, folding her arms tightly across her chest and turning away with a stubborn pout. "Stop exaggerating. It is nowhere near as dreadful as you claim," R.A. chided gently, reaching out to pinch her cheeks. "It is so dreadful that even in a life or death moment I may well choose death before drinking it," the girl said, turning back to stick her tongue out at him. R.A. pressed his lips together into a thin line before standing and suddenly hoisting her onto his shoulder as though she were a sack of potatoes. "It is time for the midday meal and everyone must be waiting for us," he said, striding toward the dining hall. "What? No. I apologize, kind sir. I will drink the poison if you wish it, just set me down." Alysain pleaded loudly as she flailed her arms and legs against his back. "It is not about that anymore," R.A. whispered to himself with amusement as the girl's desperate pleas went ignored. "I hope you did not have to wait too long," R.A. said as he entered the great hall where everyone was already seated. Alysain was silent now, lying limp over his shoulder in defeat as he set her into her chair and gave Elia a soft kiss before taking his own seat. The adults at the table chuckled while Rhaenys and Aegon giggled at their friend's expense. Lord Robb had no such reservation for politeness as he pointed at Alysanne and laughed as loud as his little lungs allowed. Catelyn gently closed his mouth and chided him with a warm smile before the food was served and everyone began eating. When Elia was not looking, Rhaenys hopped down from her chair and climbed into Ra's lap, wanting him to feed her. "This girl has him wound round her little finger," Elia muttered with a shake of her head, earning a chuckle from Catelyn. I received a letter from Lord Arryn today," Ned said as they ate, hesitation in his expression. R.A. hummed as he offered Rhaenys a spoon of stew. "It seems some of the mountain clans crossed paths with the Golden Giant. None have been seen since," Ned said, a frown creasing his brow. He had received a raven from Jon Arryn stating that several of the most vicious clans of the mountains of the Vale had gone missing after encountering a Golden Giant while attempting to raid a caravan. "Must be one of my brothers coming to meet me," R.A. muttered with a casual shrug. "Are your brothers like you?" Ned asked with wide eyes as the table fell silent. "Yes. I simply look better than all of them and am far more intelligent," R.A. said with a chuckle, earning a discreet pinch on the thigh from Elia beneath the table. "Did you not receive any letter indicating his arrival?" Catelyn asked, surprised to learn of Ra's brothers. R.A. was about to shake his head but paused when a majestic owl landed on the open window-sill and hooted loudly as though calling for him. R.A. lifted his hand and the owl flew across the room to land gently upon his forearm. Robb giggled in delight as R.A. removed a roll of parchment from the owl's leg. Elia took the beautiful bird from him once he had taken the letter and set it on her lap, feeding it small scraps of meat. R.A. placed the letter before him and began reading, while Rhaenys read as well from his lap. "It seems he will be here in a mood," R.A. muttered. "Which uncle is it?" Aegon asked curiously. "Uncle Zeus," Rhaenys answered with a wide grin. "R.A., please explain," Ned managed after regaining his composure. "Yes. My brother Zeus is arriving here to meet me in about a month. He asks your leave to allow his visit," R.A. said with a nod as Rhaenys took the letter and began reading it again. "Was he in the Vale?" Ned asked thoughtfully. "He mentioned arriving through the Vale but nothing about the mountain clans," R.A. said, glancing toward Elia, who looked quietly amused. "I will write a decree granting his passage," Ned decided after a moment. There were 100 questions still unasked, but they trusted the answers would come with time. Later that night the fire in the hearth burned low as the Drakensar couple rested together. "Strength such as yours seldom goes unnoticed," Elia observed as they chatted in the comfort of their bed. R.A. only shrugged with a soft hum as he played with her dark curls. "You have grown rather carefree," Elia said with a small smile as she cupped his face. "Well, I have all that I want in my arms and in the room next to ours," R.A. said, pulling her closer by the waist. "Do you think there is any concern in his coming here?" Elia asked, burying her face against his neck to breathe in his scent. "No. He may be here because the children bonded with the wyverns and father sent him with the beasts. Or he simply wishes to spend time with his good sister and his niece and nephew," R.A. whispered, his hand trailing slowly up her back in soothing strokes. "We will be moving to Nightshade soon, will we not?" Elia said, more statement than question. "For 200 years it was only us brothers. Had one of them wed before me and had children, I would have spoiled them beyond measure," R.A. said with a deep chuckle. Elia laughed softly as she understood perfectly. She remembered how, on her wedding day, her good brothers danced at Rhaenys' whims and doted endlessly on Aegon. She welcomed the thought, the arrival of Zeus only meant her children would have someone to protect them always. R.A. leaned over her and kissed her deeply, drawing a soft moan from her as she locked her legs behind him. "I thank fate for crossing our paths, my love," she whispered. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 152, Pandora's Haven. Later that day, Eric was on a date in the world Luna had created and named Pandora with Luna and Daphne. The planet had no moon or sun, only a sky filled with stars in every direction as if the entire dome shone at once. Eric lay on his back with Luna and Daphne on either side of him, clinging to him as they watched the sky. Luna suddenly shifted. She turned fully toward him and placed one hand on his chest while propping herself up with the other. Her hair fell around her like a waterfall as her face hovered inches from his, curiosity written across it. "What answers are you trying to find on my face, Angel?" Eric asked gently as he tucked a few strands behind her ear and cupped her cheek. "I was just wondering," Luna whispered as she leaned in a little, their faces even closer. "I made this planet myself. I was blessed by gods. My mother is one door away and I can revive her. And this is because of you." Her head tilted slightly as she gazed into Eric's black eyes with more intent. "Well, you were the one who took us to the Dreamlands." Eric whispered back, his thumb brushing her cheek. Luna leaned into his touch, closed her eyes, and pressed a soft kiss against his lips. When she pulled away, Eric turned to Daphne and drew her in as well, unwilling to let her feel left out. Daphne did not speak after their lips parted. She simply rested her head on Eric's chest, lost in her thoughts. Just. Thank you, Daphne whispered after some time, turning her head to lock eyes with him. You both earned everything you have, Eric said to them with a smile. The girls smiled back and let the comfort of his presence keep them from drifting into their thoughts again. Should we go meet Mum now? Luna asked with an excited smile. She wanted to meet both of you. Eric and Daphne shared a quick glance before they both nodded and rose. A dark suit appeared on Eric and a green dress shimmered onto Daphne. They conjured mirrors to check themselves. Eric turned to Luna, raising an eyebrow. She gave him a thumbs up and a bright giggle. Daphne mirrored the gesture with a nervous smile of her own. You are breathtaking, my light, Eric said, and he took Luna and Daphne's hands before they walked toward the silver door leading to Pandora's haven. Luna reached out and opened it. They stepped into a forest clearing with a lake and a cylindrical house beside it that resembled a rook piece carved from stone. Give me a moment, Luna said before skipping to the house and calling out to her mother. Eric and Daphne waited hand in hand until Luna returned, practically dragging a blonde woman toward them with excitement radiating from her. Mum, this is Daphne. My best friend, Luna said as she released her mother's hand and moved behind Eric. And this is Eric, our boyfriend, Luna added, holding Eric's cheeks from behind as if proudly presenting him. Eric's lips twitched as he recalled how he would pick Luna up to introduce her. Now he knew what it felt like on the receiving end. He made a mental note to spank her later and gave Pandora a small bow. Pandora laughed softly at Luna's antics and gestured for them to enter the house. Luna has told me all about you too. I have been looking forward to meeting you both, Pandora said kindly as Eric, Luna, and Daphne settled on the couch. Pandora waved her hand and tea appeared for them. She lifted her own cup, holding it as if savoring its warmth. I have been looking forward to meeting you as well, Eric replied with a polite smile. I will be honest. I do not know how to treat you right now. You gave my girl the ability to meet me even after my death. I know her strength and abilities, and she told me you can do even more. I cannot imagine what lies beyond that, Pandora said with a quiet sigh before sipping her tea. She grew solemn for a moment. I have been watching my girl from here since the day she met you and Daphne. And you both protected her simply because she is herself. Pandora reached out and brushed Daphne's cheek with a tender smile. You should treat me like your daughter's boyfriend and nothing more, Eric said, scratching the side of his face. Oh, Pandora murmured before glancing at Luna and Daphne. Can I speak to you alone then? The girls vanished from the room a heartbeat later, leaving them alone before Eric could respond. I will not ask you if you love her or if you will keep her happy. I have eyes, Pandora said. Eric nodded. What I want to know is if she will be safe, Pandora asked, gaze steady. Yes, mother-in-law, she will always be safe. She is a pure soul and there are even gods who would protect her at any cost, Eric said with a cheeky smile before giving an answer that held weight. Pandora's amusement shone when he called her mother-in-law, but she relaxed more at his certainty. Would you? She asked. Eric nodded at once. She told me it was her idea to bring Daphne into the relationship. Still, my little girl deserves to be cherished with your whole heart and not as a second, Pandora said with a faint frown. I agree. She deserves the world and more. And I promise I cherish her with every part of my heart, Eric said, hand placed over his chest. Pandora reached out and brushed a hand through his hair, nodding in approval before letting out a quiet sigh. Are you thinking about her offer for your revival? Eric asked. Pandora hesitated before nodding. I am dead, son. I died because of my own foolishness. Would there not be consequences if I returned? Pandora asked. She longed to live with her husband and daughter, yet she feared the cost of reaching beyond her limits. She had reached beyond her limits once. And that is why she was here. Eric rose, knelt before her, and took her hands. I promise there will be no consequences. We can even raise you higher being than you once were. Then it would not defy fate or death to bring you back, Eric told her softly. Pandora did not understand the laws he spoke of, but she trusted him. She nodded and smiled. I will speak to her then. Bring them in, dear, Pandora said and patted his cheek. Eric brought Daphne and Luna back inside. Luna looked at her mother with anticipation shining in her eyes. Pandora smiled and pulled Luna into a hug, then moved to Daphne. Thank you for protecting my girl, she said while hugging her as well. Daphne nodded with a warm smile. Pandora took both girls by the hands and settled them beside her. She then beckoned Eric to sit in front of her. Tell me about school now. I want to hear the latest Hogwarts gossip, she said with a playful spark. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 153, I promise you will be strong. The three chatted with Pandora for about an hour before they left her haven. Luna jumped onto Eric's back and hugged him tight as she whispered thank you to him again and again just as they exited the door. I saw the look in her eyes. I think she will accept being revived, Luna said, hugging him tighter with a wide smile. Eric chuckled, reached up with one hand to pat her cheek, and held Daphne's hand with the other. They stared at Pandora's starry sky once more before a portal wavered into being and deposited them in front of Luna's house. Luna slid down from Eric's back and stood before him to press a goodbye kiss to his lips. Well, I have one more thing for you too, Eric said and produced 2 vials from a portal he opened beside him. The vials held the blood of Typhon and Apophis. Luna and Daphne already carried the blood of the positive aspects of their pantheons and had been chosen by them. Now Eric intended to gift the strength of their opposites as well. Luna's power granted her authority over fate and Daphne's power granted her command over order because of the philosophies of the pantheons that had chosen them. They were simply different paths to the same end. Eric wanted to give them the complementary halves. He wanted Luna to have the authority to break fate and Daphne to have the ability to bend chaos to her will. He explained this and opened the vials. 2 thin streams of blood entered Luna and Daphne and merged with them. There was no dramatic transformation, only a ripple that completed their authorities. By angel, Eric said, kissing Luna once the transfer settled. She turned and entered her house. Eric formed another portal and entered with Daphne that led to the front of her house. Eric walked Daphne to her door next. See you later, my light, he said and kissed her. Daphne stroked his cheek before she turned and walked inside. Eric watched Daphne cross the threshold, stepped back, and a portal flickered open behind him. He was in Hogwarts again. Specifically, he stood in Draco's room while Draco looked out the window, trying to remain calm though the tapping of his foot betrayed his nerves. Well, Eric said aloud, making Draco jump and swivel around. Do you not knock? Draco snapped, clutching his chest. Sorry, Eric said with a small laugh, palms open as if to surrender. Draco sat on his bed and drew slow breaths before he spoke. How did you apparate into Hogwarts and make no sound? He asked with a raised brow. I did not, Eric answered with a shrug and a smile. Draco did not press the matter. He stared at the floor for a moment and then leaned forward. He wants to do something at Hogwarts, something about the Room of Hidden Things, Draco whispered, and his face sharpened. He had asked for this meeting because he feared what Voldemort would try to achieve. Eric knew why Voldemort wanted the room. He wanted to gather his Horcruxes. Eric had searched for the Horcruxes himself before he awakened and failed to find the ring in the shack. After his awakening he discovered that Voldemort now had the ring in the cup. He also knew the locket remained with Creature, who was still trying to find a way to destroy it. You do not seem surprised, Draco observed. I will tell you the whole story later, Eric said, placing a steadying hand on Draco's shoulder. What do I do? Draco asked, calmer after seeing Eric's composure. He knows I am working on the cabinet. Let him in, Eric said with a shrug. He will not harm anyone. He will take what he wants and leave. Eric permitted Voldemort to act because he wanted their confrontation to be public and he planned to cleanse the magical world in a single strike. He and Simon had already ensured that Voldemort and the Death Eaters could not hurt innocents after their awakening. Simon had formed the international alliance that guarded even the Muggle world from Voldemort even before their awakening. They would use their combined abilities to stop any Death Eater who tried to do harm. They had the ability to monitor anyone they wished to keep an eye on. What? Draco breathed and stood up. If he wants something, it must be dangerous, his whisper carried fury as he neared Eric and stated. Just trust me, brother, Eric said, both hands on Draco's shoulders now. Eric wanted to display his full strength to ease Draco's fear and to show that Voldemort was no more than an ant to him. This, however, was not the moment. Draco calmed when he read the certainty in Eric's eyes and sat back on his bed. You look like the Dark Lord is dancing on your fingers, he said with a light sigh. Why am I still so weak? Draco muttered, staring at his hands and clenching his fists. Are you? Eric asked. I know even Voldemort cannot legilimency you now and you could defeat most Death Eaters yourself, he tilted his head. It is not enough, Draco whispered. Eric felt the weight of the pressure he had allowed Voldemort to lay upon someone so young and dear to him. Draco was like a brother and he was worried most of the time because of Voldemort. Eric lowered his voice. Draco, he said, serious. I promise you will be as strong as you want to be when the time comes. Draco stared at him with wide eyes. For now just do not worry, Eric added with a reassuring smile. Draco exhaled and his shoulders loosened. He dropped back and let himself rest on the mattress. I will send Nibbin for you tomorrow. Let us visit China like I promised at the party, Eric said, leaning against the wall with a grin. Really? Draco sat up. I have been speaking to ours and some disciples of the sect. Will they allow me to get a flame for myself? He asked hopefully. That is a long process, Eric said with a shrug. I know ours told me that. I wondered if I could get an Ashwinder egg. Could they? Draco nodded toward the ceiling before asking. "We will see tomorrow," Eric said. "Now take care and do not worry. Everything is under control," he offered comfort before slipping out through a doorway he had turned into a portal to his room. Draco did not notice. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 154, The Spider and the Reaper. Eric arrived in his room within the mansion and sat on the edge of his bed, sinking into the mattress as he delved into his thoughts. How strong is Voldemort now? Eric asked in his mind. He seems to be at the magical capacity of a demigod of the waking realms, yet without any divine power that would allow him to alter reality, came the immediate, clinical reply. Impressive level of strength, Eric thought to himself, acknowledging the resourcefulness Voldemort possessed. Voldemort was nothing compared to him now, but the Dark Lord had gained all that strength on his own, through sheer will and dark rituals. Has he been able to hurt anyone recently? Eric followed up. He has only hurt some of his own Death Eaters since you gained the knowledge of your full capabilities with the skill Manibindu, the voice answered. Eric nodded slowly at the response. He had the law synthesis subskill that turned his words and desires into the absolute law of the waking realms. Because of that, he had stopped the Death Eaters and Voldemort from hurting people. Have any of his Death Eaters been able to hurt anyone? Eric continued his questioning, probing for gaps in the safety of the world. Not since you gained Manibindu. However, they were able to kidnap a French woman shortly before that event, the skill replied. Eric sighed, a heavy weight settling in his chest. What happened to her? Eric asked, bracing himself, though he was not ready for the blunt and matter-of-fact reply he was about to get. Some of the Death Eaters attempted to rape her. Lucius Malfoy barged into the room she was held in and killed her after using legilimency on her, as she had wished to die rather than be humiliated. Lucius Malfoy then used disrespect towards Voldemort as a pretense to justify the killing of the woman and ensured those involved were punished. Eric sat stunned, chilled by how cold and direct the response was. The cruelty of the act and the twisted mercy of Lucius Malfoy swirled in his mind. What happened after? Eric asked after taking a deep, shuddering breath to compose himself. Her body is being used for necromancy research, and Lucius Malfoy went to her family to bring them some form of closure, likely through lies, the voice concluded. Eric shook his head at the response. Even after death, she did not get any rest. Her body was a tool, her memory a lie told to grieving parents. I sense distress and sadness in you. However, because of the alliance Simon has made with the other countries and because of your continued presence, the death and suffering of innocents have been reduced by a large margin. Eric was not comforted by the attempt of his skill to rationalize the tragedy. It did not know the nuance of human emotions, after all. Take me to the gods of this world, Eric muttered out loud. A portal formed in front of him the next second, tearing through the fabric of the room. Eric did not hesitate for a second before entering it. He was taken to the outer planes of his world, a space existing beside the very divine source of the world he lived in. In front of him hovered a hunched, hooded figure. From its back sprouted pale, massive wings made not of feathers, but of tattered flesh and exposed bone. Death, Eric nodded to the figure in greeting. Eric Hawthorne, Death observed. His voice was raspy, and his breath sounded strained, as if the mere act of existing was an exhausting effort for an old man. Why have you visited here? Death asked, his imposing, skeletal figure hovering silently above Eric. Oh, I just thought I should visit the gods of the world I live in. Are there others beside you as well? Eric asked, waving his hand toward the surroundings before turning his gaze to the divine source. He tilted his head in confusion when he found the well covered in thick, intricate webs. There is fate, Death answered, gesturing with a bony hand toward the well. Eric glanced at Death before he walked toward the divine well and looked inside. The webs draped all over the well had divine seeds and flowers tangled within them, trapped before they could bloom. As Eric peered deeper into the abyss of the well, he found a great, pale white spider weaving the webs with endless, meticulous care. Is it just the two of you then? Eric asked, looking back at the hooded figure. Since the beginning, was Death's raspy reply. I was the first. Then came Fate, the great spider. She weaved her webs of causality and did not let any other god be formed. The world was her design before you entered it. Death added this in a slow, laborious voice, as if speaking physically pained him. Eric nodded. The powers that facilitated his birth in this world were beyond even the comprehension of the Fate standing or rather, crawling in front of him. That was the reason she was so helpless against him and could not manipulate his destiny. On top of that, Eric was now much more powerful than her. She has been trying to assert her will against the changes you made to her design. However, the effort seems futile on her part, Death chuckled, a sound like dry leaves crumping. So the death of the woman was her fault? Eric asked, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the spider. Everything is her fault. Every birth, every triumph, every happiness, every sorrow. She chooses when someone's time ends, and I collect, Death answered, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Fate was who she was. She was not malicious or benevolent. She did not hold a vendetta against anyone, nor did she control every minute action. Eric realized he was just trying to blame someone divine for the woman's death because the alternative, that the only ones to blame were the men who had abducted her for their sick reasons, was harder to swallow. Can I meet her? The woman. Eric turned towards Death and asked. Do you wish to resurrect her? Death asked back in a low voice. Eric did not hide his intentions and nodded firmly. Why did you not come to resurrect the child that just died a moment ago? Or the infant who could not even take a breath in this world? Perhaps you wish to resurrect the 7-year-old girl that died as we were speaking. Death spoke with distinct contempt lacing every word. I have given up Pandora's soul not so long ago. And I am powerless if you ask for more. However, if you wish to resurrect the innocent, why not every innocent that dies every instant? Death added with a dismissive, sweeping wave of his hand. Eric did not speak. He could not. The sheer scale of the idea silenced him. Fate and death are not enemies, child. We are what gives life meaning, Death stated with a sigh when he saw the emotional turmoil on Eric's face. What of free will? Eric asked, pointing an accusing finger at fate. What of it? She does not make anyone evil. Neither does she make anyone virtuous. She weaves her threads in the direction guided by mortals, Death explained patiently, his voice growing gentler, losing some of its rasp. Didn't you just tell me she had been trying to go against me? Didn't she manipulate events to oppose me? Eric challenged back. You cornered those people, and they became more savage. She did not make them as they are. They chose the actions they committed, Death explained, still patient, like a teacher with a slow student. It was her fate to die by Lucius Malfoy's hands because those men made the choice to take her. What about the Gritslang? One of you made him. Did you not? Eric asked. By this point, Eric was just trying to find a divine fault in the world because he did not wish to accept that humans were this wicked by choice. He wanted a god to blame. I made him because I wanted to make something, Death shrugged, the tattered fabric of his cloak moving with his actions. Eric opened his mouth to speak, but Death interrupted him. I put the creature in a cave. It was an animal that hurt those who entered its home, Death said, as if he knew exactly what Eric was about to argue. Eric had nothing more to say now. He had arrived in front of the gods of his world to demand explanations and extract souls. However, all he got was the cold truth he had been too naive to accept. Death took small, gliding steps toward Eric before placing a cold, skeletal hand on his shoulder. I have watched you since your birth, son. As I have seen everyone who was ever born on that planet. And I see you wish to see the good in people, Death whispered, his cold hand surprisingly comforting. I do not wish to discourage you from it. I have seen as much good as I have seen evil. And all of it was the will of people, Death explained and caressed Eric's hair for a brief moment before he turned. With a mighty flap of his pale wings, Death flew away into the void, leaving Eric alone with the silent weaving of the spider. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 155, A Bet on the Water. Eric remained lost in thought following his profound encounter with Death. He glanced at the well once more before moving toward it and gazing deep into the aperture. His eyes met the cold, black gaze of the weaver, who was eternally spinning the cosmic threads that connected and sustained reality. There was no hate, anger, or judgment in the ancient spider's eyes. Only the vast, cosmic indifference of an entity focused solely on ensuring the continuity of the threads of fate. Eric did not stay long in that realm and soon returned to the world, reappearing on the Nightshade Island beside the tranquil lake. He emptied his mind, allowing himself to gaze into the reflective surface and accept the cosmic truths he had argued with Death about. He did not notice when Edwina quietly approached him from behind and wrapped her arms around him, resting her chin on his head and caressing his hair. Edwina offered no questions, she knew she was the first person Eric would come to the moment he required any counsel. A moment later, Eric turned and wrapped his arms around his mother, overwhelmed with gratitude. He had accepted reality, and with that acceptance, his resolve to walk the path he deemed right solidified even more. The next morning, just as Eric had promised, he sent Nibbin to Hogwarts to retrieve Draco as he invited Draco to China. Let's have breakfast here before we depart for China, Eric said, gesturing Draco toward the dining table where his parents were already seated. Good morning, Uncle, Auntie, Draco greeted Simon and Edwina with a smile before taking his seat. Good morning, Draco, Edwina replied warmly, and Simon offered a nod and a smile as breakfast was served. So, the two of you will be visiting China today? Simon asked, receiving nods from the two young men. Good. It should be a relaxing time for Draco, Simon said, approvingly patting Draco's shoulder. They were soon taken by Nibbin to the Frostrude Hollow, the place which Eric had inherited and had their courtyards. "Welcome, my lord," Shenlian greeted them with a happy smile when Eric and Draco appeared before her. "It's good to see you, Miss Shenlian," Eric replied with a smile of his own, while Draco gave her a small, respectful bow. "To the sect, I presume?" Shenlian asked, glancing at Draco. "Yes. This is my friend, Draco. I wish to show him the sect," Eric nodded, introducing the young Malfoy. "Won't you stay for a little?" Shenlian asked Eric with a slight tilt of her head. It had been some time since Eric's last visit, and she clearly wished to spend some time with him. "Well, how about we return for dinner?" Eric proposed, earning a bright smile and a nod from her. "I will look forward to it," Shenlian replied, giving Eric's head a brief, affectionate pat before he and Draco moved towards the sect grounds. Draco walked with palpable anticipation, gripping a small, ornate wooden box tightly in his hands. "Have you ever seen a horse walk on water?" Eric asked Draco with a grin when he noticed a herd of horses grazing nearby. Draco shook his head. Eric beckoned two of the horses over. He gently rubbed the head of one and mounted it, then gestured for Draco to mount the other. "Just relax and form a connection with the horse," Eric instructed Draco as he mounted his own. "They instinctively know where you wish for them to go." Draco sat on his horse and rubbed its neck gently as it started walking alongside Eric's. They soon neared a mist-covered lake, and Eric instructed his horse to start walking across it. Draco was delighted and surprised as their horses stepped onto the lake's surface, crossing the water as if it were solid ground. "Oh! There's one more thing they can do," Eric said excitedly, moving his horse closer to Draco's. He patted his horse's back, and it raised its hind legs before bringing them down sharply. The resulting splash of water below them rippled, sending a curtain of spray over Draco. "Wicked, right?" Eric laughed loudly, nudging his horse into a full gallop toward the sect. Draco scowled and followed Eric, running his horse as fast as he could, keen on revenge. "If I reach the sect first, you won't do anything about the splash," Eric proposed, pointing ahead to the visible buildings. "Deal," Draco declared, nudging his horse to gain speed. Eric chuckled, easily catching up and blowing a raspberry toward Draco as he surpassed him, reaching the entrance of the sect first. "Hey, guys. I'm Eric, the winner, and this is Draco, the loser. Can you take us to an elder, please?" Eric greeted the two disciples he found at the sect's entrance, introducing the pair with playful swagger. The disciples chuckled, and one nodded, beckoning them to follow. Eric and Draco dismounted. Draco used a quiet charm to clean himself and smooth his clothes, making himself presentable, before giving Eric a deeply dirty look. "A deal is a deal, brother," Eric told him with a smirk, receiving a sour expression in return. "Disciple greets Elder Wong," the young man said, bowing deeply to the elder before gesturing to Eric and Draco, who offered the elder a respectful bow as well. "Thank you for bringing them, disciple," Elder Wong smiled, nodding at the young man. "Thanks, here is a little gift," Eric thanked the young man, handing him a small pouch before the disciple departed with a smile. "Welcome, young master. What brings you and your young friend here?" Elder Wong asked Eric with a polite nod and a genuine smile. "This is my friend, Draco. I had a request for you. Would you allow him to undergo the flame ritual with an Ashwinder egg?" Eric asked the elder respectfully. "May I see the egg?" the elder asked with curiosity. Draco nodded and immediately handed him the wooden box with both hands. The elder inspected the box before opening it briefly, then nodded and closed it again. "The egg has been preserved well. It should not be a problem for the young one here to undergo the ritual," the elder said, handing the box back to Draco. "Well then, follow me, children," the elder added as he turned toward a designated direction. Eric and Draco nodded and followed the elder. "Thank you," Draco whispered to Eric as they walked, receiving a steadying pat on the back from Eric. "A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then." Chapter 156, Crawling Fury. The elder of the sect was intimately familiar with the Hawthorne family and deeply loyal to them. This reverence stemmed from Shenlian, who had revealed to the sect that she considered the Hawthorns her lords. Therefore, there was absolutely no need for the elder to seek the sect master's permission before performing the ritual for Draco. Draco moved beside Eric with steady steps, a confident smile playing on his face. "I never asked you," Eric began, glancing at Draco. "Why do you even wish to get a flame for yourself?" "Well, ever since the cultural exchange, when some of the sect members came to Hogwarts, I have had conversations with many of them," Draco started, pausing with a hand on his chin. "And I have found out there are many uses for such flames. Combat, potioneering, and alchemy, to say the least. So, I just have to have these options available to me. I will choose one path to pursue when I decide the time is right," Draco added in a low voice and shrugged. Eric nodded at the reasoning and took the wooden box from Draco to inspect the egg inside. He opened the box and saw a bright red egg that emitted a faint glow and a slight heat the moment the lid was lifted. The divine energy within Eric's body rippled as he took a sliver of it and infused it into the egg before closing the lid and handing the box back to Draco. Wicked, isn't it? Even though I requested Father for the egg only last evening, he did all he could and brought me this by this morning, Draco whispered with a fond smile. Well, you're a father's boy, so it makes sense, Eric said with a grin and a shrug, getting a smirk from Draco in turn. Says the biggest mother's boy in the world, Draco retorted, his smirk widening. Eric accepted those words with a nod as if it was obvious, he was not ashamed of it, after all. In front of them, the sect elder chuckled at their banter. He opened the door of the ritual room and gestured for them to enter. The room was located on the upper floor of the fire hall, the place where they kept the salamanders and took care of them. There was no roof on the room, allowing for the sunlight to pour in, making the runes on the walls shimmer with a golden light. You see, the Ashwinder eggs do not contain true life. Hence, they cannot bestow their flames upon someone naturally, the elder began as he conjured his own flame and inscribed some precise runes on the floor within a small area. Therefore, we must give them an imitation of life through the power of the sun and have it test you for worthiness, the elder added once the runes were complete. He extended his arm toward Draco, asking for the wooden box. I understand, elder, Draco nodded with resolve as the elder placed the whole box in the center of the little rune circle he had formed. Good lad. What is your wand hand? The elder asked, patting Draco's shoulder and instructing him to stand in a certain location. Draco raised his right hand to indicate his wand hand. The elder nodded and took out some ink and a feather to carve a small symbol on the back of Draco's left hand. This will allow for better control of your flame from your left hand and unhindered spellcasting from the right, the elder explained as he drew the symbol. Yes, elder. Thank you for this, Draco nodded respectfully toward the elder, earning a chuckle and a pat on the head from the old man. I will start the ritual now. Do not falter or fear. If the ritual fails, it is not lethal, just painful, the elder said, trying to reassure Draco. I am proficient in healing magic, Eric chimed in with a grin and a raised hand. How about you reassure me it won't come to that? Draco scowled at Eric, getting a shrug from him in return. Just trying to be helpful, Eric muttered. The elder shook his head at the kid's antics and stood beside Eric before he started the ritual. Stand firm, child, the elder said and nodded as Draco straightened his back and planted his feet on the floor firmly. The runes on the walls shimmered and absorbed the sunlight coming from the sky, glowing brighter and brighter. The runes then reflected the light in concentrated beams toward the magic circle where the wooden box was placed. The magical circle shimmered in a gold and green light, and the wooden box disintegrated instantly, leaving only the red egg suspended in the green and gold glow. The egg moved from side to side as if it was about to birth a creature. However, instead of cracking, the egg melted and reformed into a red snake made of red and green fire. Its eyes were golden, peering deeply into Draco's own as it made a loud hissing sound. Draco did not flinch away from the snake's gaze and stood firm. However, his mind swirled, and his surroundings changed violently as he found himself on his knees in a battlefield, with bodies scattered all around him. He had forgotten how he got there and what he was doing as he looked around frantically for answers. Did I hit you too hard? Came a voice that hovered between a whisper and a hiss. Draco looked ahead to see a golden-eyed Voldemort sneering in front of him. His gaze moved down to see the bodies of his friends and family scattered at the Dark Lord's feet. This is my design. Voldemort shouted and spread his arms wide, relishing in the carnage around him. Draco could not think, he only roared and lunged at Voldemort. As he lunged, he found that his legs did not seem to be working, and he fell face first into the dirt, near Voldemort's feet. Next, he discovered his arms were not working either. Voldemort's cruel smile widened as Draco discovered those things. Draco did the only thing he could, he crawled toward Voldemort with all his remaining strength, his face a mask of pure fury. Is this your way of begging? Voldemort asked with a cold laugh. Draco did not answer. He simply bit down on Voldemort's foot just as he neared the Dark Lord. At that moment, he just wished to hurt Voldemort in any way he could before he would die. Draco felt the taste of blood in his mouth before everything went blank again. He stood in darkness as blood dripped from his mouth, the next moment the blood turned into bright red flames that surged around him in all directions. Draco suddenly remembered he was performing a ritual, and he plunged his hands into the flames, feeling only comfort and familiarity. The red flames gained a tinge of gold as they merged with Draco with a final swirl. A moment later, Draco opened his eyes in the real world and sensed the new connection in his mind. He turned to Eric and raised his left hand in triumph, receiving a thumbs up and a wide grin from Eric. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 157, The Water Has Death in It. 12 Grimmauld Place. Master Sirius, creature croaked. The house elf stood in the doorway, a look of utter defeat etched onto his aged face, clutching a wooden box in his hands. Yes. Sirius asked, distracted with the letter he was writing. There is something I must tell you. It is about Master Regulus, Creature said, his voice heavy with melancholy. Regulus's name commanded Sirius's full attention. He slid his chair back and turned towards Creature before leaned in, his expression sharpening. You see. Master Regulus once told Creature to accompany. Creature took a ragged breath before he whispered the next words, the Dark Lord. Sirius went still. He wanted to test the defenses of a place, and he used Creature to do it. The house elf shuddered violently at the memory. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Creature, Sirius said softly. He poured a glass of water from a carafe on his desk and presented it to the elf. Creature accepted it with a grateful nod and gulped down the water. After that, Creature returned to Master Regulus and brought him back to that place on his orders. Sirius's eyes widened as he realized where the story was going. With his dying breath, Master Regulus gave Creature something to destroy. Something the Dark Lord wished to protect. Creature failed. The elf shook his head miserably and extended the wooden box toward Sirius. Sirius looked from the box to the house elf before taking it in both hands. Instantly, he felt a pulse of the darkest magic seeping through the wood, cold and malevolent. Creature apologizes for being a failure. Creature could not fulfill Master Regulus's final wish, the house elf sighed softly. It's not your fault, Creature. And there is nothing to forgive. We will fulfill his last wish together. Sirius gripped the box tighter, his knuckles turning white. He cracked the lid open for a fraction of a second before snapping it shut in a hurry. The malice radiating from the object was palpable. Just from that single glimpse, Sirius understood that simply blasting it with a spell wouldn't work. He needed to understand the magic it held within. I need you to take me to that place first, if you can, Sirius told Creature. Creature hesitated, fear warring with duty, but eventually, he nodded. He reached out and grasped Sirius's arm. With a loud crack, they vanished from the study. They reappeared in a cavern of immense proportions. Black water stretched out around a small, rocky island in the center, bathed in an eerie glow. Creature pointed toward a stone pedestal in the center of the island and took a half step back, trembling. There, he made me drink it, Creature whispered. Sirius patted Creature's back gently, to ground him, before he moved toward the pedestal. On top sat a stone basin filled with a glowing, emerald-green potion. What does this do? Sirius asked, staring into the phosphorescent liquid. Bad things. Creature whimpered, backing away toward Sirius. Pain, terrible visions, and more pain. Then comes the thirst, dry and biting. But you must not drink from the water, he pointed to the black lake surrounding them. There are dead things inside. Dead things that move. Sirius looked around the cave, noting the extreme, sadistic security Voldemort had placed here. That locket, it seems he values it above all else. It must contain a secret that is essential for his life, Sirius whispered, looking intently at the potion. He turned to the elf. Creature, no matter what I say, even if I order you otherwise, make sure I drink the whole thing. Sirius ordered with steely resolve, picking up the crystal goblet resting beside the basin. No, Master. This place. It always takes a life. It should be me, Creature protested, stepping forward. No one is dying on my watch, Sirius said with a sharp wave of his hand. I have an idea what happened to Regulus. I won't repeat it. Bring a pitcher of water from the mansion. Now. Creature vanished with a pop and returned moments later, his hand shaking as he handed Sirius a large pitcher of fresh water. Sirius took it and placed it safely on the rocks beside them. Sirius dipped the goblet into the basin, filling it with the emerald potion. Before Creature could protest again, Sirius raised it to his lips and drank its contents in one gulp. Instantly, Sirius jolted. He staggered back, clutching his throat, and fell to his knees beside the pedestal. He leaned heavily against the cold stone, gasping for air, his chest heaving as if he had run a mile. Creature was instantly at his side, his thin, stick-like fingers gripping Sirius's sleeve, his face a mask of terror and guilt. Master Sirius. You must not take another. Creature pleaded. Silence. Sirius rasped, forcing the words past a throat that felt lined with thorns. You heard the command. I must finish it. Sirius's hand trembled violently as he dipped the goblet again. It felt as though it weighed a ton. He filled it and swallowed the liquid in another large, agonizing gulp. Sirius collapsed onto the ground with a thud, leaning against the jagged rocks. His mouth opened in a silent scream, his eyes squeezing shut. The goblet clattered from his hand. James, my brother. I'm sorry. Sirius muttered, extending a hand into the empty air as if reaching for a ghost. Creature picked up the goblet. The longer I take, the more Master will suffer, the house elf muttered to himself, tears welling in his large eyes. He moved to the basin as fast as he could. He filled the cup and, with a shaking hand, poured it down Sirius's throat. Sirius screamed, a raw, tearing sound that echoed off the cavern walls. Then he stopped abruptly, his eyes snapping open, darting frantically in all directions. It's cold. I'm so cold. Sirius wailed, tears streaming down his cheeks. He curled into a ball, hugging his knees to his chest. Their tattered black cloaks, they take away the happiness, leaving only cold. By this point, Creature was weeping openly as he filled another cup. It hurts, no more. It is an ord. Creature interrupted Sirius's plea by pouring the potion down his throat again. Sirius coughed and gagged, thrashing weakly. Sirius went limp on his back, gazing up at the cave roof with pure, unadulterated self-hatred. I killed you. James, Lily. He whispered, his voice broken. Clever, I thought myself, suggesting the rat to keep the secret. I deserve this. I deserve the cell. He opened his mouth willingly when Creature brought the next cup, seeking the punishment. They know, they will never forgive me for it. Harry. Sirius sobbed, gripping the stones beneath him until his fingernails broke. He suffered because of me. Harry, James's son. My son. This is the last one, Master. The last one, Creature choked out, supporting Sirius's head as he poured the final cup into his mouth. Sirius convulsed violently as he gulped down the last of the potion. The basin was empty. Water, please, please, Sirius rasped, clutching his burning throat. He started crawling blindly toward the black lake, driven by an unnatural, biting thirst. Master, no. Take this water. That water has death. Creature ran to intercept him, grabbing the pitcher they had brought. Sirius snatched the pitcher with desperate strength and gulped down its contents, water spilling down his chin and soaking his robes. He drained it, dropped the pitcher, and heaved for breath, the magical fire in his throat finally doused. Take us back. Sirius muttered, his voice barely audible. With a soft pop, the cavern vanished. Back at Grimold Place, the recovery was brutal. Sirius drank water for the next half hour, only to vomit it back up, dealing with waves of nausea and tremors for the next 3. Finally, the worst passed. Sirius sat on the floor of his bathroom, leaning wearily against the cool tiled wall, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked up at the elf hovering anxiously in the doorway. Tell me all that was worth it, Sirius said, his voice hoarse but steady. Creature stepped forward. He extended his hand, revealing the heavy gold locket Regulus had placed in the basin as a decoy years ago. He placed it gently on the floor in front of Sirius. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 158, Side Story, 12, Wolfswood Home. It was a few days later, during the evening supper, when R.A. received another missive from Zeus. The delivery method was the same as before. The cute owl swooped down, depositing the letter before finding himself in Elia arms, being fed by Elia and Caitlin. The letter was as brief and direct as the previous one. It stated simply that Zeus would be arriving soon, accompanied by a group of Vale Mountain clansmen who wished to reform their ways and seek new lives in the service of Ned Stark. A silence descended upon the dining table when R.A. announced the contents of the letter. The only sounds remaining were the clinking of cutlery and chats from the children, who did not particularly care for the political implications of this information. Your brother is more a storm than a man, just like you, Ned muttered with a chuckle after he had fully registered the information he had been given. I will consider that a compliment, R.A. replied with a nod after a brief pause, earning a soft chuckle from Caitlin as well. Sansa, seated in her mother's lap, giggled at the sound of the adults laughing. I will send a raven to the hand for his permission, as these men are of his lands, Ned stated with a decisive nod. Although Ned phrased it as asking for permission, it was a mere courtesy. He knew John Arryn well enough to know his foster father would agree to his request without hesitation. However, I wonder where they will stay. Ned added, his brow furrowing in thought. Pardon me, my lord, but the Bear Islands may benefit from the addition of people, Alysanne chimed in with her suggestion, her voice clear and confident despite her age. How many clansmen will he be arriving with exactly? Ned asked R.A., looking for specifics. He says there are about 200 fighting men and 600 women, children, and elderly, R.A. said, glancing at the parchment again to confirm the accurate details. These men have a lawless reputation that is well earned. How would we ensure their loyalty? Caitlin asked, her voice laced with worry. She was not being unreasonable, she had a valid point. The reputation of the Vale Mountain clansmen as savages and bandits preceded them. The North had its own mountain clans, but they were known for their fierce, unyielding loyalty to the Starks, a contrast to the chaotic nature of the Vale tribes. If Ra's brother is anything like him, I have no doubt they will do as they are told by him, Ned answered with a shrug. He seemed to have loosened up considerably in recent days, largely due to Ra's presence and mostly when with family. Ned, Caitlin said his name in a chiding manner. She wanted a serious answer to a security concern. I do not jest, Cat. He has convinced Ironborn to take the black, Ned said seriously as he recalled the memory, holding his own shoulder briefly in relief. Caitlin nodded after a moment and she went back to feeding Sansa and the owl, choosing to trust her husband's judgment. As Lady Mormont suggested, I shall send some of them to the Bear Islands to bolster their numbers, Ned nodded to Alysanne with a kind, approving smile. As for the rest, a holdfast in the Wolfswood, near the roads, should be a good location, Ned decided, glancing at Alysanne's satisfied smile before he resumed eating. The Wolfswood would be the best strategic location for the clans if they renounced their law of the mountains and accepted Stark law. He would give them the duty to guard the Wolfswood Road, ensuring safety for travelers, and in exchange, they would be permitted to hunt within the forest to sustain themselves. In the evening, the children were excited about the impending arrival of their uncle and asked Ra and Elia a barrage of questions about Zeus while they were undergoing their magical training. Is Uncle Zeus stronger than you? Aegon asked Ra, looking up with wide, curious eyes. No, came the immediate, flat reply from Ra. Aegon nodded to himself as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. When is he arriving, was the next question, this time from Rhaenys. A little more than half a moon, Elia was the one who answered this time, as she was currently guiding Rhaenys through a magic exercise. The children had been asking questions all evening, often repeating the same ones after a short interval, their excitement making them forgetful. When you use the shield spell, it forms an invisible barrier. Why is mine different? Rhaenys asked. She had used the shield spell successfully moments ago, but instead of a shimmer of air, it had formed in the distinct, translucent shape of a dragon's wing wrapping in the shape of a shield. You have a connection with something, dear. It is influencing and increasing your magic, Elia explained with a proud smile. Great work on the spell. She leaned in and caressed the girl's head affectionately. I did see a big white dragon in my dream once. Is that it? Rhaenys asked with undisguised excitement. I saw one as well. Aegon chimed in, looking up at Ra with hope, wanting to be part of the special connection. Perhaps. But we call them wyverns. Your grandfather is a dragon, Ra explained to the children, making the distinction between the beasts that can be ridden and tamed from the origin of their bloodline. Can we meet these wyverns? Rhaenys asked eagerly. Your uncle may be bringing them with him. If not, you can meet them when we move to Nightshade, Ra said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Let us continue with your studies. I will now teach you a spell called Burning Hands, Elia said, turning Rhaenys' attention back to her lesson. How about I teach you the shield spell now? Your sister just performed it, Ra asked Aegon with a playful smile, knowing exactly which button to push. Yes, father. It must be easy if she did it, Aegon said, immediately putting maximum effort into learning the spell, completely ignoring the look he was receiving from Rhaenys. The next afternoon, Ned summoned Lord Torvin Woods and Lord Brian Branch to a meeting point near the edge of the Wolfswood. The purpose was to scout a suitable location for the coming Vale men to settle and to begin planning the construction of a holdfast in the area. My lord, Lord Woods and Lord Branch echoed together when they met Ned. Both were tall, hardy Northmen, accompanied by 7 men-at-arms each. They held great respect and admiration for Ned Stark, evident in the way they carried themselves in his presence. My lords. Thank you for arriving in such a short time, Ned nodded at the two. All of them remained mounted on their horses. Ned then gestured for just the 2 lords to follow him and Ra deeper into the path on horseback. Strong horse you have there, Bright Butcher, Lord Woods commented, eyeing the massive beast that was able to handle Ra in his full, heavy golden armor without showing signs of strain. Ra gave his horses strengthening magical foods and potions, allowing them to handle his weight and gear with ease, but to an outsider, it was simply a monstrously strong animal. What did you call me? Ra asked, a distinctive layer of bewilderment lacing his voice as he pulled on the reins. Bright Butcher. The bright part comes from. Lord Woods paused and gestured vaguely at Ra's shining, full golden armor. And the butcher part comes from the tale of the defense of Bear Island you performed, Lord Woods added with a casual shrug, seemingly unaware of the danger he was in. Does anyone else call me that, or is it just you? Ra asked after he looked around the empty woods, leaning in dangerously close toward the Lord. I just came up with it this instant, Lord Woods said with a proud smile on his face, pleased with his wit. I must not let this name spread, Ra muttered darkly. He looked from the sharp blade of his halberd to the Lord's neck, calculating angles. What are you doing, Ra? Ned asked him suddenly. He had been listening with amusement until his instincts screamed that Lord Wood's life was in immediate jeopardy. I was just considering some possibilities, Ra said vaguely with a shrug, his hand relaxing slightly on his weapon. Ned did not look away, he just stared at Ra with a neutral, knowing look. You heard the name he just came up with, R.A. protested in his defense, pointing a gauntlet finger at the offender. What name? Lord Woods asked, blinking rapidly. He had just made the wisest decision of his life. We must get to the matter at hand, R.A. said with a firm nod, quickly changing the topic now that he knew Lord Woods had voluntarily lost his recent memories. My lords, I have summoned you here to ask your counsel. There are some Vale Mountain clansmen arriving in the north who have chosen to live under Stark law. I wish to give them a home in the Wolfswood, Ned stated, bringing the focus back to business as he looked at the two lords. Lord Woods and Lord Branch placed their hands under their chins in thought, assessing the geography. There is a rocky knoll situated 3 hours horse ride from Winterfell. It borders the Wolfswood Road as well, providing good vantage, Lord Branch said after a moment of contemplation. That should suffice. An excellent location as well, my lord, Ned said with a nod of approval. Do you wish us to help in the construction? Lord Branch asked, receiving a nod from Ned. A few lawn houses would suffice for them to live in while they build the holdfast and their settlement themselves, Ned answered, giving the lords a meaningful glance. They must work for their new home. It will be done, my lord, Lord Woods said, patting his chest roughly, and Lord Branch nodded his confirmation as well. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And? You got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 159, Eternity in Her Clutches. Draco was given a secluded area in the sect to test his new flame and gain proficiency in controlling it. It's like I have a connection to it, and I just have to imagine, and it will do as I say, Draco muttered as he formed embers between his fingers, shaping them into tiny, flickering dragons and snakes. It was not that easy for everyone. Draco had a far superior connection to his flame because of the sliver of divinity Eric had imbued within it. One of the many boons it had granted him. Have you decided what you will use the flame for? Eric asked, leaning against a pillar. I have had some interest in alchemy. But that is for later, for now, I need to learn how to use it in combat. Draco muttered, his face set in concentration as he drew his wand and began practicing weaving spells as he controlled his fire as well. Eric nodded at the response. Draco was still deeply worried because of Voldemort and wanted to be as strong as he could be for the inevitable fight. Just this year. Eric thought. He planned to finish Voldemort as a threat by the end of the year so Draco and everyone else could finally sleep without the shadow of the Dark Lord hanging over them. The Elder returned to check up on them and found Draco practicing his spellcasting with the use of the flame, trying to blending wand movements with flame manipulation. You have great control over the flame in such a short time, the Elder observed, earning a polite smile from Draco. Would you like some advice from this old man? The Elder asked with a raised eyebrow. It would be an honor, Elder, Draco answered with a respectful bow. The Elder started teaching Draco how to coordinate and concentrate on moving both his hands independently to direct the flow of magic and fire simultaneously. Seeing that Draco was in good hands, Eric nodded to the Elder and quietly left the room to explore the grounds. He wandered for some time before finding himself in the tranquil forest area near the sect boundaries. The air felt fresh with natural magic, and he soon started interacting with the magical beasts that called the forest home. Ah, are you out here alone? Where is your mother? Eric asked a little Chelan he had found, gently picking the creature up in his arms. The creature nuzzled against him, sensing his benevolent aura. He soon found the rest of the Chelan family grazing nearby and sat down to enjoy the peaceful company. So, you didn't feel like inviting me? Eric heard a familiar voice behind him as Daphne stepped out of a portal a moment later. I was just about to, love, Eric answered with a smile, turning to cup her face in his free hand before giving her a soft kiss. Liar, Daphne muttered with a pout, though her eyes were smiling. She sat beside him and took a little Chelan into her arms, cooing at it. Eric chuckled and wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her back against his chest as they relaxed together. Neville's parents have recovered well, Daphne told him after a while, breaking the comfortable silence. Eric was sitting with his back against a sturdy tree, Daphne secure in his arms as the Chelan family grazed peacefully in front of them. Of course they have. They are being treated by you, after all, Eric whispered into her hair, feeling her smile against his arm. Daphne held Eric's arms tighter and leaned back against his chest, looking up at the canopy of leaves and the sky beyond. It's surreal what we are capable of now. Daphne muttered as Eric ran his hands gently over her stomach, making her giggle from time to time. Well, we were lucky, Eric whispered back, his mind drifting to the moment he was reincarnated in this world simply because, why not, were God's words. I imagine what eternity together will be like. Would you love me even when I get fat? Daphne asked him casually. Eric froze. His hands paused their gentle rhythm, and he became completely alert. Well. I'm not falling for this one, Eric thought frantically. He instantly activated thought acceleration to speed up his cognitive processing, searching for the optimal survival response. He could feel a bead of sweat sliding down his temple in slow motion and saw Daphne slightly upturned, narrowed eyes waiting for his answer. Well. Eric started, gulping audibly as his mind moved a mile a minute. I don't think we are capable of getting fat now. And even if you were to get fat, there would be more to love, and I would thank every god for it. It will be like I am getting more for the price of one. It's the best deal in the world. Eric continued his rapid-fire train of logic for the next 5 minutes, speaking non-stop, not even pausing for breath as he listed every conceivable reason why her hypothetical weight gain was actually a blessing to mankind. Daphne had stopped listening halfway through. She was doing her absolute best to hide her laughter, pressing the side of her face into his chest and holding his arms tighter to conceal her shaking shoulders and twitching lips. So. Like. Yes, that is my answer. Eric finally ended his tirade, holding Daphne by the waist as he awaited her judgment. He did not even dare to breathe. I love you too, baby. Daphne looked up at him, gave him a passionate kiss, and then burst into laughter against his neck. Eric let out an audible breath of relief, sagging against the tree and holding her tight as if holding on for dear life. You had me sweating there, Eric muttered, which only elicited more peals of laughter from her. Why were you here? Daphne asked eventually, referring to why he was in China. Well, Draco wanted a flame for himself. I told you the thing with him and Voldemort, right? He has been worrying about that a lot, Eric answered, letting out a sigh. Makes sense. He must think the life of his family is on his shoulders, Daphne muttered, looking up at Eric. Yeah, so he now has a flame, and I even added a little bit of divinity to it. I hope getting a flame lessens his worries, Eric whispered, squeezing Daphne's waist. What will the divinity do? Daphne asked curiously. Well, it will grow with him, and you know, he may get minor reality warping when in great danger, Eric explained casually, getting a thoughtful hum from Daphne. My potion got the approval of the Potion Regulation Authority, Daphne said after a little bit of silence, a proud smile lighting up her face. Wicked how we did human testing even before that, huh? Eric muttered with a chuckle. Mother-in-law has sway in the healing community, after all, Daphne answered with a smirk. Mother-in-law, huh? Is that your way of proposing? Eric teased with a playful smile. What is there to ask? I have you wrapped around my fingers, Daphne said, wiggling her fingers to demonstrate her point. That's true. My heart is too far gone in your clutches by now, Eric admitted with a nod. Daphne giggled and cupped Eric's face, playfully molding his cheeks into different shapes. What will you call the potion? Eric asked after Daphne had her fun with his face. Dream Whisper Brew comes to mind. The name also explains how it works, Daphne said, resting her chin on Eric's shoulder. Eric nodded and caressed her hair and back as they enjoyed their time in the peaceful forest until the evening, after which Daphne left through a portal. A/N, I was smiling as I wrote this chapter, I hope you have one as you read it as well. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 160, Draco's Peaceful Wank. Well. How was it? Eric asked Draco in the evening after his training session with the Elder was complete. Draco responded, rolling his shoulders to ease his fatigue. The sheer richness of their history and knowledge, I honestly question whether Hogwarts is the best school of magic anymore. Right. Eric added, shaking his head. And with teachers like Snape in the school, I wonder how many students who had an interest in potions have just given up. Neville's boggart was Snape, was it not? Draco asked, and Eric nodded. The boys fell into their own thoughts after that, walking toward Frostroot Hollow to have dinner with Xinlian as they had promised. How about another race? I get to fling mud at you if I win, Draco challenged Eric on the path. Only if I get to throw you in a river if I win, Eric countered. Draco contemplated the deal but quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Let us just enjoy the scenery, Draco muttered. Eric shrugged and whistled for the horses they had ridden to the sect earlier. How are you able to call to them and have them obey you? Draco asked as he mounted his horse. It is not about them obeying me. I just ask them for a ride, and it is up to them if they agree, Eric answered with a shrug, gently rubbing his horse's neck to signal it to start moving. Welcome, my lord. Dinner is prepared. And you too, child, I hope you enjoy it, Xinlian welcomed the boys with a happy smile. Thank you, Miss Xinlian, Eric and Draco nodded to the guardian, then went to wash their hands before sitting down for dinner. Lingniao, Xinlian's magical companion, a beast combining the properties of a phoenix and a spirit, was perched beside Xinlian at the dinner table as the boys ate. The food is very tasty, Eric complimented as they ate with happy smiles. Thank you, my lord, Xinlian said in a gentle voice, clearly enjoying Eric's company. Draco, having trained for hours, was more focused on his food and remained silent. Was your visit fruitful? Xinlian asked with a tilt of her head. Yes, very. Blondie here got an Ashwinder flame for himself, Eric answered, gesturing to Draco. Draco simply nodded at Eric's words, too busy eating to offer an insult in return. After dinner, Eric, Draco, and Shenlian spent time chatting about various topics. It was mostly the boys who did the talking, telling her about their school life. And Eric is dating Daphne and Luna both, Draco mentioned in a gossiping tone, having grown comfortable with Shenlian. That is good. They both are sweet and polite girls. Why do you not bring them here again when you have time? Shenlian said with a smile, giving Eric a light caress on the head. Yes, of course. They loved their visit here last time, Eric answered with a nod, giving Draco a smirk. Draco shrugged and began asking Shenlian questions about ancient magic and runes, as she seemed knowledgeable about every subject he raised. Eric turned his attention to Ling Miao, giving the spiritual beast attention and gentle caresses while Shenlian taught Draco about ancient runes he had mentioned reading about in his family's library. Visit again, my lord. And you as well, child, Shenlian said, giving the boys their departing hugs as Eric called Nibbin to take them to Draco's room at Hogwarts. Of course, thank you for your teachings, Draco gave Shenlian a respectful bow while Eric waved goodbye. They vanished with a pop. Nibbin was actually using his previous abilities because he was transporting Draco and wanted to appear as a normal house elf. Nibbin had gained a superior teleportation with lightning effect after all. Leave, Hawthorne. I have much to do, Draco waved his hand toward Eric, urging him to leave the moment they materialized in his room. Yes, Malfoy. People nowadays are so ungrateful. You can wank in peace now, Eric muttered loudly before he too was gone with a pop. Eric missed the pillow Draco threw at him for the comment. What is wank? Nibbin asked Eric when they appeared back at their mansion. Well, Eric scratched his head with tightened lips, struggling to formulate an answer. It is a bad habit Draco has. Let us not meddle too much, Eric said hurriedly, forming a portal behind him and falling through it before Nibbin could ask more. Eric appeared on Nightshade Island and sighed in relief with a hand on his heart. Now that I am here, Eric muttered and moved toward the cave where he had placed the dragon steel and the dragon egg to continue bathing in the gold dragon's aura. Eric entered the cave and inspected the metal, noting it had gained a more golden sheen and was now a much better conductor of magic. It reminds me of Custode's armor from Warhammer. If I had a real Custode's army, that would be the coolest thing in the world, Eric muttered to himself before moving toward the egg. The egg was slightly bigger than he remembered and resembled a massive precious stone with streaks of brilliant gold running through its surface. Analyze the egg and check the changes made to the dragon inside, Eric asked mentally, receiving an immediate response. The dragon is now more gold dragon than a native dragon from this world. However, the growth of the dragon will be accelerated compared to a standard gold dragon. That is good. That will make him stronger faster, and as a demigod, he must be immortal, Eric thought to himself with a hand on his chin. Affirmative. The subject cannot die of old age. Eric's skill confirmed. Eric's skill was not a system, it was his own power, filtered through an interface similar to an artificial intelligence to bypass all the mental calculations required for instantaneous information processing. He did not actually need to ask his skill any questions and could gain any information he wanted in the waking realms with a mere thought. However, he chose not to, preferring to leave some element of surprise in life. His parents, Daphne and Luna, had the same abilities and chose the same option. Elder Wu had chosen not to use an interface and filtered information using his own mind, but his skill was on a much lower level, lacking divine energy, and was focused primarily on alchemy. How long until the egg hatches? Eric asked. The egg will hatch in the next month, was the immediate reply. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 161, The Dancer in the Dark. Eric formed a portal connecting directly to his house and stepped through in, the golden egg still grasped in his hands. Mom, I got a dragon for you. Eric found Edwina in the lounge and presented the beautiful, incandescent golden egg with both hands, a mischievous smile lighting up his face. Edwina chuckled warmly, taking the egg from Eric. She gazed at it for a moment as she instantly assimilated all the information about the creature within through her skill. Thank you, dear. I love it. Edwina smiled, radiating maternal warmth as she patted the empty space beside her on the sofa, inviting Eric to sit. Eric didn't just sit, he laid down beside her, placing his head on her lap. He closed his eyes contentedly as she began to absent-mindedly play with his hair, her fingers weaving through the dark strands. Mum. How do you want the wizarding world to change? Eric asked her, his voice soft as he enjoyed the soothing sensation of her hands. There are a lot of changes needed, darling. We need better care for magical creatures, and certainly, some old, stagnant ideas must be removed from power. There are many more such changes needed. Why do you ask? Edwina answered thoughtfully before posing her own question. Well, to be honest with you, I am excited about the next world we will be going to, but I want to leave this world on the best possible path before we do, Eric told her, keeping his eyes closed. You and your dad have been doing that already. And remember, we can come back whenever we may wish, Edwina said with a proud smile, tilting her head as she looked down at him. You have done as much as Dad in your own way, Mum. And the second part is true, maybe I was just thinking too much, Eric muttered the last part through a heavy yawn, feeling entirely too comfortable with Edwina. There is nothing wrong with thinking, love. And the changes we want to implement will take time, regardless of our power, Edwina assured Eric, adding the sentiment to confirm they were already walking the right path. Eric hummed lazily, his breathing deepening as he seemed to drift toward sleep. Edwina chuckled softly at the sight. She sat there for some time longer, simply caressing Eric's head and enjoying the peace, before she manifested a portal beneath him. It swallowed him slowly and deposited him with the utmost tenderness right onto his own bed in his room. In the Dreamlands. Loltha's name rose first among the dark gods, for she insisted on nothing less. She shaped herself as the mother of a fierce and terrible people, a deity who cloaked raw ambition in spider silk and called cruelty the highest form of devotion. In her obsidian courts, beauty served power, and power served her alone. She was the Spider Queen, the absolute tyrant of the Drow. Her son followed closely in her poisonous shadow. He presided over control, thievery, and cunning, pleased only by those who learned to rise through guile and treachery rather than brute strength. Around them clustered the others of their shadowed pantheon, the dark Seldarine, each trapped like flies in the webs of the spider goddess. One reveled in mindless slaughter and battle, another gathered secrets and shadows as if they were precious stones. A third ruled over the fractures of fate, while another goddess claimed the domain of death and vengeance. Among all these gods of malice and darkness, a single figure stood impossibly apart. She was born of the same divine blood yet refused the twisted shape that blood insisted upon. While the others circled power like vultures around a rotting carcass, she lifted her gaze toward gentler things. Her voice carried warmth where theirs carried a warning. Her steps led not into labyrinthine schemes but into a promise. A promise that even those raised in the suffocating darkness might find the strength to choose something brighter. In a pantheon born from shadowed impulses and well-practiced cruelty, she became the single, glaring contradiction. She was the glimmer that refused to be smothered by the abyss. She was the dancer in the quiet places, the singer whose notes softened the harsh air around her. She was the goddess who believed with an unbreakable will that even the darkest legacy could be rewritten through beauty, choice, freedom, and redemption under the moon. This lone light among the dark gods bore a name whispered with both yearning and disbelief, Ilistri. Ilistri had followed her dark pantheon into exile, serving as the single source of silver light amidst the overwhelming darkness and cruelty. She danced and sang songs under the moon, clad in her robes woven from pure moonlight. It was on one of those serene moonlit nights that her entire pantheon was abruptly torn from their domains and cast into the void by a goddess far above their station. That time, she saw a sea of gods and goddesses, entities of immense power, all present in front of Azathoth's court. In front of the blind idiot god laid his messenger, the crawling chaos, usually terrifying, now lying in a bloody and mangled state at the feet of another power. Beside him stood the goddess who had summoned all of them there. Her name was Vasuki. Vasuki had for them only one edict. One absolute law that must not be broken by any god, from the lowest spirit to the highest power, if they wished to continue existing. And that law was simple. None of them may harm a boy named Eric. The one Vasuki loved as if a son. The result of doing otherwise lay broken at Azathoth's feet, bloody and whimpering. An outer god, someone who could unmake any of their pantheons with a glance, lay there in that ruinous state simply for having crossed the one Vasuki loved. Ilistri found Vasuki's words to be entirely reasonable and had absolutely no intention of doing otherwise. However, some gods did. Arrogant, complacent, and blinded by their own localized supremacy. The rest of her dark pantheon was among them. Her mother, the Spider Queen, her brother, the Prince of Lies, and every other dark god of the Drow except her died in that singular moment. Even gods of the hells and heavens perished that day for the mere thought of harming the boy. The intent alone was their death sentence. Even with all their cruelty, Ilistri had wished for their redemption. However, she was powerless to stop their erasure. In the aftermath, Ilistri was gifted all their powers, their divinity, and the realms and universes they had created. In mere moments, the exile became one of the most powerful gods of the Dreamlands. She immediately set to work, guiding her people and the universes they had created toward a better, brighter path. Some time after that cataclysmic incident, as she stood dancing under the moonlight of her expanded realm, she sensed someone entering her domain. It was a girl, riding atop a magnificent white phoenix. Ilistri felt a profound connection between herself and the mortal girl, a resonance of soul that must have guided the girl through the Dreamlands to her specific realm. She watched as the girl gazed at the moon with her phoenix beside her, a look of wonder on her face. Ilistri chose only to observe that day, sensing the purity in the visitor. To her shock, the next to enter was Eric, stepping through a portal he had created himself, piercing the veil of her divine realm. It seemed Eric was familiar with the girl. He gently created a portal for her, guiding her to exit the divine realm and return to the safety of her own dreams. After the girl left, Eric paused. He did not look at Ilistri directly, but he spoke to the night air where she was watching. I hope you do not wish her harm. I do not, she had whispered back into the night, her voice carrying over the wind to the boy. The boy nodded once, satisfied, and stepped through his portal, leaving the goddess in peace. What she had said was the absolute truth, she did not wish to harm the girl. On the contrary, the girl was compatible to be her chosen. Ilistri only wished to observe the girl a little longer before their inevitable interaction. A/N, I tried giving Ilistri a little introduction here so any readers who do not know her from D&D would not be confused. And encourage you all to look her up as well. She is a great goddess with rich lore and a great personality. I have added her image in the character auxiliary. Give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 162, Third Planet from the Sun. The next day. Are you excited about the Yule Ball? Simon asked Eric during breakfast, with Christmas just a day away. Well, yes Dad. I think it will be fun, Eric nodded. At least the dance lessons we got you will pay off, Simon muttered with a smile. What is that supposed to mean? Eric asked with raised eyebrows. You never dance at parties and stay in the corner with your friends, Simon answered with a shrug. Well, Eric muttered, unable to refute it, as he did feel embarrassed when dancing at parties, so he would just chat with his friends. You will be great, love. Just enjoy your time with the girls and make them both feel special, Edwina said, giving Eric a pat on the cheek. Eric nodded. He would try his best. After breakfast, Eric practiced his dancing for a bit when he received a ping in his mind. When he had given Fleur her bracelet as a gift, he had told her that calling his name through it would instantly alert him. It seemed Fleur had called for him. Eric used clairvoyance to confirm she was alone and found her sitting beside the Black Lake at Hogwarts. Eric formed a portal and stepped through, appearing beside her a moment later. What's up? Eric asked as he exited the portal. Fleur jolted from her thoughts, then gave him a wave and a small smile. Merci for coming, Eric, Fleur said, patting the space beside her as an invitation to sit. Welcome. Is everything all right? Eric asked as he settled beside her. Yes, maybe. I wanted to ask you something, Fleur said, her accent softening the words. Sorry, I already have a date for the ball, Eric said, waving his hand. Fleur chuckled and smacked his shoulder. I am not asking that. I am going with Alice Marwood already, Fleur said and smacked him again since the first hit was not enough. Alice was a Ravenclaw girl from Eric's class, the same girl he had stood up for in Snape's first lesson. Oh. Nice. No judgment here, Eric said with a shrug. A specie d'idiot, va, Fleur muttered, calling him an idiot in French. Watch your language, miss. I will not tolerate this disrespect. Eric said with mock indignation and a wrinkled nose. Fleur giggled and squished his cheeks as much as she could. I am going with her as a friend because I did not want a romantic partner for ZE evening, Fleur said, amused by his squished face. Okay, you can stop now, Eric mumbled in a muffled voice because of the squished state of his face, raising his arms in surrender. Fleur released his cheeks but immediately grabbed his ear in retaliation for his earlier comments. Will you leave my ear and tell me why you called me? Eric asked, tilting his head as she continued tugging. No and yes, Fleur answered both questions at once. Well, you remember when we were in ZE Dreamlands, Fleur whispered, lowering her voice when she mentioned Dreamlands as she leaned in. You found me in a realm was a perpetual moon and night. Yes, I remember, and my ear hurts, Eric said making a pitiful expression. I met a goddess Zir last night when I was in ZE Dreamlands. She is called Ilistri, Fleur whispered into the same ear she was pulling. Fascinating. My ear is red, Eric said and used magic to make it look swollen. Oh. Désolé, sorry, Fleur released his ear and immediately rubbed it, thinking she had hurt him. But the redness vanished instantly, and Fleur caught the smirk on his face. She shook her head. Well, I wanted to ask if you know of her and if she would hurt me. I feel a connection to her, Fleur said, her voice dipping at the end. Good question. It is good you do not trust even gods blindly, Eric nodded approvingly, getting a shrug from her. And yes, I know of her. I do not think she intends to hurt you, Eric said. He knew Ilistri from his previous life, formed D&D as a goddess of beauty, song, dance, freedom, moonlight, redemption, and some other things. But he did not trust her based solely on old knowledge. He had asked Vasuki about the Ilistri watching Fleur and learned that this Dreamlands version could be trusted. There were countless versions of same gods throughout the Dreamlands, each with different personalities. Eric never took chances. That is good, Fleur hummed happily. It seems you like her, Eric observed, noting her relief and happiness. Yes, I told you I felt a connection to her. And she taught me how to dance and how to use a sword when I met her, Fleur said, still smiling brightly. Ilustri had been kind to Fleur, forming a bond during their meeting. Fleur had enjoyed the time learning dance and swordplay but feared it had been a trap as it seemed too good to be true. That was why she called Eric before trusting it fully. She is powerful as well. You will be on Luna and Daphne's level if she chooses you, Eric told her with a bright smile. Really? Fleur asked, leaning closer, with a spark in her eyes. Well, yes, Eric said with a shrug, wondering why the idea of power excited her. The Vila seemed to pick up on that thought instantly. You will not need to worry about me if she chooses me, Fleur said gently, answering the unspoken question on Eric's mind. That is a nice assurance of your safety in the Dreamlands, Eric nodded. Fleur leaned back. She had another reason for wishing to grow stronger beside Eric, but she was not ready to voice it. Well, I was wondering. How powerful are you all in the waking world? Fleur asked. She knew their power could be considered godlike in the waking realms, but she could not imagine the scale of what that meant. Let me show you to give you an idea, Eric said, extending his hand. Fleur took it, and the next moment she was suspended in the void of space. Below them spun a solar system with 7 planets orbiting a sun. Fleur inhaled sharply. The fact she could breathe surprised her. She clutched Eric's arm tightly as the infinite emptiness pressed around her. You see those planets, all of them have life now, created with a wave of Daphne's hand, Eric told her, pointing at the system. They were the planets Daphne had given life to when demonstrating her powers to her parents and sister. Fleur stared at the glowing star and the spinning worlds below her, holding onto Eric's hand as she was still hugging his arm. Can we visit one? Fleur whispered, glancing sideways to find his face near hers. Choose one, Eric whispered back. The third one from the sun, Fleur said, anticipation bright in her eyes. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 163, Sharing Worlds. Eric gave a nod to Fleur, and they immediately began their rapid descent towards the planet Fleur had chosen. Fleur looked on in sheer wonder and instinctively held Eric more firmly as she watched the planet growing bigger every single second directly in front of her eyes. She closed her eyes and leaned against Eric's shoulder just as they entered the planet's atmosphere. Eric smiled softly and brought them to a gentle halt high in the sky, with a vast, glittering ocean stretching out beneath them. The planet's surface was predominantly covered by a crystalline blue ocean, interrupted only by a massive, narrow stretch of land cutting across the center like a ring covering the planet's ocean. Fleur opened her eyes after a few moments and looked down at the crystal blue depths beneath them. She gave a soft sigh of admiration and awe. She felt Eric gently squeeze her hand, finding reassurance in her safety as they stood firmly upon the ethereal clouds. Give me just a moment, I wish to try something, she whispered to Eric softly, and received an affirming nod from him. Fleur then raised her hand slowly and channeled Lady Tauret's blessing, her eyes momentarily turning a deep, striking blue-green. The immense ocean below her instantly stirred, and she gained an inherent knowledge of the creatures that lived inside the vast water. She focused her intent on one specific creature and willed it to the surface. The massive crystal blue water beneath them stirred violently and parted as an enormous, majestic whale surfaced upon the waves, exhaling a dense, powerful cloud of water vapor from its large nostrils. Fleur looked at Eric, gave him a radiant smile, and gestured enthusiastically toward the magnificent whale. Eric nodded and landed them gently on the whale, positioning them safely at its head. Fleur took out her wand and let go of Eric's arm to carefully tap the surface of the whale's body. A vibrant emerald green glow enveloped the whale's massive form briefly before the immense creature smoothly started traversing the vast ocean in the precise direction she willed. Zir are not any intelligent beings, yet, are Zir. Fleur muttered thoughtfully. We wanted intelligent life to evolve naturally on its own. Eric answered, then sat comfortably on the whale as they moved together through the open ocean. Fleur nodded and sat gracefully beside Eric as well, quickly taking his hand into hers a few moments later. Lady Tauret's blessing? Eric asked, and received an affirmative nod from her. Fleur's eyes gained a brighter blue hue again as she waved her hand. Soon, other sea creatures, including shimmering fishes and playful dolphins, started leaping from the water around them. I've been practicing, Fleur whispered with a proud smile, placing her head gently upon Eric's shoulder. Eric was neither dense nor an idiot, so by this point he had definitively picked up on the not-so-subtle emotional clues Fleur was giving. Eric turned his head to glance at Fleur and saw a happy smile constantly tugging at her beautiful face as she found comfort in his presence. I'll let things play out for a little bit longer, he thought to himself. Eric knew Luna and Daphne must have known the nature of her feelings way before he ever could. He knew his own feelings about her as well, he was just patiently waiting for the right moment when she would openly express her feelings. And with that Luna and Daphne would let their own feelings about the developing situation be honestly known as well. Eric raised his hand and hugged her soft waist gently as she leaned into him more, snuggling up warmly against him. They moved smoothly through the ocean, with the gorgeous scenery of lush, vibrant lands to one side of them and the endless blue ocean, teeming with life, to their other side. Can you give me a way so I can come here whenever I wish to visit? Fleur asked Eric in a quiet whisper. Just fully use your blessing and form a permanent connection with the ocean, Eric suggested gently, taking her free hand in his. He then turned her hand and moved her palm towards the ocean surface, his hand resting supportively behind hers. Concentrate fully on ZE blessing and try to access ZE divinity you possess now, Eric instructed her clearly. Fleur took a soft, measured breath and tried to access the deeper divine energy Eric was suggesting. By this point, she had only been using her inherent magic enhanced by the blessing to perform the things she had just demonstrated. Eric noticed her struggling momentarily and gently channeled a small measure of his divinity directly through her for a single moment. The pool of innate divine energy within Fleur immediately stirred, and Fleur caught the sudden, potent sensation. I think I got it, Fleur muttered, her eyes still closed tightly as she focused intensely on the stirring pool of power. Information about advanced spells, ancient rituals, and fundamental divine energy flooded her mind as she tried to channel the energy herself. A moment later, a brilliant, radiant golden hue suddenly mixed with her blue magic as the vast ocean stirred powerfully beneath them, and intricate, glowing runes formed distinctly upon the water's shimmering surface. Good, you now have a direct connection to this planet, Eric told Fleur with a genuinely proud smile after she opened her eyes. Fleur giggled in sheer joy and wrapped both her arms tightly around Eric as she whispered her heartfelt thanks to him. Wait, this is Daphne's personal planet, won't she mind my connection? Fleur muttered worriedly to herself. Well, I'll ask her for permission when we meet, she concluded to herself after a brief moment. I don't think she'll mind at all, Eric told her with a soft chuckle. Still, I should ask, Fleur shook her head, receiving a casual shrug from Eric. Shall we? Eric asked, indicating that they should leave back for Hogwarts. Yes, give me just a moment, Fleur nodded and separated from Eric before getting up. She then raised her hand and concentrated as a single, glowing golden drop formed directly in front of her palm and fell gently onto the whale before merging seamlessly with it. A little thanks for our new friend, Fleur said with a sweet smile, getting a confirming nod from Eric as he got up as well. Eric was about to conjure a portal back to Hogwarts for them but was stopped by Fleur. Let me try, Fleur requested, raising her hands expectantly for him to accept them. Eric nodded again and took her hands as she started concentrating intently for a moment, keeping her eyes closed. The instant Fleur opened her eyes, they found themselves transported smoothly back to Hogwarts, standing right beside the calm black lake. Fleur smiled triumphantly and immediately hugged Eric, giving him a spontaneous kiss on the cheek. Thank you for today, Eric, Fleur thanked him with a soft, sincere smile. Take care, Eric hummed, gently poked her nose, before a portal appeared behind him, and he stepped inside, giving her a quick wave. Fleur waved back as he instantly disappeared. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her and let out a happy squeal, thinking of the truly magical time she had just experienced. Oh, she muttered as she suddenly remembered something, and crouched down in front of the black lake before she took a handful of water from the surface. The handful of water glowed with a warm, soft luminescence before it took the precise shape of a vibrant, ephemeral butterfly that flew a single graceful circle around her, and then vanished. Fleur waited patiently for a minute as she happily hummed to herself. It took barely a minute for a portal to form directly in front of her, and Daphne exited the portal. When did you learn that? Daphne asked with an excited smile as she exited her portal. The magical butterfly Fleur had just created was now resting lightly on her shoulder. Oh. I will tell you absolutely all that, and I have to ask something very important of you as well, Fleur said, immediately giving Daphne a warm hug as a greeting. A few moments later. I hope you don't mind. I found ZE planet to be completely beautiful. I will reverse ZE connection immediately if you tell me to, Fleur explained her day to Daphne and sincerely asked for her permission regarding the planet she had just formed a divine connection with. No, I don't mind at all. I actually appreciate that you will be sharing and taking care of the planet, Daphne said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Fleur nodded her thanks and looked up at the sky to get an accurate idea of the time. I should go get Gabrielle. It's time for our English lessons, Fleur muttered and stood up. Join me. Fleur asked Daphne, getting a quick nod and a bright smile from her as they walked and chatted together. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 164, Champions Waltz. Christmas. Eric stood in front of his mirror and inspected himself in his clothes for the ball. He wore an extended dress coat that reached mid-thigh, dyed a deep midnight blue, with a standing collar lined in burgundy silk. Along the outer seams of the coat and around the edge of the collar were subtle patterns stitched in silver thread. Beneath the coat he wore a golden vest and a brown shirt. He had deep brown trousers on and polished dress boots underneath. His inheritance ring, a bracelet, and a pocket watch added a touch of noble refinement to his appearance. "You look very handsome, love. Go get the girls and remember to make them feel special," Edwina said as she adjusted Eric's collar and kissed his cheek. Eric nodded with a smile before exiting his room, where he encountered Simon on the way. "You look good, as expected of my son," Simon said, nodding with approval and patting Eric on the back. Eric chuckled and continued on. He sat on a couch in the living room of the mansion as he waited for the girls. They were getting ready in the Hawthorne mansion since the three of them would depart together, and Eric did not want to appear as if he had chosen one girl over the other by picking someone up first. He sat calmly on the couch, gazing at the hearth fire beside him. "Thank you, Lady Hestia, for the warmth and blessing that rests here," Eric murmured to the goddess of the hearth. "And thank you, my goddess, for everything. Thank you for watching over me," Eric whispered to himself as he looked upward, thinking of Vasuki in a moment of quiet happiness. A golden ember drifted from the hearth and landed in his palm, a silent gesture of blessing from Hestia. "It fills my heart with happiness as I watch over you, my beloved child," Eric heard whispered gently in his heart from Vasuki. A soft smile grew on his face as he turned toward the entrance of the living room, waiting for his beautiful girls. He stood up and straightened immediately as the door opened and the girls entered hand in hand. Luna wore a silver velvet gown and Daphne a soft green one, both dresses adorned with subtle blue embroidery that matched Eric's coat. "Good evening, my ladies. You look magnificent," Eric said, approaching them and holding their waists before giving each a quick kiss on the lips. "You look handsome as well, my love," Luna and Daphne said together, taking his arms with visible anticipation. Eric smiled, formed a portal before them, and the three stepped through, appearing in an empty hall of Hogwarts. They walked toward the great hall hand in hand, where the other champions were already gathered. Cedric stood with Cho Chang, and Fleur stood with Alice Marwood as the four chatted amiably. Victor Crumb stood a little apart, speaking with Hermione, who seemed to be coaching him on how to pronounce certain English words. "Is everyone excited?" Eric asked as he approached them. Cedric glanced at Eric with a silent question. He was not confused about Eric having 2 dates, since he already knew that. He was confused about where Eric had been for the past week. After a moment of thought, he simply shrugged it off. Eric was known for making the world bend to his whims when he wished. "More nervous than excited, mate," Cedric muttered, squeezing Cho's hand. She gave him a loving look in return. "Well, I am excited. Alice here is a great dancer," Fleur said with a bright smile, making Alice give a nervous one. "Oh, nice. How is it going, Alice?" Eric asked. Good. And with Fleur by my side I am not worried about getting any attention either," Alice said with a chuckle. "Do not sell yourself short, Alice. You look pretty," Daphne said, tapping her shoulder encouragingly. Alice was indeed a pretty girl and had not wanted a romantic date for the ball, so she and Fleur had formed an arrangement they were both happy with. The two had grown close during the past week as well, and Alice was not bothered in the slightest by how much attention Fleur tended to attract. "Oh, I know that," Alice said with a giggle. "And Hermione, Victor. How are you 2" Eric asked them. "You are excellent. I am honored to have Hermione as my date," Victor said before glancing at her. Hermione nodded, confirming he had spoken correctly. "I guess you remember me, Hermione said with her hands on her hips and one eyebrow raised at Eric. Yeah, sorry I have not been in touch with you. Please lower the eyebrow. I will do better from now," Eric said, raising his hands in surrender. Hermione chuckled and shook her head at his antics. "I'll take that as a promise," she said and got a nod from Eric. "I think it is time. Would you like to stand at the front?" Cedric asked after glancing at the time on his pocket watch. Eric shrugged and moved to the front, with Luna and Daphne holding onto his arms. Cedric then glanced at Fleur, who shrugged and stood behind Eric, holding Alice's hand. Cedric and Cho stood behind them, smiling as they looked at each other. They did not wish to be the ones to enter first. Hermione and Victor stood at the back, and Hermione looked relieved to be there. A moment later, the soft music in the hall shifted to the champions' waltz, signaling the champions to begin their entrance as the doors also opened. Luna and Daphne leaned in closer to Eric as they walked in together with bright smiles, ignoring the stares from the students. By this point, most students and teachers already knew Eric would be attending with 2 partners, so the crowd was more impressed than shocked. The looks they received were filled with admiration rather than whispers. Eric could hear some boys draw in sharp breaths at how beautiful all the girls looked. Luna and Daphne had gained a subtle ethereal beauty and grace after being chosen by their pantheons. Fleur too carried a new elegance in her movements after her meeting with Ilustri. Cedric and Cho appeared the perfect couple as well, earning waves and cheers from friends in the crowd. Ron stood stiffly beside Parvati Patil, giving Hermione a disapproving look, while Harry smiled and waved at Hermione and Eric with Ginny clinging happily to his arm. The champions greeted their teachers and headmaster before taking their seats at the high table. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 165, Side Story, 13, Birth of the Wolf's Guard. Construction on the longhouses began the very next day, as small folk from the lands of House Woods and House Branch arrived to lend their labor. The weather had turned mercifully warmer, and the empty dwellings in the winter town were being hastily prepared to house the clansmen temporarily. Ned and R.A. were observing the renovations in the winter town from horseback when a stable boy scrambled up to Ned, bowing low. "M'lord, there is a raven, an owl for you, m'lord," the boy stammered nervously, offering the scroll with deep respect. "You need not address me twice, Will," Ned said gently, taking the letter from the boy's trembling hands. "Good work, lad. Tell Donal you've earned extra bread and stew tonight." The boy beamed and bowed deeply before dashing off. "Children, eh? They are a storm that knows no rest," Ned chuckled, shaking his head. "Why do you sound like an old man?" R.A. asked with a raised eyebrow. "The letter must be from your brother." "I am looking forward to handling two of you," Ned muttered the last part dryly as he broke the seal. He scanned the contents quickly. "He arrives today. Soon, in fact." Ned gestured for R.A. to follow as he nudged his horse back toward the castle. Upon reaching the keep, Ned immediately began issuing orders to Maester Lewin and the household guard to prepare the great hall for court. If Zeus were merely Ra's brother coming for a visit, Ned would have met him at the gates with his family to welcome a guest. However, Zeus was bringing the members of the Vale Mountain clans with him. That required the formality and authority of the Stark seat. Winterfell bustled with activity. Servants rushed to prepare the great hall for holding court, and an honor guard was dispatched to the main gates to escort Zeus and his party upon their arrival. R.A. stood in the courtyard, fully relaxed, watching the preparations. "Sir R.A." A small voice piped up. R.A. looked down to see Jon Snow addressing him. He crouched down to be less intimidating to the boy. "Yes, Jon. See, could you ask father if I may be present at court as well?" Jon asked, his expression hopeful but timid. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" R.A. replied. He scooped Jon up in his arms and walked over to where Ned was directing the preparations, wearing the dark cloak R.A. had gifted him. "Lord Stark, your son wishes to ask something of you," R.A. said, catching Ned's attention. He set Jon down gently so the boy stood on his own feet. "What is it, son?" Ned asked, looking down kindly. Jon straightened his posture, gathering his courage. "Father, could I stay beside you in court?" he asked, maintaining direct eye contact as he spoke. Ned studied him for a moment before nodding. "You shall stay to my left. And you will observe, and you will listen more than you speak." "Yes, my lord," Jon said, his back straightening even further at his father's words. "Good lad. Now, go watch over the preparations taking place in the Great Hall," Ned said with a smile. He watched the boy run off toward the keep before giving R.A. a grateful nod and heading toward the family quarters to change and bring Caitlin. "Is he here?" Rhaenys ran up to R.A., breathless with excitement as she saw the commotion in the castle. "Yes, dear. He will be here by evening. However, he must speak to Lord Stark first," R.A. told her gently. "I will go tell Mother and Aegon." Rhaenys shouted, sprinting away as fast as she had arrived. R.A. chuckled and followed her, finding Rhaenys already recounting the news to Elia and Aegon. Elia noticed R.A. and raised an eyebrow in silent question. He nodded, confirming Rhaenys was right. "Let's go to the castle gate to welcome him," Aegon suggested, bouncing on his heels. Rhaenys scoffed, crossing her arms and looking down at her brother. "He will be escorted by guards, and he has to present himself to Lord Stark first. You know nothing of protocol." Aegon looked from Rhaenys to Elia and back again. "Mother is so sweet and kind. You should try learning from her and stop showing me your dirty nose," Aegon muttered, hiding behind Elia's skirts. Elia and R.A. exchanged looks of amusement before R.A. stepped forward and picked Rhaenys up. "How about you both get ready to meet your uncle?" he asked. He carried Rhaenys toward her chambers while Elia shepherded Aegon along. R.A. returned from bathing and readying Rhaenys and Aegon, ensuring they looked princely, before walking to the Great Hall. Ned sat upon the high seat of the Starks. Ice, the ancestral greatsword of House Stark, rested upright beside his seat, an imposing blade as tall as Ned himself. Jon sat on a smaller chair to Ned's left, while Caitlin and Robb sat to his right. Lord Stark, Lady Stark, R.A. greeted them with a formal manner, respecting the solemnity of the court. "Sir R.A., welcome." "Please, sit," Caitlin said with a warm smile, offering him a seat beside herself. R.A. accepted with a nod, and before he sat, he gave Jon an encouraging pat on the cheek. By now, Caitlin had learned to filter Jon's existence out of her mind entirely. R.A. had noticed the shift. While it was better than the boy being actively scorned or hated, it still broke Ra's heart to see that Caitlin could find no kindness in her heart for the child. "My lord and Lady Stark." I present Ser Zeus, and the two leaders of the Vale Mountain clans, Ryk son of Claw and Galt son of Stone. The master-at-arms announced the arrivals in a calm voice. The heavy doors of the great hall groaned open. 3 figures entered. 2 of them knelt immediately before the stark dais, while the center figure simply bowed. Zeus stood tall in his custodian armor, matching Ra in height and presence. However, where Ra was broad and golden, Zeus was leaner, his armor streamlined for speed, with a long sword resting at his hip. Lord and Lady Stark. I thank you for allowing my arrival, Zeus addressed them, his voice calm as the court examined him. Image here. It is a pleasure to have you with us, Ser Zeus. We consider Ra as family here, and we welcome you with open arms, Ned spoke after a moment of assessment. He glanced at the kneeling figures and gestured for them to rise. I hear you wish to serve as my bannermen, Ned addressed the 2 clansmen, getting straight to the point. The 2 men were gruff, hardened warriors of the Mountains of the Moon. They glanced at Zeus briefly before bowing to Ned in response. We do, Lord Stark. By the old gods, our service is yours until death, one of them said firmly. The other nodded his assent. Do you pledge to accept the king's peace? Ned asked, his gray eyes boring into the men. We do, my lord, Ryk answered without hesitation. Very well then. Kneel and pledge yourselves. When you rise, you will be Northmen of Stone Watch, Ned said, standing up. Caitlin followed his lead, rising gracefully beside him. Stone Watch was the name Ned had chosen for the keep he had planned for them. I pledge myself, Lord Stark, Ryk declared, his voice echoing in the hall. My life, my axe, and the loyalty of those we lead. We are Northmen now, and we will hold the Stone Watch for your blood until the mountain turns to dust. Galt repeated the vow immediately after. Ned nodded, pleased by the simplicity of the vows and their swift acceptance. Arise then, Ryk of House Wolfsguard. Ned descended the dais, placed his hands on Ryk's shoulders, and bade him stand. He moved to the second men. Arise, Galt of House Wolfsguard. He had granted them a house name to unite them, expecting the clans to decide amongst themselves which of the 2 would serve as the lord of the new house. The matter of Stone Watch is settled, and the pledge is made. Now, Ned said, turning to a servant waiting nearby with a tray, House Stark offers you its hospitality and protection. Bring forth the bread and salt for Ser Zeus, Ryk Wolfsguard, and Galt Wolfsguard. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 166, The Boggart Boogie. Eric enjoyed his food with Luna and Daphne as he interacted with his head of house, Phileas Flitwick. Oh. I must tell you, Mr. Hawthorne, I met your friend, Mr. Blackvein, in the Forbidden Forest. I admit, it was refreshing to meet a goblin willing to share his craft so openly, Phileas said with excitement, his voice squeaking slightly. Grackthorn Blackvein was the goblin envoy from Nightshade Island who now lived with the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest, forging an alliance between species and tribes. That's good. I admire Mr. Blackvein for his craft and hard work greatly, Eric nodded towards Phileas with a genuine smile. I do have a request for you, Mr. Hawthorne, Phileas spoke, leaning in towards Eric. Yes, of course, Professor. What is it? Eric asked with a curious tilt of his head. You see, I requested our friend a visit to his village when he mentioned it during our conversation. He admitted it was your explicit permission I required for such a visit, Phileas admitted, his question clearly implied. But of course, Professor. However, I do request absolute secrecy on your part regarding the village's location and nature. Eric accepted the request in a moment, trusting his teacher. You have my word on that, Phileas nodded solemnly with a hand placed over his heart. And that is all I require, Professor, Eric said, getting a grateful nod from the half-goblin professor. To their side, Hermione and Alice were having a chat of their own. What do you mean you had an interest in potioneering? Hermione asked Alice when Alice mentioned the subject. Well. Alice muttered and glanced at Snape at the high table with a grimace. Hermione got the message immediately with that single glance. Oh, Hermione muttered with a sympathetic nod. Well, I have been corresponding with Elder Hua through letters about that very subject. You can practice with me if you wish. He stopped talking with me because I introduced you too. Please stop pestering him, Eric interjected from the side with a smirk. Alice giggled at his comment, while Hermione completely ignored him and waved her hand at him dismissively. Alice knew who Elder Hua was as his works and books were very famous. I think I will take you up on that offer, Alice said, getting a pleased nod from Hermione. I hope you won't mind me visiting during the sessions. I lack the patience required for the art of potion making. However, I admire your proficiency in it greatly, Crumb added to the conversation. He was very formal and somehow a little nervous whenever he talked directly to Hermione. Yes, of course, Hermione nodded to his request with a warm smile. Hermione's initial awe towards Victor had turned to genuine affection over time with the more interactions they had. She enjoyed their time together as Victor had a habit of listening far more than he would talk. After the champions and the other students had finally finished their food, the tables vanished. Among the cheers of the students, the Weird Sisters took the stage and started singing the opening waltz. The Weird Sisters were supposed to play a slow, mournful song for the opening as per the orders of the teachers. However, Eric had made use of his resources and bribed them into playing a more playful, upbeat song so he could properly enjoy the dance with both Luna and Daphne. It was less a bribe and more about the sweet foods he used for persuading them. "Are you afraid of the dark, or are you afraid of your mum?" the lead singer of the Weird Sisters shouted enthusiastically as the teachers looked at each other in confusion. "No." The students shouted back as the champions and their dates took to the dance floor. There were certain twin brothers who did shout, "Of course we are, have you met our mum?" Getting chuckles and shouts of agreement from the students near them. "Well, don't you worry about the shadow, 'cause the worst is yet to come." The band continued as the music amped up significantly. Eric, Luna, and Daphne laughed and danced around each other, hand in hand, as the world around them seemed to fade into the background. Fleur and Alice were giggling as they did their own playful dance. Fleur did wide, but somehow elegant and theatrical skips as Alice struck playful poses in return. Even Crumb had a small smile on his face as Hermione playfully spun and danced around him, drawing him out of his shell. Cedric and Cho were in each other's arms with wide smiles on their faces as they spun and hopped around to the rhythm. You gotta face the things you fear, and when that fear gets too near, you just gotta do the Boggett Boogie. The band shouted the last part, and cheers and shouts filled the Great Hall as other students joined in with their dates as well. Ars danced with Padma and spun her around skillfully, while Harry and Ginny laughed in each other's arms nearby. When Parvati saw Padma enjoying herself with Ars, she refused to let Ron's sulking mood and pouty expression ruin her night. She took Ron by the arms and started spinning and twirling him around, giggling all the while. It took some time on her part, but Ron eventually showed a little smile on his face when she held his hands and started moving them around in all directions. Dumbledore clapped lightly and smiled as he saw how happy his students were, leading the other teachers to shrug at the disruption of their plans. Hagrid and Maxime smiled and danced on the dance floor as well. Their giant heights made them more visible and eye-catching among the sea of kids around them. Hagrid in his hairy brown suit and Maxime in her elegant dress were a contrast to each other that somehow made sense as they seemed genuinely happy for the moment. "I must admit, I was not entirely sure about your invitation at first. But you are quite a breath of fresh air, Hagrid," Maxime said to the gentle giant. I'll take that as a right nice compliment. Fancy a bit fresh air yourself? Got something I'd like to show ya, Hagrid invited her, and she accepted with a shrug as she did not suspect Hagrid had any ulterior motives. They exited the castle, and Maxime held her robes closer to herself as she felt the biting cold wind of the night. "Here now, let me help ya," Hagrid said and took out his wand as he cast a silent charm around her that provided her with constant, comforting warmth. Dumbledore had repaired Hagrid's wand long ago, and he had kept it a secret. He had improved a lot in fire-based and transfiguration-type charms because of his deep connection with Norberta as well. "Best we keep this our little secret, Hagrid said, gesturing towards his wand with a wink. "But of course. And that was most impressive magic, truly," Maxime complimented, seeming genuinely impressed at the skill. Hagrid nodded sheepishly and gestured forward, taking her towards the forbidden forest. "Don't be nervous now. Just wanna introduce ya to a friend o' mine," Hagrid said and took her to a specific location with less dense trees present. At this point, any other woman would have run away. However, Maxime was confident in her strength and considered herself a good judge of character. Hagrid took her to the edge of the forest and looked ahead. She did the same as she stood beside him. She saw little movements in the forest as a massive silhouette seemed to be moving and stirring in the darkness. A moment later, two molten red eyes became visible from between the trees. Maxime took half a step back. With the sheer size of the eyes and the distance between them, she could imagine how gigantic the creature attached to them would be. "Does Norberta raised her myself since she were a wee thing," Hagrid told her and placed a gentle hand on her back to steady her. "And I promise you'll be the last person she'd ever harm." Maxime took a breath and looked from Hagrid to the giant silhouette in the forest. With the silver moonlight filtering through the canopy, she could see the scales gleaming in the night and had surmised she was in front of a dragon, and by the looks of it, the dragon was bigger than the biggest one she had ever seen in records. She took out her wand and held it firmly as she looked at Hagrid. He did not seem to mind if it gave her a better sense of protection. She took a step with Hagrid, and they walked deeper into the forest, moving towards the clearing Norberta occupied. She felt the environment becoming warmer as she walked towards the dragon. A soothing aura enveloped her, and the magic in the air became thick and palpable. Even the magic-rich castle like Hogwarts paled in comparison to the raw magic in that environment. Just as she stepped into the clearing, she could see the face of the dragon clearly. Just the face of the dragon was bigger than her entire body as it moved towards them, nearing its face towards her and tilting it as if inspecting her. Hagrid gently placed one hand on the dragon's snout and extended his other hand towards her. Maxime took a moment to accept the offered hand and moved closer to the dragon as Hagrid guided her. She took a breath as her hand was placed on the dragon, right beside Hagrid's. "So then, do you like flying?" Hagrid asked her with a grin after a moment. It did not take much time for Maxime to accept, and soon she was seated in front of Hagrid as they flew through the skies on Norberta's back. With the heat Norberta naturally gave out, they did not even feel the cold in the sky. "I must confess, Hagrid, you are full of surprises," Maxime muttered and caressed Norberta's scales. "Glad you think so." Hagrid chuckled at her compliment and spread his arms wide, enjoying the warm wind on his face. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 167, you tell me. After some more playful, fast-paced dances with the girls, Daphne leaned into Eric's ear and whispered, "I'll have a dance with Fleur, okay?" She then gave him a quick, loving kiss on the cheek and gracefully departed. Eric gave her a light caress on her cheek before she left and held Luna by the waist as she wrapped her arms around his neck. The music became noticeably slower and more romantic, and they swayed and moved together in each other's arms with wide smiles on their faces, gazing intimately into each other's eyes. Eric gave the weird sisters a little thumbs up and a cheeky smile behind Luna's back, getting one in return from the lead singer. They danced like this for the duration of a full song, after which Luna left to dance with Fleur, and Daphne immediately stepped in to take her place. Eric smiled and held Daphne by the waist as well, while she wrapped her arms warmly around his neck. "You are looking at me like I am the only person in the world," Daphne whispered to him with a heartfelt smile and a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Eric held her waist firmer and just smiled in response. There was no genuine need for words between them. Another song later, Eric, Daphne, and Luna sat together to the side and just talked casually as more upbeat music played loudly around them. Eric gave Harry a thumbs up and a smile when he saw Harry jumping around and dancing enthusiastically with Ginny. He received a wave in return. Pyra was running circled around the two from time to time as well, getting giggles and smiled from Ginny. Draco was with Astoria. Their dance was more like they were joyfully playing with each other as they bumped into each other's sides, and Astoria would step on his shoes just for giggles. Daphne smiled gently as she saw how happy Astoria was and noticed Fleur walking toward them. She gave Fleur a subtle, approving nod. "Well, can I have a dance now?" Fleur asked Eric, giving a glance toward Luna and Daphne. Luna and Daphne glanced at each other, then toward Eric, before they nudged him playfully by the shoulders, implicitly allowing him to share a dance with Fleur. "I would love to," Eric said and gave both his girls a grateful kiss on the cheeks before he took Fleur's hand and moved onto the dance floor while Alice sat down with Luna and Daphne. "I honestly don't understand why you allowed that," Alice muttered, giving Luna and Daphne a baffled glance. The girls just gave her a playful shrug in response. They knew they would have an eternity with Eric, and he had already made them goddesses just because he truly cared for them. In Luna and Daphne's eyes, he would always be worth it, even if he had not conferred such power upon them. On the dance floor, Eric was holding one hand with Fleur while his other hand rested securely on her waist, holding her firmly. Fleur's movements were captivating, elegant, and otherworldly, and Eric moved with her naturally, effortlessly matching her flow. Lessons with a goddess of dance played out, huh? Eric muttered and caressed her back lightly, making her take a sharp breath. Even with the age gap, they were of the same height, so their eyes never left each other. Fleur hummed softly as her deep blue eyes gazed intently at Eric's black orbs. She held his neck tighter and moved closer to him, with an expression of curiosity in her eyes. "You know, every time I look at you, I think about how much my life has changed in such a short time," Fleur whispered, her head tilted as if she was trying to deduce Eric's existence. "All good changes. I hope," Eric whispered back softly, making her hum again. "Tonight, in ZE Dreamlands, will you come with me to meet her?" Fleur asked Eric softly, as she moved her fingers in small, suggestive circles on his neck. Of course, Eric answered in an instant, immediately receiving a radiant smile from Fleur. "Thank you, Eric, for everything," she whispered softly and moved her lips towards his. She moved to the side midway, instead giving him a lingering kiss on the cheek and then letting go. "It is their night tonight," Fleur said, glancing over at Luna and Daphne. "I have stolen you enough, for now." She finished, giving Daphne and Luna a wave before she went to talk to Hermione. Luna and Daphne waved back and held Eric's hands before the three of them left the Great Hall to have some fresh air in the garden as the clock struck midnight and the last song of the ball was sung. Alice had already retired for the night and was resting in her room. The three walked through the moonlit night as a comfortable silence took hold of them. They would occasionally see students snogging passionately in the bushes and would just shrug or chuckle softly as they walked by. The three sensed something and looked up. The darkness of the night did not hinder their vision, and they were able to clearly see a certain giant couple riding a majestic dragon high under the moonlight. Good for him. Eric muttered and glanced at the girls. Well, shall we retire for the night? He asked. The girls hummed and exchanged a quick glance before Luna waved her hand and formed a portal for them. The three entered the portal, but only two emerged on the other side in Eric's dorm room. Eric looked at Daphne and chuckled softly when he instantly figured out what had happened. Is this night special enough for you? Daphne asked, her cheeks flushed, as she wrapped her arms around Eric. You tell me, Eric said and held Daphne's thighs, easily picking her up as she immediately wrapped her legs around his waist. Daphne responded by giving Eric a passionate kiss as she hugged his neck tighter. Eric carried her to the bed and laid her on it gently, with him immediately on top of her. Luna will join us after some time, Daphne whispered to Eric, and soft moans and gentle grunts filled the room for the next hour. A/N, I don't feel comfortable writing beyond this in terms of sexual content because of their physical ages. I think I will write my first lemon between R.A. and Elia. In the Dreamlands. Eric arrived in the Dreamlands as per his promise to Fleur. Luna and Daphne had opted not to enter the Dreamlands that night and just wished to have a normal sleep. He saw Fleur standing calmly by their cabin of the island, with her white phoenix companion faithfully by her side. She smiled radiantly when she saw him and held his hand with warmth. Shall we? She asked and waved her hand as a silver portal formed immediately beside her. Ilustri had clearly given her the authority to form a direct portal to her realm from wherever she was in the Dreamlands. Eric nodded and entered the portal with Fleur as the white phoenix flew away to roam through the island. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 168, Side Story, 14, Zeus Plot. Ned would have been worrying incessantly about the strain on his grain stores if it were not for the shipments of fruits he had gotten from Dorne and the surplus fish from the Bear Islands. Ned glanced at Elia and Alisane, smiling to himself, truly grateful for their help. It was the best possible time to welcome more people into the north. Summer was approaching, and they would be farming, fishing, and hunting to sustain and grow the region's strength before the inevitable winter. Ned told them that 50 fighting men and 150 women and children would be leaving for Bear Island in the next 7 days. He did not send the elderly because they had traveled enough, and forcing them onto another journey would just be cruel. Tell me now, how many will be left after the allotted number leaves for Bear Island? Ned asked Galt. 197 fighting men and 603 women, children, and elderly, Galt answered after a moment of calculation. Ned frowned. Based on the letter he had received and the people that were being sent to the Bear Islands, the remaining number should have been smaller. He found some more people on the way, Galt added, gesturing vaguely towards Zeus as he caught the confused expression on Ned's face. Ned nodded in realization and shrugged after a moment. In the long term, more hands were better for the north. Ned was not just trusting in Zeus's abilities blindly. He had his own reasoning. The Vale Mountain clansmen were the way they were because they worshipped the old gods and clung to the old ways, rejecting the faith of the 7 that dominated the Vale. Now, they had the chance to serve under the most powerful lord that serves the old gods. Ned glanced at Ryk and Galt. He knew they would not dare try to betray him as they were in the heart of the north, where even a scent of rebellion would be met with the full, frozen fury of the Stark Bannermen. Meanwhile, Zeus was arguably the happiest man alive. He had his niece and nephew on his lap, personally feeding them food from his hand. He was in casual clothes, his golden eyes and hair visible and gleaming. I am a complete man now. He muttered contentedly, giving them kisses on their cheeks and spoiling them rotten in front of everyone. R.A. and Elia looked at each other before they chuckled. R.A. placed an arm around her shoulder and started feeding from time to time as well. Uncle. Rhaenys whispered, beckoning him towards her. Zeus hummed and leaned forward, allowing her to whisper in his ear. Do you got our wyverns? Rhaenys asked with anticipation. Aegon had heard the question as well and looked up at Zeus with wide, hopeful eyes, wanting the answer. We will talk about that later, Zeus whispered back to them with a conspiratorial grin and tickled them lightly, getting giggles from the kids. The other mountain clansmen and the stragglers they had picked up on the way were given temporary lodgings in Wintertown, and they were fed as well. The feast lasted a bit longer as the lords of House Branch and House Woods had arrived to coordinate, as they would be primarily helping the new people settle in. Welcome to the north, Zeus, Ned said to Zeus after the feast concluded, patting Zeus's back firmly before he left to attend to his duties. Zeus nodded at Ned before looking down at Aegon and Rhaenys, who were still securely in his arms. Are you ready for your gifts? He asked them, getting excited cheers from the kids. Zeus chuckled and looked towards Elia. Would you like to join us, good sister? Zeus asked her politely. I would love to, lead the way, Elia smiled and hugged Ra's arm as they walked with Zeus. Zeus hummed a tune and laughed with the kids as they walked out of the castle. I think you should make some excuses of why all of us will be gone for a little bit and get some horses, Zeus said to Ra quietly. I have already sent a stable boy for the horses and told Stark we will be off for a ride for some time. Ra waved his hand dismissively, glancing to the side as the stable boy brought him his and Zeus's horses. Thank you, Will. Ra thanked Will and pressed a coin into his hand as he helped Elia onto the horse. She sat sideways, and then Ra mounted behind her, securing her. Thank you, Will. Children, you both should say thank you as well. Zeus thanked the boy and instructed the kids to do the same. Thank you. Rhaenys and Aegon echoed cheerfully as Zeus placed them on his horse and sat behind them. Will chuckled and bowed before he left with a skip in his step and a smile on his face, clutching his coin. Ra and Zeus held the reins of the horses and steered them towards the wolfswood. Hold tight, Zeus told the children, who did as they were told, gripping his arms tight. Ra also held Elia firmly by the waist and glanced at Zeus. Zeus nodded and loosened the horse's reins, making a clicking sound with his mouth. The horse started galloping at high speed instantly. Ra did the same. The children cheered and giggled as the wind rushed past them, while Elia rested her head on Ra's chest for support against the speed. It did not take them much time to reach the deeper parts of the wolfswood. They tightened their grips on the reins a little and maneuvered the horses through the forest with extreme skill and precision, weaving through the dense foliage. They moved through ancient pine and oak trees as the children looked around with wide smiles on their faces, taking in the sights of the wild forest. This should suffice, Zeus muttered when they reached a secluded cave entrance. He glanced at Ra, who gave a confirming nod. The custodians dismounted the horses first and checked the area briefly before turning back to their mounts. Ra helped Elia dismount, holding her by the waist until she was steady. Zeus, naturally, just picked up both children in his arms. You are never going to let them walk, are you? Ra muttered, giving Zeus a side glance. Not on my watch, Zeus answered with a chuckle, swaying the kids in his arms to their delight. Elia chuckled and shook her head as they moved deeper into the cave, eventually finding a large, empty cavern suitable for their needs. Sorry sweetlings, I'll have to put you down for a moment, Zeus told the kids, making a dramatically sad face. The kids giggled and poked his face as he put them down. He then brought out an ink container and a brush from the bag he was carrying. Will you be drawing a magic circle to connect spaces? Elia asked Zeus, observing the tools. A little different. I have the blood of the wyverns. I will be making a summoning circle for them with their blood as an anchor, Zeus told her, showing her some scrolls that had the spell detailed. May I try? Elia asked as she glanced at the parchments. Zeus nodded and handed her the parchments and ink the next moment without hesitation. Elia smiled and glanced over the instructions before she started drawing on the ground Ra had just cleaned with a quick spell. The children followed her as she worked, fascinated with the intricate patterns Elia was drawing on the stone floor. Zeus watched the children and Elia with a large, contented smile on his face. Ra glanced at Zeus and chuckled as he stood beside his brother. Ra understood exactly what Zeus must be feeling. Having more than 30 brothers and suddenly one of them gets married and has children, it was a seismic shift. Every custodian of Nightshade would scale mountains, cross oceans, and burn kingdoms for their niece, nephew, and sister-in-law. How were you chosen to come here? Ra asked Zeus with a raised eyebrow. Chosen? Zeus scoffed. I battled to be here. A whole lot of fighting and even more cheating. Zeus added with a chuckle. Did you all hold a battle arena or something? Ra asked with a tilt of his head. That is what we started with. But father put a stop to that midway through, Zeus started and shrugged. We came up with the falling stick method to let fate decide. Zeus added with a smirk. I guess that is where the cheating came in. Ra asked with amusement dancing in his eyes. Just a subtle enchantment and the stick fell towards me. I think father noticed, but he was too exasperated to foil my plot, Zeus answered, nudging Ra with an elbow. Do you want praise or something? Ra asked and gave him a light, playful smack on the head. Zeus shrugged. I will just ask my niece and nephew for praises then. He said, getting a resigned sigh from Ra. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 169, The Moonlit. Eric stepped onto the ethereal soil of the Moon Realm, the domain of Illustri, with Fleur walking closely by his side, her hand firmly clasping his. Watch sis. Fleur whispered, a playful glint in her eyes as she raised her free hand toward the silver moon hanging in the twilight sky. Eric took a step back to observe as the beams of moonlight obeyed her call. They coalesced into silver wisps in Fleur's palm, swirling and condensing before taking the distinct form of a luminous butterfly. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the creature took flight, fluttering away into the moonlit forest. Impressive, Eric said with an appreciative nod, earning a radiant smile from Fleur. Impressive indeed. You learn fast, child, came a beautiful, melodious voice that seemed to resonate with the very air around them. Ilustri emerged from the canopy of trees. The silver butterfly Fleur had just created rested gently on the goddess's dark shoulder, contrasting beautifully against her obsidian skin. "Thank you, my lady," Fleur bowed respectfully towards Ilustri. However, the goddess merely waved her hand, dismissing the formality, and brought Fleur in for a gentle, motherly hug. "It is good to see you, Eric Hawthorne." Ilustri's shimmering silver eyes turned towards Eric. She spoke with a gentle voice like the most beautiful song, accompanied by a beautiful, welcoming smile. "And you as well, my lady." Eric gave her a slight bow and a warm smile in introduction. "Shall we?" Ilustri asked with that small, melancholic smile she always seemed to wear. A shadow of sadness that made her beauty all the more profound. She held out her hand, gesturing deeper into her woods. Fleur nodded and took Eric's hand again before they started walking through the divine woods. They walked deeper into the realm, the moonlight filtering through the leaves like liquid silver. Eventually, they found a serene clearing with a magical bonfire kindling in the center, casting a warm, inviting glow. Beside it sat a simple but elegant table set with food and comfortable chairs. "Sit, dears." Ilustri guided them to their seats and sat across from them after serving them food onto their plates with a wave of her hand. Her long, ankle-length silver hair unspooled like a river of starlight, coiling gently beside her seat as she settled. "Thank you," Eric whispered as he sat in his seat. He paused for a moment, looking from the goddess to the girl beside him. "For taking care of her as well," Eric added, bumping his shoulder gently against Fleur's. "There is no need for thanks," Ilustri said softly and turned her silver eyes towards Fleur. "You are good company, child." She reached out across the table to caress Fleur's cheek with her finger. "You as well, my lady," Fleur said, a genuine smile lighting up her face. Eric and Fleur ate in a comfortable, peaceful silence. Ilustri seemed content simply watching them, not eating herself, but sipping from a silver goblet from time to time, her gaze distant yet warm. "Can I explore around?" "I will be back in some time," Fleur asked Ilustri after she finished, looking towards the woods. Ilustri gave her a confirming nod. Her realm was the safest place in existence for Fleur, there was no danger here, only moonlight and song. Fleur gave Eric a quick kiss on the cheek and left the table with a skip in her step and a smile on her lips. Eric watched her go before turning his gaze back to the goddess. "I'm sorry you are alone now," Eric muttered, giving Ilustri a solemn glance. He had seen the melancholic shadow that loomed behind her expression, even when she smiled. He assumed it was the weight of grief, knowing her entire pantheon, her mother, her brother, her people's gods had been erased, leaving her as the sole survivor. "I was alone even when there were more in my pantheon," Ilustri said with a dismissive wave of her hand. She reached out and brushed a strand of hair from Eric's forehead in appreciation for his concern. She had always been the outsider, the anomaly in the dark Seldarine. Her mother, Lolth, would have killed her in a heartbeat if given the slightest opportunity. Her existence had been one of exile long before the others were destroyed. And, as much as I lament they did not get a chance for redemption, their deaths have spared whole multiverses from their cruelty, Ilustri said with a contemplative tilt of her head, accepting the reality of Vasuki's judgment. Eric nodded and studied her for a long moment, seeing the strength beneath the sorrow. "You can join me if you wish," he offered after a moment of silence. "Do you mean, on your island?" Ilustri asked, her melodious voice tinged with surprise. "Yes. You would be the first god there. And when me and my family ascend, I hope you will be a part of our pantheon," Eric nodded with a hopeful, sincere expression. Ilustri froze for a microsecond. She reached out her hand and brushed her thumb against Eric's cheek lightly, sensing the truth in his words, before a soft, airy chuckle escaped her lips. "I would love to, Eric," Ilustri said tenderly, her eyes shimmering. "Thank you," she added softly. Eric nodded to her thanks. "You'll love it," he said confidently, looking into the fire burning beside them. "I am certain I will. Come now. Let us celebrate this occasion with a dance," Ilustri said, standing up gracefully. She held out her hand to Eric as an invitation. Eric saw that the deep melancholy behind her eyes had faded significantly because of his invitation. He smiled as he took her hand. Ilustri led Eric towards the bonfire, her silver hair shimmering behind her like a cloak of light as she walked. She took Eric's hands in hers, and a radiant smile bloomed on her face as they started swaying to the rhythms of her soft, divine humming. Eric just let go of his inhibitions. He moved with the divine guidance of the goddess of dance, and a smile of his own formed on his face as a sense of true, unburdened freedom took hold of his spirit. Fleur joined them after almost an hour, giggling as she danced freely with Eric and her goddess under the eternal moon. "That is great!" Fleur exclaimed with a bright smile when she learned Ilustri would be moving to their island permanently. "There is something I wish to do first," Ilustri said. She waved her hand, and the bonfire beside them disappeared, transforming instantly into a magnificent wooden throne covered in dancing silver flames. Ilustri guided Fleur to sit on the throne. The silver flames licked around her body, not burning, but caressing. The fire did not harm Fleur, instead, it gave her a comforting, empowering feeling, like sinking into a warm bath. Fleur Delacour. Your spirit sings to mine, Ilustri whispered, standing before her. If your heart answers in kind, will you be my chosen? The goddess asked with a tilt of her head, her voice resonating like a melodious song of old. Fleur gave Eric a glance and smiled, her heart full. It would be an honor, she declared. Her eyes gazed at Eric a moment longer before locking with Illustri's silver orbs. I shall name you. The moonlit, Illustri whispered. She raised her hand, and a stream of dark red divine blood flowed from her palm and entered Fleur through her chest. The transformation took place instantly. Fleur's blonde hair faded into a brilliant, shimmering silver, and her deep blue eyes lightened until they reflected the moon itself. A dark, flowing dress woven of shadows and starlight shimmered into existence around her form, replacing her clothes. After the process was complete, Fleur stood up and twirled to check the changes in her form. She brought a lock of her new silver hair in front of her face, inspecting it with wonder. She smiled brightly and wrapped her arms tightly around Eric the next moment. I can stand beside you now. She whispered to him, her voice thick with emotion. You never needed power for that. Eric whispered back, holding her waist firmly. You look beautiful. He added, giving her a thorough once-over. Fleur then turned to Illustri and bowed deeply. Thank you. She whispered, and was immediately enveloped in a hug by the goddess. It should be me who must thank you for walking into my life, Illustri said warmly, brushing Fleur's new silver hair lightly. Shall we? Eric asked, opening a swirling portal beside him that led back to his island in the Dreamlands. Illustri looked around her realm, the home she had built in exile. Yes. Can I merge my realm with yours? Illustri asked, referring to grafting her divine territory onto the island's geography. Of course, Eric shrugged easily. Illustri smiled and stepped through the portal. Fleur took Eric's hand, and they entered the portal together the next moment. They emerged on the island, the golden tree standing tall in the distance. You have one of those. Illustri muttered, gazing at the golden tree with slight surprise. I think you will need to talk to him about merging realms, Eric said, gesturing towards the tree. Illustri nodded in understanding and vanished in a soft flash of silver light, heading towards the tree, leaving only Fleur and Eric behind near the cabin. Oh. I have something for you, Eric said. He brought out the skill scrolls he had prepared to give Fleur her own ultimate skill. Fleur tilted her head curiously. She willed her transformation to undo, returning to her blonde hair and blue eyes, and observed Eric as he scattered the scrolls around her in a precise formation. It took about 15 minutes as Eric guided her through every step of the integration process. The knowledge flowed into her, structuring itself within her soul until Fleur possessed her own ultimate skill, named Moon Silver Compendium, a power on par with the skills held by Luna and Daphne. Wow. This is great, Fleur muttered as she accessed her new skill, seeing the vast analytical and magical capabilities it offered. Thank you, she exclaimed, beaming towards Eric. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 170, Side Story, 15, Crystal Scales and Ruby Eyes. A/N, I have added a new picture of Illustri in her normal clothes and an image of Fleur's transformation. Also images of Elia and adult Rainis. It took Elia about half an hour of meticulous work to complete the summoning circle. She moved with grace, her hand steady as she inscribed the final glyphs on the cavern floor. She tilted her head and critically observed her work, checking for any imperfections in the flow of the design, before raising an eyebrow towards Ra and Zeus. Can you check this for me? She asked them. The brothers stepped forward, their eyes scanning the magic circle for a long moment. They looked for structural weaknesses in the magic circle before nodding in unison. This is accurate. You have a talent, good sister, Zeus smiled and nodded appreciatively towards Elia. Thank you, Zeus. Elia nodded at the compliment and glanced towards Ra, who gave a firm nod of his own, indicating the magic circle was structurally sound and ready for activation. Would you wish to do the honors? Zeus asked. He handed her 2 vials containing the wyvern blood before crouching down to scoop up the children in his arms. I miss this feeling, never leave me again, Zeus said with an exaggerated blissful expression, burying his face in their small shoulders when the children were safely back in his arms. Aegon and Rhaenys giggled at his dramatic antics and started tickling Zeus in retaliation. Elia smiled at the heartwarming scene and moved towards the center of the magic circles. With a steady hand, she poured the blood into the appropriate runic inscriptions. She then glanced back to ensure safety. She saw that Zeus had taken the children a safe distance away to shield them from any magical backlash, while Ra stood just beside her, his posture fully alert to protect her should anything go wrong. She placed her hands on the outer rim of the magic circles and concentrated. Her magic flowed out of her core and entered the magic circles to summon the wyverns that were fated for her children. After she had poured the appropriate amount of magic into the construct, she stood up and moved back quickly as the circles began to glow with an intense, blinding white light. Ra stood in front, acting as a shield for the group, with the kids, Elia, and Zeus positioned safely in the back. In a few moments, the light brightened even more, reaching a crescendo of brilliance until two massive silhouettes formed within the radiance. The light abruptly vanished as the physical circles shattered into dust, and in their place stood two massive wyverns. Both wyverns were breathtaking creatures. They possessed scales that shimmered like pure white crystals, reflecting the dim light of the cave, and their eyes were like deep red gems that were immediately fixed on the children in Zeus's arms. They were massive beasts, easily twice the size of a full-grown warhorse. Despite their abrupt arrival in an unfamiliar environment, they did not make a sound or even look around in confusion. They stood there calmly, their intelligence evident, with their eyes locked solely on the children. It was as if they did not wish to scare the young ones and were deliberately giving them space to approach on their own terms. Zeus glanced at Ra, who started walking slowly towards the beasts, gesturing for him to follow. With the children secure in his arms, Zeus started walking with Ra and Elia in the lead. Ra signaled to Zeus when they were nearing the striking distance of the wyverns. He received a nod from Zeus before the custodian put the children down on the ground, though he did not let go of their hands. Walk towards them slowly and do not get past us. Am I understood? Zeus ordered the children firmly, his voice leaving no room for argument, and got firm nods in return. The children walked just one step behind Zeus, Ra, and Elia, who were now walking in the front line towards the wyverns. The wyverns did not make any sudden movements. They watched as the humans approached them with tilted heads, analyzing the small beings that their instincts screamed were family. The group stopped just a few meters from the wyverns. The adults stepped aside slightly, allowing the children to stand beside them, positioned safely in the middle of Zeus, and Ra. Elia was whispering a protective incantation all this time. Magical energy swirled in her hands, forming complex protective shapes, ready to deploy shields at a moment's notice. The wyverns slowly leaned their massive heads down towards the children, their movements deliberate, slow, and entirely non-threatening. The children raised their small hands towards their wyvern snouts when they received a confirming nod from Ra. It was a tense moment of silence. Their hands touched the wyverns' crystalline snouts after a long moment, and the adults collectively let out a held breath and relaxed, but not fully. They are twins. Born just a year ago, Zeus informed them, referring to the wyvern's age. They seem quite intelligent as well, Ra observed as the children moved closer to their wyverns, the slight fear completely replaced by looks of wonder on their faces. Can we mount them? Rhaenys asked with a pleading look, her hand already resting on the wyvern's neck. Go on, dear, Elia allowed them, getting excited cheers from the children as they clumsily started climbing onto the backs of the patient beasts. Elia had felt the threads of magic that bonded her children and the wyverns the moment they appeared. That deep, soulful connection was the reason she had allowed them to mount the dangerous creatures. Ra and Zeus were perceptive to magic as well, so they had felt the formation of the magical bond instantly. He is so warm. Aegon exclaimed from his seat on top of his wyvern as he hugged the creature's thick neck. A few moments from then, the group moved out of the cave to let the children fly on their wyverns in the open air. Ra and Zeus glanced at their horses and nodded to each other when they saw the animals were not frightened by the apex predators. The horses were not flailing in panic, a testament to their training and magical enhancement. Elia looked at the happy smiles on her children's faces, and then to the wyverns. The beasts seemed to know exactly what the children wanted just from a thought. They extended their massive wings before leaping into the air with a mighty, synchronized flap that kicked up dust around the clearing. Elia had quickly cast Pass Without Trace on the wyverns and the children. The spell would weave shadows and silence around them, making them incredibly hard to notice for any people on the ground that may be in the forest. Don't go too high. Elia called out to them as they were ascending rapidly towards the sky. The children did as they were told. They did not pierce the clouds but just circled the group from the sky, reveling in the freedom of flight for about half an hour. 3 of them conquered the 7 kingdoms, and those wyverns had much weaker fire than these, Zeus muttered, watching the white shape circle above with a soft chuckle. Good sister, would you wish for them to sit on the Iron Throne? Zeus asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow towards Elia. If they wish. However, I don't think they do, Elia said with a shrug. She knew that when the children reached adulthood, these wyverns would be big enough to conquer the Iron Throne single-handedly, especially with the backing of Dorne. Not to mention her own spells and the help of Ra and Zeus or even the other custodians. And there were many more houses that would side with them, even when they had changed their last names. In Westerosi customs, birthright mattered above all. Even though King Robert was eager to acknowledge their new names as Drakensar to secure his own claim, for most of the ancient nobles, the children were, and always would be, Targaryens. The children landed on the ground after a moment and leapt into Ra's arms as he was the closest to them, their faces flushed with excitement. That was the greatest thing ever. Aegon exclaimed, breathless, getting a warm chuckle from R.A. Will they be staying in this cave? Rhaenys asked, gesturing to the wyverns who were settling down. I will cast some spells and form some runes in the area that would keep ordinary people away from here, Elia said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Father gave me some potions for the children as well as the wyverns to help them grow stronger. However, I do think the wyverns will need substantial food. Zeus added his own thoughts to the logistics. I don't think many creatures will come near this area when the wyverns settle here, and that would make it hard for them to hunt enough food. R.A. said. Their conversation had effectively given Rhaenys the answer to her question. I will make some create food and water runes in the cave. The wyverns will be able to get food by channeling their magic into a certain area near the formation. Elia proposed a magical solution. I don't think they will eat food made with the create food spell. That stuff is notoriously bland, and these are predators, Zeus pointed out with a shake of his head. I will come here every morning and cast prestidigitation on the conjured meat to make it palatable and flavorful for them. Elia gave her own nod of agreement. The plan was sound. The adults immediately got to work, inscribing runes and casting complex spells for the next hour. They had sensed that the children's magic had become palpably stronger just by being in the presence of the wyverns. They concluded that the wyverns' presence acted as a catalyst for the children's growth, so they were doing all they could to ensure the beasts had a safe home to grow beside Rhaenys and Aegon. The children were having fun with their new companions as the adults busied themselves in their magical work. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 171, The New Moon. For the remainder of their time in the Dreamlands, Eric and Fleur assisted Ylistri in settling into her new home, helping her merge her celestial realm with the island's geography. Through the union of ancient gods and potent magic, the denizens of the island welcomed the Dark Maiden, and the sanctuary underwent a fundamental shift. It now possessed a true day and night cycle. How did that work? Gods and magic. Eric stood suspended in the sky, Fleur positioned in front of him with his arms wrapped securely around her waist. He rested his face against her shoulder as she laid her arms over his, both watching the world below transform. They watched as their island shifted and reformed in a beautiful, shimmering process, culminating in the formation of a silver moon that hung permanently above the horizon. I can feel how happy she is, Fleur whispered, gesturing toward the forest where Ylistri stood, waving her arms as divine energy seeped the lands. She relaxed, leaning her full weight against Eric. In her new form, her dark dress shimmered like the night sky, contrasting with her brilliant silver eyes and hair. She deserves to be, Eric whispered back. He lightly caressed her stomach, making her giggle softly against him. Ylistri looked up from the silver-leafed canopy and smiled kindly at them. Eric offered a respectful nod, while Fleur gave a bright smile and a wave before they both fell through a swirling portal, returning to the waking world. The morning at Hogwarts. Eric woke slowly, finding Daphne and Luna still deep in sleep in his arms. Chaya was also awake, curled up comfortably by the window of his dorm room as she looked at the dawn. Since their holidays lasted until the 1st of January, there was no rush to attend classes. When the girls eventually stirred, they opted to spend the morning in leisurely, joyful company and having some fun. The following days passed in a comfortable blur. Eric spent his time with his friends at Hogwarts, choosing to remain at the castle for the duration of the break rather than returning home. A day before the holidays were set to end, Eric received a formal invitation to the headmaster's office. A meeting of secrets. Lemon drop. Dumbledore asked as soon as Eric stepped inside the circular office. Thank you, Professor. Eric accepted the candy, earning a jovial, twinkling smile from the old wizard. Are you excited for the second task, my boy? Dumbledore inquired, peering over his half-moon spectacles. Yes, Professor. I believe I have made the appropriate preparations, Eric replied with a confident nod, the tart candy dissolving on his tongue. As expected of you, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. His expression then turned slightly more serious. I have asked you here to make a request of you, my dear boy. Please, I will do what I can, Eric agreed with a nod. Thank you. However, there is someone else I must invite for this particular conversation. Dumbledore looked toward the majestic phoenix resting on its perch. With a melodious trill, Fawkes vanished in a sudden burst of flame. A minute later, the bird returned, bringing Sirius Black with it. I think your phoenix hates me, Albus, Sirius muttered, adjusting his robes. Fawkes had teleported him a few feet above the floor, forcing the marauder to brace himself as he landed. Eric and Dumbledore shared a laugh as Fawkes returned to his golden stand near the desk. How've you been, Eric? Sirius greeted him, clapping a hand on his shoulder before taking the seat beside him. Good. And you? Eric asked. Sirius gave him a wink and an okay sign that suggested he was managing well enough. Have you brought it? Dumbledore asked, his voice dropping an octave. Sirius nodded solemnly. He reached into his pouch, pulled out a sturdy wooden box, and placed it on the desk. He then produced a weathered note from his pocket, caressing the parchment briefly before handing it to Eric. It was the note written by Regulus Black, addressed to the Dark Lord, and was found in the face Horcrux locket. You see, my boy. Voldemort was a part of this very school once. My own student, Dumbledore began, leaning back in his chair with a look of profound regret. I was unable to steer him away from the dark path. He gained a secret from one of our professors. One Horace Slughorn, who has not shared what they discussed out of deep shame. But with this note, he does not need to anymore. Dumbledore added with a sigh. A Horcrux, huh? Eric muttered, feigning surprise at the term as he read the note and handed it back to Sirius. A very dark magic, indeed. It requires such a vile act to be performed that it tears the soul apart, Dumbledore explained. How can I help you with this? Eric asked, looking between the two men. By destroying it, of course, Sirius said with a shrug. Eric didn't ask why they believed he had the power to do it. He hadn't exactly hidden his capabilities. Dumbledore had seen his performance in the first task. He was also aware of his meeting with the merpeople and his unusual movements around the castle. Well. I think Harry can do it as well, Eric suggested casually. Huh. Sirius blinked, looking confused. Didn't he tell you he can kill Dementors with his flames? Eric asked. He did, oh. Sirius's eyes widened as realization struck him. Do you think young Harry's flames could solve our dilemma? Dumbledore asked, catching on quickly and intrigued by the possibility. It's worth a try, Sirius answered, glancing at the headmaster. I'll ask him myself. Albus, can you allow him to use the flute to stay at Grimmauld Place for the day? Yes, of course, Dumbledore nodded, rising from his seat. Thank you for your suggestion, my boy. He walked over to Eric and patted his head lightly in a grandfatherly gesture. I'll go get Harry, Sirius said, securing the box back in his pouch. With a final nod to Dumbledore, he headed for the door. Eric stood but didn't leave immediately. He walked over to Fawkes and gently stroked the phoenix's plumage. He felt the heat radiating from the bird and the deep wisdom in its eyes. When it's all over, I hope you find peace within yourself and look forward to a better world, Eric whispered softly. He knew Dumbledore had heard him. Without waiting for a response, Eric turned and walked out of the office, leaving a silent and deeply contemplative headmaster behind him. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 172, Fury in Print. A few days passed, and classes resumed in earnest. This shift in schedule meant Eric was able to spend more time with Daphne during the daylight hours, while Luna became noticeably clingier during the mornings and nights. We spent a whole week together in the Dreamlands. Why'd you literally stop time today morning? Not that I'm complaining, Eric asked Luna as they walked toward the Great Hall for breakfast, with Luna and Daphne flanking him. Luna only giggled in response. The answer was obvious, and Eric knew it perfectly well. Oh dear, Daphne muttered to herself, noting just how much Luna had been corrupted by Eric's insatiable nature. But she wasn't complaining either. When they reached the Great Hall, they saw that all of their friends were gathered at the Gryffindor table, so they moved to join them. How's it going? Eric asked, sliding onto the bench. Ars gave Eric a thumbs up from where he sat with Padma by his side, receiving one in return. Fleur stood up and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek as a greeting before he sat down with Luna and Daphne on either side of him, while Fleur took the seat beside Daphne. Eric just smirked at Ron and a few other male students who were shooting him dirty looks, not even bothering to hide their blatant jealousy. Have you been smuggling love potions into the school? Harry asked him with a chuckle, earning a scoff from Eric. I guess you shared one with Crumb, eh? Ron muttered bitterly, casting a disapproving glance toward Hermione. Grow up, Ron, Daphne said with a small frown. Ron had been making these snide comments incessantly, even going so far as to call Hermione a traitor on occasion. Harry was doing his best to mediate between the two, but Ron was simply too blinded by jealousy to listen. I assure you, Ron, there were no such things involved. He just had the thought to see me as a girl before you ever conceived of it, Hermione shot back sharply. She was utterly fed up with his nonsense at this point. That reminds me, I read in the Daily Prophet that your dad has petitioned the Wisengamot to ban love potions. Why is that? Alice Marwood asked Eric, showing zero interest in Ron's teenage antics. Tell me one good use of those potions. Eric answered the question with a question of his own. Alice placed her hand on her chin and thought for a moment before nodding slowly. Well, now I'm wondering why they haven't been banned already, Alice muttered after a moment of realization. Eric nodded in agreement. Ron was still seething at Hermione's words but did not shoot back a response. It seemed Hermione's sharp retort had actually made him think a little. At that moment, a flock of owls arrived in the Great Hall, swooping down to make their daily profit deliveries. Fleur had subscribed to the newspaper and accepted her copy, placing a sickle in the owl's leather pouch and offering it some treats before it flew off. She started reading the paper with a smile, but that expression quickly twisted into a frown the more she read. Daphne raised an eyebrow when Fleur silently handed her the paper, pointing to the headline and article on the front page. Dumbledore's giant mistake. Daphne read the headline out loud before summarizing the article for the table. Eric already knew the contents of the article just from the headline. The conversation between Hagrid and Maxime about their heritage hadn't taken place on the night of the Yule Ball, but during the following week. And Rita Skeeter had been present in her beetle animagus form to eavesdrop on the private conversation. The article Daphne was reading to everyone was exactly what he had known. It exposed Hagrid's half-giant heritage and branded him a danger to the school. She called him a savage and a monster. Harry asked with rising anger as Daphne read the vicious quotes to them. Pyra nudged Harry to comfort him. "Let's go talk to him." "He must be devastated," Ron said, standing up immediately. He might have been a jealous teenager, but he wasn't a heartless idiot, and he cared deeply for Hagrid. Harry and Hermione stood up the next second and followed Ron. They would fight amongst themselves as much as they wanted, but they were always united for their friends when it mattered. "Should we pay this bitch a visit?" Daphne asked Eric in a lethal whisper, referring to Rita Skeeter. "No need. She will be reaping the fruits of the seeds she has sown very soon," Eric said with a dismissive shake of his head as he stood up. "I'll go talk to Hagrid." "See you in class," Eric said to the girls and gave the three a kiss on the cheek before leaving to catch up with the trio. Luna, Daphne, and Fleur exchanged a knowing look. They knew Rita was absolutely fucked from this point on. Eric arrived at Hagrid's hut and saw the trio already inside, consoling the gentle giant who was sobbing on his oversized couch. "I just had to open me big mouth and make Maxime uncomfortable. And now I'm making trouble fair Dumbledore," Hagrid wailed, his face buried in his hands just as Eric entered. "Next time you meet Madame Maxime, tell her there is no reason to be ashamed of her heritage when you are riding on top of the biggest dragon known to wizards. And I don't think any trouble will be coming the headmaster's way," Eric consoled Hagrid as he closed the door behind him. Hagrid calmed down a little after that and gave a weak nod. The students spent some more time with Hagrid, listening more than they talked to comfort the distraught half-giant. Even with their consolation and support, he did not feel up to teaching his class for the day and opted to stay in the safety of his hut. The day's care of magical creatures class was shared between the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors. Since Hagrid did not arrive to teach, the students simply spent their free period on the Hogwarts grounds. "How does that woman know these things?" Hermione asked, pacing. She was currently standing with Harry, Ron, Eric, and Daphne. "Fred and George once showed me something they called extendable ears. They said they made them themselves." "You reckon Rita has something like that?" Ron muttered, directing his question toward Hermione. "I guess we'll have to find out," Hermione answered thoughtfully before checking the time. She then looked ahead to see Krum standing some distance away near the lake, seemingly waiting for her. "Well, I promised Alice we would study potions together. Do any of you wish to join?" Hermione asked the group. Victor was there because he wished to observe. "Why not?" "I think Pyra will be helpful for you," Harry agreed in a heartbeat, earning a nod from Hermione as she smiled at the salamander. "I guess I'll join Harry," Ron said next. He clearly did not wish to join as he knew Krum would be there, but he didn't want to be left alone either. Eric and Daphne shook their heads, indicating they had other plans, and waved at the trio before departing back toward the castle. The trio waved back, and Hermione linked arms with Victor as they walked, earning a scowl from Ron that he didn't even try to hide. "What are we making today then?" Alice asked Hermione, standing ready with a book and cauldron in hand. She didn't seem to mind the additional company. Let's go with Emberheart Draft. It requires a living salamander to provide continuous flame beneath the cauldron. And with our cute Pyra here, that will be a good start," Hermione suggested, gesturing to Pyra, who was currently resting in Harry's arms. Victor observed the salamander before nodding towards Harry in approval. Having a powerful familiar was a sign of a powerful wizard after all. Alice nodded with a smile and cooed at Pyra before the girls started preparing the workstation for the potion. Victor and Harry were fascinated by the process, watching intently. Meanwhile, Ron stood to the side with a potions book in hand. He was reading about the draft and observing the brewing process quietly. "Is good Vark," Victor commented in his thick accent as Hermione expertly prepared the ingredients, earning a shy smile from the girl. Ron, for once, did not make a snide comment. Instead, he watched them, thinking of Hermione's words during breakfast about being treated as a girl. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 173, Side Story, 16, The Tickle War Ultimatum. The next day, Zeus woke early to assist with the wyvern's feeding. He was just exiting the stables, leading his horse, when he paused suddenly and sighed. "Come out," he said aloud, his voice exasperated. There was no response, save for the faint sound of scuffling footsteps attempting to retreat. "Come out, or it's a tickle war," Zeus threatened in a serious voice. A moment later, Aegon and Rhaenys shuffled into view, standing in front of him with their heads bowed, shifting their weight from one foot to the other. Zeus knew exactly why they were there. He stood with his hands on his hips, debating whether to allow it. "It's too early," Zeus began, ready to deny them, but Rhaenys looked up at that precise instant, her eyes large, shimmering, and pleading. Zeus paused, placing a hand over his chest as if the look were a physical blow to his heart. He shook his head, clenching his fists to gather his resolve. "Soar, Ak." He tried to refuse again, but this time Aegon hit him with the exact same expression. Zeus let out a pained noise, acting as if he had been pierced by an arrow, and stumbled a step back in defeat. A few moments later, a large man could be seen riding away from Winterfell. His head hung in shame while two children sat in front of him, humming and giggling happily. When they reached the cave housing the wyverns, Zeus lifted the children into his arms and carried them inside. Just as he had expected, he saw a large quantity of meat scattered to the side near an altar carved with runes. However, the two wyverns residing in the cave had not touched the food made from magic. Aegon and Rhaenys scrambled toward their respective wyverns the moment Zeus set them down. The children hugged the beasts' snouts and climbed onto their backs, jumping around and playing fearlessly. Meanwhile, Zeus moved toward the pile of raw meat. He raised his hands, which began to glow, casting a warm golden light over the food to purify it. "It's ready," Zeus called out to them. The children guided their wyverns toward the meat, which now looked far more palatable. "Awakens," the children commanded in High Valyrian, instructing the beasts to feed. The wyverns tilted their heads, inspecting the meal, before opening their maws. A stream of white flame tinged with red erupted from their mouths, cooking the meat until it was charred and smoking. The wyverns began to eat happily, taking the next half hour to finish the massive meal. Zeus and the children, however, had left before the beasts finished. "You can ride them after their second meal, which will be in the evening," Zeus promised the children on their way back. They reached the castle to find the courtyard bustling as everyone seemed to have woken up. Realizing it was time for breakfast, Zeus and the children quickly cleaned up before joining the others in the great hall. They arrived just as the food was being served and took their seats. Elia glanced at the children. They were beaming with happiness, but they also smelled distinctly of smoke and ash, giving her a clear idea of where they had been. She shook her head and looked toward Zeus, who found himself unable to meet her gaze, scratching his neck with a guilty expression. Elia chuckled lightly and nudged Ra, who had noticed as well and shared her amusement. They weren't displeased, it was only natural that two little children would wish to see their wyverns after so recently uniting with them. "Why do you smell like smoke?" Robb asked Aegon, tugging at his sleeve. "Because we were near a fire." "What else could the reason be?" Aegon answered matter-of-factly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Forgive me, good sister. I did not have much resolve," Zeus apologized to Elia after breakfast. "It is only natural the children wish to see their wyverns," Elia waved off the apology with a warm smile. "I must say, however, they both have a trick they use with their eyes. It is like a dagger piercing the heart," Zeus muttered, glancing at the culprits. "They mastered that trick long ago. First, they had Ra wrapped around their fingers, and now you as well," Elia teased. She walked over to Aegon and pinched his cheek affectionately. "This little devil is a master at it," she murmured, poking Aegon's nose. She then looked to the side to see Ra answering Rhaenys' questions regarding a spell. "Their magic has grown stronger," Ra commented, meeting Elia's gaze as Rhaenys successfully performed the magic with only a hint of guidance. Elia nodded, smiling at Ra, before turning her attention back to her son. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw a scaled, wing-like shield protruding directly from Aegon's arm. "A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then." Chapter 174, Whose Giant Mistake? Hagrid had brooded long enough. And returned to teach the very next day, bolstered by the consolation of the students. Some days passed, and a new rumor began circulating through the halls of Hogwarts. Eric was now dating Fleur Delacour as well. It was true, Eric admitted internally, even though they hadn't explicitly discussed titles about their relationship yet. The dynamic just existed, natural and undeniable. However, the public reaction was still a little uncomfortable for him. He noticed male students and quite a few girls shooting him looks of open jealousy or pointing as he walked down the corridors. "Give them some time. They will realize it is none of their business, just as they did with me," Daphne told Eric as they walked down the hallway, with Luna and Fleur beside them as well. Fleur did not comment. The pointing and whispering were the norm for her, a byproduct of her Vila heritage, and it did not bother her in the slightest. She simply smirked, linking her arm tighter with Eric's and giving him a shy smile. Eric smiled and shrugged, accepting the affection as they kept walking, eventually meeting up with Harry and his group near the entrance hall. "Where's ours?" Eric asked after they had exchanged greetings. They were all heading to the 3 broomsticks to blow off some steam. "Here," a voice called from the side. They turned to see ours approaching with the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati. Padma had her arm linked comfortably with his. "You'll live 1,000 years, mate," Ron chuckled at the timing. "Good to see you not sulking and bringing the mood down for once," Parvati jabbed at Ron, clearly still displeased about his behavior at the Yule Ball. "Give him time, like 10 more seconds," Hermione quipped and started to walk the way leading to Hogsmeade before Ron could retort. The others followed, stifling laughs, while Ron just frowned and shook his head, eventually trudging along after a nudge from Harry. The group secured a large table in the corner of the pub, the atmosphere relaxing as they settled in. The establishment was bustling, warm, and filled with the scent of butterbeer and wood smoke. Eric had ordered a special hot chocolate, topped with marshmallows that were enchanted to stir themselves continuously in the mug. He took a sip, smacking his lips with a content sigh. "Is it that good?" "Let me try," Daphne said, reaching over and taking the drink from Eric's hands before he could protest. She took a delicate sip, her eyes lighting up. She licked a bit of foam from her lip with a smile and passed it back toward Eric. Just as he reached for it, however, she moved the mug past him and handed it to Luna. "Tasty." "I'll order one for myself," Luna hummed happily after tasting the chocolate. "Thanks, Angel," Eric said with a wry smile, though the expression thinned playfully when Luna passed the cup to Fleur instead of him, leaning in to give him a distraction kiss on the cheek. "One for me as well," Fleur commented after taking her share. Daphne signaled for their own orders, and Fleur finally returned the now half-empty cup to Eric. He immediately took another sip, sighing in theatrical relief. "Let's share this one until our cups arrive," Daphne suggested, taking the cup back from Eric. The cup began to circulate again. Eric shrugged, smiling at Daphne, who leaned into him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, resting her elbow on his shoulder. He poked her nose playfully, making her giggle. He wasn't the type to mind such small teasing, he found humor in it, and the girls knew exactly where the line of respect lay. They wouldn't play pranks that actually demeaned him. When their own hot chocolates arrived, they made a game out of it, ensuring Eric got a sip of each of theirs after they would have a sip. "It was bad enough watching you 4 drift off into your own world, and now that nasty woman is walking towards us," Hermione said suddenly, her voice dropping as she gestured toward the door. A witch wearing a bright pink coat and jeweled glasses was making a beeline for their table. "Skeeter," Ron muttered with undisguised disgust. He didn't bother to hide his expression as the woman stopped in front of them. "Eric, dear. What an unexpected pleasure. And the pleasure doubles with dear Harry being here as well," Rita Skeeter chirped cheerfully, her cameraman, Bozo, hovering by her side. "Quite a popular boy, are you not, Mr. Haw though," Rita added, leaning toward Eric with a scandalous smile that quickly twisted into a frown when she was cut off. "I'll stop you right there. I don't think anyone at this table or in this village wishes for the pleasure of your company," Eric said, his voice neutral and patient, as if explaining simple addition to a toddler. "And I believe we have set boundaries about you approaching me without going through the proper channels." Eric added. "How rude, Mr. Rita began, bristling. "I find his words to be rather polite compared to the vile and horrible woman he is talking to," Hermione interjected sharply. Daphne and Luna exchanged a glance. Daphne had been ready to verbally eviscerate Rita herself, but Hermione had beaten her to the punch. Eric reached out, squeezing the hands of Luna, Daphne, and Fleur to keep them calm. Rita narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting to Hermione and ignoring everyone else entirely. "You don't think you're quite as important as you think you are, do you, dear?" Rita said, her voice dropping to a sickeningly sweet, menacing coo. "Don't mess with me. Silly little girls shouldn't play with fire unless they want to get burned." There was a beat of silence before Daphne spoke up. "How is this woman this stupid?" Daphne asked aloud, looking around at the group with genuine confusion on her face. She spoke as if Rita wasn't even there. She just threatened a Hogwarts student in front of 2 Triwizard champions and the heirs of ancient and noble houses. Is she slow, or just dense? Both. Ron said with a nod the next second. It was the most effective way to antagonize someone like Rita Skeeter. To treat them as if they were beneath notice. Anger flashed visibly across Rita's face at Daphne's tone, but it was instantly quenched, replaced by a splash of cold fear as the weight of Daphne's words and the social standing of the people at the table registered. No, Rita tried to backtrack, her smile faltering. "Fuck off," Eric said simply, waving his hand as if dismissing a fly. Even Hermione did not object to his language. Rita stood there, stunned. She heard whispers and chuckles from the other patrons of the pub. "Their drinks are on me," one of the patrons shouted with a hearty laugh, raising his tankard. "I'll chime in as well," another yelled. Soon, laughter and offers to pay for Eric and his group's tab rang out from across the room. The village had clearly chosen a side. Eric leaned forward, a shark-like grin spreading across his face. Dumbledore's giant mistake, you called it, right? You were right about the giant mistake part, and you will soon know exactly who made the giant mistake, he said. That brought Rita out of her stupor. She took a sharp step back, her eyes darting around the hostile pub. Realizing she had lost control of the situation entirely, she nudged Bozo and retreated, hurrying out of the establishment as fast as her legs could carry her. A cheer rose in the pub as the door swung shut behind her. Eric and the group found themselves flooded with fresh rounds of drinks, sponsored by almost every patron in the Three Broomsticks. We will talk about the language you used later, Hermione said, though she was smiling as she jabbed a finger toward Eric. The students remained at the pub for another hour, enjoying the victory and the warmth. Eventually, as the afternoon waned, they made their way back toward the castle. Ars, Padma, and Parvati parted from the group to head back inside, while the rest of them moved toward the edge of the grounds to pay a visit to Hagrid. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 175, Birth from the Hearth. The group reached the perimeter of Hagrid's hut in high spirits, but their mood was instantly dampened by the scene awaiting them outside. Standing against the rustic, drab backdrop of the hut was a squat, toad-like monstrosity clad in shocking pink tweed, her name, Dolores Umbridge. She was currently engaged in conversation with Draco Malfoy, while Albus Dumbledore stood silently by her side with an unreadable expression. "Ah, Mr. Malfoy," Umbridge said, a sugary smile instantly stretching across her wide, flabby features. "Always so dedicated to punctuality and good form. It is truly heartening to see you." It seemed Draco had intercepted the Undersecretary just as she was making her approach to the gamekeeper's home. "A pleasure, Madam Undersecretary. And good evening, Headmaster. May I ask the purpose of your visit to the grounds?" Draco asked, his voice smooth, carrying the polite, aristocratic lilt of the noble he was. "Draco, dear boy," Dumbledore started explaining, his tone betraying a hint of helplessness. "Madam Undersecretary wished to have a meeting with your Care of Magical Creatures teacher regarding the recent article published about him." Dumbledore gestured slightly to the parchment Umbridge was clutching, containing a ministry-stamped and approved order of inspection. By this point, Eric and his group had reached the gathering. They exchanged polite, if stiff, greetings with the headmaster and the pink-clad woman. "It seems to be my lucky day," Umbridge croaked with a sickeningly sweet giggle, preening as she looked between the students. "Two Triwizard champions and the heirs of ancient and noble houses, all here to greet me just as I have arrived to carry out my duties." She clearly believed her own importance to be the gravitational center of the world. Eric caught Ron's eye and gave a subtle, sharp signal, warning the redhead to swallow whatever retort was bubbling in his throat. "I wish to ask, Madam," Draco interjected, skillfully steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "What urgent business does the Undersecretary have with Professor Hagrid at this hour?" "I just wish to ensure the safety of you children," Umbridge replied, tilting her head with a feigned maternal affection that made her look more like a predatory toad than a protector. "You are the future of magical Britain, after all. It is the Ministry's highest priority." The students barely kept themselves from gagging openly, forcing plastered, strained smiles onto their faces. "There is no need to trouble yourself, madam. I assure you, we are completely safe," Draco said, waving a hand dismissively as if to imply that a woman of her stature shouldn't be dirtying her boots with such trivialities. "Thank you for your concern, sweet child," Umbridge giggled, her shoulders shaking with the motion. Ron slapped a hand over his mouth and tilted his head toward the sky, physically fighting the urge to vomit on the spot. "But you see, it is my sworn duty to do so," she added, her voice hardening slightly with resolve as she patted Draco's elbow. She attempted to step past the blockade of students, giving them a final nod. "He is not a danger to anyone, madam," Draco stated firmly, stepping into her path once more. Umbridge stopped dead in her tracks. She turned slowly, giving Draco a look of genuine confusion. She had firmly believed that the Malfoy heir was her ally and a staunch traditionalist who would welcome any effort to undermine Dumbledore by removing his half-breed cronies from the faculty. Sensing her suspicion, Draco offered a tight, conspiratorial smile and signaled for her to step a few paces away for a private word. Umbridge narrowed her eyes, then nodded, moving out of earshot of the headmaster and the other students. "It is under control, madam," Draco whispered cryptically, leaning in close. "What do you mean, under control?" Umbridge whispered back, her brow furrowed. "I mean precisely that," Draco murmured, his voice dropping to a silken, manipulative whisper. "He has his uses, for now." Umbridge stared at him for a long moment, her mind racing to fill in the blanks. She believed she understood where Draco and Lucius stood. She assumed they shared her allegiances, even if they played a more subtle game. "I cannot simply leave now, Mr. Malfoy," she whispered, glancing back at the hut. "I have papers to serve." "I understand," Draco countered swiftly. Talk to him. Conduct your inspection. But conclude that he is not a threat to the students. If you clear him, you look benevolent and thorough. He gave a dark, dismissive scoff. Don't worry. He will have his time, madam. I assure you. Him and his kind. Umbridge considered this, her eyes gleaming with the appreciation of a fellow schemer. The logic appealed to her desire for a long, drawn-out victory rather than a messy, immediate skirmish. She wanted to be let in on what the Malfoys were planning, but she knew now was not the time to ask for finer details. She plastered the sugary smile back onto her face and nodded. Very well, she murmured, and without another word to him, she turned and walked toward Hagrid's hut. Draco walked back to Eric's group, his shoulders relaxing slightly as he gave them a reassuring nod. It will be fine, he told them quietly as Umbridge produced a bottle of perfume, spraying the air around the hut liberally before knocking. Hagrid will just have to endure her presence for a short while. Better than the alternative, Eric noted. Indeed, Draco grimaced, glancing once more at Dumbledore before turning away. Dumbledore, catching the eye of the Slytherin student, offered a gentle, appreciative pat on Draco's shoulder as he passed. The headmaster then moved to join Umbridge just as the door swung open, revealing a confused Hagrid. I guess we will have to chat with him later, Hermione muttered. Realizing they could do nothing more, the group turned back toward the castle, parting ways in the entrance hall to return to their respective dormitories. Draco's intervention turned out to be an unexpected boon. The very next day, the Daily Prophet ran a short piece by Dolores Umbridge herself. It stated that the High Inquisitor had personally visited Rubeus Hagrid to investigate the claims of danger and had found him to be harmless, ensuring the parents of Hogwarts that their children were safe. This official ministry clearance significantly blunted the backlash from Rita Skeeter's hit piece, and Hagrid's reputation began to recover almost immediately. That was surprisingly good thinking on your part, Ron complimented Draco as he scanned the article in the Daily Prophet. The trio, Eric's group, and Draco were lounging together by the edge of the Black Lake, enjoying a moment of peace. I'm surprised you can read, Weasley, Draco drawled with a shrug, though he didn't look up from skimming stones across the water. He clearly didn't appreciate the backhanded nature of the compliment. Ron's ears turned pink, and he opened his mouth to retort, but he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a paper bird. The origami creation fluttered down from the sky, chirping melodically as it hovered in front of the group before darting toward Eric. As soon as it touched Eric's hand, it unfolded into a letter. Eric scanned the parchment quickly, a warm smile breaking across his face. I have somewhere to be, guys. See ya, Eric announced suddenly, standing up and dusting off his robes. He signaled for the girls to follow. Daphne, Luna, and Fleur bid their own farewells to the confused Gryffindors and Slytherin before hurrying after him. What is it? Fleur asked as they navigated the shifting staircases toward the Ravenclaw Tower. A letter from Mum, Eric explained, stopping in front of an unassuming classroom door in a quiet corridor. Eric had anchored a spatial link, changing the location on the other side of the door with a touch. He opened the door, revealing not a dusty classroom, but the grand, warm interior of the Hawthorne family mansion. He stepped through the portal, the girls following close behind. On the other side sat Edwina and Simon. They were positioned comfortably by the hearth, where a roaring magical fire was lit. Come, loves, Edwina called out, standing to greet them. She kissed Eric's cheeks warmly and welcomed the girls with a radiant smile, inviting them to sit on the couches beside her. Simon greeted Eric with a pat on the head. He smiled at Daphne and Luna, then tilted his head slightly when he noticed Fleur, who was a new addition to the group. After a brief pause, he just shrugged good-naturedly and offered her an approving, welcoming smile as well. Is that molten gold? Daphne asked, her eyes fixed on the hearth. Hovering directly in the center of the magical fire was a large, metallic egg. It was surrounded by a sphere of liquid gold that orbited it like a protective fluid, defying gravity. It is good for his development, Eric explained, taking a seat on the rug. The metal reinforces his scales before he even breaches the shell. Daphne nodded, fascinated. The next moment, a concentrated stream of white-hot magical fire shot out from within the egg, piercing the shell and creating a jagged opening. The liquid gold hissed and was absorbed into the cracks. The egg shuddered. A metallic ticking sound, like clockwork gears grinding against stone, echoed from within. Then, the snout of a creature pushed through the opening. Go on, dear. You should be the first person he sees, Edwina instructed softly. It will help with the imprinting process. Eric moved closer, sitting directly in front of the hearth as he witnessed the little creature being born. The creature struggled free, tumbling onto the warm hearthstones. It was a dragon, but unlike any common breed. Its scales were a bright yellow and its eyes were like molten gold. It made a sharp, chirping sound, locking eyes with Eric immediately. A demigod? Luna asked from the side, tilting her head. Yes, Eric confirmed, reaching out his hand. You remember the seeds I retrieved from the gold dragon's lands? He asked. The little dragon leaned into Eric's touch, nuzzling his palm and purring with happiness. Luna hummed with a knowing smile, her fingers absent-mindedly caressing the golden locket on her neck, the one Eric had crafted for her from the scale of the gold dragon. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 176, the second task. The gold dragon looked up at Eric, tilting its head with a curious expression before leaning into his touch and curling itself contentedly within his arms. I will name you Luxarian, Eric said, his voice carrying the weight of intent. The dragon let out a soft, resonant trill, accepting the name and embracing the magical bond that sparked into existence between them by the act of naming. Eric carefully gathered the discarded fragments of the dragon's eggshell. He infused the shards with Vitalis bloom and a selection of other potent magical herbs, grinding them together before serving the mixture to the hatchling in a bowl. His species is remarkably intelligent at birth, but it seems it will take a little time for him to fully manifest that brilliance since he isn't a pure-blooded gold dragon, Eric muttered. He and the girls watched with rapt attention as the small creature began to eat with a surprisingly healthy appetite. Should I give him some sand of Morpheus to allow him use of his full powers? Luna suggested. She had already used her unique sight to peer through the veil, learning everything there was to know about the creature's essence. Eric tilted his head, considering it for a moment before shaking it slowly. No, it is not the right time. He had peered into the dragon's potential futures and deduced now was not the time to allow the dragon access to his full potential. Luna simply shrugged and extended a hand to caress the dragon's scales gently, her mind wandering to the friend she had made within the dreamlands. Let's make a lair and a proper hoard for him, Eric suggested once the hatchling had finished his first meal and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The girls nodded in agreement. Luna carefully took the dragon in her arms before Eric channeled his magic, teleporting the entire group to Nightshade Island. They arrived near their castle, standing before the entrance of the cave where the Celestium was being formed. Eric beckoned them forward and opened the heavy cave doors with a wave of his hand. Beautiful, Fleur whispered as they entered. Above them, the gold scale embedded in the ceiling radiated a warm, constant magic that filled every corner of the cavern. Eric smiled, reaching up to collect the scale into his pouch. We don't need it here anymore, he murmured. The door of the cave also vanished, sending a wave of near-divine magic to the island as the runes that contained the magic were on the door. He set to work immediately, magically expanding the interior of the cave and planting various magical flora to create a living ecosystem. He then shaped a massive, central chamber to serve as the dragon's personal sanctum. Fleur took a moment to plant a silver moonlight-based magical plant, while Daphne added clusters of gold and blue vegetation. Luna, however, focused on the hoard, meticulously stacking books, piles of gold, and various precious metals and gems. Now he can buy entire worlds if he ever decides to go shopping, Daphne said with a chuckle, eyeing the sheer volume of wealth Luna had amassed in the cave. The existing Celestium was added to the pile, and with a wave of Luna's hand, everything was sorted into neat, organized sections. Eric manifested a cabinet of his own design, placing within it the magical weapons and artifacts he had brought from the Tensura labyrinth. There were items of immense power like the Amulet of Magic Channeling, the Minus Armor Set, and weapons forged from adamantite, orichalcum, and magisteel. Then, he added the skill scrolls of Poison Breath, Sage, Lightning Attack, Shadow Movement, Absolute Zero and many more he had obtained. He created perfect copies of these items to leave in the hoard while securing the originals back in his pouch. Will he be able to use the skill scrolls? Luna asked, tilting her head. Yes, Angel, Eric started. And if he chooses to share these scrolls with others, they will reveal runes and magic symbols. When deciphered and studied, those symbols will grant the person the skill contained within the scroll. He finished by adding several rare magical metals from his own personal stores to the growing piles. Now, everything here will grow alongside him, bathed in his own magic, Daphne noted with a satisfied nod. Days passed in a blur of preparation until the morning of the second task finally arrived. The champion stood within the tent, listening as Ludo Bagman explained the rules with his characteristic, boisterous enthusiasm. You'll find something you'll miss, at the bottom of the lake. And you have exactly 1 hour to recover it, Bagman announced. Fleur and Eric exchanged a brief, meaningful glance. Both already knew the nature of the task and had taken their own measures to ensure the hostages were safe, even though they knew the school wouldn't truly put the hostages in mortal peril. Fleur was the first to enter the water. She didn't require any magical assistance to breathe beneath the surface, but she donned the cloak Eric had given her to keep up appearances and avoid unnecessary questions. Eric followed shortly after, utilizing a flawless partial transfiguration on himself rather than his cloak, ensuring it wouldn't look like him and Fleur were helping each other. Descending into the depths, Eric found Fleur waiting for him. She offered a smile and held out her hand towards him. Let's just get this task over with, Eric said, taking her hand. We can visit the tribe here in a day or two. He added, and together they propelled themselves through the dark water at incredible speeds. They were eventually met by a group of Grindylows and merepeople who stood guard over the hostages with vigilant, spear-tipped stances. "Thanks for the hard work, guys. We'll visit you properly after the task," Eric greeted them with a respectful nod. The merepeople returned the gesture with simple, formal nods, careful not to show any outward favoritism while the task was officially underway. Fleur freed her sister, Gabrielle, with a swift wave of her hand and pulled the girl into her arms. Eric turned his attention to his own hostage, Harry Potter. The judges had struggled with his selection. They had been unable to choose between Luna and Daphne, as both were equally dear to him and one of his companions was already a champion. They couldn't choose his parents, as asking a lord and lady to act as hostages was a political nightmare and a potential security risk. In the end, they had settled on his male friends and chose Harry at random. Eric freed Harry and draped the boy's arm over his shoulder before nodding to Fleur. In a sudden ripple of displaced water, they propelled themselves upward with immense force. In mere moments, Eric and Fleur stood atop the wooden platforms floating on the lake's surface. The hostages were immediately taken to be tended to by the medical staff. A thunderous cheer erupted from the spectators, while several of the older wizards gasped at the sheer ease with which the two had conquered the task. It took another 15 minutes for Cedric to emerge with Cho Chang, and 10 minutes after that, Victor Crumb appeared with Hermione in his arms. When it came time for the scoring, the judges, most of whom were genuinely impressed, delivered their verdicts. Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Ludo awarded Eric and Fleur 10 points each. They found no fault in their execution and were particularly impressed by their cordial interaction with the merepeople. Karkaroff, however, offered a mere 7 points with a forced, plastic smile. Try as he might, he could find no justification to lower their scores further. Both Eric and Fleur finished the task with a total of 37 points. Cedric followed with 33 points, losing marks for his slower time, while Victor received 32 points due to both his time and the somewhat clumsy nature of his partial shark transformation. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 177, Side Story, 17, The Meddling Septa. Rhaenys found great joy in her days at Winterfell, often spending them playfully avoiding Lady Catelyn or teasing her with light-hearted jests. It was a game of wits that Catelyn seemed to tolerate with a growing, albeit surprised, affection. Septa Mordain, however, was a different matter entirely. The woman was rigid and authoritative, possessing an emotional inflexibility that left no room for nuance. She was incapable of seeing people as individuals. Instead, she demanded that everyone follow the strictures of the Seven and adhere to every rule the faith had established. She was not a cruel woman, but she was fundamentally unyielding. She frequently attempted to force Rhaenys into her lessons, operating under the assumption that the girl was a follower of the Seven. Rhaenys knew that even if the Septa realized the truth of her heritage, the woman would simply redouble her efforts, spending all her time trying to convert both Rhaenys and Elia to the faith. As was her custom, the Septa occupied a seat near the Starks during meals. She refused to sit at the high table, deeming it improper for someone of her station. Yet she remained close enough to observe and intervene when she felt her opinion may be needed. Following breakfast one morning, she approached Ned Stark with a practiced, respectful air. "My lord. Forgive me, may I have a word?" she asked, her etiquette beyond reproach. "Yes, please, Septa. How may I be of counsel?" Ned answered, offering a polite nod of his own. "You see, my lord, I have tried my best to teach Lady Rhaenys how to be a proper lady. However, she refuses my counsel and prefers causing mischief in the castle instead," Septa Mordain explained, punctuating her grievance with a sharp shake of her head. Rhaenys' lips thinned into a flat line. She shot a glance at her father, who merely nodded back, urging her silently to listen and remain patient. "Would you command the lady to follow my lessons?" the Septa added, gesturing firmly toward the girl. Ned looked visibly conflicted. He had no desire to be dragged into domestic disputes of this nature. He glanced toward R.A., his eyes silently asking for the man's thoughts with a subtle gesture. "I thank you for your concern, Septa. Rhaenys is mischievous, on that, we can agree," R.A. said, his voice firm yet carrying a polite nod of acknowledgement toward the woman. "However, she receives her lessons in etiquette from her mother, and we both prefer this arrangement." The woman looked staggered, her face clouding as she prepared to argue further, but Catelyn stopped her with a sharp, silencing gesture. "As you will, sire," the Septa sighed, her shoulders slumping as she retreated to her seat, shaking her head in silent disapproval. Catelyn raised an eyebrow toward Rhaenys, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. "Thank you, my lady," Rhaenys said politely, though the pout on her face remained visible for all to see. Catelyn chuckled, reaching out to nudge the girl's cheek before she rose and departed the hall. Catelyn had intervened because she knew that if the Septa had persisted, it would have been interpreted as a direct insult to Elia's capability. Catelyn had no desire to manage the political ramifications of such a slight. Furthermore, she had grown to like Rhaenys' playful personality. While she would never allow her own daughters to act with such mischief, for her girls would be proper ladies. She found she didn't mind it in Rainie's. I do think she needs to learn from someone in Winterfell, however, R.A. spoke in a low, contemplative voice toward Ned once the scepter was out of earshot. Rainie's whipped her head around, giving him a look of pure betrayal that made the entire table break into chuckles. Maester Luwin should be able to teach her history and arithmetic, Ned suggested, casting a glance toward the Maester's table. R.A. glanced at Elia, who gave a supportive nod. I shall ask the Maester if he would be willing to teach her myself, R.A. said, reaching out to pat Rainie's cheek. Ned nodded and rose to leave. R.A. waited until he noticed Maester Luwin had finished his meal and was preparing to exit before he made his move toward the Maester's table. These lessons would just reduce my time with the wyverns, and you teach me arithmetic already, Rainie's grumbled to Elia in a hushed tone. Only Elia, Rainie's, Zeus, and Aegon remained at the table now. Are you doubting your father now? Elia asked, tilting her head with a playful sparkle in her eyes. Rainie started, then shook her head and shrugged. She realized R.A. must have a specific reason for this new arrangement. I will do my best, sire, the Maester told R.A., bowing his head in agreement to the request. Thank you, Maester, R.A. smiled, returning to his family. Luwin watched the imposing man kneel beside Rainie's seat, a warm smile on his face as the two spoke. He saw the little girl pout fiercely, only for R.A. to kiss her cheek. Rainie's retaliated by playfully biting Ra's nose before she scrambled away, giggling. Zeus roared with laughter, pointing at Ra's nose. Maester Luwin's thoughts had shifted significantly since the family's arrival. Initially, he had considered them a grave danger to the north. He had been particularly weary of R.A., given the man's reputation and imposing physical presence. The Maester had once believed there was no one in the castle who could stop R.A. from harming the lord and lady if his temper were ever truly ignited. It had taken time for that weariness to subside, though he still recognized that an enraged R.A. would be a calamity. It was the moments of genuine affection between R.A. and his family that had finally eased the minds of the Maester, the soldiers, and the guards alike. By now, the castle's focus had shifted to Zeus. Many were observing his every move to determine his temperament. Most had already deduced that Zeus was unconcerned with anyone outside his family, appearing as amiable as R.A. but with a more pronounced, playful side. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 178, Victory and Vodka. After the task was complete, the teachers and students complimented Eric and Fleur on how effortlessly they had made the challenge seem and how much meticulous preparation that must have required. That evening, during dinner, Eric and the other champions arranged a celebration feast in the Great Hall with Dumbledore's permission. With the headmaster's jovial attitude, the teachers had to turn a blind eye to the butterbeer being served in the Great Hall. However, the party stopped prematurely when it was discovered that some Durmstrang students had snuck in vodka during the celebrations. As they were being led out of the Great Hall by their respective heads of houses, Draco signaled to Eric that they needed to talk and received a nod in return. Later that night, Draco heard a knock on his door and sighed before getting up and opening it to find Eric standing there with a grin. We could have talked tomorrow instead of you standing in front of my room at this hour, Draco said with exasperation. Oh no, I love sneaking around Hogwarts, so I don't mind, Eric replied with a wave of his hand as he entered Draco's room. One of these days you're going to tell me how you do that, Draco muttered and gestured for Eric to sit at his study table while he settled on his bed. He is getting his army ready, Draco said, taking a deep breath before continuing. He told me he has a grand plan for the day of the third task, Draco added, looking at Eric with worry. Well, I'll have my army ready on that day as well then, Eric said with a shrug and swirled his silver flame between his fingers. Draco observed Eric for a long moment and shook his head. Whenever he witnessed how confidently Eric acted, he sometimes thought that Voldemort was playing right into Eric's hands. I think my flame is different. More than just a flame. It feels like my magic is more potent now, Draco mentioned with a thoughtful expression. Well, that's for you to figure out. My advice would be not to limit yourself, Eric said with a hum and a nod of his head. He then patted Draco's shoulder and exited the room with a smile on his face, leaving behind a less worried and more relaxed Draco inspecting the golden-red flame swirling in his palm. The next morning, breakfast was interrupted by the sound of a spoon clanging against a glass that reverberated through the Great Hall. The students looked toward the teacher's table to see Dumbledore rising to make an announcement. It pleases me to see you all in harmony with each other as different cultures and traditions mingle in the halls of this school, Dumbledore said with a jovial smile, spreading his arms toward the students. He was particularly happy that even the Slytherin side had mellowed out and were making genuine efforts to mingle with the other students, especially with the alchemy sect disciples after witnessing how powerful they could be. There are a couple of new changes to Hogwarts that I am pleased to announce, Dumbledore said calmly and leaned forward on the podium. First, your Care of Magical Creatures professor will now be adding a salamander sanctuary on our grounds. This will allow students who may be interested in flame arts to bond with these beautiful creatures, he said, glancing at some salamanders eating peacefully near a few disciples. The students cheered and clapped at the news, most enthusiastically the Gryffindor and Slytherin students who had shown keen interest in bonding with the creatures. Second, and this announcement is for the students who will be graduating this year. We have created a mastery program in collaboration with the alchemy sect of China that will allow you to pursue more advanced potioneering in China. The finer details will be provided to you during classes, Dumbledore said and returned to his seat with a smile. A louder cheer rang out from the student tables at the prospect, mostly the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Many students had previously given up on pursuing the art of potion making because of Snape being a dick. Now they had the opportunity to follow that interest at the leading alchemy and potioneering school in the world. I know what I'll be looking forward to after graduation, Alice Marwood said to Fleur with a giggle. She had clapped the loudest when she heard the second announcement. Later that day, the students learned that after graduation there would be an optional test for those interested in studying at the alchemy sect. The test would consist mostly of interviews to determine whether they would be able to adapt to learning in a foreign country and culture. What Dumbledore had not announced was that disciples of the sect also had the option to pursue a mastery course in transfiguration at Hogwarts after their graduation. There is not much time until we go to the next world, Eric told the girls later that evening as they tended to the dragon on Nightshade Island. The dragon had grown exponentially in the nearly 2 months since hatching, and even the environment near his lair in the cave had begun to change because of his presence. The already magic-filled lands of the island now held even more abundant, pure magic, along with some new magical species that had appeared. Well, I will tell my parents and my sister about ZE new developments in my life Zen, and we will be visiting regularly, right? Fleur said with a finger on her chin. Yes, it won't be a problem to visit whenever we want, Eric said with a shrug. He, Luna, and Daphne had opted for early graduation as well, so school was no longer an issue for them. Well, I think you will have to wait for us there, little guy, Eric told the dragon, knowing the island would be sent 1,000 years into the past, taking the dragon with it. The dragon sniffed and laid his head on Eric's lap as Eric started to scratch his chin. I'll spoil you as much as you want until then, Eric said with a chuckle, earning a contented snort from the dragon. Luna sat in front of Eric, pampering the dragon as well, while Fleur and Daphne leaned on Eric's shoulders as they enjoyed their date. Eric leaned in and kissed the tops of Fleur's and Daphne's heads, drawing warm smiles from them as they held him tighter. How is mother-in-law adjusting to life? Eric asked Luna with a smile. For now, she stays mostly in the house with Dad. She is a demigoddess now, so she is getting used to that power as well, Luna answered with a giggle. She loved it when Eric called her mother-in-law. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 179, The Insect's Judgment. After her date with Eric, Luna entered her house with a happy smile on her face to greet her mother, who had been recently resurrected by her. She stepped inside with a skip in her step and giggled happily as she saw her mother having some tea on the couch. How was your day, Mum? She asked after giving her mother a big hug and receiving a kiss on the cheek from the woman. I just had a quiet day, my love, Pandora Lovegood said as she caressed Luna's cheek and held her close beside her. What's that? Luna asked as she observed a spherical clay structure with wings on the table in front of Pandora. An intelligent species I am making for the planet you gifted me, Pandora explained gently, running her hands through Luna's hair. Luna had given the planet she had made for Pandora as her realm for her as a demigoddess to help her get accustomed to her new powers. How was your date with Eric? Pandora asked, taking a sip of her tea. It was fun, Luna exclaimed excitedly. You should meet the little dragon we were playing with, he is so cute, she added. Pandora listened intently as Luna told her about the gold dragon she had met in the Dreamlands and how she had made friends with the dragon. Eric made this for me from the scales he gifted us, Luna said, showing a beautiful gold necklace that was radiating potent natural magic in the surrounding. She then explained how Eric had mutated a dragon from their own world by bathing it in the energy of the scale he had gotten. How did he do that with just a scale? Pandora asked with a tilt of her head. He told me he seeped magic through the scale to change its signature, Luna said with a finger on her chin. That must have taken impressive rune work, Pandora commented with a hum. She had assumed correctly that Eric had not used divinity for all that. Oh, yes. They have a goblin clan on their island. They are masters at rune work, Luna said with a proud nod. Pandora had always loved studying magic, and the concept fascinated her. However, with how she had died researching magic once, she was reluctant to delve beyond her limits and was not more interested in experiencing her divinity. She knew that her fears were irrational, as magic could be an open book to her because she was a higher being now. She glanced at her lump of clay and saw it shimmering as the wings on the sphere started fluttering. It's awakening, Pandora whispered, and Luna also leaned in toward the shimmering clay as a new species was being birthed. The spherical core turned into a marble-sized, dense sphere of shimmering matter from which dozens of thread-thin strands of glowing energy drifted and curled. The creature's wings turned transparent and started flapping as it floated in the air. Image here. Pandora cupped her hands in front of her as the little shimmering luminescent creature fluttered its wings and floated above her palms, illuminating her features. Shall we show the little one her home? Pandora asked Luna in a whisper. Luna nodded, and the next instant they were in Pandora's realm when Pandora separated her hands and let the creature loose as it started fluttering its wings and began moving around the realm in wonder. What can they do? Luna asked with her eyes fixed on the beautiful creature. I don't know, dear. I just wish to make an intelligent creature of light, and here it is, Pandora said with wonder in her eyes. Even as divinities, gods, and demigods did not really have supreme control over most sentient species they created based on the rules of their universe. And Pandora had not even exercised what control she had. She had just formed the most basic ideas and given them life to observe how they would evolve. Luna and Pandora observed the little creature for a little longer as it observed and studied the world around itself. I'll see you later, Mum. Love you, Luna bid farewell to Pandora after a little while. See you, dear. Love you too, Pandora caressed Luna's cheek as she formed a portal and entered it. Luna exited the portal and emerged on the other side to find herself in Eric's room, where he was feeding Dune, his owl. Eric smiled when he saw Luna, and Dune flew toward the window before vanishing as he held her waist and gave her a kiss. Daphne joined them after half an hour as they spent their time in Eric's room. For some reason, Fleur and Eric had not said their feelings to each other out loud, so she had not started joining Eric for the nights. Would you wish to ascend before we go to the next world or after we settle in? Eric asked the girls as he lay on his bed with Luna and Daphne on both his sides while he formed circles with his hands around their bare backs. I don't think either way will make a difference, Daphne said with closed eyes. Eric hummed. They were not planning to ascend for power but because of pragmatism, and there were still hundreds of years before they may need to become full gods. The next morning, Eric had asked his friends to meet him beside the Black Lake after breakfast, as there were no classes that day because it was a Sunday. Behold, Eric announced and placed a glass jar in front of them. The jar contained a beetle that was thrashing around inside it. You remember how we call Rita Skeeter an insect? Well, that is true in more ways than one, Eric said, tapping the jar with his finger. Don't tell me, Ron whispered. He had figured out what Eric meant by those words. So she is an unregistered animagus, Hermione muttered. Spot on, Granger. Points to Gryffindor, Eric said with a grin. What are you going to do with her, mate? You can't keep a person in a jar, no matter how disgusting they are, Harry said with a shake of his head and pity in his eyes. Well, that is why I called you guys here. You guys decide what to do with her, Eric said, shaking the jar as the beetle tumbled inside it. Well, let's just expose her as an illegal animagus and be done with it. She is no use to us and better in Azkaban for the sake of the world, Hermione said dismissively. Hermione. Harry exclaimed in shock. Isn't Azkaban too cruel, he asked. She is a criminal, and that is the law. Tell me, Harry, do you think even in a million years she would choose to do something good for the world, even accidentally? Hermione challenged the boy. Harry did not argue back and still looked conflicted. Sorry to say, but I agree with Hermione, mate. It was her choice to keep her animagus form a secret, and with the article she wrote about Hagrid, knowing it could destroy his life. I don't have much sympathy for her even if I try, Ron said, patting Harry's shoulder. Even Pyra seemed to be agreeing with Ron and Hermione on the matter as she looked up at Harry. Harry gave his approval by just not objecting further and got a nod from Eric. Azkaban it is for you, little insect, Eric said, bringing the jar close to his face as Rita desperately banged on the jar in her beetle form. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 180, Side Story, 18, A Princess at Her Studies. Princess Rhaenys' first class was held that very same afternoon. She entered Maester Luwin Solar after knocking politely and receiving permission to enter. She carried several sheets of parchment and quills, which she laid upon the table before taking the seat the Maester indicated. Thank you for accepting Father's request, Maester, Rhaenys said with poise. She looked up at him, her purple eyes a vivid reminder of the Targaryen blood flowing through her veins. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to teach you, Princess, Maester Luwin replied. With what subject should we begin your lessons? I wish to know of Nightshade, or Goldmere, as you may call it, she answered after a thoughtful silence. I assume you must know more of Nightshade than I or any other person in the Seven Kingdoms, Luwin said, curious. He assumed the daughter of a Nightshade knight would be well versed in his home's lore. I wish to know what most people here think and know of Nightshade, Rhaenys clarified with a small shrug. The Maester chuckled. How about I start with the first legend of these lands known to the Seven Kingdoms? There may be details even you do not know. He received an eager nod in response. You see, the lands the Seven Kingdoms occupy are called Westeros because, for thousands of years, they were considered the western edge of the world, the maester began, leaning his elbow on the armrest of his chair. Any ship that sailed west of these lands never returned. Until, one did. He raised a single finger for emphasis. An iron-born ship. The crew claimed they saw a dense fog and a land beyond it, but nothing else. They did not even remember how they had returned to their own shores, he whispered mysteriously. There are conflicting records from the centuries that followed. They say the Ironborn sent more ships in that direction. Most returned empty-handed, though records from the Citadel hint that any salt wives or thralls aboard did not return from the journey. The maester then retrieved a scroll from a nearby shelf. The first person who traveled there and returned unharmed and of sound mind was Aegon the Conqueror. He pointed to a passage on the aged parchment. When the Conqueror came back from lands wrapped in mystery, he bore two gifts and no words to explain them. One, a talisman, he set before Queen Rhaenys. The other, a silver coin, he gave to Queen Visenya, and the realm would long remember which hands had received them. The maester read from the scroll. Rhaenys was completely captivated, hanging on to every word with a bright shine in her eyes. It is said the talisman saved Queen Rhaenys and her dragon's life in Dorne, where it was destroyed in the process. Queen Visenya's coin, however, has been passed down through the family. It was last recorded to be in the possession of Queen Rhaella Targaryen, Maester Luwin explained, pointing to the crude illustrations of the talisman and the coin. The coin's image was simple, a silver body with a golden sword carved into its center. The talisman's illustration was a chaotic mess of symbols from which nothing could be discerned. Is there a record of what the coin would do? Rhaenys asked, her curiosity piqued. None in detail, princess. There was hearsay that it possessed healing properties, the maester said, shaking his head. Rhaenys shrugged, showing little disappointment, and urged the maester to continue with a look. There is not much else to say, princess. There was a time the Ironborn sent an entire fleet toward Nightshade that never returned, the maester said with a small frown. Then, recently, your father appeared, and during that same time, the meager trade we had with Nightshade began to increase. He leaned back in his chair, rolling the parchment closed. We do not even have an accurate estimation of how large Nightshade truly is, he added, gesturing to the map scattered across his desk. Father told me that if you draw one straight line from Fair Castle and another from the north end of the frozen shore, they will touch the edges of Nightshade, Rhaenys offered with a shrug. She hopped down from her seat, glancing out the window to gauge the time. Thank you for your lessons, maester. I should love to return tomorrow, she said, departing with a smile. Thank you, princess, he whispered after she had gone. He immediately began tinkering with his maps, drawing lines and scribbling notes based on her description. Let's go see the wyverns. Rhaenys cheered as she burst into her parents' room. It will be your uncle taking you there today. It will raise questions if we all go together every day, R.A. told her, taking her hand. He led her to Zeus, and she hummed a happy tune along the way. R.A. had to walk with a slight bend to accommodate her height, a sight that amused several passing servants. Well, uncle. Are you ready to take us for a ride? Aegon asked Zeus. R.A. had picked the boy up on the way. Of course. I have been looking forward to having just the three of us to make mischief, Zeus chuckled, pinching the children's cheeks. He had procured ponies for them to maintain the ruse that he was teaching them to ride. While this lowered their travel speed, they arrived at the cave not long after departing, as Zeus had supplemented the ponies' feed with special potions and herbs. Do you feel any changes with the frequent flights on the wyverns? Zeus asked as he settled both children onto their respective wyverns' backs. Yes. It is as if they now know what I want without me even having to say anything. The magic lessons are much easier now, too, Rhaenys said excitedly. Her wyvern flapped its massive wings and soared into the sky without a word from her. Aegon followed suit, having felt the same intuitive shifts as he soared alongside her. Meanwhile, Zeus channeled his magic, casting prestidigitation on the food he had prepared in case the wyverns desired a midnight meal. He watched with a grin as the children cheered, spreading their arms wide while circling the area. 3 more years and they can live and grow in the safety of Nightshade, he muttered, waving back at Rhaenys as she waving to him from high above. The sun had set by the time they returned to the castle, arriving just in time for dinner. Rhaenys sat beside R.A. and insisted on being fed by him because of a demand she had made in exchange for agreeing to the maester's lessons. She could feel Septa Mordane's disapproving look from the lower table, but she ignored it entirely. After dinner, R.A. and Zeus shared a moment to discuss their brothers and the happenings in Nightshade. Elia sat with the kids, teaching them magic and observing the differences in their casting compared to her own, caused by the wyvern influence. Do you know of any of our brothers who have ventured out besides us? R.A. asked, sipping the tea Zeus had brought from home. Skoll and Hattie ventured out just 1 year after you, Zeus mentioned, causing R.A. to raise an eyebrow. Skoll and Hattie were not 2 separate custodians, but one custodian paired with a Nightshade magical beast known as a Cinder Wolf. Skoll did not mention that at my wedding, R.A. muttered. He knew the custodians had been busy with the children, and R.A. himself had been too preoccupied with his marriage to talk much. Last I heard, he was in a place called Tyrosh. Zeus shrugged. He glanced at the kids, who were currently manifesting red lightning around their forms. Are you teaching them Thunderstep, sister? Elia nodded. Thunderstep was an elemental, short-range teleportation spell that utilized the lightning element. Typically, the lightning generated is blue, but for the children, it was a vivid, striking red. Their lightning seems of a different color. Is that the only difference from the conventional spell? Zeus asked, resting a hand on his chin. Their teleportation range seems unchanged. Then again, they have only just begun learning the spell. The difference I observed is that they seem capable of causing some damage with this lightning, Elia observed, casually manipulating a stray arc of red lightning between her fingers. The lightning generated from a normal thunderstep did not cause harm and was just an effect of the elemental nature of the spell. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And. You got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 181, Hem, justice served. Dolores Umbridge hummed with glee as she processed the file sitting on her desk. The document had been handed to her by Amelia Bones, a woman she loathed with every fiber of her being, but even that bitter rivalry could not dampen the joy this particular folder brought her. Ever since Dolores had orchestrated the article in the Daily Prophet claiming Hagrid was safe to be around children, she had become a target for a vocal minority of staunch Rita Skeeter supporters. Rita herself had been foolish enough to pen a backhanded insult aimed directly at Dolores in a recent column, questioning her administrative judgment and her fitness for office. It was a slight Umbridge did not intend to forgive. Now, laid out before her was a case file provided by Bones that contained the ultimate weapon. Evidence that Rita Skeeter was an unregistered animagus. Such a diligent boy, Draco, she muttered to herself, her eyes crinkling behind her spectacles. The information had arrived from Hogwarts via an anonymous student, accompanied by a glass jar containing a single, frantic beetle. In her mind, Umbridge had already decided the sender was Draco Malfoy. She viewed it as his way of defending her honor after she had assisted him with his own press interests. In her twisted logic, this was exactly what made those of pure blood worthy of her protection and patronage. Without a second thought, she scheduled the trial and appointed herself as the lead interrogator. The summons were dispatched immediately, and by the very next day, the most influential figures in the ministry had gathered within the walls of the courtroom. Umbridge was uncharacteristically generous, allowing Amelia Bones a high seat and a significant amount of authority for the proceedings, simply because she was too intoxicated by her own impending victory to be petty about seating charts. Cornelius Fudge presided over the trial, looking suitably serious, while Umbridge took her place as the interrogator. I would like to welcome the esteemed Minister of Magic, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the members of the Wisengamot for giving their valuable time to the court and the pursuit of justice, Umbridge began, her voice reaching that sickly sweet, high-pitched register that made many in the room grimace. She let out a small giggle and adjusted her pink cardigan as she introduced the subject of the trial. She even went so far as to publicly credit Amelia Bones for the investigation, a move born purely of spite to ensure Rita knew the entire ministry had turned against her. Umbridge was a woman who thrived on grudges, and Rita Skeeter had occupied a top spot on her list because of just one comment. With a flourish, she placed the magically restrained beetle onto the witness stand. A sharp flick of her wand sent a homorphous charm crashing into the insect. In a blur of shimmering light and distorted limbs, the beetle expanded into a woman wearing a garish, bright green outfit. Rita Skeeter slumped on the stand, disoriented and still bound by invisible magical restraints. Beneath her flashy clothes, she bore the faint bruises and stiffness of having been kept in a jar for days, but her predicament drew little sympathy from the court. The transformation alone was a death knell for her career. Vindicatively, Umbridge produced the official Animagus registry, reciting the names inside with agonizing slowness to emphasize that Rita's name was nowhere to be found. She then produced a stack of Rita's most infamous articles, those containing impossibly private details that could only have been gathered by a literal fly on the wall. I would like to summarize all the charges that have been compiled against Rita Skeeter through my thorough investigation, Umbridge said, clearing her throat before unfurling a long sheet of parchment. She began to read aloud, her voice full of triumph. She listed 1 count of willful failure to register a magical transformation, 3 counts of unlawful interception of private communications, and 14 counts of criminal trespass via unsanctioned Animagus manifestation. She folded the parchment with a final, triumphant giggle as he nose pointed up in pride. With another wave of her wand, copies of her findings were distributed to the people in power, starting with Fudge. This is a farce. Have I no rights? Rita croaked, finally finding her voice through the shock. Of course you have rights, my dear. We are in a court of law, after all, Umbridge replied with a condescending tone as if placating a child. Amelia Bones had come prepared to fight for justice, assuming Umbridge would attempt to derail the proceedings with her usual brand of bureaucratic interference. However, As she watched Umbridge systematically dismantle the reporter, Amelia simply leaned back in her chair and decided to enjoy the spectacle. I was brought here unlawfully. I demand a proper defense. Rita screeched. Order. Order. Fudge interjected, flicking his wand to produce a loud, cannon-like bang to demand silence as he saw Umbridge's face sour at the noise. Mrs. Skeeter, you will mind the intensity of your voice in this chamber. Yes, forgive me, Minister, Rita said through gritted teeth, her eyes darting around as every neuron in her brain fired. May I have time to compile a defense for myself and be more presentable for the court at a further date? A low murmur broke out among the Wisengamot as members discussed the request. Umbridge's smile widened, appearing more like a predator than a public servant. She approached Fudge and used magic to ensure their conversation remained private. After a brief exchange, Fudge nodded and made the cannon-like voice once more. The court has considered the defendant's request and shall grant a stay until the 16th hour of the following day for the trial to continue, Umbridge announced. Rita let out a shaky breath of relief, even if the time was meager. However, Fudge added, giving Umbridge a glance, the defendant must sign a magically binding contract immediately. This will prevent the use of her animagus transformation or any other method to avoid the trial or flee these premises. This is a violation of my freedom of movement. Rita protested. Yes, dear. You are on trial, after all, Umbridge shot back sweetly, making no effort to hide her enjoyment of the woman's distress. Eric's dormitory. Holy shit, I never thought I would find myself rooting for Umbridge, Eric muttered as he and the girls watched the trial from a projection he had formed. Daphne and Fleur giggled at the irony of the situation, while Luna rested her head on Eric's shoulder. Even for a woman like Rita Skeeter, Luna felt a small flicker of pity seeing her state. Eric reached out and gently caressed Luna's cheek with his thumb. I am surprised they even agreed to her demand considering all the evidence they have, Daphne commented with a tilt of her head. Umbridge just likes to play with her prey, Eric said with a chuckle. By tomorrow at 4, Rita will wish the trial had just been finished today. He waved a hand and the screen disappeared, leaving the image of Rita glaring at a smiling Umbridge as its final frame. Come on now, let us see the planet Luna's mother made before we go to sleep, Fleur suggested, and Luna gave an emphatic nod of agreement. The four of them found themselves on the planet Pandora a moment later. Luna was proud of the direction the world was taking and the positive ripple effects caused by her mother's touch. The planet was already vast, significantly larger than Earth, and its flat expanse provided enough space for massive, distinct biomes. They soon found that the light beings Pandora had created had increased in number. Mum calls them the luminettes, Luna explained as one of the small glowing entities hovered just above her palm. Eric observed the beings closely. He noticed some of them drifting toward the massive trees of the planet, connecting themselves to the trunks and branches. They seemed to be connecting with the world at a fundamental level, Eric observed. The little beings were weaving themselves into the very fabric of the environment. They were effectively forming a global consciousness for the entire world, acting like individual neurons in a vast network that would transmit thoughts and store the collective memory of Pandora itself. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand 'em over then. Chapter 182, Side Story, 19, Wolf in the Shadow. Viserys Targaryen looked out of the window of their Tyroshi mansion and sighed like a man and not the child he was. How is mother? He asked the men sitting behind him. Stable, your grace. Stagnant as if on a perpetual thread. Sir Willem Darry said with an even voice. Your grace, the old man called Viserys as if he were a king. King of what, thought Viserys. He could not even care for his sweet sister like the princess she was, and neither could he provide his mother with the best maester's nose to help her recover. Viserys looked back to see the men who had protected them all these years and sighed at the fact that he could not even reward the men. I wish to see her. The boy muttered, letting out a breath. Sir Willem nodded eagerly and extended his hand in a gesture for Viserys to move in front as they started walking towards Rhaella Targaryen's room. It had been a long time since Viserys had visited. How could he? Every time he saw his mother's condition, all he could feel was helplessness and anger towards the usurper. They had been on the run from the usurper and his dogs for a long time until Sir Willem had the idea to setting in Tyrosh and give everyone else the idea that they were in Bravos. Sir Willem opened the door of his mother's room and stood outside, by the door as a guard, not wanting to intrude of the moment. Viserys took a breath, filling his lungs with air before he entered the room and saw his mother laying peacefully on the bed with his sweet sister curled up beside her, sleeping. The boy sat beside her and caressed his mother's cheek as he glanced at the silver coin placed on his mother's chest, her hands placed upon it. Rhaella Targaryen had grown weak, pale, and malnourished under the Mad King's rule and abuse. The former queen would have died giving birth of Daenerys if not for the silver coin with the golden sword in its center. The coin had been passed down through their family, originating from Visenya Targaryen. Mother. The boy whispered, forgive me, I have not visited for a long time. Viserys just sat beside his mother's bed and looked at her warmly. He gasped when he saw his mother's eyes fluttering open. She opened her mouth and breathed a raspy breath as she looked at her son. The boy rushed and brought a glass of water for her drink. "Drink, mother, you must be parched," he said and supported her head as she took small gulps of water before laying back down as breathing heavily. "I had a dream, my love," she said to Viserys tenderly, "a golden wolf and a black one. They will take us away to a land that knows no pain," she whispered with strain. Viserys let her talk and just nodded along. These moments where she would be awake were rare and he would just let her talk in these moments. "Love your sister. Take care of her. You both have only each other," she added in another whisper and with great strain raised her hand to caress her son's cheek. Viserys moved his face closer towards her and felt her fingers rubbing his cheek before her hands rested back on her chest and she closed her eyes to slumber yet again. "I will, mother," the boy whispered and kissed his mother's forehead before looking to the side where he saw his sister stirring awake. "Vicey," she said, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Did mother wake?" she asked. Viserys just moved to her and picked her up in his arms. "She will, sweet sister. She will, soon," he told her and took her to the garden with the lemon tree she loved so much. He watched her as she sat beside the tree and played with a crude straw doll made by a servant. He glanced to the side and noticed Ser Willem talking to a Dornish-looking man in hushed whispers. Ser Willem ended his conversation with the man and sent him away before moving towards Viserys. "Something helpful, I hope," the boy muttered when his protector stood beside him. "Very, your grace. News of someone from Nightshade that may be in this city," Ser Willem said, gaining Viserys' full attention. Viserys knew the coin keeping his mother alive was of Nightshade and had asked Ser Willem to gain any information he could about someone from Nightshade. Viserys had seen R.A., the protector of Elia Martell when his father still ruled. He remembered being in awe of the warrior as he had passed by. He wished he had asked R.A. about the coin back then. But now he had a lead to someone else who may be able to help. "Great news, Ser. Who might that be?" Viserys asked, unable to hide the boyish excitement on his face. "The Black Wolf, they call him here. He has been disrupting some activities in the city," Ser Willem said, letting out a breath. "Is there a way for us to contact him?" Viserys asked, regaining his composure. "I have sent some men on it," Ser Willem said with a nod and looked ahead to see the little princess trotting over to him with raised arms. The old knight smiled and took her in his arms before brushing her silvery gold hair. The little girl talked the boy and the old knight of how her day went as they took her to her room for rest. A few days later, Ser Willem was on his way back to their mansion. He had gone out to have a chat with some of his people. He looked up to see the sky had reddened with the evening rays of the sun as it was setting. He entered a dark alley, placing one hand on the sword on hip instinctively as he walked with larger strides. "I heard you have been looking for me." He had a voice all around him, making his pause and look around after he unsheathed his sword. I took him a moment to realize whose voice he had just heard. "I mean you no harm, Black Wolf. I just wish for your help," Ser Willem said all around him as he could not decipher from where the men had talked. "Oh," spoke the shadows all around him, as if intrigued. "Please, she is an innocent woman. A mother of 2. Just save her life and I will give you all I have," Ser Willem said, feeling fear for the first time in a long time. "Take me to her then." The old knight heard the voice just beside him and turned to see a colossal man in a golden armor with a black wolf beside him. He looked at the wolf and took a step back. The wolf was as tall as him and had a black mane with red streaks and red eyes. "Where are my manners? I am Skoll and this little guy is Hattie," the man said, waving at him in a friendly manner as his wolf just tilted its head towards the old knight. A/N, give me your thought on the chapter and reviews on the FIC. And you got any power stones? Well, hand them over then. Chapter 183, Justice and Divinity. The next day arrived, and just as decreed, Rita Skeeter's trial began promptly at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The previous 24 hours had been a blur of frantic panic for Rita. She had started by reading the magical contract 100 times, desperately searching for a loophole that would allow her to flee the country. When that failed, she pivoted to fabricating evidence, trying to concoct a timeline proving her animagus transformation was a recent achievement and that she had been on her way to register it. In the end, she arrived at the courtroom with no viable defense, her own magic compelling her to attend. She had neither eaten nor slept a wink the entire night. Thirsty, hungry, and twitching with exhaustion, she stood in the dock looking like a shadow of her former self. There were a few witches and wizards who felt a fleeting pang of pity for her, but they were vastly outnumbered by those who relished her current state. During the last day, as word spread about her trial, pieces of a terrifying puzzle had clicked into place for many powerful wizards and witches. Their most private conversations, the secrets whispered behind closed doors, all of it had been exposed by Rita Skeeter as if she had been listening from the walls themselves. They realized they had been living under the surveillance of an unseen spy, and now they were here to contribute to her downfall in exchange for the paranoia she had inflicted upon them. The trial commenced, and a frantic, hysterical Rita immediately launched into a lengthy, trembling speech, attempting to flatter Fudge and claim the entire situation was a misunderstanding. Respected minister and the members of the Wisengamot. It has only been a day since I achieved my animagus form that I was captured and sent here, she lied, her voice shaking from hunger and fear, her smile brittle and unconvincing. Umbridge let her speak as much as she wanted, standing to the side with a serene, patient smile plastered on her face. Only when Rita finally ran out of breath did Umbridge step forward. Fascinating, Umbridge began, her voice so sickeningly sweet it made Rita flinch. Forgive me, Miss Skeeter. However, I have compiled a list of your own articles that may prove otherwise. The reprieve of the previous day has given me ample time to locate witnesses who distinctly remember seeing a beetle present during the private conversations exposed in these very articles. She produced a long list with a flourish. I would like to give every one of them an opportunity to recount their experience. She added as she tilted her head, watching unblinkingly as Rita's already pale face drained of the last of its color. The next 2 hours were a procession of condemnation. Witness after witness took the stand, recounting their experiences and cursing the woman before them. Every time Rita tried to object, Fudge would silence her with a sharp warning, clearly enjoying the proceedings far too much to let her interrupt. By the end, Rita simply stood there, a lifeless look in her eyes. For perhaps the first time in her life, she felt the crushing weight of true regret, forced to re-examine every choice that had led her to this moment. Finally, Fudge raised his wand. A loud, cannon-like bang echoed through the chamber, signaling the end of the farce as he seemed bored now. It has been truly heartwarming to hear the testimonies of the respected wizards and witches gathered here. I have taken every one of them into consideration, and I propose a vote for the final verdict, Fudge announced, puffing out his chest to look magnanimous. The next moment, the courtroom was bathed in a brilliant white glow as nearly every wand present was raised, their tips alight in unanimous agreement. Rita, regretting that she had ever opened her mouth to ask for a delay, went limp as the Aurors moved to secure her. Take me there already, she muttered in a low, defeated voice as they dragged her away. Just give me food and water on the way. Eric hadn't bothered to tune into the trial this time because the result was obvious. Instead, he and the girls were spending their evening exploring the planet Daphne and Fleur had cultivated. Daphne had accelerated time for her solar system, having seeded intelligent life across the planets she had terraformed. And with intelligent life on them, they were eligible for divine source of their own, that Daphne had placed on the sun and connected to all the planets in the star system. Currently, they were on the planet where Fleur had established a connection, gifting a sliver of divinity to a single whale. Staying invisible, they observed as aquatic life flourished in the deep oceans. The intelligent species on the planet had begun worshipping the whale as an ocean deity named Thalmyra, the first mother of tides. The whale itself, having gained sapience from the divine spark, had used that power over thousands of years to transform its massive body into a living island crowned with a colossal tree. The tree's branches brushed the clouds, while the base of the island that formed Thalmyra's body was rooted in the deepest trenches of the ocean. Eric and the girls inspected the island and the teeming life around it with fascination, marveling at how a single small change had birthed such a unique ecosystem. She almost has the divinity of a demigod now, and she is using it very efficiently, Eric commented, placing a hand on the submerged, stony skin of the island from under the water. Well, yes. She used most of her time evolving new life and turning into this form to connect herself with the whole planet, Daphne agreed with a smile. The planet was teeming with magic. As they looked around, they saw colossal, serpent-like leviathans patrolling the waters around the island like guardians. These creatures bore luminescent stripes along their flanks and glowing blue eyes that held the power to compel weaker minds. They moved to the base of the island, deep at the bottom of the ocean, and discovered a city had formed around the roots of the living landmass. The city was a breathtaking structure of luminescent domes scattered across the seabed. Entering the city, they found cat-sized beings with bodies that resembled a hybrid of cuttlefish and eel. They possessed no humanoid features, yet their intelligence was undeniable. You see how gravity is shifting around them. Luna commented, watching as the creatures dexterously manipulated glowing stones to shape their architecture. One of the beings vibrated in a specific pattern, its body glowing at key points. A moment later, the stone in front of it transfigured smoothly into a new shape. Statues of a whale carrying a city on its back were everywhere, revered as holy icons. Fleur reached out and gently touched one of the creatures. It didn't seem to register the contact, simply swimming past them to continue its work. These were beings of pure growth, they built to sustain their own expansion, yet they considered every drop of water to be a part of Thalmyra and would never dream of contaminating it. Let us pay a visit to Thalmyra, Fleur suggested, her voice soft with anticipation. In an instant, they appeared on the surface of the island. They sensed a massive consciousness observing them, one that seemed to recognize the magical signatures of Eric and Fleur. The bark of the giant tree trunk in front of them rippled, shifting to form the wooden visage of a whale. A song-like voice resonated from the wood. I remember you, the feminine voice of Thalmyra intoned, addressing Eric and Fleur directly. HM. Well, good job on the planet. It is beautiful, Eric said with a hum of approval and a smile. Thank you. It would not have been possible if not for the blessing you gave me, Thalmyra replied, her spirit directed at Fleur. Fleur simply caressed the rough bark of the tree in response, sensing that the tree and the island were truly one singular being that connected the entire planet's biosphere. Eric, Luna, and Daphne placed their hands on the trunk as well. They allowed the entity to transport them into a mental space, a vast, completely white area with water rippling beneath their feet. In the center, a whale with colorful feathers adorning its head breached the surface. Could you tell me your names? Thalmyra asked. The four introduced themselves with respectful nods, and the whale greeted each of them in turn. So, you created this world? Thalmyra asked after Eric explained that Daphne was the architect of the life here. Well, I introduced life to the world and made it habitable, Daphne corrected gently. Then, thank you, my lady. I must inform my children that they must worship you as the creator, Thalmyra said, sending excited ripples through the water beneath them. There is no need for that, Daphne said, waving her hand dismissively. Rather, we would be happy to pass this world onto you as its deity, Fleur said, glancing at Daphne and receiving a confirmatory nod. Fleur then produced a divine flower in her palm. The blossom had been formed from the collective worship directed at Thalmyra by the people of this world. This will help you reach your potential, Daphne explained as Fleur let the flower float toward the whale's face. Thank you, then, Thalmyra whispered. She had deduced that Daphne and Fleur did not wish to manage the minute details of the planet and were entrusting it to her care. The group quietly withdrew from the mental space, leaving Thalmyra to absorb the essence of the divine flower and ascend to her full divinity. Chapter 184, Side Story, 20, Healing Beyond Flesh. Sir Willem hesitated for a long moment, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the mansion. He looked up at the towering men and the massive wolf standing before him, realizing with a sinking feeling that if they harbored any ill intent, he would be powerless to stop them even if he were still in the prime of his youth. The cold thought flickered through his mind that he might have been far too reckless in his frantic search for the black wolf. Unbeknownst to the old knight, the longer he stared into the dark eye sockets of Skoll's helmet, the more the custodian delved into the recesses of his mind. Skoll was peeling back the layers of the man's history, learning details about the knight's life that Willem himself had long since forgotten. I know where you live, and I have no reason in the world to harm those you protect, Skoll said with an easy, nonchalant shrug. He had glimpsed the silver coin in Sir Willem's memories and deduced it must have originated from Nightshade. Had it been otherwise, the custodian would have vanished back into the shadows long ago with how much time the knight was wasting by just staring at him. Wah, the old knight began to stammer, but Skoll cut him off before he could find his voice. Look, you could simply take me to the woman you mentioned and I will do my best to cure her. Or, you can continue to gape at me until I grow bored and leave, Skoll said, his tone urging the men to reach a final decision. If it helps, I am Ra's brother. He added, having glimpsed Ra in Sir Willem's memories. Beside him, the great wolf began to groom himself, seemingly indifferent to the tension. In the knight's eyes, the mention of Ra made all the difference. He had known of the man and his formidable reputation for years, he had even caught a glimpse of the warrior once in the past. Willem gritted his teeth and gave a stiff nod before turning to lead the way toward the mansion without another word. He exited the narrow alley and entered the more populated streets, glancing back only to find that the men and the wolf were nowhere to be seen. The street behind him was empty. Keep moving, a voice resonated inside his head, sounding as if it were rising directly from his own shadow. The old knight gulped and forced his legs to move, his steps becoming more firm despite his racing heart. Upon entering the mansion, he avoided the children entirely. He moved straight toward the chambers of Rhaella Targaryen, barking orders at the servants to vacate the corridor and stay away from the queen's room until he specifically gave them leave to return. He entered the room and pulled the door shut, leaning against it as he let out a jagged breath. Interesting, Skoll's voice drifted from the corner of the room. Willem jolted in surprise as the towering man materialized from the gloom and moved toward the bed where the queen lay. Well, this coin is certainly from Nightshade, the custodian mentioned, his gaze falling upon the silver piece clutched tightly in Rhaella's weakened hands. That is the reason I sought you out, Sir Willem admitted, sinking into a nearby chair as if the last of his energy had finally drained from his bones. Skoll removed his heavy gauntlets and placed a bare hand upon the woman's brow. His palm glowed with a soft, pulsing light for a brief moment as he closed his eyes. This. Skoll whispered, his voice darkening. How cruel. He shook his head in slow disgust. He had discerned the true extent of Rhaella's injuries, seeing far beyond the complications of Daenerys's birth to the jagged scars of the soul left by years of torment. What do you mean? Was she poisoned? Sir Willem asked, his brow furrowing with a heavy frown. No. But she has suffered, for a very long time, Skoll answered. He reached into his pouch and withdrew a handful of herbs and began to prepare a concentrated broth over a small, magically conjured flame right there in the bedroom. Why yes. I wish I could have been in a position to truly help her, Sir Willem said, his voice cracking with a visible shudder. His eyes turned to the floor in shame. As the former master-at-arms of the Red Keep, Ares' systemic abuse of Riella had been an open secret he was forced to witness in silence. Will you be able to help her? The knight asked after a long silence. Skoll continued to stir the broth while Hattie sat motionless beside Riella's bed like a silent guardian. Not completely. The coin that has kept her alive all this time does not possess healing magic. It is a magical beacon. When used correctly, it sends a distress signal to Nightshade Island. It has only sustained her by providing a trickle of magical energy that her body is using instinctively because of her own heritage, Skoll explained. Well, is there any way to heal her completely, then? Willem asked, ignoring everything except the first two words Skoll had spoken. Yes, but she will have to be taken to Nightshade for that, Skoll replied after a moment of consideration. What Skoll chose not to tell the old knight was that Riella's own latent magic had curdled into a curse due to the constant trauma she had endured. Or maybe she was cursed by a very powerful entity. Skoll was not completely certain, but she did have a powerful curse on her, originating from her trauma. She required a healing of the soul just as much as a healing of the flesh. The latter he could provide, but the former was a delicate art he was not confident in performing. During his training, Skoll had focused almost entirely on the arts of shadow and fire, influenced heavily by his wolf companion, and had neglected other forms of magic and was only acceptable at them. There is no way we can make that journey without passing through the 7 kingdoms. If we do that, we might as well hand ourselves over to the usurper, the old knight muttered bitterly. Well, I happen to have a far more convenient method of travel. First, I will do what I can here. When you are ready, just say the word and I will ensure you reach Nightshade, Skoll said. He moved to the bed and gently pried the woman's mouth open to administer the broth. What are you doing? She might choke. Sir Willem exclaimed, standing up in alarm. He had never seen anyone attempt to pour liquid medicine down the throat of an unconscious person. It will be fine, Skoll reassured him. He placed a hand on the queen's neck, his skin glowing with a warm red hue as he tilted the bowl. The old knight stood hovering over Skoll's shoulder in a state of high anxiety until he saw Riella's throat move in a steady and a rhythmic swallowing motion. He sighed in relief and shot Skoll a reproachful look. This man had nearly caused his heart to stop 100 times in a single day. Skoll stepped back once the medicine was finished and gestured toward the door. Willem nodded, leading him and Hattie out of the chambers. Thank you, Willem said with genuine gratitude, even though the full results of the remedy were yet to be seen. Only one family in Nightshade has the authority to bestow a coin such as that. As long as she holds it, she is under my protection, and I will do everything in my power to assist her, Skoll said, resting a hand on Hattie's head. I will see you on the morrow. Sir Willem saw only a flash of darkness for a fleeting second. When his vision cleared, the man and the wolf had vanished into thin air. The knight stood alone in the hallway for a moment before heaving a heavy sigh and straightening his back. He moved to check on the children, his pace steadier than it had been in years. Stay in the queen's room and tend to her. Inform me the very moment she wakes, he instructed a female servant. The woman bowed low and moved to obey without a word. Chapter 185, Seeds of a New World. A/N, I have changed the cover picture of the FIC and Eric's image as well. The next day, Eric woke up with the comforting weight of Luna and Daphne in his arms, only to be roused by a persistent, rhythmic banging against his windowpane. He shifted slightly, looking over to see Dune perched on the sill outside, a letter clutched firmly in her beak. He gestured for her to enter, and the owl didn't bother with the window latch. With a soft flap of her wings, space warped around her, and she appeared instantly inside the room, landing gracefully on his study table. Eric carefully extracted himself from the girl's grasp, trying not to disturb their sleep, and walked over to his owl. A letter from Elder Hua, Thank you, girl, Eric said softly, caressing Dune's cheek with his finger. He had sent Dune to Elder Hua with a ladder a day ago, and it seemed she had returned with a reply. Eric sat at his desk, offering Dune some treats and a few affectionate scratches before he broke the seal and began to read. Dear disciple. My journey to the residence of the Flammels has proven to be incredibly insightful and informative. They are a veritable reservoir of ancient alchemical knowledge, refined over centuries of life, and they are sharing their wisdom with me freely. I seem to have even revitalized their sense of adventure when I presented them with the divine crystal your parents extracted from the Grutslang. We have been researching the nature of the energy inside the crystal and have gained valuable insight into the nature of existence itself. I am certain you know more about divinity than I could hope to learn even in 1,000 years. However, since I know you do not mean to display your divinity openly to the magical world, the crystal can be a potent catalyst to bring about real change. It completely bypasses the need for equivalent exchange, which is the first law of alchemy, and creates a possibility for mastery over every known element and principle of the world. The Flammels have proposed that it could be utilized to construct a form of dimensional isolation for the wizarding world as a layer of reality separated from the Muggle realm. This would allow for a safe, controlled, and gradual reintegration of our societies over time. I would love to hear your thoughts on the matter. With love. Hui Yen. Eric smiled as he folded the letter and placed it securely in a drawer. Big changes were coming to the wizarding world, and for the first time in a while, he was genuinely excited about the political landscape. He wanted to ensure that the eventual merger of the wizarding and Muggle worlds would be a safe, gradual acceptance rather than a collision, and the seeds of that future were being sown right now. He was confident that the Flammels would approach the right people about the discovery, with Elder Hu's permission. That alone would set the foundation for the wizarding world taking its first step in the right direction. Dune chirped happily before flapping her wings. In a blink, she teleported away, having gained quite an exploratory spirit ever since she had gained her power over space. Eric turned back to the bed just in time to see Luna and Daphne stirring awake. After enjoying their morning fun, they were joined by Fleur on the way to the Great Hall for breakfast. However, as they navigated the corridors, Eric spotted Harry beckoning him over, his expression suggesting he wanted to talk in private. "I will be back in a bit," Eric told the girls. They waved him off with smiles and continued to the Great Hall by themselves while Eric moved toward the boy. "How is it going?" Eric asked Harry with a wave and an easy grin. "Good," Harry muttered, glancing around the corridor to ensure they were alone. "Well, actually, there is something." He reached into his robes and revealed a wooden box. Eric recognized it immediately as the container for Voldemort's Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. "I thought you would have destroyed it by now," Eric said, raising an eyebrow as he sensed a faint trace of dark magic still leaking through the wood. "Well, I have been destroying the dark magic inside it little by little. But I want to preserve the locket itself," Harry admitted, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Creature researched it for a long time. "It turns out it's a very old relic connected to ancient wizardry, not just Voldemort. It feels wrong to destroy history like that if I don't have to." Eric looked at him with interest. It showed a maturity in Harry to separate the object's history from the dark soul inhabiting it. "I just wanted to ask you if it can be done. And if it is impossible, I will just destroy it," Harry added with a shrug. Eric nodded to Harry after a moment of consideration. "Come with me after breakfast. We can handle it then." Harry nodded gratefully, and they moved together into the Great Hall. The girls had saved a seat for Eric beside them. He noticed that even Draco was sitting with their group at the Ravenclaw table for the day. Draco had become incredibly popular in Slytherin House, largely because his skill level was now visibly far above even the 7th years. With the increasing reputation of the Malfoy family and his own prowess, he had gained significant influence in the Snake Pit, which he was actively using to temper the more radical elements of his house. "Harry, can you help me with flame control when you are free?" Draco asked across the table. He conjured a brief, controlled spark of his flame between his fingers, catching the attention of Pyra, who trotted over to inspect the magical fire. "How about in the evenings when Hermione helps Alice? We can help her with potions and work on our flames at the same time," Harry suggested, glancing at Hermione for confirmation. "That would be helpful," Hermione agreed with a bright smile, nodding toward Draco. Draco thanked them and went back to chatting with Astoria Greengrass, while Pyra started nudging his elbow, clearly wanting to see the flames again. Ron, sitting nearby, just shrugged. He didn't harbor much animosity toward Draco anymore, his current emotional bandwidth was entirely occupied by his jealousy whenever Victor Krum hovered near Hermione. Harry nodded to Eric as breakfast wound down, and the two of them slipped away, heading toward the 7th floor. "Walk through this area 3 times while thinking about the locket," Eric instructed Harry when they reached the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry did as he was told without question. On his 3rd pass, a polished door materialized on the stone wall. Eric opened it and beckoned a gaping Harry inside, with Pyra trotting happily at their heels. "Welcome to the Room of Requirement. Its name tells you all it does," Eric said with a grin. The room had formed as a simple, stone-walled chamber containing only a sturdy table and several stacks of old books. "Can you take out the locket and put it on that table?" Eric asked. Harry nodded, opening the wooden box and using his wand to levitate the heavy object onto the table. The locket was a magnificent piece of craftsmanship, made of heavy, pure gold with a serpentine S symbol inlaid with glittering emeralds on the front. "What do you think that S stands for?" Harry asked, staring at the heirloom. Eric just hummed, circling the table as he sensed the malignant magic trapped inside. After a moment, he stood directly in front of the locket. A hissing whisper escaped his mouth, the unmistakable sound of Parseltongue. With a sharp metallic click, the locket sprang open. A cloud of dark, violent mist escaped from the compartments, swirling rapidly until it took the form of a hissing snake, ready to strike. Eric signaled to Harry. Harry nodded, his face set in concentration. He raised his left hand, and a jet of pure white flame erupted from his palm, engulfing the dark entity. Well, I have been steadily using my fire on this thing for the last 2 months or so. Harry muttered through the roar of the flames. Because the Horcrux had already been weakened significantly by Harry's persistent efforts, it only took a few moments for the white fire to burn through the last of the corruption. The dark snake let out a final, silent scream before dissolving into nothingness, leaving the gold pristine and unharmed. These books must be about the history of the locket, Eric said, gesturing to the stacks the room had provided. Read them when you have time. The purified locket is yours. Thanks, Eric, Harry said, pocketing the heavy gold chain and giving Eric a solid high five. Chapter 186, Side Story, 21, Festered Curse. Sir Willem paced the stone corridor outside his former queen's chambers, his boots making a dull, rhythmic thud against the floorboards. The hour Skoll had appointed was drawing near. He had already dismissed the servants, ordering them to clear the hall and not return until he gave the command, leaving the hallway steeped in a heavy, anxious silence. Did she wake since I left? The voice came from the shadows beside him. Sir Willem did not jump, though his heart gave a hard thud against his ribs. He had been expecting the men, yet the arrival was as silent as the grave. She did, briefly. Sir Willem nodded to the towering figure of Skoll, then cast a wary glance at the massive black wolf, Hattie, before turning to open the heavy door. Skoll wasted no time. He had already prepared the broth before arriving this time. He administered it to the woman with practiced ease, waiting only until she had swallowed it before digging into the pouch at his belt. Hold this, Skoll commanded, thrusting a roll of parchment into the old knight's hand. Open the scroll towards me and hold it steady, the custodian added. Willem unfurled the parchment. It was covered in a circle filled with intricate geometric shapes and glyphs he could not begin to comprehend. He turned the face of the scroll toward Skoll. What is this? Willem asked, thinking of the shape he had seen. This is a high-level diagnosis circle, Skoll explained, though the words meant little to the knight. Willem's confusion only deepened a moment later. Skoll began to weave his hands through the air in front of Riella's face. As his fingers moved, the air shimmered, and lines of light began to bleed into existence, mimicking the patterns drawn on the parchment Willem held. The glowing runes spun slowly, casting a pale, eerie light over the queen's gaunt features. Does everyone know magic in Nightshade? Sir Willem asked, his voice a whisper. He had been taught by the Septons to be wary of sorcery his entire life, to fear the witch and the warlock. But standing here, watching a man weave light from nothing to save the woman he had sworn to protect, he could not find the will to object. Skoll could have slaughtered them all with a single hand tied behind his back if he wished them harm. The fact that he was Ra's brother, a man whose reputation was whispered with fear and awe across the 7 kingdoms, granted him a measure of trust Willem would not have given another. Everyone has the path open to them, Skoll said with a noncommittal shrug. Hattie sat beside the bed, his red eyes fixed on Riella with an intensity that unsettled the knight. Willem looked at the beast and decided then and there that this was no ordinary wolf. It had not made a sound, not a whine nor a pant, since they had met. There was a sharp, piercing intelligence in those red eyes that belonged to a man, not a beast. And the size of it. The creature was as large as a warhorse. You can put the scroll down now, Skoll said. Willem folded the parchment with trembling hands and gave a stiff nod. The glowing patterns in front of Riella's face had shifted, turning different colors, swirling like oil on water. Hattie, for the first time since Willem had encountered him, let out a low, vibrating growl that seemed gave Willem a sense of warning. You are not wrong there, pup, Skoll murmured, as if the beast had spoken in a common tongue. Care to let me in on the conversation? Sir Willem asked, a deep frown creasing his weathered face. I recommend you make preparations as soon as possible, Skoll said, sweeping his hand to dispel the magic. The lights vanished into mist. She will really need to reach Nightshade if you wish to cure her fully. Why? Willem asked. He wished the man was not wearing that helm. He needed to see the eyes behind the metal to judge the severity of her state from the man's expression. Well. Skoll muttered, hesitating for a heartbeat before sighing. She is cursed. Willem started, his eyes widening in horror, but Skoll cut him off. I do not know the who or the why of it all. I just know that she is cursed, and the curse is a strong one. It has festered. Skoll shook his head slowly. Willem let out a long, ragged breath and collapsed into the chair by the bedside, burying his face in his rough hands. Curses. Magic. It was a nightmare from the age of heroes come to haunt them in their exile. With your method, how long will it take for us to reach Nightshade? Willem asked after a heavy silence, lifting his head. An instant, Skoll replied with a casual shrug. Willem gaped at him openly. To travel from Tyrosh to the mysterious Nightshade Island was a journey that should take 2 moons of hard sailing. In an instant. Is this man a god? He thought, fear coiling in his gut. The stranger spoke of defying the laws of nature as if he were discussing the weather. I will meet you in front of this room in 2 hours. I have something to attend to for now, Skoll said. This time, there was no sudden darkness. Willem watched with his own eyes as Skoll and Hattie stepped back into the corner of the room and simply melted into the shadows, becoming one with the gloom until they were gone. The old knight stared at the empty corner for a long moment, then glanced back at his sleeping queen. He steeled himself, straightened his tunic, and went to see the children. He found them in the nursery. Viserys was sitting on the floor, watching over Daenerys. The little girl was playing house, arranging a set of chipped teacups in front of her. To Willem's surprise, the boy prince was participating. When Daenerys handed him a cup filled with water, Viserys sipped it and acted as though it were the finest arbor gold. Ser Willem smiled sadly. For a moment, Viserys looked at ease, a boy of his own age rather than a one with the weight of the world on his shoulder. "It is good to see you smiling, your grace," Ser Willem said gently. "I made some tea for you, sir," Daenerys chirped, beaming up at him. She carefully filled a cup with water from a pitcher and brought it over to the old knight, holding it with both tiny hands to ensure she didn't spill a drop. Willem chuckled as he took the cup and took a deliberate sip, and gave the little princess an approving nod. "Exquisite, little princess," he said. Daenerys giggled and turned back to her dolls, serving them water with great ceremony. Viserys stood up and approached the knight, his demeanor shifting instantly back to that of a prince in exile. "I have a feeling good days are ahead, sir. I heard from a servant that mother woke up again yesterday. It is the first time she has woken with such a short gap between. That is what I wish to consult you about, your grace," Ser Willem said, motioning for the boy to sit. He lowered himself onto a stool beside him. "I found the Black Wolf, or rather, he found me." "Did he?" Viserys asked, his violet eyes widening. "Yes, your grace. He gave her some herbs yesterday. And again today." Ser Willem nodded slowly. "Why wasn't I told of this sooner?" "I must thank him for this," Viserys said, a frown touching his lips. He kept his voice low despite his dissatisfaction because he knew Ser Willem would have a good reason. "Your grace." Ser Willem hesitated, choosing his words with care. "He is Ra's brother. They share a similar stature and he has some profound abilities. Forgive me, but I suspected they may have frightened you." Viserys looked annoyed for a moment, his jaw tightening, before he swallowed his anger with a deep breath. "What do you mean by abilities?" he asked, looking away from the knight to watch his sister play. "He is accompanied by a black wolf the size of a warhorse, and he wields magic," Ser Willem said plainly. "Even I was frightened when I saw him first." Viserys' anger evaporated, replaced instantly by a sharp curiosity. "Can we trust magic, sir?" "We can trust Skoll, that is the name of the Black Wolf," Ser Willem said, rubbing his bearded chin. "His remedies have shown results. And I suspect there is nothing we possess that may interest him. Not even our lives." He spoke solemnly. Ser Willem was implying that even handing their heads to the usurper Robert Baratheon would be beneath a man like Skoll. Viserys was sharp enough to understand the implication immediately. "Why would he help us then?" Viserys asked. Ser Willem looked away from the boy, not wishing to show the pity he felt. It saddened him to see how cynical his young king had become, how quickly he looked for the dagger in the dark. Yet, on some level, it made him proud. The boy was not as naive as his years suggested. "The coin, your grace. He says that so long as the Queen Mother holds that coin, she is under his protection," Ser Willem answered. He suspected Skoll would have helped regardless, but the offer of sanctuary in Nightshade likely hinged on that token. How would a coin sway someone of his abilities? Viserys muttered to himself, brow furrowed. The coin may be a sign of authority in Nightshade, Viserys thought. The Conqueror was given the coin by the ruler of Nightshade, after all. Perhaps it commands fealty even here. He will be coming back in an hour or so. Would you wish to meet him? Ser Willem asked. Viserys looked at the old knight, his back straightening instinctively. Yes, he said, giving a sharp nod. Chapter 187, Side Story, 22, A Suite for the Dragons. Viserys and Ser Willem walked together to the Queen's chambers, stopping only briefly to give Daenerys a firm assurance that they would return to her shortly. Viserys pushed the heavy door open and entered the room while Willem took his place as a silent sentry outside, leaning against the stone wall to wait for Skoll's arrival. Viserys flinched as he heard the sound of a dry, racking cough the moment he stepped into the dim light of the room. He hurried to the small table and fetched a pitcher of water and a glass, his heart hammering in his chest as he went to his mother's side. Drink slowly, mother, Viserys said. He supported her head with one hand and slowly tipped the water into her mouth. The former queen breathed heavily and laid back against the pillows after she had finished her drink, and she looked at her son with a weary but loving smile. Thank you, sweet child. You look to have grown even in the short time since I last saw you, she said. She gave a slight, dry chuckle that brought a genuine smile to the boy's face. You will be on your feet in just a few days, mother. Ser Willem has found a way, Viserys assured her, his voice full of a child's bright hope. Ser Willem. He is a good man. I hope he takes good care of you both, Riella muttered, and she closed her eyes for a moment as she breathed deeply. Yes, mother. My only dissatisfaction is that I have nothing to reward him with, Viserys answered with a small, heavy sigh. Riella smiled and reached out a weak hand to brush the silver gold hair from his brow. You look so old when you sigh. Viserys chuckled and leaned down toward her so she would not have to waste her meager strength to reach him. You will rise yet, mother. The dragons will fly again. Riella looked at her boy as she touched his face. She had heard those words from him almost every time she woke from her long sleeps, and in the past, she knew he said them more to reassure himself than her. But this time, she saw a certainty in his eyes that had been missing before. He truly believed it. I know, my son. I have you watching over me, after all, the former queen breathed. I already feel more strength in my limbs than I did before. To her own surprise, she was telling the truth. Usually, she said such things only to quiet the fears of her children, but a strange vitality was beginning to seep into her bones. There is someone here, mother. A man from Nightshade. He will help you because of the Conqueror's favor, Viserys said, gesturing toward the silver coin resting on her chest. Riella reached out her free hand and closed her fingers around the metal. She felt the steady, pulsing heat she always felt from the coin, a warmth that seemed to anchor her soul to the world of the living. Rest now, mother, Viserys said gently. He draped a heavy wool blanket over her as he saw her eyes drooping with exhaustion. Viserys moved out of the room with a renewed resolve and stood beside Ser Willem. They did not have to wait long before a voice spoke from the air right beside them. Here, little one. Viserys jolted and looked to his side to see a towering man who reminded him of the warrior Ra he had seen once. The man was standing there with his hand extended, holding a strange object toward him. What is it? Viserys asked, his voice bewildered as he stared at the colorful, glass-like ball on the end of a small wooden stick. It is for you, Skoll added, as if that explained everything, and the boy instinctively took the stick in his hand. Try it, Skoll urged, gesturing for Viserys to taste the thing. Viserys was utterly confused but he did as he was told, tasting the smooth, colored end of the stick. It is sweet, he muttered, and he gave the treat another taste. It is called a honey taffy bolt in Nightshade, Skoll said with a nod. Just then, a massive wolf emerged from the shadows behind the men, causing Viserys to freeze. However, the boy relaxed remarkably quickly. Part of it was the warning Ser Willem had given him, but part of it was the sheer silliness of the conversation he had just had with Skoll about the candy. And here is one for you as well, dear, Skoll said. Viserys looked over to see that his little sister had wandered into the hall, and Skoll was handing her the same sweet. Can I have it while I ride the horse? Daenerys asked with a bright, excited smile. Skoll looked at his wolf and tilted his head, and the great beast responded with a small, slow wag of his tail. It seems he agrees, Skoll said. He picked the little girl up carefully and placed her on the wolf's broad back. Hattie began to walk in slow, gentle circles in the hallway while Daenerys squealed in delight, nibbling on her candy. Ser Willem moved his hand toward the hilt of his sword when he saw the giant pick up the princess, but he forced himself to relax a moment later. Now that all this is done, Ser Skoll. I wish to thank you for the care you have given my mother, Viserys said politely, bowing his head toward the men. You are welcome, child, Skoll said with a casual wave of his hand. He took several flasks from his belt and handed them to Willem, who opened one and realized they contained the same healing broth he had been administering to Riella. Willem tucked the flasks into his own belt with a grateful nod. And here. Place this on her throat when you give her the broth or even regular food, Skoll said, handing over a small piece of parchment. Willem inspected it and saw swirling shapes and symbols that made his head ache to look at. Ser, could you tell me when we will be able to make the trip to Nightshade? Viserys asked. Willem was surprised at how easily the boy had come to trust the stranger, but he remembered that he was the one who had told the prince that Skoll could be trusted. A few more days of the broth and she will be able to walk on her own. Then we can take her to Nightshade, Skoll promised, and he crouched down a bit so he would not seem so imposing to the children. Thank you. Would you be willing to stay here until then? Viserys asked. He looked at Willem, who gave a sharp nod of approval. I suspect it will be hard for you to explain me and my friend to the others in this house, Skoll said with a shrug, gesturing toward Hattie who was still entertaining the princess. I will take care of the servants, Ser Willem said. He had spent years ensuring the household was kept in line, maybe a little too much. And he would ensure they saw nothing they were not meant to see. I will not mind staying, then, Skoll said with another shrug. Chapter 188, Paper Mountain and Funny Business. Amelia Bones scowled down at the papers on her desk as if they were her greatest enemies. Ever since the mass breakout from Azkaban and the sudden surge in dark wizard activity, she had been clawing at the shadows to find the root of the problem. Every instinct she possessed told her the Dark Lord had returned, yet the ministry itself seemed to be at war with the very idea of an investigation. She was hindered at every turn, met with insufficient funding and the sheer incompetence of the departments she was forced to rely on. The situation had only grown worse when the dark wizard activities lessened before stopping entirely. Even the occasional fool looking to torment muggles had ceased his antics, as if every dark wizard in the world had taken a collective holiday. This silence had only emboldened the ministry to undermine her more openly. They created endless hoops of paperwork for her to jump through, stalling even the most menial tasks. At the center of it all was that pink toad, Dolores Umbridge. The woman would slither into Amelia's office with a sickeningly sweet smile and a flurry of giggles, handing over mountains of new responsibilities that ultimately achieved nothing but the waste of time. Amelia paused when she noticed a letter sitting on her desk that had not been there a moment before. It had appeared as if from thin air, wrapped in a completely black envelope that seemed to swallow the light. She stood up instantly, her wand leveled at the parchment. For 10 minutes, she rained diagnostic charms upon it, inspecting every corner for curses or hidden traps. The only magic she could detect was a sophisticated form of spatial manipulation, the kind of advanced sorcery that would have been required to bypass every ministry defense to land directly on her desk. She marveled at the complexity of it for a heartbeat before she took a deep breath and opened the envelope. Her eyes narrowed as she read the contents. By the time she reached the final line, a sharp scoff escaped her lips. She held the letter in her right hand and, with a flick of her will, wandlessly burned it into a fine gray ash. She placed her elbows on the table and intertwined her fingers, resting her chin upon her hands as she considered the contents of the letter. "Edgar," she called out. The office door creaked open, and a young man poked his head inside. "Madam, could you take care of this for me?" Amelia asked, gesturing vaguely to the mountains of pointless paperwork scattered across her desk. "Just sort the important documents into a pile for me to sign later. Burn the rest." She stood up and smoothed her robes before Edgar could even process the order. The young assistant moved to her seat with a slight smile and began sorting the mess. Amelia moved with purposeful steps to the flow fireplaces. She stepped into the green flames and vanished, appearing a moment later in another sector of the ministry before quickly making her way to the surface. She walked through the streets of London until she stood in front of a quiet cafe in Islington. A hand-painted sign hanging above the door read, "Bracken and Coyle," tucked away in a narrow brick frontage that led to a dark green wooden door. It was a Muggle establishment, and she appreciated the dim, quiet interior as she took a seat at a table by the second window. A young man working behind the counter looked over at her, raised an eyebrow, and then shook his head with a wry smile as he approached. "What can I get you, ma'am?" he asked politely. "What is with the wry smile, young man?" Amelia asked, her voice stern but not unkind. "Pardon me, ma'am. But I recognized you as a witch the moment I saw your attire." "You don't quite blend as well as you think," he answered with a soft chuckle. Amelia's stern mask softened. The easygoing attitude of the young man was a refreshing change from the sycophants at the ministry. She even allowed a ghost of a smile to touch her lips. "I will leave my order to your discretion, then. And tell me, how is a young wizard like you working in a place like this?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "My dad owns the place," the boy said with a shrug. "I'm just helping out." He hummed a tune to himself as he moved back behind the counter to prepare the coffee. Amelia watched him for a moment before a voice addressed the boy from behind her. "Make that too, Justin." A man stepped into the light and stood beside Amelia's table. "May I?" Amelia looked at him intently, her eyes tracing the lines of his face. She gave a curt, sharp nod. Sirius Black smiled and sat down across from her. He immediately placed his hands flat on the table, intertwining his fingers to show he was not reaching for a wand. It was a gesture meant to make her feel safe, or at least to acknowledge the power she held. Amelia raised an eyebrow but kept her own hands beneath the table, her fingers hovering near her holster as she waited for him to speak. "I assume you have read the file the ministry keeps on me," Sirius said, that shadow of a smile still playing on his lips. "I did," was her blunt reply. "Let me guess how many pages are in that grand document," Sirius muttered, looking toward the window as if he were truly trying to calculate the number. 2. If I'm being generous. One page that states my crime, and another that has the word guilty written in bold letters. He let out a dry, barking chuckle. "What is your point, Black?" Amelia asked with a neutral expression. "My point is that I never had a trial. Barty Crouch gave me one look and sent me straight to hell." Sirius's eyes narrowed, the humor vanishing for a fleeting second. The tension broke when Justin reappeared at their side, carrying 2 lattes and a plate of fresh pastries. "Thanks, lad," Sirius said with a nod. The young man gave them a wave and a smile before heading back to his duties. "Thank you," Amelia added softly. She picked up her coffee and took a slow sip, letting the warmth settle her nerves. "So, you want a trial?" she asked. Sirius scoffed at the question. He knew Amelia had seen the gaps in his record. She was a woman of law, and she had undoubtedly realized the file was a farce, a stain on the department she now led. And her was right, every time Sirius' name had crossed her mind in recent months, a nagging doubt had gnawed at her. How generous, Sirius said, his voice dripping with irony. But I cannot afford to waste my time with the Wisengamot right now. I have someone I need to take care of. What I want is 10 minutes of your time to explain what actually happened that night. Amelia's scowl deepened. She opened her mouth to shoot back a sharp refusal, but Sirius held up his hands in surrender. Would you allow me to take out my wand and make a magical vow right here, in front of you? Amelia paused. She looked around the cafe, they were effectively alone in their corner. She drew her wand beneath the table and pointed it directly at his chest. No funny business, Black. She sent a tiny, sharp stinging hex to his knee just to remind him she was armed. Funny. I don't even know the meaning of the word, Sirius said with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. He slowly and carefully drew his wand, pointing the tip toward the ceiling. I, Sirius Black, bind my word before magic and witness. I shall not lie to Amelia Susan Bones. And neither shall I harm her, unless in self-defense. He flicked his wand, casting a silent lumos. The tip lit up with a steady, white glow, confirming the magic had accepted the vow. This specific binding meant that if he even entertained the thought of breaking the oath, Amelia would sense the shift in the magic before he could act. Amelia tucked her wand away and placed her hands on the table, a professional show of appreciation for his honesty. She leaned forward, listening intently. I'll order more coffee and some pastries, Sirius said with a mischievous glint in his eyes as he called Justin over. You're going to need them for what I'm about to tell you. Chapter 189, Side Story, 23, Tea and Tempted Truths. Cersei had watched the gradual shifts in Robert from the day he had last held court, and she noted every change with a cold and calculating eye. He remained a drunkard and as loud as a horn, and yet he had begun to limit his drinking to the late hours of the night. He had mostly turned away from his usual whoring, and he seemed to use the administration of the realm to distract himself from the memories of Lyanna Stark, or so he might have thought. Cersei scoffed to herself as she considered that, and she knew in her heart that he had never truly loved the Stark girl. He was simply a man regretting what he could not possess, and he was still the same Robert beneath the surface. His old tendencies always resurfaced in the dark of the night when the wine took hold of his senses. He had stopped hurting her because he had mostly stopped visiting her bed, and she still saw him whoring and drinking at night, even if it was less frequent than the moons before. A sharp knock on the door of her solar pulled her from her bitter musings. Enter, she commanded, and she took a long sip of the sun tea she had purchased from a merchant from Goldmere. One of her guards entered the room with a short and very well-dressed man following behind. 2 more servants followed them, and they carried ornate boxes in their hands, though they remained standing by the door. The short man had black hair and brown eyes, and he wore a heavy silk coat that reached to his midcalf, and it was decorated with intricate gold engravings. Cersei found her gaze captivated by the gold necklace he wore, which bore a symbol fashioned from glittering jewels. Queen Cersei, it is a true pleasure to be in your presence, the man said, and he gave her a slight and graceful bow. A pleasure to have your acquaintance. I thank you for accepting my invitation, master. Cersei trailed off with a slight tilt of her head. Ah, pardon me, your grace. Please call me Hadrian, just Hadrian. I am only a humble merchant after all, Hadrian said, and he offered her an easy and practiced smile. Master Hadrian it is then, Cersei said, and she gestured toward a seat. Please sit. Hadrian took his seat with a nod, and he looked at the cup of tea in her hand and smiled as the aroma reached him. Sun tea. It is a refined choice. Please allow me to present some to you as a gift, he said, and he gestured toward the young man standing by the door. Cersei nodded to her guard, and the soldier allowed the young man to enter the solar. He handed the box to Hadrian with great respect and then retreated. Thank you, Hadrian said to the boy before he bowed and returned to the hallway. Hadrian handed the wooden box to the queen, and she opened it to find an exotic aroma immediately filling the room. Thank you, master. You are most thoughtful and generous, Cersei said with a genuine smile, and she knew it would have cost her nearly 100 gold dragons to secure this much sun tea from any other source. Hadrian simply smiled and waved away her thanks. He was a merchant from Nightshade, and such tea was abundant in his homeland, and it cost him very little to procure. He sat patiently and engaged in the formal small talk of the court while he wondered exactly why the queen had summoned him. I must admit, master, that I have called you here to learn more of Nightshade, Cersei said directly once the pleasantries had passed. What would the queen wish to know? Hadrian asked, and he tilted his head with curiosity. What is it like? She asked, and her voice was uncharacteristically vague. Cersei did not have a specific question in mind, and she had been thinking of Ra and the island of Nightshade ever since she had learned that Ra had a brother named Zeus who was said to be just as imposing of a warrior as Ra himself. She wanted to know of the land as did the rest of the Westerosi nobility, and she was simply the only one willing to be so direct. During one of the rare conversations she had shared with Ra, he had told her that the people of Nightshade respected those who were direct. Prosperous would be the word to describe it, Hadrian said after a long moment, and he truly did appreciate her lack of guile. From what I have seen in the rest of the world, if you were to visit Nightshade, I think otherworldly is the word you would use. I had that very feeling when I had the privilege of meeting Sarah, Cersei admitted. A privilege indeed. He has been a dedicated protector of Nightshade for a very long time, and I heard he had ventured out to see the world and offer his help, Hadrian said, and he turned his gaze toward the window. Hadrian and the people of Nightshade respected the custodians of their land, and most knew their names by heart, even if most had never looked upon their faces. It was said that the custodians were all brothers and the sons of the beloved sun dragon of Nightshade, a gold dragon called Luxarion. I see you have great respect for him, Cersei observed, and she studied the merchant's face. Indeed. He has earned it for all he has done for our people, Hadrian replied, and he did not bother to hide the respect in his voice. Could you tell me more of him? I have been curious ever since I learned he has a brother, Cersei asked, and for once she allowed a glimpse of genuine emotion to show. Forgive me, Queen. I have never met Ra or any of his brothers. I have only heard of them in the legends and stories of our home, Hadrian said, and he shook his head. He has more brothers. Are they all like him? Cersei asked, and she could not hide her bewilderment. I couldn't tell you, Queen Cersei, Hadrian replied, and he saw the disappointment flash in her eyes. He always kept the interests of Nightshade at the forefront of his mind, and he knew that if he told Cersei there were enough custodians like Ra to challenge an entire kingdom on their own, it would cause the nobility of Westeros to panic. Such a revelation might even cause problems for Ra, as the lords might restrict his movements or harass his family out of fear. Cersei's lips thinned at his response, and she took a long moment to consider the implications of what he was saying. I understand, she muttered, and she adjusted her posture and donned the cold and regal mask she always wore. Chapter 190, Tao in the Dreamlands. For more cups of coffee and 3 more pastries later, Amelia sat in her chair in complete silence. She appeared to be in a state of shock as she processed the deluge of information she had just received. Her eyes remained locked onto Sirius, who was calmly finishing a pastry with a small, satisfied smile on his face. 12 years, she whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. You had to stay in that place for 12 years. How are you not consumed by anger? You should be at the ministry right now, demanding justice and compensation from every single person responsible for this. And honestly, I would stand by you and help you find them myself. She said. Amelia had visited Azkaban many times in her professional life. She had felt pity even for the guilty wretches rotting in those cells, let alone for a man who was completely innocent. To survive 12 years in that hellscape was a feat of sheer will she could barely fathom. I told you before, Bones. I don't have time for all that. I have someone depending on me now, Sirius said with a casual shrug. Who? Amelia asked, her head tilting with curiosity. Sirius had not yet shared the details of his life following his escape. I cannot tell you that just yet. It isn't because I don't trust you with the information, but some secrets aren't mine to give away, Sirius answered, shaking his head firmly. I understand, Amelia muttered, though the mystery clearly piqued her interest. Is there any way I can help you? Properly, I mean. Yes, of course, Sirius nodded, a sharp glint returning to his eyes. You can take over the ministry as the new Minister of Magic. Amelia frowned, her first instinct being that Sirius was simply playing a game with her. But then he placed a thick file on the table in front of her and gave her a serious nod. The smirk was gone, replaced by a look of determination. Read it in private. When you wish to see me again, just call for Dobby or Creature, Sirius said. He reached into his pocket and checked a silver pocket watch. Well, it was good to see you, Madam Bones. Sirius stood up and offered her a respectful nod, which she returned with a stunned silence. He moved toward the counter, placed a 50-pound note on the wood, and told Justin to keep the change. He walked out of the cafe without looking back, leaving a very contemplative Amelia Bones alone with her coffee and a file that promised to change her world. With Eric, in the Dreamlands. The Eric's Island in the Dreamlands had undergone a massive transformation, the changes accelerating rapidly ever since Illustri's realm had merged with his own. The landmass was no longer just an island, it was now comparable in size to an entire planet, complete with its own functioning day and night cycle. The 2 blanks, in which Eric had previously placed Veldora's scales and the essence of the silver primordial, had finally manifested into 2 powerful beings. The first was a being who was half human and half dragon, whom Eric had named Veldanava. He was a quiet, contemplative individual who had already begun introducing various species of powerful dragons to the island's mountainous regions. The second was the silver fox himself. He had regenerated fully and grown larger and stronger than ever before, his power now eclipsing even the other primordial demons combined. Eric had named him Argent. The fox's presence had acted as a catalyst for the birth of demons of all kinds and strengths across the island. While Veldanava's abilities were rooted in the principles of creation, Argent's power focused on the concepts of inevitability and judgment. Eric's parents, along with Luna, Daphne, and Fleur, were currently busy interacting with Veldanava, Argent, and the various creatures they had birthed. Eric, meanwhile, stood off to the side, engaged in deep conversation with Elder Hua. I have been working with some people the Flammels trust within the French ministry, Elder Hua mentioned, his hands tucked into the long sleeves of his robes. I have started the process of cleaning out the British ministry as well, Eric replied. They had both agreed not to reveal the secrets of divinity to the British ministry so long as it remained infested with people like Fudge and Umbridge. How was your venture into the deeper parts of the Dreamlands? Eric asked after a moment of silence. Elder Hua had declined when Eric offered to grant him divinity, choosing instead to find his own path toward ascension through comprehension. About that, Elder Hua hummed. He reached deeper into his sleeves and produced an incredibly intricate cauldron. Even before it was fully revealed, Eric could sense a powerful, ancient divinity radiating from the object. Could you help me take this back to the waking world? Elder Hua asked, handing the cauldron over to his disciple. I will send it to you through Dune in the morning then, Eric said, taking the artifact and placing it into an isolated pocket of space for safekeeping. Thank you, Elder Hua said, reaching out to affectionately brush a stray hair from Eric's forehead. I was given that cauldron by Tai Shang Lao Jun, one of the three Sanqing of the Taoist pantheon. Let me guess. He wanted to give you a direct blessing, but you asked him for a way to comprehend the Tao yourself instead of just taking the easy way out, Eric muttered, looking at his master with a slight smile. Cheeky brat, Elder Hua chuckled, though his eyes twinkled with pride. You are close enough, I suppose. He sighed softly, his expression turning peaceful. Those who chase enlightenment see only distance. Those who walk steadily are already there. Eric nodded slowly, absorbing the wisdom. He felt a sudden realization that he might have been too hasty in his own pursuit of godhood for himself and his family. Elder Hua had often told him that there was a unique fulfillment in simply observing the universe to learn its secrets. As one's connection with the universe deepened, ascension would naturally follow. Nah, that sounds a bit too boring for me, though, Eric muttered aloud. He moved quickly, dodging a playful swat Elder Hua tried to land on the back of his head. Come here, brat. Let me show you exactly what boring feels like with my fists, Elder Hua huffed. The old man took flight, chasing after Eric, who was laughing loudly as he darted through the air. Elder Hua was unable to catch him at first, but the challenge increased significantly when the girls decided to side with the old man, teaming up to corner Eric in the sky. No matter. Even if there were 10 more of you, you would never catch me. Eric shouted with a mock-evil laugh, circling high above them. However, his confidence was his undoing. Ilystri joined the chase, moving with a goddess's grace to intercept him. She caught him in her arms easily and deposited him right into Elder Hua's waiting clutches. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, she said mischievously. She gave Eric a quick kiss on the cheek and giggled as she left him to face his master's justice. I will remember this. Eric shouted as he was hauled away. For the next 4 hours, Eric was forced to sit perfectly still and listen as Elder Hua lectured him on the principles of the primordial Tao. By the time the lessons ended, night had fully settled over the island. Good disciple. Try to spend some time comprehending your own self. I promise you it will bring you tranquility, Elder Hua said, patting Eric's cheek one last time before he departed. Eric hadn't actually been bored during the lesson. He had gained a vast amount of knowledge regarding the nature of duality. He was making his way back to find the girls when a melodic, mischievous giggle echoed beside him. I am not talking to you, Eric muttered, pointedly looking away from Ilystri as he walked. Ilystri didn't let him go that easily. She stepped up behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Are you truly angry with me? Well, not really. I actually like the lesson, Eric admitted, dropping his fake scowl and turning to face her. He looked up at the moon hanging in the violet sky while she continued to hold him. How do you like your new life here? Happy would be the only word for it, she whispered. She let go of his waist and took his hand, and they walked toward his cabin together while the goddess hummed a soft, beautiful tune that seemed to make the very stars shine brighter. Chapter 191, Pantheons United. Eric was being pampered by 3 girls and 1 goddess in the quiet warmth of their cabin, as a consolation for their previous betrayal, when he looked up as if a sudden spark of inspiration had struck him. Why don't we get on with the dimensional isolation of the island? We have Apophis, Typhon, and Lady Ilystri here to provide the divinity required for such a task, and there is no better time than the present, Eric suggested. The girls looked at one another and slowly separated from him, their playful mood shifting into something more focused. Luna called for the winged stag to serve as their transport, and once they all agreed on the plan, they prepared to depart. Contact your pantheons as well, Eric told Luna and Daphne. See if they would wish to join us, or if they would simply like to be present for the transition. Both girls nodded at the suggestion. Luna channeled her divine energy to form a shimmering nightingale, while Daphne wove hers into a delicate butterfly. The 2 messengers took flight, crossing the space of the Dreamlands to carry the word to the Greek and Egyptian pantheons. How about you tell me how you procured Apophis and Typhon on the way? Ilystri asked as they all mounted the winged stag. The beast took off at a moderate speed, its great wings beating against the air as they headed toward Velka's base. Eric began to explain the process, detailing how he had used his unique abilities to bind the serpent gods to his will. He also took a moment to send a mental message to his parents, asking them to meet the group at the base. "That is fascinating," Ilustri muttered, her brow furrowing in thought. "From what I can tell, Apophis and Typhon are nearly on par with me in terms of raw power. Why don't you do the same to other snake gods? Do you know of any others worth the effort?" Eric asked with genuine curiosity. "Well, there is Zehir, the god of the Yuan-Ti, and then there is Dendar, whom some call Nidhogg," Ilustri said, placing a finger on her lip as she recalled the names of the more ancient and malevolent serpent deities she had encountered in her travels. "You know I will not give them a chance at redemption, right?" Eric asked casually. He knew Ilustri was a goddess of redemption and that she would usually prefer to see every evil being turned toward the light. "And how many people would die if I waited for them to change? If they ever would." Ilustri replied with a shrug. Eric offered her an approving nod. He understood that many gods were limited by the very aspects of their divinity, and their decisions were often dictated by what they represented. It made them stubborn and narrow in their thinking. He was glad to see that Ilustri had grown beyond such rigid tendencies in the short time they had known each other. "Shall we go on a god collection spree when you are ready?" Ilustri asked with a mischievous smile. "Well, when you say it like that." Eric trailed off, unsure of how to respond. She made it sound as if they were going to a market to shop for deities. The girls giggled at the look on his face. Their laughter filled the air until the base came into view. "Look who it is, Velka. How have you been?" Eric said as they dismounted and saw the figure approaching them. "Good, great, my lord." The merging of this realm with that of Lady Ilustri was an incredibly informative experience. "Both the AI and I learned a great deal through that process," Velka babbled as she always did. Eric encouraged the talk with smiles and nods. It seemed the researchers had gained a deep understanding of how space functioned within the Dreamlands during the merger. Velka mentioned something about creating folds in space for celestial objects like suns and moons, which would allow for separate day and night cycles for various islands. The AI had been busy analyzing its own divinity and had become proficient in optimizing energy usage for complex tasks. Eric moved toward the chambers where the central servers of the AI were housed. He found Simon and Edwina, already there and chatting with Ignitia. The woman smiled when she saw the group approaching and offered a respectful bow. "Greetings, my lord and ladies. Please inform me if there is any way I could be of help," Ignitia said. "I would love your input on the creation of a separate realm of our own," Eric told her. "Let me call Veldanava and Argent as well," he added. He formed 2 paper birds in his palm and sent them off with a flick of his wrist, giving Edwina a cheeky smile as he did so. "Eric, Hades wants to talk to you," Luna said, shaking his hand to get his attention. "He is asking if he can form a portal to this location." "RA as well," Daphne added, shaking his other hand. Luna had the shimmering nightingale perched on her shoulder, while Daphne's butterfly rested on hers. "Of course. Tell them they are more than welcome here," Eric said as the girls were still shaking both his arms. The messages were sent, and the entire group entered the server room. "Greetings, my lords and ladies," the AI chimed, its voice echoing through the chamber. Everyone greeted it back with nods and waves. "I have invited some gods over. Can you make this room appropriate for a gathering?" Eric asked. The AI responded instantly. The walls expanded, and the room transformed into a grand hall with a massive round table and high-back chairs. Tiny robots flew through the air, ready to provide refreshments or whatever else the guests might require. Veldanava and Argent arrived shortly after and took their seats, joining the conversation as they waited for the 2 kings of the pantheons. They discussed the layout of the new realm, asking the AI for any limits they would have in the formation of the new realm. They reached a consensus to form an entire galaxy within their dimension, with the main island and the golden tree resting at the very center. Velka, Ignitia, Veldanava, and Argent would stay within this world to manage the biomes and the physical appearance of the landscape. They would form planets for their respective species as well. Ilustri was given dominion over the moon and the night sky, allowing her to design the placement of celestial bodies in the galaxy as she saw fit, that would allow her to make her own sign for the stars in the sky. During this discussion, 2 swirling portals manifested in the hall. Hades and RA stepped through them. They greeted the assembly with nods and smiles. Hades patted Luna's head affectionately, and RA did the same for Daphne, before they both took their places at the table. "Thank you for inviting me, Eric," Hades said with a smile. RA hummed his agreement, nodding his head in his own stoic way. "Of course. I consider both of you and your pantheons to be a part of the family," Eric said. "About that," Hades said, leaning forward. "How about we make it official by merging our pantheons?" It was more of an agreement than a question, as Eric had already signaled his openness to the idea with the message he had asked Luna and Daphne to send earlier. Eric glanced at RA, who nodded solemnly, indicating his desire for the same. Ilistri beamed, her silver eyes shining with excitement at the prospect of such a massive union. While Edwina and Simon both nodded their approval. It would be an honor to join our pantheons together, Eric said. He stood up and offered Hades and Ra a bow of respect and appreciation. No need for all that, son. We are family after all, Hades said, standing to catch Eric's shoulders and pulling him into a brief, firm hug. Ra patted Eric's back and let out a rare chuckle. The merging of the pantheons was a momentous event. Every universe controlled by the gods of the Greek and Egyptian pantheons would be added to the collective, alongside their vast realms in the dreamlands. The same had happened when Ilistri had merged her realm with the island. And with the Egyptian and Greek pantheons Eric was familiar with being at the top of their kind, it would be a big deal even in the dreamlands where there were 1,000 more Greek and Egyptian pantheons. Chapter 192, Side Story, 24, Sweets and Shadows. Skoll smiled wryly under his helmet as he walked through the halls of the Targaryen mansion, observing as yet another servant bowed their head in visible fear the moment they caught sight of him. Ser Willem was a loyal man, but he was not a kind one, not when it came to the safety of his royal charges. Every servant in the house feared the old knight completely and would go to great lengths just to carry out his orders without delay. The servants had been given strict orders never to speak of Skoll, not even among themselves, and they were following that command to an extreme degree. There was a lingering fear of Hattie in their eyes as well, though they had been assured the great wolf was harmless unless one proved to be a threat to the beast or its master. Skoll reached Riella's chambers amidst his musings and found Ser Willem standing guard at the door as always. Are the children inside? Skoll asked, receiving a silent nod from the old knight before he knocked and entered. Enter, Viserys' voice called out. Daenerys jumped onto Hattie with a giggle the moment she saw the wolf, and the beast instinctively crouched to allow the little girl to mount him. Viserys stood up from his mother's bedside to give Skoll room to inspect her condition. Skoll offered a brief, reassuring pat to the boy's shoulder before he sat in the chair beside Riella's bed. He was pleased to find her awake and alert. How long before I may be able to walk? The former queen asked while Skoll began to remove his heavy gauntlets. 6 to 7 days, perhaps, Skoll answered. He placed one hand firmly on her brow while his other hand held a piece of parchment with an intricate magic circle carved into its surface. His hand began to glow with a soft green radiance as his magic seeped through her body and the diagnostic spell took effect. Skoll could feel that the curse was still active and attached to her very soul, but its physical effects had lessened as her body regained its natural strength. He knew that even if Riella's body reached its full potential, the curse would simply continue to gnaw at her soul, leading to a much more painful death if it were left as it was. It is surreal to watch magic being performed on oneself, Riella muttered after Skoll moved his hand back and offered a nod. I have seen how they view magic in the Seven Kingdoms, and I am more surprised by how accepting you are toward it, Skoll said with a casual shrug. I tried praying, and the only thing that showed any result was your magic, Viserys added. In truth, Riella had been quite skeptical of being treated with sorcery, and it was Viserys who had eventually convinced her to trust the process. Skoll chuckled before patting Viserys' head before getting up. I recommend you try moving your toes and fingers whenever you can. It will help your muscular movement recovery, Skoll said to Riella as he moved to leave. No. Stay. I want to play with Hattie, Daenerys whined. She knew that if Skoll left, Hattie would follow, and that was unacceptable to her. The little girl clung to the wolf's head and looked at Skoll with a pleading, wide-eyed expression. Viserys was about to chide his sister with a sigh, but Riella held his hand and watched with a mischievous smile, wanting to see how the giant warrior would bargain with the little princess. You remember the sweet I gave you the first time we met? Skoll asked. Daenerys gave him an eager nod, sitting up on the wolf's back instead of laying across him. Skoll wordlessly held up 3 fingers, offering a silent deal. Daenerys shook her head and raised both of her hands to show him all her fingers as a counteroffer. Skoll struck a thinking pose, placing a hand on his metal chin and humming as if he were weighing the terms of the trade. Then, he shook his head and held up 2 fingers this time as if he was meeting her in between. Daenerys mimicked his pose, placing her small hand on her chin as well. After a moment of pretending to think, she opened her mouth. Deal, she said, raising her hand to shake Skoll's as a show of finalizing the agreement. How are you this precious? Skoll asked with a laugh. He picked her up and spun her around, drawing a yelp of delight and a giggle from her. Here. He fetched 3 candies for her and 3 for Viserys, handing them both their treats. Viserys frowned in thought at how Skoll treated him like a child, in stark contrast to Ser Willem, who treated him as an adult and forced him to grow up much faster than his years. However, the boy said nothing as Skoll placed his sister back down and walked toward the door. Daenerys noticed her brother's frown and offered him one of her own sweets, wishing to brighten his spirits. Riella chuckled and opened her arms to invite her daughter in, holding Viserys' hand and bringing him closer as well before she began to ask them what she had missed while she slept. Skoll closed the door to the queen's room and gave a final nod to Willem. Thank you, the old knight said, his gaze returning to the hallway. Skoll inclined his head before he and Hattie merged seamlessly into the shadows. They navigated the darkness at a high speed, moving through the city like a blur of cold air as they leaped from one shadow to the next in form of shadow-based short-distance teleportation. They eventually appeared in front of an inconspicuous, dilapidated house in the city. Skoll remained invisible, staying within the gloom and checking the perimeter for any prying eyes. When he was certain the coast was clear, he stepped out and entered the house. "Come out, it is me," he called. A woman's head peeked out from one of the side rooms. "It is him," she shouted, and suddenly people began to emerge from their hiding places all over the structure. Most of them had been staying on the upper floors so that anyone looking through the entrance would think the building was abandoned. Skoll smiled under his helmet and nodded to Hattie, who produced a large sack from the darkness of his shadow. "Here, there is enough for everyone," Skoll announced. He opened the sack to reveal it was filled with fresh meat, fruits, and bread. He handed the food to one of the women and received whispered words of gratitude from the crowd. "Be ready on the morrow. There is a ship arriving from Dorne, the place I told you all about. The people in this house were slaves he had freed, and they were not the first. Ever since he had stepped foot in Tyrosh, he had been liberating slaves and arranging for them to be sent to Nightshade. After the first few batches, however, he had thought of making an alliance with one of the 7 kingdoms or any important person in the neighboring free cities who would be able to grant them new, free lives. During Ra's wedding to Elia Martell, Skoll had observed Prince Doran and decided that Dorne would be a sufficient place for the freed people to call home. A moon after the wedding, he had requested a meeting with Doran and was accepted immediately. Doran had agreed to receive the slaves, though not strictly out of the goodness of his heart. The Prince of Dorne knew that an freed slave would be completely loyal to the land that granted them their freedom. He gave them a roof and food until they could earn their own way, but he was most interested in their talents. The Tyroshi slaves Dorne had received had helped their industry and food production immensely. Many were shipwrights or experts in infrastructure, and they had introduced new crops and preservation methods to the desert sands. Those who could build ships were valued most of all, as they helped expand the Dornish fishing fleet, making the region less reliant on the rest of the 7 kingdoms for food. Skoll knew all that and agreed with Doran's methods as he knew in the end the freed slaves were getting a more than fair deal. Chapter 193, The Luxiturnum Court. A/N, sorry there was no chapter yesterday. I have written about 1,300 words when my laptop crashed and the chapter was gone. I did not have time to rewrite yesterday, so here is the chapter. Please bring the other members of your pantheon so that we may begin, Eric requested of Hades and Ra. The 2 gods nodded, formed their respective portals, and departed to gather their fellow gods. Let's make some preparations until then, Eric muttered aloud, casting a glance to the side. The AI seemed to anticipate his intent immediately. Several metallic tendrils uncoiled from the AI server banks, slithering forward to wrap themselves around Eric's wrists. They forged a direct mental connection, allowing Eric and the AI to communicate instantaneously through thought alone. Eric produced 4 divine seeds and his celestial gourd. Ilystri tilted her head curiously as she watched him pour a shimmering silver liquid from the gourd onto the seeds laid out before him. "Eric, can you give me a drop of that essence?" she asked. She had sensed a profound resonance between the moonlight essence within the gourd and her own divinity. "Yes, of course. Just return it to me when I am about to leave the Dreamlands," Eric answered with a nod, handing the gourd over to Ilystri once he had poured enough onto the seeds. Ilystri accepted the vessel with a gentle smile, mouthing a silent thank you to him. "I want you to analyze the changes that have taken place in the seeds because of the essence I poured into them," Eric instructed the AI through their mental link. Analyzing, the AI replied softly. Several mechanical devices extended toward the seeds, circling them rapidly to skin their structure. "I require a source of raw divine energy to hasten the process." Eric nodded at the request. His eyes turned a vibrant green, and an intricate flower pattern bloomed within his pupils. The space around him bent and warped until a figure clad in a tattered cloak appeared, kneeling before him. Beneath the hood of the cloak, no face or physical features were visible, only a glowing, swirling pattern identical to Eric's eyes shone from the darkness. Eric nodded, satisfied that the cloak was working as intended. The figure kneeling before him was Apophis. Eric had previously tasked Hephaestus with creating a restraint capable of containing the Chaos Serpent's infinite form and chaotic aura, allowing Eric to summon the entity to do his bidding. Inspired by Eric's descriptions of the Dementors from his old world, the Smith god had conceived the idea for the Cloak of Chaos. Using the tattered fabric of a Dementor's cloak and their crystallized essence, Hephaestus had forged this artifact, binding it together with divine runes and master craftsmanship. "Allow your divine energy to be used and do not resist," Eric ordered Apophis. The entity responded simply by standing up, allowing thick tendrils from the AI's servers to wrap around him and begin siphoning his power. Eric observed the process closely. The AI was drawing such a colossal amount of energy from Apophis that it was difficult to even fathom the quantity. Yet, what caused Eric to shake his head in disbelief was that Apophis's reserves remained entirely full. His natural energy regeneration was so potent that it instantly replenished whatever the AI consumed. Analysis is complete. When a being integrates a divine seed within themselves, there is normally a chance for the seed to awaken only after thousands of Earth years, combined with constant comprehension and training from the demigod, the AI started explaining to Eric. It seems the essence you provided has bypassed this process. With time, the more the receivers of these seeds use their divinity, the more growth they will experience. They will reach godhood in a fraction of the usual time. The AI added. Good, Eric muttered. At his command, the 4 seeds floated through the air to hover in front of Velka, Ignitia, Veldanava, and Argent. The 4 accepted the gifts with thankful nods and immediately began integrating the energy. The AI worked in tandem with them to optimize the process, ensuring they would receive the highest possible boons upon reaching demigodhood. Ilistri watched the masterful manipulation of divine energy with fascination. The thought crossed her mind that if she were to integrate something similar, it might multiply her own powers just by enhancing her control. Meanwhile, Edwina's eyes also shifted to the flower pattern as she summoned Typhon, lending the monster's strength to the AI as a secondary battery. Hades and Ra returned at that moment, accompanied by their full pantheons. They stood in stunned silence for a few long moments, witnessing the most powerful dark gods of their respective mythologies being used as mere divine batteries. The 2 kings looked at one another and wordlessly shook their heads, sighing internally at the absurdity of it. Ra, however, allowed a glint of satisfaction to enter his eyes. He thoroughly approved of the Chaos Serpent's current state of servitude. I would like to start by introducing my son, Keprin. The god of nurturing fire, life, and nature, Ra announced, patting the back of the 4th member of his pantheon, counting Daphne as the 3rd. A god with the head of a ram stepped forward. His horns curved to the front, and a sun disk floated behind his head, lit with gentle white flames, while his eyes glowed like embers. Image here. It is a pleasure, Lord Hades, Lady Persephone, and the gods of Olympus. Lady Ilistri, it is an honor to meet you as well, Keprin began, offering a slight, respectful bow to Hades and the Olympians before turning toward Ilistri. He greeted Eric, Simon, Edwina, and the girls in a friendly manner. I appreciate the opportunity you have provided, which has allowed for the uniting of our pantheons, he said, giving Eric a nod of appreciation. It is my honor that you accepted the invitation, Eric replied, nodding back to the new god. Once the greetings were concluded, the Olympians and the Egyptians took their thrones that were formed for them by the AI. The AI then manifested square constructs that floated toward the guests, designed to attach to the palm of everyone present, pending their permission. Daphne had to coax Ra into accepting the device, which he eventually did with a grumble and a shake of his head. Thick wires extended from the constructs, plugging into the AI servers to form a complete connection with everyone in the room. Let's begin, then, Eric announced, noticing that the 4 subordinates had completed their transformation into demigods. In the next instant, the thrones of everyone present levitated. Their surroundings vanished, replaced by total darkness as they were transported to a completely empty void of space. With a blinding flash of light, Eric's island materialized before them. It expanded rapidly, growing until it transformed into a flat planet with the landmass of Jupiter, dominated by a golden tree in the center that was visible even from the depths of space. The sheer scale of the tree was even more impressive when one considered the planet possessed a landmass equal to a gas giant, not to mention the vast oceans and bodies of water. I shall now name the planet Cynthiae. And the golden tree shall henceforth be called Chrysaxis, Eric proclaimed. The planet and the tree seemed to hum as they accepted their new names. Ra's eyes shone with golden light as a sun ignited above the planet, pulled across the sky by his golden-winged boat with the castle atop it. Following the sun were the 7 planets Ra presided over. They materialized around Cynthiae, forming a protective orbital circle. Ilistri formed the moon with a graceful wave of her hand and a gentle, melodic whisper. Hades and Persephone added Mount Olympus as a massive floating mountain range above the planet, creating a second floating peak to house a palace for the Hawthorns. Hades, Ilistri, and Ra then worked in unison to connect their respective underworlds to that of Cynthiae, integrating the afterlife of the entire galaxy that was about to be born. Veldanava moved next, shaping the terrain and biomes of Cynthiae. He formed sweeping deserts, dense forests, raging volcanoes, floating archipelagos, and habitable zones deep beneath the oceans, creating every type of environment imaginable. He then assigned all the dragons in the land to their appropriate homes across every biome, including the sun and the moon, before bestowing his blessing upon every being that lived on Cynthiae. Next was Velka, who transported her advanced metal city to float high above the canopy of Chrysaxis, casting her own blessings upon the planet's inhabitants. Ignitia formed new flame wisps and phoenixes, giving them homes within the volcanoes and thermal vents, blessing the land with fire and rebirth. Argent filled the shadows, forming demons in the underworld, the sun, the moon, and on the planet itself, ensuring his blessing was woven into every being on the planet and the underworld as well. More suns, orbiting planets, moons, asteroids, comets, neutron stars, and every manner of celestial body were forged by Ra, Tauret, Veldanava, Velka, Keprin, and every god and demigod present. Ilistri held the authority to determine their positioning, arranging the heavens exactly as she wished. Finally, Eric formed 356 stars. He asked Ilustri to arrange them into a massive constellation representing Vasuki. "We shall from now be called the Luxiternum Court," Eric announced, naming their new pantheon. Chapter 194, Infinite Roots. At that moment, every being present received a mental message from Chrysaxis through the AI interface. The Great Tree was requesting full access to every multiverse formed by the gods of the new pantheon. The gods were happy to grant this request, as they understood that such a connection would be incredibly helpful for managing their various realms within the waking world. Chrysaxis sent a pulse of gratitude through the connection after they accepted and began its work immediately. Its massive roots extended through the flesh of Nyarlathotep, the outer god that Vasuki had butchered for Eric when he had dared to threaten the boy. Chrysaxis had taken that essence and stored it near its primary roots, studying its unique properties and ancient powers for a long time. Now, the tree was using that harvested flesh to manifest its presence within the waking realm. It extended infinite roots into every world connected to the pantheon, spreading its physical presence across a multitude of universes. This flesh had also been integral in the remaking of Synthia and the entirety of the new galaxy they had just formed in the Dreamlands. The gods now shared a deep connection with Synthia and Chrysaxis, while the tree acted as a bridge that linked every one of their waking universes. As they floated in space upon their thrones, they looked at one another in surprise. They could feel their connection to their respective universes strengthening significantly, and they could sense the state of their multiverses with far more clarity than before. Hestia tilted her head in wonder before sending an avatar of herself into one of the universes she had created. "It feels as if I am physically there," she whispered as she felt the sensations of her avatar. It did not feel like a mere projection into the waking realm anymore. She could even sense that her avatar possessed much more power than any she had formed in the past. Following her lead, the other gods sent out their own projections and found the exact same results as Hestia. Previously, the most coveted and valuable resource in the Dreamlands was the sand of Morpheus. It was the only substance that allowed a god to materialize in the waking world and interact with their universes on a deep level. The members of the Luxiternum Court realized they no longer had any need for the sand. They could now interact with their multiverses as if they were physically present, which was a transition of immense value to them. In the following moments, Ilustri, the Olympians, and the Egyptian gods sent out an infinite number of avatars to the multiverses they governed so they could interact with their creations. Luna had intended to give them some sand of Morpheus as a welcoming gift for the formation of the new pantheon, but she saw now that it was unnecessary. She had previously sprinkled some of the sand on Chrysaxis, and that small amount seemed to be enough for everyone now that their realms were linked through the golden tree. Eric observed Apophis and noted that a large portion of the serpent's divinity had been drained. The Chaos Serpent was currently replenishing his strength at a steady pace, while Typhon was in a similar state of exhaustion. The rest of the gods remained at full strength since they had only performed smaller tasks like forming stars or planets. The bulk of the strain had come from forming the isolated dimension, a burden that Typhon and Apophis had carried as the divine batteries through the AI. The gods, with the exception of Ilustri, excused themselves so they could concentrate on their newly connected universes. Eric and the rest of the family understood their need for solitude. Luna, Daphne, and Fleur also felt a sudden surge in their divine energy. As they were now the chosen of the new and much larger collective pantheon, they were experiencing a massive power boost and a significant expansion of their authorities. They also excused themselves to integrate these new powers and focus on the additions to their authority. With Edwina, Simon, and Elder Hu off exploring the new world, only Eric and Ilustri were left behind in the silent void of space. "Would you help me test something?" Ilustri asked Eric as she gestured toward the Celestial Gourd tied at her waist. Eric smiled and nodded, asking her to lead the way. Ilustri took his hand and they vanished from the hall, appearing instantly on the moon. They stood before a modest mansion that Ilustri had formed to serve as her home upon the lunar surface. The Celestial Gourd shimmered as it was surrounded by the natural moonlight of the realm, and it began condensing its essence into silver drops. "Do you see that?" Ilustri said as she showed the gourd to Eric. "I can condense moonlight essence as well, but this is different. I want to study this particular essence." She spoke with a clear note of excitement on her face. Eric tilted his head as he looked at the gourd. "Well, I received it from someone very high up," he said with a shake of his head, admitting that he did not truly know the full extent of how the artifact functioned. He then noticed a pool in the middle of the mansion and gestured for Ilustri to follow him. He waved his hand to empty the pool once they reached it. "You can pour the contents of the gourd into the pool," Eric told her. It had been a long time since Eric had used the Celestial Gourd, and he had even left it on a moon in the Dreamlands for an entire year. That time had allowed a massive amount of moonlight essence to accumulate within the vessel. He knew the gourd was bound to his soul and could not be used by others without his permission, so he had never worried about anyone taking it as he could just summon it with a thought. He watched as Ilustri poured the moonlight essence into the pool. It did not take long for the pool to be filled to the brim, even though the gourd still seemed to be more than half full. "I have tried dripping this on myself before and there was no change. Let us see if it helps you in some way," Eric said to the goddess. We shall see. Give me just a moment, Ilistri muttered. She produced a divine seed and a silver scroll from her belongings. She began drawing intricate runes onto the scroll using a vibrant golden ink while Eric stood beside her and watched the process. These runes look quite similar to the ones on the skill scrolls I possess, Eric commented. The goddess gave him a small nod. I am making something similar, after all, she whispered softly. She placed the divine seed onto the scroll once all the runes were completed. She was creating a skill scroll for an analysis type of power that was specifically catered to her own divinity. The scroll shimmered with light before dissolving into motes of gold that entered Ilistri. She stood still for a few moments as she acclimated to the new skill within her mind. Would you like me to make one for you? She asked Eric after she had sensed the incredible amount of control she now possessed over her divinity. I already have a skill like that, Eric replied with a shake of his head. Ilistri nodded and turned her gaze toward the pool of silver liquid. Now I can take a bath in that, she muttered. She leaned in toward Eric and asked him to close his eyes for just a moment. When Eric opened his eyes, he saw that Ilistri was already in the pool. Her beautiful silver hair and silver eyes shimmered in the light, and her obsidian skin glistened with the silvery glow of the moonlight essence. The word beautiful was the only thought in his mind as he watched her bathing in the pool, with her shoulders and head visible above the surface of the liquid. The silver liquid shimmered and began to be absorbed by Ilistri, causing glowing patterns to form across her skin. Eric watched her, mesmerized by the sight. Eventually, she walked out of the pool, only a silver cloak of moonlight formed behind her as her bare body. The cloak wrapped itself around her body to form a flowing silver dress as she came to a stop in front of him. Was it helpful? Eric asked after a long moment, referring to the dip she had just taken. Very helpful, she said with a firm nod. She leaned in with a mischievous glint in her silver eyes and whispered, thank you. She held his face gently and pressed a kiss against his cheek. That is good to hear, he whispered back to her, running a hand down the length of her shimmering silver hair. The moonlight essence had provided Ilistri with a massive advantage. She had used the enhanced cognition from her new skill to deepen her understanding of her divinity, pushing her power toward the pinnacle of the gods. She was now one of only a handful of deities who had been able to touch the power of the gods of the void, placing her at the very top of the hierarchy within the Dreamlands. Chapter 195, Side Story, 25, The Freed Sail Away. The next morning arrived with a crisp chill in the air as Skoll and Hattie stood motionless within the deep shadows of the harbor. Skoll had woven a subtle layer of magic around them, an enchantment designed to slide the gaze of any observer away from their position. As long as they remained shrouded in the dark, they were effectively invisible to the bustling port workers and sailors. The wolf and the men watched in silence as the final crate was hauled onto the deck of the ship from Dorne. Once the cargo was secured, the crew began their final preparations for departure. Some of the sailors lowered a small rowing boat into the water. They carried an anchor that was connected to the main vessel by a heavy line. The men rowed with steady strokes until they reached deeper water, where they dropped the anchor and signaled back to the ship before rowing back to join their comrades. On the main deck, the crew worked in unison to rotate the capstan. The rhythmic clicking of the mechanism echoed across the water as the ship was slowly winched toward the drop point, pulling itself into the deeper currents of the ocean. Skoll clenched his fist in triumph and felt a grin tugging at his lips beneath his helmet when he saw the massive sails finally drop. The wind caught the canvas, and the vessel began to cut through the waves. Hopefully it will be the last time these people are treated as cargo, Skoll muttered to himself. He reached down to run his hand through Hattie's soft, thick fur, finding warmth in the wolf's presence. The crates that had been loaded onto the ship returning to Dorne did not contain spices or silks. Instead, they held the people Skoll had spent his time freeing. As he had promised, they were now on their way to the Dornish coast to begin new lives defined by freedom and opportunity rather than collars. Shall we? Skoll asked. Hattie answered by nuzzling his head against Skoll's side in a show of affection. The two of them dissolved into the darkness, moving through the shadows of the city as they made their way back toward the Targaryen mansion. Skoll re-entered the mansion and emerged from the gloom a short distance away from his personal quarters. He stopped when he saw little Daenerys knocking insistently on his door while a nervous female servant stood beside her. He is likely still sleeping, princess. We should leave him be, the servant pleaded. She clearly did not wish to risk disturbing the giant warrior. The little girl placed her hands on her hips and shook her head with a look of pure disappointment. Lazy old man, she grumbled, turning around to stomp away. Am I now? Skoll asked from behind her. He let a playful glint enter his eyes, though his smirk and eyes remained hidden by his metal visor. Daenerys spun around, her face instantly lighting up. Uncle Skoll. Can I play with Hattie? She asked, throwing her arms up in excitement as if she had not just been insulting his work ethic. I suppose I cannot say no to a face like that, Skoll muttered. He reached down and carefully picked the girl up, placing her securely on Hattie's back. The wolf stood patiently as the girl gripped his fur, and the three of them began to walk through the wide hallways of the mansion. Always the helm, Daenerys muttered after a few moments, pointing a finger at his face. Take it off. I want to see. She made frantic gestures, urging him to reveal his face. You don't think the armor looks good on me? Skoll asked. He reached out and gave her a gentle nudge on the cheek with his finger. You look silly. Proper knights take theirs off when they're home, the girl said with blunt honesty. See. Hattie says so as well. She giggled when the wolf let out a soft snort from beneath her. Skoll clicked his tongue and whispered, cheeky brat, under his breath. He reached up and unlatched the heavy helmet, pulling it free and clipping it to his belt. Are you happy now? He asked. The girl responded by reaching her arms out toward him again. He chuckled and lifted her from the wolf, placing her comfortably on his broad shoulder. I will take care of her for now. Thank you, Skoll said to the servant who had been trailing them. To his surprise, the woman looked at him with significantly less fear than she had in the previous days. She offered a quick bow and departed, giving Skoll one last look as if she had seen him for the first time. To Mother, Daenerys commanded, pointing her small hand toward Riella's chambers. Hattie is better. She leaned down from Skoll's shoulder and patted Hattie's head to indicate that the wolf was her preferred mount for the journey. Skoll placed her back onto the wolf and they turned the corner into the hallway where Riella was staying. He was heading there regardless of the girl's whims. This time, Skoll noticed that Ser Willem was not standing guard outside the door. He gave a small shrug and knocked before entering. Enter, Ser Willem's voice called from within. Skoll stepped inside to find the old knight sitting on a chair near the bed. The former queen was sitting up, her brow furrowed in deep concentration as she tried to move her toes and fingers. This is harder than giving birth. Oh. You should take the helm off more often. Riella muttered, letting out a tired sigh before giving him a smile. Skoll chuckled as Hattie walked over and laid down beside the bed, with Daenerys still clinging to the wolf's back. Ser Willem, Skoll said, nodding to the knight. I am surprised to see you sitting down for once. I was the one who told him to rest, Riella interjected with a shake of her head. It was clear that convincing Willem to abandon his post, even for a moment, had been a difficult battle. Willem said nothing in his own defense. He simply gave Skoll a respectful nod and returned to his watchful position as he remained seated near the door. Riella looked at Skoll and then tilted her head toward Willem, silently signaling how stubborn the old man could be. Skoll shrugged in response and began opening the bag he had brought with him. He took out a brown glass flask filled with Dornish red and placed it on the bedside table. Next, he produced a small ceramic container. When he opened the lid, a fine silver powder could be seen shimmering inside. Thank you, Riella said, gesturing towards the wine before she watched with interest as Skoll began to mix the silver powder into the usual bowl of medicinal broth he prepared for her. I spoke to my father about your condition, and he provided this to help, Skoll explained as he handed the bowl to her. Skoll had informed Luxarion of Riella's plight during a brief visit. Upon hearing the news, the gold dragon had immediately offered Skoll a rare silver flower known for its ability to strengthen the soul. Luxarion had then tried to press 1,000 other herbs and potions into Skoll's hands, even offering to fly to Tyrosh himself to handle the matter. The gold dragon was often exasperated with his children because they so rarely asked him for anything. With a massive hoard at his disposal, he was always looking for an excuse to give to his children anything they would wish for. This often meant that whenever a custodian made a simple request, Luxarion would go above and beyond, which in turn made the siblings somewhat reluctant to ask him for favors. Skoll had politely rejected the dragon's more extreme offers, taking only the silver flower before making a hasty exit through a teleportation circle. Please convey my deepest gratitude to your father for his generosity, Riella said between small sips of the broth. Skoll nodded, though he had to resist the urge to roll his eyes at the mention of his father's generosity being an understatement. I have something else to tend to, Skoll said as he stood up and turned to the wolf. You stay here and protect them. Hattie remained where he was, resting his head on his paws while Daenerys continued to lean against him. Skoll stepped out of the room and closed the door quietly behind him, making his way back toward his own quarters to prepare for his next task. Chapter 196, The Trickster Giant. While Eric was occupied falling for a goddess, his girls Luna, Daphne, and Fleur had gathered on the son of Cynthia to acclimate to their increased strength. They soon discovered that they now possessed divinity comparable to that of lesser gods. And they had a higher authority over the fundamental pillars of order, chaos, fate, and destiny. As they delved deeper into the nuances of their abilities, they realized they could directly petition the deities of their new pantheon if they ever found themselves in peril. Such a petition would allow them to draw upon the full, unbridled power of whichever god they called upon. I was wondering something, Daphne muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Fleur as they walked across the blazing surface of the sun. What is it? Fleur asked, tilting her head with curiosity. You know that Eric loves you, right? Daphne asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Yes, of course he does. How could he not? Fleur replied with a confident nod, gesturing to herself with her chin held high. The display of arrogance caused Daphne and Luna to chuckle, earning them a playful scowl from Fleur in return. Then why haven't you made it official yet? Daphne asked, finally reaching the question she had been leading toward. Well, Fleur began, resting a finger against her chin as she thought. To be honest, I was simply waiting for the right moment to ask the two of you. She admitted this with a shy, genuine smile. I think you can assume our consent is given, seeing as you are still alive and well, Daphne said with a playful smirk. Both Luna and Daphne were perfectly comfortable with the idea of Eric dating them together, and they had long since accepted Fleur into their circle. This did not mean they were entirely immune to jealousy, however. Daphne in particular would not hesitate to teach a lesson to anyone who dared to drive a wedge between her and Eric. I will take that as a yes, Fleur said, nodding firmly before reaching out to pull Daphne's cheeks apart as far as they would go. How about we go exploring for a while? I want a magical beast companion of my own, Daphne suggested, her smile turning into one of pure excitement. Luna already had Noctel in the waking world as well as the Dreamlands. Her other companion, Cherry, preferred the Dreamlands and would only manifest in the waking world when Luna specifically invited her. Fleur had her phoenix, which she had named Moon. She had previously asked Luna for some of the sand of Morpheus to bring the phoenix into the waking world, where it now stayed in her home. There are many powerful magical beasts here, Luna said, pointing down toward the planet below the sun they currently stood upon. You could just choose one from there. The creatures on that world are blessed by a great number of gods, she added. Every living thing on Synthia had received the blessings of the 4 new demigods. Cherry had also added her own blessing, and several other gods had contributed their blessing to some creatures they took a liking to. This had turned every creature on Synthia into something divine in its own right, to the point that even other gods would likely covet them as mounts or beast companions. I just wanted to make a real adventure out of this, Daphne protested. She harbored a desire to bind herself with a mythological creature of great legend. More than that, she simply craved the thrill of a challenge. With the immense power she had recently gained, there were very few things left in the world that could truly test her. Luna and Fleur shared a look of shared exasperation before turning back to Daphne. They gave a collective shrug and called for the winged stag to serve as their mount. There was a time when she was the most mature of the 3 of us, Fleur whispered to herself, giving Daphne another look of exasperation. The massive winged stag materialized before them in a sudden flash of light, immediately nuzzled its head affectionately against Luna. The beast had evolved significantly, now possessing burning red wings and eyes that blazed like twin suns. Its strength had increased to a point where it was almost divine in nature. The 3 girls mounted the stag and formed a portal in the air before them, leading out of their isolated dimension and into the vast expanse of the main Dreamlands. They roamed across the great sea of the Dreamlands, passing over numerous islands. Whenever they approached a new landmass, Fleur and Luna would look to Daphne. She would decide whether they should land or continue based entirely on her gut feeling. They encountered a wide variety of magical and divine creatures, but none of them felt right to Daphne. Instead of bonding with them, the girls simply sent the creatures to Synthia to provide them with a safe and prosperous new home. Eventually, they came across a floating island characterized by 4 moons and a single sun revolving around it. The moons were positioned below the landmass while the sun hovered above, indicating that it was currently daytime on the island. Although it was described as an island, the floating land was so vast it felt more like an entire world. I am certain this is the private heaven of some other pantheon. We should probably not intrude on their territory, Luna suggested. The others nodded sensibly and began to nudge the stag to turn away. You can come closer, we truly do not mind the company, a voice called out from the island. They looked over to see a god beckoning them to approach. He was a towering giant, standing at least 18 feet in height with dark skin and eyes of fiery red. He was leaning casually against a tree while smoking a cigar, a wide grin fixed on his face. Let me guess. He is a trickster god, Daphne whispered to the other 2 with a deadpan expression. She received immediate, knowing nods in response. The god seemed to have overheard her, as his grin widened and he let out a booming laugh. You are sensible girls, he said, leaning forward as he took a long puff of his cigar. And I am a sensible giant. I am sensible enough not to provoke you, or rather, the gods who have chosen you. You can call me Copper. He added with a shrug. Fleur recognized the name Copper from her studies of mythological texts. She looked at Luna and Daphne before nodding to them as a sign that it was safe to proceed. They moved the stag toward the giant and offered him a respectful bow, introducing themselves and the name of their pantheon. Would you girls mind telling me which pantheons you belong to? Copper asked as he sat down on the grass, resting his back against a sturdy tree. He could sense the divinity radiating from the 3 of them. It was powerful enough that he assumed they were the chosen representatives of several distinct and ancient pantheons. He was intrigued by the idea of 3 chosen ones from different divine families traveling together. His eyebrows shot up in genuine surprise when Fleur explained that they were all chosen by a single, newly created pantheon. A healthy amount of fear gripped his heart as he imagined what such a concentrated force of power could achieve. He considered himself fortunate to be among the first gods to learn this information. Fleur had briefly consulted with Ilistri in her mind to ask if they should hide their origin, but the goddess had told her to be open. Ilistri knew that with their current strength, no other pantheon would dare to antagonize them. There was no benefit to secrecy, as their existence would instead encourage other gods to seek friendly terms with them. It seems you three are in search of something. Perhaps I can offer some assistance, Copper offered. He was not an idiot and knew the value of helping the children before him. I am looking for a magical creature to bond with, Daphne explained. The giant placed a large hand on his chin and hummed in thought. There is one, he muttered after a moment. There is a serpent here by the name of Bakunawa. Perhaps he may be of interest to you. He offered this with a mischievous grin. You see, we used to have 7 moons here. This beast ate 3 of them because he found them too beautiful to resist, Copper added with a slow shake of his head. Could you not have stopped him yourselves? Fleur asked, tilting her head. Bakunawa was clearly powerful, but he was not a god. The gods Siddhapa and Muhen deemed that the beast cannot be killed by us, the giant explained. You are not bound by the rules of our pantheon, so you may be able to subdue him. Siddhapa and Muhen were the gods of fate within his pantheon. Just like in any other divine hierarchy, the gods of fate held immense influence over the decisions of their peers. They were the primary reason the local gods had not stopped the moon-eating serpent. They were bound by the threads of fate that their own gods had laid out for reasons known only to them. Chapter 197, Side Story, 26, The Dragon of Doom. Skoll went to check on Riella the following day and found a sight that brought a genuine, gentle smile to his face. The former queen was standing beside her bed, attempting to take small, halting steps with Hattie and Viserys providing support on either side of her. She kept one hand buried in Hattie's thick fur for balance while her other hand was held firmly by her son. Her first step was wobbling and unsteady, but she completed it. Skoll realized then that the silver flower provided by his father had facilitated a recovery far faster than even he could have anticipated. Ser Willem stood nearby in the room, watching the scene with wide eyes as if he were witnessing a literal miracle. Skoll moved to stand beside the old knight, and together they observed as Riella steadily gathered her strength. She began to move around the room with increasing confidence. Daenerys was jumping around in excitement, encouraging her mother with high-pitched giggles while clapping her small hands together in rhythm. Riella had noticed Skoll the moment he entered. She offered him a warm, tired smile as she navigated the floor toward him with slow, deliberate steps. Thank you, Ser, for helping me walk again, she said softly. She reached out to pat Skoll's chest affectionately before turning back to her practice. Riella was 42 years old, and though Skoll was well over 2 centuries in age, his physical appearance remained that of a man in his early 20s. The sight of him often made her think of her eldest son, Rhaegar. Skoll did not mind the comparison or the maternal affection, as he had grown quite fond of the woman's resilient spirit during their time together. I will go and make the final preparations. We shall leave for Nightshade before the dawn, Skoll announced with a nod before departing. He began the tedious task of drawing a massive teleportation circle in the main hall of the mansion. As he worked, he would occasionally glance up to see Riella walking through the halls, talking softly with her children while Ser Willem trailed behind them like a silent shadow. The servants of the house looked upon her recovery as an act of the divine. They would bow deeply whenever she passed, though they did not dare speak to her or offer their congratulations. They feared that any unauthorized interaction might displease the stern Ser Willem. The process of drawing the circle took several hours. Because it was intended to transport a large group of people along with a significant amount of luggage and supplies, the geometry had to be perfect. By the time he finished, the afternoon sun was beginning to dip in the sky. It was decided that they would depart immediately after a final lunch, and Ser Willem had already ordered the servants to pack every essential and valuable the family owned. While the royal family ate, Ser Willem gathered every servant in the house into a single line before him. Today, we are leaving for a place far away. I understand that some of you may not wish to leave Tyrosh or your homes here. Therefore, all of you have a choice. You may choose to follow us, or you may stay, he told them, his voice characteristically gruff. He gave them time to consider their futures while the final crates were moved. In the end, only 3 servants chose to remain with the family. One was the maid who had cared for Riella, another had looked after Viserys, and the third was the woman tasked with caring for Daenerys. All 3 of them feared and disliked Willem as much as the others did, but they chose to follow because the individuals they were tasked with caring for had shown them kindness. An hour after lunch, everything was ready. Skoll instructed the group to stand in specific locations within the elaborate circle. He and Hattie took their places in the center to act as the anchors for the magic. Hattie placed a heavy paw on a specific rune and began to channel his own magic into the array. With a brilliant flash of blue light, the space around them warped and bent. An instant later, the entire group found themselves standing in the spacious, high-ceilinged hall of a different house. Welcome to Nightshade. This is my home, Skoll said, spreading his arms to introduce the bewildered group to the estate. He noticed Riella swaying on her feet, looking as though she were about to collapse. He moved swiftly to catch her, holding her steady before she could hit the floor. He had waited for her to be able to walk before attempting this journey because he knew that if he had teleported her while she was still bedridden, her curse might have reacted violently to the strain and killed her. Even now, she was overwhelmed by fatigue. I must take her with me for the final stage of the healing, Skoll said, looking directly at Willem. He had made sure not to use the word cure in front of Riella or the children. I will come with you, Willem replied, stepping forward. He paused when Skoll shook his head. Look after the children. They are in an unfamiliar environment and will need you, Skoll insisted, gesturing toward the wide-eyed Targaryen kids as he placed Riella gently onto Hattie's back. Trust me, he added, giving the old knight a reassuring look. Willem looked conflicted for a moment, his legs were still mid-step. Then he straightened his back and gave a firm, single nod. Skoll returned the nod, and a moment later, he and Hattie dissolved into the shadows. They reappeared shortly after in the warm, golden atmosphere of Luxarian's lair. Skoll found his father in his human form, sitting comfortably and reading a thick book. Luxarian looked up and did not need to ask any questions. He had already deduced the situation. With a casual wave of his hand, Riella was moved from Hattie's back to a soft, comfortable bed. Luxarian appeared to be a man in his late 30s with hair like spun gold and eyes that glowed like molten gold. He approached the bed to examine Riella's condition. What is the cause of the curse, father? Skoll asked. A malevolent demon that resides in the land of her ancestors seems to have a wish to claim her soul. Luxarian explained. His hand began to glow with a soft golden radiance as his divinity traced the threads of the curse back to its source. Why would it target her? Skoll asked with a deep frown. Because she carries the blood of old Valyria. This entity believes it has a rightful claim over every soul with the blood of Valyria. Luxarian said. He turned his gaze toward a specific horizon, sensing the anger of the being on the other side. The demon Luxarian spoke of was enraged that Riella had somehow cheated death. It had intensified the curse because it believed her soul was its property by right. Allow me to accompany you, Skoll requested, sensing that his father intended to confront the entity immediately. The answer came when the environment around them changed abruptly. They were no longer in the warm cave but were instead floating high above a landscape of smoking ruins and jagged earth. Skoll looked down to see nothing but ash and the remnants of a once grand civilization. Luxarian scanned the ruins of Valyria once before raising a hand toward the ground. A moment later, a mighty roar shook the very foundations of the city. A massive dragon emerged from the rubble, thrashing and clawing at the air as it tried to break free from an invisible, divine grasp. You see, son, in this world, demons and spirits are often formed from the collective ideas and fears of the people, the gold dragon explained casually. Restraining the beast in front of him required no more effort than breathing. This one was born when the survivors believed a vengeful god had caused the doom of Valyria. It gave life to this demon in the form of a dragon. Its name is Doom. He added. Luxarian waved his hand again, and the demon was suddenly unable to speak or roar. Skoll looked closely at the creature. It had 4 limbs and 2 massive wings, appearing as if it were carved from obsidian. Deep cracks ran through its hide, leaking molten lava, and its flesh seemed to be fused with a massive amount of red gold Valyrian steel. Would killing it free her from the curse? Skoll asked. It would, his father replied. He turned to look into Skoll's eyes. Tell me, do you truly trust this woman? He asked. I trust her, and I have grown to care for her, Skoll said with a firm nod. Riella had always treated him with a gentle kindness that reminded him of a mother's care. Luxarian nodded in response. He reached out and gripped the head of the demon known as Doom. With a surge of power, every soul the dragon had trapped within its form was released, dissipating into the natural afterlife of the world. Doom could only watch in defiant fury, looking like a helpless child in the hands of a giant. The curse he placed on her creates a permanent connection between them. It would be a waste to simply destroy all of this power, Luxarian mused to himself while eyeing the struggling demon. Even though Luxarian was handling the entity with zero effort, Doom was still incredibly powerful compared to the other spirits of this world. Luxarian nodded to himself and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the demon dragon vanished entirely. Did you kill him? Skoll asked. Something better. I gave his power to her, Luxarian replied with a shrug. Chapter 198, Pots and Pans. A/N, image of Bakunawa has been added to the auxiliary. Daphne raised an eyebrow and shifted her gaze toward Luna and Fleur. The 3 of them shared a silent moment of eye contact, communicating through their eyes as they weighed the decision of whether or not they should get involved in the local affairs of this realm. Can you tell us why Lord Sidapa and Muhen deemed it so that you cannot kill the serpent? Luna asked the giant. She wanted to gain a complete picture of the divine politics at play before they made a move. I suspect they wish for us gods to work more closely with the mortals in this situation, the giant replied, placing a large hand on his chin as he hummed in thought. He offered his theory on why the gods of fate would allow such a creature to roam free. Fleur nodded to herself in understanding. In the ancient myths she had studied, the supreme god Bathala had eventually taught the humans to go outside and bang pots and pans loudly during eclipses. The noise was intended to startle the serpent into spitting the moon back out. The supreme god had only stepped in once there was only a single moon left in the sky. I think the lesson of gods working with mortals is far more important than me finding a mount right now, Daphne suggested. She felt that she could easily find a companion elsewhere without disrupting the natural growth of this world. Copper scratched his head in a bit of bewilderment before taking another long puff of his cigar and giving a casual shrug of his massive shoulders. If you say so, he muttered before pushing himself up from the ground. We can leave it at that, then. Would you children allow me to host you for a while? He asked the question with an easy, welcoming grin. The girls gave their assent, which prompted a booming laugh from the giant. He began walking in a specific direction through the woods and gestured for them to follow him. They mounted their winged stag once more, and the creature took flight just behind the giant, keeping pace with his long strides. Copper led them to a massive hollow tree that served as his home. He invited them inside with a broad gesture. He used his magic to form a table and several chairs that were perfectly sized for the girls, then offered them a variety of exotic fruits to eat. The giant sat with his back against the curved inner wall of the tree, puffing on his cigar while they rested. The girls found themselves smiling at how simplistic and non-pretentious the god was. They relaxed into the environment and began chatting with him as if they were old friends. While Copper was known as a trickster god, he was not malicious. He enjoyed playing harmless pranks on travelers, often leading them in circles before eventually showing them the correct path if they were truly lost. There was this one time a traveler got completely turned around in the woods, Copper shared, his voice erupting in a booming laugh. And for this once, I promise it was not my doing that caused him to get lost. He continued the story, clutching his stomach as he laughed at the memory. Anyway, the lad was convinced I was the one playing tricks on him. He thought that if he turned his clothes inside out, it would break my spell and force me to help him. The giant took a puff of his cigar to control his laughter so he could finish. I found the sight of him so incredibly funny that I personally appeared before him and guided him out of the woods myself. The girls giggled at the image while they sampled the sweet fruits. That could very well create a legend where people believe they have to put their clothes on inside out if they get lost in the woods, Daphne mused with a grin and a shake of her head. It already has. And I find it funny every single time, the giant replied. He suddenly looked toward the entrance of his hollow tree and noticed that darkness had fallen. He stood up and gestured for the girls to follow him outside. When they stepped out, they looked up to see a night sky illuminated by 4 beautiful moons. The girls marveled at the sight for a few moments while Copper climbed a nearby giant, sturdy tree. He sat on a thick branch and lit a fresh cigar, watching the celestial bodies with a quiet intensity. It is late now, children. You should return home for the night, but do come back to visit from time to time, Copper said, grinning down at them before turning his attention back to the moons. Thank you, my lord, the 3 of them said in unison as they offered a respectful curtsy. They mounted the winged stag and prepared for flight. The creature flapped its blazing wings and rose into the sky, but Fleur suddenly gestured for it to hover in mid-air. She was staring intently at a specific point in the heavens. Look over there, she said, pointing toward the horizon. Daphne and Luna looked in the direction she was pointing. Through their enhanced divine sight, they saw a majestic and terrifying snake moving toward one of the moons. The serpent had a white underbelly and a vibrant green body. Its mouth was long and wide, and a striking red tongue slithered out between its fangs. The beast possessed a pair of large, ash-gray wings and fins along its sides, but its most striking feature was a single green horn protruding from its nose. The snake let out a long hiss and began to grow in size. Its mouth opened wide enough to swallow the moon whole. You greedy snake. 3 were not enough for you, were they? An angry, feminine voice reverberated across the sky. A beautiful goddess with flowing dark hair and fair skin appeared in the path of the serpent. She held a pair of fighting sticks covered in glowing runes, and her eyes and face were protected by a golden mask. The serpent ignored her warning. It was far too enamored with the beauty of the moon. It lowered its head and fired a devastating bolt of lightning from its green horn toward the goddess. She crossed her fighting sticks in front of her to block the attack, but the force of the strike sent her tumbling backward with wounds opening across her body. Despite the pain and the fact that the lower portion of her mask had been destroyed, she gritted her teeth and charged back at the beast. Her weapons shimmered with lunar light as she landed several heavy strikes against the serpent's scales. That is Mayari, the goddess of the moon, Copper explained to the girls from below. She fights the snake every time it appears. She has lost 3 times already. He added solemnly. Why doesn't she use the full extent of her divinity to destroy that thing? Luna asked, tilting her head as she watched the lopsided battle. When two beings of divinity fight in this realm, they often use the aspects of their divinity to fight as their divine energies cancel each other out if they are at an equal level. This leads to the battles of equal gods being more grounded and also stops whole realms from being destroyed, the giant explained without taking his eyes off the sky. Since the gods of fate have decreed that we cannot kill that snake, her divine power is being neutralized by that very concept, even though Bakunawa has significantly less divinity than she does. He said with a shake of his head. The girls could see that Bakunawa was strong, perhaps even stronger than most demigods. It likely possessed enough power to fight off a small army of demigods together. However, in the Dreamlands, 1,000 demigods usually could not even scratch a true god, no matter if they are even a lesser god. The fact that the serpent was winning proved how much authority the gods of fate held over their pantheon. Daphne felt a secret sense of relief that no gods of fate held authority over the Luxiturnum court. The battle continued to rage until the serpent struck Mayari with its massive tail, flinging her back once more. She crashed into the surface of one of the moons, forming a deep crater as blood began to seep from her wounds. Her beautiful, bloodied face was now fully visible because her mask had completely shattered. This was a dire situation, as without the protection of her mask, she was susceptible to the magical gaze of the beast. The serpent's eyes began to shine with a brilliant gold light. The goddess went limp, her gaze turning vacant as she watched helplessly while the snake moved toward the moon. Copper sighed and shook his head when Bakunawa opened its maw and swallowed the moon in a single gulp. A massive bulge formed in the snake's throat and began to move slowly toward its stomach. However, at that exact moment, a series of loud, banging noises echoed through the entire realm. The high-pitched sound of mortals striking pots and pans together reached even the highest reaches of the sky. The serpent jerked and flinched as if it were being attacked by an unseen enemy. Despite its divine power, the creature possessed the intelligence of a common snake. It panicked and spit the moon back out so that it would not be weighed down during a potential fight. The beast fired a few random bolts of lightning into the air and hissed at the empty sky before diving back toward the safety of the sea. Copper laughed loudly and clapped his hands in delight at the sight of the retreat. It seems the great god Bathala decided to intervene and taught the mortals how to ward the beast away, the giant said with a happy smile. He jumped down from his branch and took a mighty leap toward the moon where the goddess lay. He landed softly a few moments later and shrunk his size so he could lift Mayari into his arms. He vanished from the moon and reappeared back in his domain an instant later. I must heal her wounds, he said as he carried her into his hollow tree and laid her on a wooden bed covered in soft leaves. The girls looked at one another before following him inside. They watched as he began to mix various herbs into a paste to apply to her injuries. Here, use these as well, Fleur said. She waved her hand, and several shimmering silver herbs began to grow from the ground inside the house. Copper recognized them as divine herbs of the moon. He knew they would greatly aid in Mayari's recovery, so he plucked them and added them to his mixture immediately. Chapter 199, Side Story, 27, I Am Still Me. A/N, Riella's image had been added to the auxiliary. Riella felt the final remnants of her strength desert her the moment she crossed the threshold of the teleportation circle. Her vision blurred as the world tilted, but the falling sensation was brief. Skoll's powerful arms caught her before she could hit the stone floor, his grip firm and grounding. He lifted her with ease and settled her onto the soft back of Hattie. She felt the massive wolf move, carrying her away to a destination she could not see. Darkness soon claimed her senses. She drifted in a hazy void where only the faint, distant echoes of voices reached her ears. She heard Skoll speaking with the men he referred to as his father, their conversation revolving around the curse that had nearly claimed her life. Their words eventually faded into a profound silence, and she sensed that she was alone in the room, save for one presence. She felt Hattie rest his heavy head upon her chest, although not fully as to not burden her. The warmth of the wolf seeped through her, acting as a silent tether that assured her she was not being abandoned to the dark. The peaceful quiet did not last. Suddenly, Riella found herself standing in a place that felt warm and familiar to her. The air was thick with the biting, unmistakable stench of sulfur. Looking around, she saw a landscape of flowing fire. Molten red sludge moved like slow, thick blood across the ground, and a low, guttural growl vibrated through the air. It was the sound of a beast that was wounded yet still incredibly dangerous. She tried to speak, to ask where she was, but the words died in her throat as she looked up. A colossal figure loomed before her, casting a shadow that felt heavy enough to crush her. It was a dragon of staggering proportions, possessing 4 powerful legs and 2 massive wings. Its scales were as dark as polished obsidian, and its eyes were fixed upon her with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. She realized with a jolt of terror that the creatures her ancestors had used to conquer the 7 kingdoms were mere lizards compared to the sheer, primordial power of the being before her. The beast did not move to attack. Instead, it let out another pained, ragged growl that shook the ground. Riella stood her ground, though her hand moved instinctively to her heart as she took a few cautious steps backward. Is he hurt? She wondered to herself out loud. You could certainly say that, a new voice answered from beside her. She turned to find a man standing there, his presence radiating a calm, golden light. This was Luxarion, the father of Skoll. He gestured toward the trapped dragon with a casual wave of his hand. This being was the cause of your suffering, the man stated. Riella felt a sharp impulse to retort that the true cause of her suffering had been the dead Mad King, but the thought of Ares only brought a wave of cold disgust. She hugged her shoulders as if to shield herself from the memory of that man's cruelty. Luxarion watched her with an apologetic expression, appearing as though he had read the flicker of her thoughts in that instant. Forgive me. I spoke without knowledge, Luxarion said. How did it cause me suffering? She asked, her curiosity finally overcoming her hesitation. Luxarion began to speak, recounting a tale of ancient curses, malevolent demons, and the entity known as Doom. The story changed her entire understanding of the world. She realized that while men were capable of great evil, there were darker, more ancient forces that viewed her very soul as their right to be claimed. Luxarion stepped closer and gestured once more toward the struggling demon dragon. Now, I am here for your opinion, Luxarion said. The curse he placed on you forms a connection between you two, a strong one at that. He raised his hand when she began to interject, signaling for her to listen. A connection that can be used to give all his power to you, Luxarion concluded. The weight of the suggestion hung in the air. Riella considered the prospect of gaining the power of, in her eyes, a godlike entity. This was the being that had attempted to rob her of her future and had claimed a right to her soul before she was even dead. Hatred flared in her violet eyes, a cold fire that quickly transformed into a righteous fury when she thought of the 2 years she had missed her little girl grow. The same years her little son had spent his time worrying for her. Doom, he calls himself, does he not? She asked. Luxarion answered with a single, approving nod. Riella looked at the dragon and felt a grim sense of satisfaction at his current state of helplessness. What shall I now be called when his doom itself rests on my decision? She asked. A mother. Luxarion suggested with a chuckle. He looked at her with an impressed glint in his eyes, though Riella was too focused on the dragon to notice the shift in his demeanor. She turned back to the men with the eyes like molten gold. Will I become like him? She asked. What you will become is what you will choose to become, Luxarion answered. He formed a warm sphere of golden energy on his hand before passing it over to her. Choose wisely, he said, before vanishing from the dimension. Divinity. Give me, Doom croaked. The dragon's voice was broken and ragged as it stared at the golden orb now cradled in Riella's arms. The silver-haired woman marveled at the sensation of holding raw, unrefined divinity, as she knew it now from Doom's words. As she held it, a flood of information regarding the nature of the universe and the structure of divine power began to permeate her mind. The gift was willingly given, and it was ready to be shaped. Riella looked directly into the eyes of the dragon and saw the despair reflecting back at her. I accept your death, she said. She turned her gaze to the golden sphere and took a deep breath. Hence, I now accept my rebirth, she added. The orb erupted with a brilliant glow that illuminated the dark corners of the sulphurous dimension. She felt the raw, primal power of the demon known as Doom flowing into her, but it was filtered and tempered by the golden energy Luxarion had provided. She began to visualize her new self, imagining a form that reflected her will and her resilience. Her physical essence began to evolve, shifting far beyond the limitations of a mortal woman. Back in the real world, Skoll stood by the bed where Riella's physical body lay. Luxarion stood beside him, his expression calm. I can sense a great amount of magic awakening in her body, Skoll muttered. He watched as the room began to vibrate with the sheer pressure of the energy emerging from her form. Complex runes carved into the frame of the bed began to glow with a fierce light. They acted as a conduit, absorbing the excess energy and funneling it back into Riella to fuel the rapid metamorphosis. Pulse after pulse of magic rippled through the air as her gaunt, sunken features began to fill out. Her skin regained its healthy luster. Her silver hair grew longer and more vibrant, shimmering like liquid moonlight. Her violet eyes finally fluttered open, glowing with an inner light as her body was lifted from the mattress by an unseen force. She hovered a few feet above the bed, bathed in the residue of the transformation. With a sudden, sharp sound, a pair of magnificent red wings sprouted from her back. Elegant horns emerged from her forehead, curving slightly as they took shape. She eventually drifted back down until her feet touched the floor. She looked down at her hands and her new, semi-spiritual form, feeling the colossal reserves of magic that now resided within herself. She now had the magical reserves of Doom and she had chosen to have an ability to turn into the form of a red dragon. A form she thought she would explore later. Riella saw Skoll watching her with a look of worry just as she was thinking of her abilities. She approached him and reached out to touch his face with motherly warmth. Because she was now taller than before, she no longer had to reach high to meet his gaze. I am still me, she assured him as her horns and wings faded away. I am glad. And I am happy that you now have the power to choose your own destiny, Skoll said softly as his worry faded. Chapter 200, The Flower in Her Eyes. Copper's hands shone with a vivid green light as he fed the moon goddess the herb paste he had prepared. Her wounds began to knit together and the deep frown on her face softened as she drifted into a deep slumber to complete her recovery. She will be completely healed by dawn, Copper said. He gave Fleur a smile of gratitude since the divine herbs she provided were replenishing the goddess's strength at a remarkable pace. When they left Mayari in the hollow tree and moved outside, Luna and Fleur looked at Daphne with raised eyebrows. What? Daphne asked, folding her arms across her chest. I suppose you are going to get what you wanted, Luna said with a shrug. Daphne simply tilted her head in feigned confusion. The great god intervened and worked with the humans. You can go ahead and take the snake now, Fleur added, nudging Daphne's elbow. Daphne acted as if she had not been thinking of this the entire time. She nodded slowly as if she had only just realized the opportunity after her friends pointed it out. Luna and Fleur merely rolled their eyes at her, causing the green-eyed blonde to blush. Well, now that you mention it. My lord, could you tell us where the serpent might be hiding? Daphne asked Copper. The god was still in his human-sized form and grinned at the exchange between the girls. Of course. Come along then, children, he said. He started walking in a specific direction with large, purposeful strides. The girls mounted their stag. As the creature took its first step, they found themselves instantly at the edge of the forest with Copper still walking just ahead of them. He pointed toward the sea with a grin to indicate the serpent was beneath the waves. Daphne dismounted and a dark golden spear covered in blue runes materialized in her hand. She looked at the gift she had received from Eric and smiled with satisfaction as her wand appeared in her other hand. That is great craftsmanship. That spear must have been forged by a very powerful god, Copper commented. Daphne simply smiled and nodded. Do you want our help? Luna asked, gesturing to herself and Fleur. Daphne looked back at them and shook her head. I can lend you my divine power and domain if you wish, Copper suggested. That way, fate will not be able to intervene and the beast could be felled in a single strike. He spoke with a glint of defiance in his eyes as he clearly wished to see his own power used to bypass the restrictions of fate. Thank you, my lord. However, I wish to test my own strength first, Daphne replied. Copper shrugged and gestured for her to wait before he moved toward a nearby tree. He placed his hand against the bark and a face similar to Daphne's own formed in the wood. It detached itself in the form of a mask a moment later and the god took it in his hand and moved towards Daphne. Take this. It will prevent the beast's charming eyes from working on you, yet you will still be able to see, he said, holding the mask out to her. Daphne accepted the gift with both hands and a grateful smile before putting it on. Copper patted her head lightly and moved back toward Fleur and Luna. Daphne's eyes shone beneath the mask as she gripped her spear like a javelin. The runes on the shaft lit up and the tip glowed with the intensity of the sun. She released the spear toward the sea. The force of the throw created a shockwave that made her green dress flutter slightly. The sea churned and boiled before parting. The giant snake emerged from the water with the spear lodged deep in its spine as boiling blood leaked from the wound. Daphne's cloak appeared around her body and her golden crown manifested on her head before she took to the sky. She remembered Copper's warnings as she maintained some distance. She and the beast seemed to possess equal amounts of divinity which effectively cancelled each other out. The serpent tried to unravel reality around Daphne using its power, but she remade the world just as it was collapsing. To an outside observer, it seemed as though no changes were happening at all. The light of the four moons dimmed as Bakunawa flapped its powerful grey wings and conjured a storm. Lightning struck all around Daphne, but she used apparition to teleport out of reach. The beast channeled the electricity from the sky into its single green horn. The horn glowed a powerful blue before Bakunawa sent a massive lightning strike toward her with a deafening hiss. Daphne grinned as her spear returned to her hand. She spread her arms with the spear in one hand and her wand in the other. Using pure magical manipulation, she spun in the air. The lightning coiled around her harmlessly before she flung the strike back at the beast. It hit the serpent directly in the belly. The beast thrashed as burn marks appeared on its scales. Daphne flicked her wand and sent a grey beam of pure disintegration toward the wound. The beam caused even more damage and enraged the beast. It flapped its wings to turn the wind into sharp blades capable of cutting mountains in half. Protego Maxima. Daphne chanted. A bright barrier of light covered her and barely weathered the barrage of wind strikes. She flew upward as tides of water reached into the air to swallow her whole. She moved gracefully, dodging more air strikes as she gained speed. She suddenly apparad right beside the serpent just as a lightning strike was about to hit her. Using her momentum, she jabbed her spear into the serpent's side and carved a shallow but long gash along its body. She had to apparate again immediately to dodge a massive tail strike. She gritted her teeth as a stray lightning strike finally clipped her. She had not timed her teleport correctly and appeared right in the path of a bolt from the sky. She sensed Eric, Ra, and other gods of her pantheon watching the battle. She could feel them preparing to intervene. She shook her head against their worry and asked them in her mind to give her one more chance. They begrudgingly agreed but kept their consciousness close by. Normally, her cloak would have protected her from a million lightning strikes. However, this lightning was fueled by divinity and was capable of destroying worlds in the waking realm. The tip of her spear began to glow with a white heat as the air around her shimmered. She threw the spear at the snake once more. While the weapon was in flight, she took the opportunity to drink a potion as the lower portion of her mask had been scorched and broken by the lightning. The colossal serpent hissed as the spear struck home, jabbing into its spine and causing the flesh to sizzle. Daphne did not waste a second. Her magic surged as glowing feathers of white fire appeared around her. She hurled them toward the serpent with a wave of her hand. Bakunawa retaliated by firing a white-hot beam of fire from its mouth. Daphne raised her hand and wand to form another layer of Protego Maxima. This time, she channeled the power of her cloak into the spell. The protective currents of the river Nile flowed into the shimmering shield and absorbed the continuous burst of fire. The serpent continued to suffer as the feathers created deep gashes and the spear burned through its vitals. The fire finally stopped when the spear tore a path through the snake's body and emerged from the other side. Daphne made a grasping motion and the weapon flew back to her hand. She smiled and formed a mental connection with Eric to ask for his assistance now that the beast was sufficiently weakened. Eric did not hesitate. "What is she doing?" Copper muttered when he saw Daphne reach up to remove her mask. Bakunawa was completely exhausted and coiled behind a bank of clouds it had solidified with magic. It hissed as it saw Daphne's face. Its eyes glowed golden as it tried to use its charming gaze on her. Daphne's eyes were different now. They remained a beautiful green, but a swirling pattern in the shape of a flower had formed within her pupils. Eric had temporarily granted her this ability through their divine link. The serpent paused as its innate ability clashed with the oculi viridiflora. Bakunawa's will was easily subdued by Daphne as he had the intelligence of a normal snake. Daphne found herself in a shared mindscape with the serpent. It appeared before her in a smaller, less threatening form. She crouched down and held out her hand with a smile. "I promise to take care of you," she whispered. In the mindscape, the serpent could feel the sincerity of her emotions. It paused and looked at her hand before gently resting its head in her palm. Daphne squealed in delight as the creature moved up her arm and coiled itself around her wrist to rest. Outside the mindscape, the others watched as Bakunawa shrank into a tiny size and wrapped itself around Daphne's wrist like a bracelet. Daphne smiled as she sent her spear and wand back into her storage space. Two strong arms wrapped around her waist from behind. "I am proud of you," Eric whispered. Daphne let out a happy sigh and leaned back completely against him as the clouds parted and the moons became visible again. Chapter 201, Side Story, 28, Red Dragon Form. Viserys held his little sister in his arms while he showed her the fantastical view of Nightshade through the window of the house. He hoped the scenery would distract her from the confusion of their sudden arrival. "What is that?" Daenerys asked. She pointed a small finger at a giant tree that remained visible despite the vast distance. Its canopy seemed to brush against the very vault of the sky. "That is the tree that holds up the sky so it does not fall on us," Viserys replied. He knew nothing about the geography of Nightshade and had resorted to making things up whenever she asked a question. Daenerys looked at her brother with her mouth open in wonder. She tried to imagine a single tree sturdy enough to support the weight of the heavens. Ser Willem offered a faint smile at the exchange, though his body remained tensed and angled toward the door. He was waiting in silence for any news regarding Riella's condition. The three servants who had accompanied them were busy arranging their luggage under Willem's orders. They occasionally paused to steal glances out the window, staring at the alien landscape with a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. "Look. What is that?" Daenerys shouted. She pointed at a creature with deep red scales soaring through the clouds. "That is a dragon," Viserys muttered. His voice was breathless and his mouth hung agape as he watched what he believed to be a literal dragon roaming the skies of this strange land. "Your Grace?" Ser Willem asked in bewilderment. "Ser Willem, there is a real, living dragon here. By the Seven, it is even larger than the stories say," Viserys answered. His expression remained frozen in utter disbelief. Ser Willem moved to the window to see for himself, realizing the boy was not jesting, but the wyvern had already vanished behind a mountain peak. They could not discuss the matter further because the door to the room swung open. A moment later Riella walked inside, looking completely restored. The people in the room fell silent as they looked upon the former queen. She appeared younger and taller than before. Her posture had become commanding and regal, carrying a potent aura that demanded the attention of everyone in her presence. Daenerys jumped down from her brother's arms and ran toward her mother. Riella picked the little girl up and spun her around in a joyful circle. "Are you all better now?" the girl asked with a giggle as she hugged Riella's neck. "Much better, my love. I will never leave your side again," Riella said. Her eyes were wet with tears as she peppered her daughter's face with kisses. She opened her other arm to Viserys and pulled the boy into a tight embrace as well. She kissed Viserys' cheeks and forehead repeatedly. She promised her children that she would always be with them, always awake, and always ready to tend to their needs. "Come, my loves. I wish to show you something," she said. She gave Ser Willem a nod to indicate that he should remain in the house for the time being. Ser Willem nodded back. He respected the fact that she needed some time alone with the children to share her experience with them. Skoll was still occupied with his father, so Riella was alone with her children as she led them outside. Once they were out of sight of the other inhabitants of the estate, the scenery around them shifted abruptly. They found themselves standing on a jagged coast beside a churning sea. A thick mist hung over the water ahead of them, obscuring the horizon. Viserys and Daenerys looked at their mother with confusion before glancing at their new surroundings. Magic had become a natural extension of Riella's being. And there were certain spells she could cast intrinsically, as she was even more magically attuned than ancient dragons. "Listen to me, children. I know you have many questions, and I promise to answer all of them. I simply wish to assure you that I am still your mother and I love you more than anything in this world." "That will never change, no matter what form I take," Riella said. She let go of the children and took several steps back to give herself space. Daenerys moved forward to return to her mother's arms, but she stopped when she saw the transformation begin. Large horns and magnificent wings sprouted from Riella's body. She began to grow at an impossible rate, her frame expanding with every passing second. The smell of thick smoke filled the air as a powerful red tail lashed out behind her. Vibrant red scales, harder than any steel, began to cover her skin. Her neck elongated and her entire being shifted as she embraced her now true nature. A moment later, a colossal red dragon stood before the children. She lowered her head until her snout was only a short distance away from them. The sheer power radiating from her made the wyvern they had seen earlier look like a mere hatchling. "Mother. What? How?" Viserys muttered. His mind struggled to process the visual evidence before him. "It is me, my son. I have changed," she said softly. Her voice echoed within their minds through telepathy. She began to explain the story of what had happened in the last few hours, though she obscured the more terrifying details to protect Daenerys and Viserys' young mind. And she answered every question they had with patience and love. "Can we? Will we?" Viserys stammered as he struggled to articulate his question, however his mother knew what he was thinking. "No, my loves. You will not gain the ability to transform as I have. However, I will do everything in my power to make it so if that is what you wish," Riella replied as she shook her massive draconic head slowly. Truthfully, she was already going to find something for them to evolve, as she knew she was immortal now and she did not wish her children to die before her, or ever. As she looked at her daughter, Riella noticed something she had not seen before. Now that she was fundamentally connected to the fabric of the world, she could see 3 glowing threads of fate emerging from Daenerys. They stretched out across the ocean, connecting to a distant, unknown location. She resolved to investigate the source of those threads at a later time. Viserys stood in contemplation for a long moment. He looked at the mountain of scales and fire that was his mother and clenched his fist with resolve. "You will never suffer again as you did during these past 2 years. You will never have to leave us in that long slumber again. That is all I ever wanted for you, mother," Viserys said. He offered her a happy, genuine smile. His primary concern had always been his mother's well-being. Now that she was safe and powerful, he chose to focus on that joy. He would worry about the implications of her divinity and the political future of their house at another time. Chapter 202, Bakunawa's Breakfast Debut. Eric handed Daphne several vials of potions brewed from the Vitalis bloom to help her recover from the physical toll of the battle. While she drank the healing drafts, Ra utilized his connection with her to replenish her exhausted divine energy. Daphne thanked Eric with a bright smile and a deep kiss before sending a silent word of gratitude to Ra through their bond. As she expected, the ancient sun god did not offer a verbal reply, though she felt a subtle warmth acknowledging her. Eric and Daphne descended to the soft grass of the forest floor. Daphne immediately rushed toward Luna and Fleur to show off her new companion while Eric moved to the side to speak with Copper. The god was currently in his towering, giant form. He leaned comfortably against a massive tree with a thick cigar in his hand and took a long puff. "I thank you for fulfilling the whims of the girls, my lord," Eric said, giving the god a slight bow. The god merely waved a massive hand with a wide grin on his face. "In the end, it seems they ended up helping me far more than I did for them," Copper replied. His laughter was a booming sound that shook the nearby trees. Eric smiled as he watched the girls. The 3 of them were taking turns petting the small serpent with looks of genuine enchantment on their faces. "You are always welcome at the Luxy-Turnham court if you ever wish to visit," Eric said with a respectful wave. He walked over to the girls and was greeted with a chorus of giggles and warm hugs. With a practiced motion, he formed a portal into the air that would lead them back to their own dreams. The girls waved one last time to Copper before stepping through the threshold. Daphne was still feeling the lingering weight of her exhaustion. She looked forward to enjoying a period of deep, natural sleep in the safety of Eric's arms before the morning arrived in the waking world. The morning. Eric woke the next morning with his arms wrapped around the bare bodies of Luna and Daphne. Chaya had once again made a habit of curling up directly over his face, her soft scales tickling his skin. He gently ran his hands over the backs of the two girls while enjoying the quiet stillness of the room. He looked toward the shoulder of Daphne and saw the new pet resting there. Bakunawa noticed Eric's gaze. The small serpent unfurled a pair of wings and glided toward the window, where the wings retracted as it landed on the sill. Daphne had specifically requested the sands of Morpheus from Luna to ensure the creature could cross over into the physical realm. Daphne stirred and woke with a radiant smile that widened when she saw the serpent peering out the window. The beast was observing the unfamiliar world with intense fascination. Daphne giggled and buried her face in Eric's neck before taking a deep breath. Her breath made him ticklish and drew a soft chuckle from him. They spent the early morning hours together, talking softly while Eric continued to trace slow patterns against their skin. "I am going to show her to all of our friends," Daphne declared with a mischievous grin, indicating the serpent was a she. "You should probably ask Dumbledore for formal permission to keep her as a familiar," Eric suggested with a chuckle. "It will be much more convenient than sneaking her through the halls for the rest of the year." He glanced at his desk and mentally manifested a letter addressed to the headmaster. He whistled for Dune, his loyal owl, who arrived promptly to take the message to the headmaster's office. At breakfast, Daphne kept her promise. She introduced the tiny creature to their circle of friends. Hermione leaned in close, her eyes wide with interest as she noted the fins all around the serpent and the small horn on the nose of the snake and its inquisitive behavior. "This is a magical creature, is it not? I have never seen a reference to this species in any of the textbooks. Where did you find her?" Hermione asked. Her questions tumbled out in a rapid sequence. "Her name is Bakunawa," Daphne explained. "My parents managed to acquire her from the Philippines. She is a rare serpent." Ron was equally fascinated, particularly by the horn. He slowly extended a finger to pet the head of the creature. He suddenly yelped and pulled his hand back as a tiny spark of electricity jumped from the snake to his skin. "Ow. Wicked," Ron yelped before exclaimed as his surprise turned into a grin. "She is like a thunderbird but a snake with a very cheeky personality." He stuck his tongue out at the serpent, who hissed back playfully. "Harry, can you talk to her?" Hermione asked Harry in a whisper. She was not being insensitive as Harry was no longer sensitive about his ability as a Parselmouth, having found great use for the language through the healing spells he was learning. Harry nodded and held out his palm. Bakunawa looked at Daphne as if seeking approval before slithering onto the hand of the boy. He brought the snake closer to his face and glanced around to ensure no one outside their group was watching. Once he was satisfied, he began to speak in the low sibilance of the serpent tongue. Eric had researched the existence of Parseltongue extensively as he had the ability since birth. He had formulated a theory that Parselmouth wizards possess a specific magical aura that allows snakes to recognize their surface intentions and express them. More importantly, he had discovered that the longer a Parselmouth speaks to a serpent, the more the cognitive abilities and intelligence of the creature begin to sharpen. Eric listened closely as Harry spoke to the tiny serpent. "Hello, I am Harry. This is Daphne, and she will be the one taking care of you from now on. She is my friend, and I know she will be very kind to you," Harry whispered. "Daphne, friend, is good," Bakunawa replied in a series of sharp, intelligent hisses. Harry smiled and continued to tell the serpent about the school and more about Daphne's personality. "She likes you, Daphne." Although she seems a bit shy for the moment, Harry said as he carefully handed the serpent back to her owner. Bakunawa grew quiet after the brief exchange. It was not shyness that silenced her, but rather a sudden spark of heightened awareness. The conversation with Harry had allowed her to internalize the recent battle and analyze the divine energy currently circulating through her body. She was lost in thought, contemplating the numerous ways she could have better utilized her power during the struggle. Although she was not dissatisfied by her loss as she had fully accepted Daphne as her new master. Daphne sensed these complex thoughts through their bond. She noticed how Bakunawa was beginning to move her divine energy in intricate new patterns. Being a divine entity herself, Daphne possessed a far more potent version of Parseltongue which she now planned to use to mentor the creature. The reason being, Bakunawa was now in the waking realm and if she uses even a sliver of her power accidentally, she could destroy the world and neighboring ones from that. And she did not wish to reverse time every time her pet would destroy the world. An example being the time the serpent had just zapped Ron. If Daphne had not controlled the power and absorbed the divinity, that little zap could have caused more damage than a nuclear bomb. She was thinking of teaching Bakunawa control over divinity in her spare time, and it was not as if the serpent would become a scholar, it would still be a serpent in the end.